Chapter 181 Arrival. Clay City. Lu Duo put his hands on his waist and added fuel to the fire. Yes. Yes, you just know how to be lazy all day long. You can't help it all and disturb me and Sister Mingwei from working on our careers. Fong Mingwei frowned, as if she thought of something. You are not. You are leaving again, and then throwing all the work to me? Chen Fan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Sister Mingwei is really smart. You guessed it before I even said it. Hee hee, how come you guessed so accurately? Ignoring Chen Fan's grinning face, Fong Mingwei snorted, turned around and walked towards her room. It's over. This time she's really angry. Lu Duo was watching the fun, laughing secretly. Let me see what you can do. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at Lu Loli, and quickly followed Fong Mingwei into her room. Fong Mingwei turned her back to Chen Fan. Why did you follow me in? Get out. Chen Fan hesitated for a few seconds, and strode forward. He gently hugged Fong Mingwei's slender waist. Mingwei, don't be angry. Isn't it that I can't help myself? Isn't there something I have to do? Fong Mingwei's body trembled slightly. What are you doing? Don't be like this. What do you have to do? Can't you even tell me? Do you know how much I have paid for you? Fong Mingwei's voice became more and more aggrieved. Chen Fan certainly knew how much Fong Mingwei had paid for him, and a feeling of pity arose spontaneously. The hugging motion with both hands became more forceful. What do you want to do? Fong Mingwei's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Chen Fan lifted up the warm and delicate body in front of him, and answered Fong Mingwei's question with action. The setting sun, outside the window dyed half of the sky red. The clouds and rain in the house did not stop for a long time. Sister Mingwei, I may not be a good man. I have many things hidden from you. I am afraid that you will regret it in the future. I won't regret it. I know you have someone else in your heart, but I don't want to worry so much, as long as you love me forever. Oh! Wait a minute. At least let me rest for a while. The sun was setting. Chen Fan stood on the top of Poseidon, who had armored the whole wall, and waved vigorously to his companions on the shore. Let's go, Poseidon. The time of ease is only short after all. The mechanical octopus roared, turned around and rushed into the sea at high speed. The teleportation scroll cannot be used in the port, as it would make too much noise. After all, Chen Fan is still a wanted person. This time when they went to Clay City for the mission, Chen Fan left almost all his combat power to Fong Mingwei, Chen Shujin, who was already level 25, and whose actual combat power was close to level 40. Lu Duo, whose overall strength was close to the peak of the Awakeners. The mechanical dog Qifeng, and nearly 50 all-round alloy robots. The sea god squad of the plant spirit realm, and the elite archer Sun Dalong. All these people were left by Chen Fan to assist Fong Mingwei. After all, you have to support your own woman. Moreover, the arms business is not like ordinary business. Conflicts can be said to be commonplace, even with Master Shu assistance. Fong Mingwei did not dare to say that he could definitely understand the other party's mind. Compared with most of the companions who stayed behind, Chen Fan only took Mamaduo and the enchanted sea monsters. The former was because he had to build a defense tower for him in the Peach Blossom secret realm, and the latter needed to rely on Poseidon to survive. Leviathan and the 8th Master Chen Fan also took away. These two guys would not be of much help to Fong Mingwei if they stayed, but would instead hinder him. In the real world, Rizhao Islands. Rizhao Island, which was once the world's leading military and economic power, has lost its former prosperity. The sky above the archipelago in the sea is now shrouded in a thick blood-red fog. The blood-red fog seems to have life, constantly devouring any life with vitality, and desperately expanding outward. Along the coast of Rizhao Islands, there are countless warships anchored, and the flags on the warships are different. The smallest warship is also 100 meters long. If we talk about the big ones, aircraft carriers are not uncommon. United Government Temporary War Alliance, Ship 59 reports. The Energy Blockade Array 211 coordinates have been preliminarily installed, waiting for the next instruction. United Government Temporary War Alliance, Ship 71 reports. The Energy Blockade Array 798 coordinates have been preliminarily installed, waiting for the next instruction. Outside the city of Clay, there is the most beautiful inland lake, the lakeside of Audrey Lake. On the beach, more than a dozen middle-aged people wearing dark blue wizard robes and, with big bellies, bowed and saluted. Hello, Princess Alia. The noble girl, who got off the magic carriage, smiled and nodded. Master Wizards, you don't have to bow. Alia is already very embarrassed to bother you for a little personal matter. The leading old wizard puffed out his big belly and smiled amiably. Her Highness Alia needs are the needs of all the people of Ebulian. May the god of mathematics bless you. You will definitely get the summoned beast you like today, Ms. Jiuyutinwan. We have enough mana. And we can cast spells at any time. Are you ready? Tora glanced at the setting sun. I'm ready. Let's start. As soon as she finished speaking, vines as thick as giant trees tore through the beach and rushed straight into the clouds. Alia ran to Tora with her skirt lifted. Aunt, you actually did it. I have hired these oil mages for half a year, but they are still dragging their feet. I didn't expect them to become so obedient after you came. Alia whispered to Tora. Tora raised his hand and scratched Alia's nose. Who told you not to spend money, clever little ghost? Take out your dimensional summoning badge. When the thunderstorm element is the most, your favorite water summoned beast will most likely appear. Thank you, Aunt. With the joint efforts of more than a dozen water mages, dark clouds gathered over Audrey Lake, and a thunderstorm hit. Pea-sized raindrops hit the water surface one by one, creating circles of ripples. As the sun sets, only a little orange afterglow remains in the sky. Alia throws the badge in her hand. Distant, an existence from another world, fate has chosen me, and I have chosen you. Crossing the shackles of time and space, you and I will eventually become lifelong companions. When the badge falls on the sand, you will break through the void and appear in front of me. After reciting the spell completely and affectionately, Alia began to look at the sky covered by dark clouds with expectation. Tuoluo subtly controlled the vines that rushed into the clouds, and also kept his eyes on the sky. Although this summoning ceremony was mainly to prepare for the arrival of that bastard, Tuoluo did want to catch a better summoned beast for his cheap niece. Alia, your summoner's inheritance is not fake, right? Why is there no movement at all? Chapter 182. This is also my woman. Alia was also a little confused. It shouldn't be. No, Teacher Adams is still very reliable, and the previous 3 summonings were successful. Toro looked at the dark clouds in the sky. I really don't understand why your teacher let you become a summoner. He is a guardian knight. A unique wave of breath emerged from the air. Alia was so excited that she almost jumped up. Here it comes. Above the center of the lake, several huge vines that penetrated deep into the clouds quickly extended toward the location where the wave came from. In Clay City, inside the knight's palace, a tall man with fair skin stopped swinging his shield and cast his eyes in the direction of Audrey Lake. The little guy's summoning spell was successful? It seems that even without me in the future, she will have a place in the royal family. Fianna, is my name of guardian not unworthy? He wanted to participate in Alia's advanced summoning ceremony, but Alia's aunt was too difficult to get along with, and even a little annoyed with him. So Adams did not participate. The head of the Tianmen divine religion. In the temple, Pope Charlemagne opened his eyes, and a trace of doubt appeared on his slightly old face. Audrey Lake. Who is coming? A clear male voice sounded in the hall, replying to the Pope. The eldest princess Alia Spinette is holding a high-level summoning ceremony. Lord Adams has reported this matter. Charlemagne slowly closed his eyes. Has the little guy grown to this point? After the ceremony, grant Princess Alia a divine crown on my behalf. Yes, Lord Charlemagne. Above Lake Audrey, a blue-skinned duck-billed monster with white wings flapping behind it struggled to get out of the extra-dimensional portal. Alia lightly covered her red lips. It's the Tianhe elf. Aunt, it's the Tianhe elf. Tora shook his head gently. Don't worry. There will be better ones later. Sure enough, the next moment, a sky-blue fish-tailed strange bird with huge wings struggled to get out of the portal. Tuoluo nodded slightly. This one is good. The Queen of the Fantasy Sea. With strong soul fluctuations. Alia was a little at a loss. Great. Little aunt. Do you want to wait? Montua hesitated for 2 seconds. Wait a little longer. How can the water mage who spent so many gold coins to invite be satisfied so easily? There was silence in the portal for a while. And just when Alia was about to lose her temper, a unicorn with a rainbow under its feet suddenly rushed out of the portal. The white horse had a handsome body, and the mane on its neck fluttered backwards, which was a bit dreamy. Rainbow unicorn. Auntie. This is it. I don't want anything else. I just want it. Just as Alia was fascinated, the portal suddenly shook violently, and an extremely huge creature, like a blue jelly with a crown, was struggling to teleport out of the portal. Tora opened his mouth wide. Slime King? Its water attribute. Is this a lie? Alia was disgusted by the slime that had half of its body exposed. I don't want the one with the potential to become a saint, Andy. I want the rainbow unicorn, please. Tora shook his head decisively. No. The potential of these two summoned beasts is very different. Unless the slime king can't get out, I won't let you choose the unicorn. You are already an adult. Why are you still acting like a little girl? Do you think your brothers and sisters are all soft-hearted losers? Alia gritted her teeth and stopped talking. Humph. If Mr. Adams were here, he would definitely support my choice. Just as the giant slime was struggling to get out, a larger portal with a color close to pitch black suddenly appeared. Then, a giant armored octopus that was 1/10 the size of Lake Audrey suddenly rushed out of the teleportation array. It smashed towards Audrey Lake with terrifying power and momentum. Tora, Alia, and all the water mages were stunned. How could it be so big? It's beyond my imagination. Tora muttered to himself. A monster of that size was also summoned by me? Alia was a little confused about her own summoning technique. The water mages almost interrupted their spells to gather water elements. What was that just now? It didn't look like it came from another dimension, it looked like it came from the abyss. Poseidon stared at the small portal in the air with his big eyes. What is this? The small animal swimming in the sky looked delicious. So this is the snack that Chen then prepared for me? Several tentacles caught the Tianhe elf, the fantasy Sequin, and the rainbow unicorn in the air, and then Poseidon threw them into his big mouth with incredible speed. Chen Fan, who was standing on top of Poseidon, was stunned. Obtained soul crystal, pink, *9. What did you just eat? Old man? It feels very delicious. Poseidon, who had gained some soul points, also showed a terrifying smile of satisfaction. Before he fell to the lake, he stretched out a huge tentacle again, and directly pulled out the blue jelly that was still struggling in the portal, and threw it into his mouth. It bounced so good. Alia almost cried out. Don't. My summoned beasts were eaten by that big octopus? Tora's pink skirt fluttered, and she rushed into the lake. I'll be back soon. Accompanied by huge waves, Poseidon crashed into Lake Audrey. Chen Fan rushed to Poseidon in the turbulent water. What did you eat last? Why does it look like a big jelly? I want to try it too. Poseidon paused for a moment while chewing. Then he spit out a piece of blue jelly that was more than a person's height. The irregularly shaped blue jelly slowly turned into a blue clawless jellyfish with a golden crown. Obtained soul crystal, pink, *15. This is slime? Chen Fan looked at the crowned slime, which was almost transparent in the lake, with an extremely aggrieved expression. Where should I start eating this thing? Spit it out. Duo Luo voice came from a distance. Chen Fan turned around. A pink figure had come behind him. I haven't eaten it yet. Duo Luo looked at the remaining slime, which was only a little over 1 person tall, with a complicated expression. I mean to make it spit it out. Hurry up. Make your octopus spit out the rest of it. Chen Fan scratched his head. This? It seems too late. There is only this little left. Tora's face looked ugly. A vine came out from the depth of her sleeve, and suddenly whipped Chen Fan, but I was kind enough to hide your tracks for you. And you ate all my summoned beasts? Poseidon's tentacles slapped Tora away before the vines touched Chen Fan. Chen Fan. Old buddy. Don't hit this one. This one is also my woman. Chapter 183. Just call me uncle. Leaving Poseidon at the bottom of the lake, Chen Fan rushed out of the lake with the blue slime in his hand, and came to the lake in the heavy rain. On the shore, an 18 or 19-year-old girl was sobbing. Looking at the girl's delicate face, she actually looked a bit like Tora. Tora had a cold face, hugging his shoulders, looking at Chen Fan with a bad face. Chen Fan blinked. So, the ones floating under the dark clouds are all the summoned beasts of this little girl? Alia cried even more sadly. Aunt, my rainbow unicorn. Woo, my rainbow unicorn, damn big octopus, damn. Chen Fan felt so embarrassed. Don't cry, I left you half of it. The little girl cried loudly. Chen Fan looked at Tuoluo. I don't think this responsibility is all on me. If you told me in advance, would I not stop it from eating snacks? Snacks? Tuoluo looked at Chen Fan with hatred, and raised his foot to kick him, but he thought about the scary octopus behind Chen Fan, and still didn't kick him. Alia, although this slime king is much smaller, at least its braid is still there, and its body will always grow back. Alia opened her tearful eyes, and asked sobbingly, Little aunt, what is he to you? Why don't you avenge my rainbow unicorn, and why do you speak to him? Chen Fan leaned down and looked at Princess Alia seriously. If you call her aunt, then I should be your uncle. Alia stopped sobbing and moved back and forth between Chen Fan and Tuoluo with a surprised look. Aunt he, is it true? The gossiping heart temporarily suppressed the sad mood. Tuoluo sneered. It's false, he is just one of my countless licking dogs. Do you think I would like such a man? Alia looked at Chen Fan for a while. It's really rustic. Chen Fan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Both mother and daughter are short-sighted people. Are we going to stay in the rainstorm? Also, those big-bellied guys have been mumbling over there for a long time. Are they one of us? They won't leak our arrival. Right? Tuoluo raised his hand to retract the vines that extended above the dark clouds. You two go to the carriage and wait for me. I go and deal with it. Alia's eyes widened. Deal with it? You don't have to be so cruel. Auntie. It's not a problem to tie them up for a few days. Tuoluo gave Alia a charming roll of the eyes, and then flew directly to the location where the water mages gathered. Several water mages were keenly aware of Tuoluo's actions. They quickly raised their staffs to try to stop him. Tuoluo sneered. Oh, it's a little late now, parasite. Countless fine tentacles emerged from the gaps in the mage's clothes, and tightly tied up these fat pigs who ate like pigs. Damn it! Flower Demon Tuoluo. How dare you openly attack the official members of the Mage Guild, and dare to illegally summon a being close to the Holy Realm in Lake Audrey's? Aren't you afraid of being sanctioned by the Principality of Ebulion? Yes. You have aggravated your crime by tying us up now. What do you want to do? Declare war on the Spinette family. Tuoluo flew to the front of the mages, and frowned. Why are you talking so much? Nianua, cognition correction. Pink pollen filled the rain. After a few seconds, all the fat mages shut their mouths, and their eyes gradually became confused. Chen Fan, who had just arrived, was surprised. What's going on? Did you drug them? Tuoluo pushed Chen Fan, who was watching the excitement, away, and said to the mages below. You helped Her Highness Alia obtain her summoned beast, a juvenile slime king, otherwise, nothing happened. After Tuoluo finished speaking, the roots of all the mages turned yellow and broke, and then were washed away by the rain. We helped Her Highness Alia obtain her summoned beast, a juvenile slime king, otherwise, nothing happened. We helped Her Highness Alia get her summoned beast, a young slime king. Other than that, nothing happened. We helped Her Highness Alia get her summoned beast, a young slime king. We helped Alia. A dozen fat mages walked towards Clay City while repeating what they said. Chen Fan was horrified. You? What did you do? Did you tamper with their memories? Oh my god. This is too perverted. Did you also tamper with my memory? Tell me quickly. Did you also tamper with my memory? Chen Fan held Tuoluo's hand tightly. Tuoluo was helpless. This influence can only last for half a month at most, and it can be easily removed. Half a month. Okay, then it seems that I should be fine. Where are we going now? Directly to the Church of Tiannan Divine Religion? Tuoluo looked at Chen Fan as if he was a fool. If you want to die, go by yourself. I'm going to stay at Alia Place for 2 days. And by the way, wait for the battle plan drawn up by Lon and your ex-girlfriend. How come you can't leave my ex-girlfriend out of every 3 sentences? Chen Fan said hurriedly. Then wait for me for a minute. I go get something. Chen Fan, a captain, disappeared on the spot. 2 minutes later, Chen Fan, holding Leviathan, with the 8th master standing on his shoulder, and the green-haired beautiful mermaid behind him, walked out of the lake. Tuoluo ignored the 2 animals on Chen Fan and focused all his attention on Hai Li. President Chen really knows how to enjoy himself. He has to bring his alien maid with him even when he is on a desperate mission? Hai Li's eyes widened. She was about to refute, but she felt the pressure of being close to a king from the woman in front of her, and her momentum disappeared immediately. She didn't dare to speak. 8th Master, Chen Fan. Slut. Chen Fan. Slut. Chen Fan looked at Tuoluo unhappily. What does that have to do with you? I'm just one of your countless lickers. Tora was speechless. Alia stared at the Leviathan in Chen Fan's arms curiously for a long time. Is it a blue dragon cub in your arms? Chen Fan was surprised. Oh, you're an expert. It's not even blue yet. And you know it's a blue dragon cub? Is the recognition of Leviathan so high in this place? If that's the case, Leviathan can't be held in arms so openly. Alia was a little embarrassed by the compliment. Because I am a summoner, I know more about magical creatures. It's so cute. Where did you get this newborn dragon? It looks like it is pure blood. I want it so much. Chen Fan smiled evilly. Then call me uncle, I let you raise it for 2 days. Leviathan made a cute move of roaring like a dragon at the right time. Alia was touched by the coquettish Leviathan. Little uncle. Chapter 184 Chen Fan. The old villain. How dare you insult me? Snap. Tora could no longer bear it, and the green vine snapped Chen Fan into the carriage, very accurately. Chen Fan covered his face with a bloody mark. Hiss, I shouldn't have told Poseidon not to attack her so early. Is this a horse pulling the carriage? Yes. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought it was a rhinoceros. Sitting on the carriage of Her Highness Alia, Chen Fan and his companions went straight to the inner city area of Clay City without any obstruction. The carriage stopped at the manor, outside the royal castle of Alia. Chen Fan was the last one to jump off the carriage, holding Leviathan. We just came in unimpeded? Tualuo smiled. Why, you don't think it's challenging anymore? Alia frowned. Without me, he couldn't come in unimpeded? It's not right. I always feel something is wrong. I understand, Auntie, you are using the pretext of me opening the portal to the other dimension to cover up his arrival. Right? Aunt. You must not come to Clay City just to see me this time. Tell me what your purpose is. You can't cheat me. Tora waved his hands impatiently. No. Didn't I tell you that I won't? What we are going to do won't affect you at all. Look at your timid and fearful look. Just like your mother when she was a child. Alia showed a doubtful expression. Really? Okay. I believe you. Aunt. Can you sleep with me tonight? Tell me about your mother's childhood. Chen Fan covered his face. Your aunt is going to sleep with your uncle tonight. Pa! 2 bloodstains made a cross on Chen Fan's face. Hailey silently distanced herself from Chen Fan. Not everyone likes to test the edge of life and death. A housekeeper in linen arranged a place for Chen Fan and Hailey to live, a wing room made of square stones. It seems that he really regarded Hailey as his maid. It's not their fault for misunderstanding, after all. The relationship between humans and alien women is nothing more than this. Thanks to Tora, Chen Fan had the chance to eat high-end food that was characteristic of the Principality of Ebulion. Bright red hard noodles, half-cooked meat, sweet and spicy vegetable platter. Chen Fan commented that it was better not to eat it. Even Leviathan couldn't eat it. In the end, he had to rely on the raw pickled crab meat in Chen Fan's backpack to barely fill his stomach. In the evening, Chen Fan, who had given his body to Hailey and Leviathan, quit the game. The reason why he had to bring Hailey with him was because of this. Compared to others, Chen Fan only believed in the mermaid Hailey, who shared life and death with him. Back in the villa in the suburbs, the people who had long since quit the game were already holding a bonfire party in the yard. Chen Fan now smelled the mutton smell and felt a little sick. Fong Minghua saw Chen Fan walking into the yard, and her face suddenly flushed. Chen Fan smiled evilly and waved at Fong Minghua. Fong Minghua spat at him from a distance. Shi Yan, who came over, looked at the 2 people who were exchanging glances with confusion. Have you 2 met each other openly? Chen Fan tilted his head and looked at Shi Yan. You used the word also very cleverly. Can you tell me who the 2 above are? Shi Yan raised his head and puffed out his chest. Who else could it be? This great love saint. Chen Fan opened his mouth wide. So, you really conquered the female mermaid? You are worthy of it. Shi Yan smiled twice in a seemingly calm manner. It was simple. I got it done with a few bottles of Lao Bygone. A few bottles of Lao Bygone? Chen Fan said he didn't believe it. With that physique that could fight Poseidon. With that strength. A few bottles of Lao Bygone could do it? So, who was the one who was done? Brother Shi. I don't understand something. Shi Yan laughed wildly. Tell me. Chen Fan, what do you think of that woman's mouth? Shi Yan thought about it. It's just a little bigger. And the teeth are a little sharper. Actually, it's quite sexy if you look closely. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows, revealing a lewd expression. I'm not talking about looks. Shi Yan looked down, and then became furious. Old thief Chen Fan. How dare you insult me? Seeing that Chen Fan was really about to run away, Shi Yan hurriedly called him back. Okay. Old Chun, I've got something serious to tell you. Lu Duoduo jumped over, saying contemptuously. What serious business can you have? Shi Yan showed a contemptuous expression. Treasure Island. Is that a serious business? Lu Duoduo stopped immediately. Treasure Island? What is a treasure island? An island full of treasures? Chen Fan sat on the sofa with 2 people. Is there really such an island? What did you get from Selvina? Yin nodded. I guess so. I heard the conversation between her and Shapepe. They seem to be preparing to conquer an island full of treasures recently, but there seems to be a strong treasure guarding force on the island. So they also found accomplices, something they seem to be called, the blonde beauty fleet mermaid Mika, what was it? Mika Penniman? Lu Duo took over the conversation. Yin was surprised. Duo, do you know that guy? Lu Duo nodded. Yes. Lao Chun and I have done missions with him together, which were super dangerous. Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Does the female pirate Selvina know that you can exit the main world and contact us? Yin was about to deny it, but suddenly remembered what Selvina said about understanding the system, and combined with the fact that she had captured many players. She most likely knows about this. Chen Fan continued to ask. Then do you think? Was their conversation intentionally intended for you to hear? Or was it really a coincidence for you to hear it? Yin pondered for a long time, then raised his head with an ugly expression. You mean? Selvina is plotting against me? Chen Fan rubbed his chin. She may not be plotting against you, but it must be me. That's not right. I am not qualified to let her plot against me with my strength. So, Lu Duo exclaimed with wide eyes. That big woman is planning to use the Poseidon, which is more powerful than her. She wants to use the Poseidon to explore the way to the island for them. Old Chen. Is that what you mean? Chen Feng gave a thumbs up. The young man is teachable. Yin frowned. But if she really wanted the Poseidon to explore the way, she should have shown me the sea chart recording the location of the island. But I don't know the exact location of the island at all. What's the point of exploring the way? Chen Fan clapped his hands. So this is the key to prove whether she is plotting against me. You have been doing everything as usual these days. If something seemingly coincidental really happens, such as the sea chart being accidentally seen by you, then it is likely that she is using you. Yin nodded with a heavy heart. Well, I understand. This is indeed a solution. Chen Fan moved closer to Yin. Chapter 185 Breath of the Ocean. Advance? What's wrong with you? Why do you look so miserable? Do you care if that woman is using you? Yin shook his head to deny. Nonsense. How can a love saint fall in love? Give up the whole forest for a tree? If you say that again, I'd be angry with you. After dinner, Chen Fan returned to his room with Leviathan in his arms. When he passed by Fang Minghua's room just now, the light in her room was still on. Should I also? In the real world? After all, I can't be two-faced. Right? Forget it, Beauty Pass is a hero's cup. I'd better go to Western Halcyon to upgrade the grade of Ocean Breath. Clay City may get into chaos at any time. Open Pangu Mobile. Click to log into Kunlun Realm. After a space fluctuation, Chen Fan came to the scene selection hall of Western Halcyon. It was a little after 10 o'clock in the first half of the night, which was the golden time for nightlife. There were many people in the scene hall. At least 70 or 80 people, each of whom was choosing their own trial scene, or had just quit the trial. It seemed that the members of Pangu were very motivated. Chen Fan came to the virtual screen, and chose a grassland according to Jingwei prompt. The trial object was the immovable wooden man. Compared with other trial objects, the wooden man was the cheapest. Only 1 gold coin per hour. Payment completed. Chen Fan entered the grassland. Energy of the same attribute is recognized. Ocean Breath is absorbing and upgrading. Why can I absorb the energy needed by Ocean Breath as long as I enter the training ground? It doesn't work in the scene hall? So what attribute does my main weapon belong to? Chen Fan is a little confused. As Chen Fan expected, before 12 o'clock, Ocean Breath finally completed its upgrade. Ocean Breath, purple, advanced successfully. Chen Fan rolled over and got up, and immediately left Kunlun Realm. Ocean Breath, pink, growth type exclusive weapon, can devour other magic weapons to upgrade. Evaluation. It is very difficult to upgrade the main weapon of Ocean Disaster, so what kind of shit luck did you have? Chen Fan closed the attribute panel with satisfaction. It has become much stronger. Not to mention the horror of the attribute increase, the last skill, it is really exciting to charge for 50 seconds and hit 20 times the damage with a charged shot. If the damage is enough, how many gold coins can you save? In the past, he had hardly used this skill that only required intelligence, because the charging time affected his output too much, and it was not as good as the 2 shots of Despicable Gun. But now it seems that it may become his top priority skill. I wonder if it can be effective at the same time as Revolver Mark and Despicable Gun. If it can be, My basic intelligence, multiplied by 60 times, plus the 30% bonus of the title. Intelligence is more than 360, and then 30%. More than 30,000 damage per shot. Oh my goodness, this is not a gun, is it a cannon? Chen Fan was so excited by his own improvement that he couldn't sleep. He hesitated for a while, and then directly logged into the game with Leviathan. On the bed, Chen Fan opened his eyes. When did Haley come here? Are you lonely? As soon as Chen Fan logged into the game, he found Haley's green hair appeared beside his bed. Keep your voice down, there is something outside the door, very strange smell. Haley rolled her eyes at Chen Fan, who had just woken up, and whispered. Chen Fan's expression immediately became serious. When he was away from Poseidon, his life safety could not be guaranteed. There was indeed a person at the door. Or maybe not a person. But he had a clear soul aura. Very strong. But far inferior to Poseidon's soul value. That thing just stayed at the door. Motionless. No wonder Haley was cautious. Just as Chen Fan was carefully sensing the soul fluctuations of the person at the door. Another powerful soul fluctuation appeared. Chen Fan is very familiar with this soul. Dora? Does she know the guy at the door? Chen Fan frowned and whispered. Haley took out the fire crystal sword vigilantly. It seems that her aunt is very interested in your life. Do you need me to ask the king for help? Chen Fan shook his head. No matter how I think about it, she has no reason to harm me. Before we left, the young people who control plants were arranged by her to stay with me. They are the most promising rising stars there. Haley nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. No wonder their abilities look so similar. What should we do now? Knock. 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 The knock on the door came at the right time. Chen Fan pretended to be woken up. Who is it? Why are you knocking on the door in the middle of the night? What's wrong in the middle of the night? Do you need to sleep well in the middle of the night? Did you come all the way here just to sleep? Tuoluo's sarcastic voice came from outside the door. Chen Fan opened the door sleepily. I just want to know who it is. Do you need to say so much? Is this President Lon? Outside the door, a small black shadow stood beside Tuoluo, wearing a black robe, a black hat and black skin. As if the shadow had stood up. Chen Fan remembered what Lon said at the last natural disaster meeting. If you see a black shadow in the middle of the night, please don't be afraid. It's my spirit servant. It's me, President Chen Fan. You're on time. The black shadow spoke, and the tone and voice belonged to the elemental disaster Lon. Chen Fan opened the door and let the two of them in. Come in. Hey, this little mermaid hasn't slept yet? We didn't disturb you. Did we? Tuoluo saw Haley standing by the bed and curled his lips. Chen Fan didn't explain anything. So you want to compensate me for this? I don't have any objection, but at least wait until President Lon leaves. Chen Fan started to act like a hooligan. Chapter 186 The Abyss and Nangang City. Tuoluo stared at Chen Fan with cold eyes. The girl Lon said something shocking. If you two don't mind, I can stay here to observe how much difference there is between the magic fluctuations produced when different species of humans combine and those of the same species. This is one of my research topics. Chen Fan's expression gradually lost control. Well, I think we both still mind. Let's talk about the next plan. Tuoluo sat elegantly on the chair. Talking about plans when Captain Lee is not here. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to her? She came again. Lon waved her hand. Everyone is still waiting for Taya news. There is no plan to be implemented yet. The only thing we can do is to make the waters in Clay City more muddy. Captain Lee is using the two factions of Ebullient to create disputes. Metalon is luring major chambers of commerce by showing off his wealth in the black market. And Kuan Yu is gathering swordsmen and warriors from nearby towns. In short, our goal is to attract attention. It would be best if the high-level leaders of the Tianmen divine cult looked outward, so as to reduce Taya pressure. Chen Fan thought for a while. If it's just to attract attention, I think I can help a little. Lon came this time mainly to confirm whether Chen Fan had arrived. Time is precious. The three of them chatted for a while, and Lon drove his spirit servant away. Abyss, the 8th main city. Preconditions are triggered, and the side quest The Destruction of Dark Forest City is released. The final chapter, destroy the abnormal teleportation array. Danger level, Abyss Gaze. Task content, you have discovered the truth about the demonization of the 9th main city. Greed City. The revival of the evil god in the Abyss is an irreversible fact. Please hinder its arrival to the greatest extent. Task requirements, Report the news to the Lord of the 8th main city, Vladimir, and persuade him to participate in destroying the abnormal teleportation array under the city of Dark Forest. Failure penalty, consciousness erased. Task reward, first-class career awakening authority, and a large amount of rewards will be given according to the completion of the task. Evaluation, you belong to the Abyss, don't you? Chen Shui calmly closed the attribute panel. The Lord of the 8th main city is called Vladimir. Right? Lying on the skeleton horse, with bandages wrapped around her waist, Marie Digia turned around with a pale face. My lady goddess, what are you going to do now? Are you going to turn yourself into the Lord of the city? We are Class A wanted criminals in the Abyss. She now felt that Chen Shui must be a messenger of justice sent by the heavens, who could actually discover the secret of the demonization of the entire Greed City by herself. But why did you take me with you on such a dangerous matter? The toad lying on the skeleton horse's head turned around. Princess, Mary is right. We can't go to such dangerous places anymore. We really need to rest for a while. Chen Shui opened the map screen. The city lord's castle is in the west. Let's go. Marie Digia's eyes were desperate. Please, can't you wait until my injury is healed before taking action? Xiao Ji, throw me off the horse. Let me be a prisoner of the 9th main city. The toad jumped to Marie Digia's ear. Don't worry. When you completely inherit the legacy of Dark Forest City, you will have the strength that is no less than that of the princess. When the time comes, whether to leave or stay, it's up to you. Marie Digia's eyes were dull, and she remained silent. Can I still live to that time? That's Vladimir who feeds on blood. Besides, do I really have the courage to face Chen Shui? So desperate. Nangang City, East 3rd Street, Pig Blood Lane. Fong Mingwei, wearing white and blue stripes, sat on a rattan chair with a cold expression. Brother Shujin, smash this shop. I don't want to see any clerks walk out alive. Beside her stood Lu Duoduo, followed by the Poseidon team. The alloy guard stayed on the ship to look after the house. A mere giant wants to smash my shop? Guys, kill these outsiders, and spare those 2 women. Qin Shujin didn't hesitate at all, killing a few people in the game. What's the difference between that and a talking goblin? Roar! Titan roared. After everyone stood there in a daze, the huge Qin Shujin jumped up high and smashed the tall shop in front of him with a hammer. With a loud bang, the 2-story shop collapsed. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Shujin smashed the person who had just spoken rudely to pieces like a watermelon. A famous warrior came to his senses at the critical moment, and was frightened by such a tragic scene. He ran away to the street in a hurry. Puff! Before he ran out of the store, he was pierced in the chest by a snow-white lotus root covered with thorns. Lu Duoduo looked at the owner of the snow-white lotus root in surprise. The one who attacked was Oh Changhe, a little fat boy in the Sea God team. The little fat boy smiled and looked at Fong Mingwei flatteringly. President Fong, I didn't let him leave the store. His decisive and ruthless attack obviously frightened his teammates, and some of the teenagers looked a little terrified. Fong Mingwei slowly smiled. Oh Changhe, right? Then from today on, you are the official captain of the No. 3 frigate. If anyone disagrees, let him talk to Mr. Xu Jin. Oh Changhe's smile became even more flattering, and he immediately stroked his hands on his chest and back. Yes. Vice Captain. Song Miaomiu bit her lower lip, trembling slightly. Damn. That's my position. Vicious fat man. Scheming fat man. She didn't dare to question Fong Mingwei's decision in the end. Fong Mingwei glanced at the crowd watching the excitement in the distance. Our Shenzhou Chamber of Commerce welcomes reliable business partners. But if there are still people like them who have evil intentions and intend to rob and plunder, this kind of scene is the end of angering our Shenzhou Union. Fong Mingwei stood up from the rattan chair. Let's go back. I'm in a bad mood today. Let's not do business for now. Lu Duoduo came close to Fong Mingwei. Sister Mingwei, are we going back like this? Aren't you afraid that the city guards will come to our door? Fong Mingwei smiled slightly. That's perfect. The city lord's mansion is also one of our future business partners. Lu Duoduo? Taoyuan's secret realm, outskirts, in the forest. At this moment, Taoyuan's secret realm looks like the end of the world. A huge factory emitting black smoke, a roaring delivery truck, cold robots doing their jobs everywhere. The few trees that could be seen just now have been cut down by several logging trucks. Except for the farmland at the beginning, other places are occupied by steel monsters. When Chen Fan first came in, he even suspected that he had come to the wrong place. In front of a tall, unfinished building, Chen Fan found Mamoruo sitting on the spider car. I asked you to help me build some defense towers. Do you want to pollute my secret place? Look at what's around you. Is this hell? Imo laughed twice. Hee, boss, the production process of a watch still requires dozens of steps, not to mention such a sophisticated and powerful defense tower. Chapter 187 Improved Lightning Defense Tower. I promise, after all the defense towers are built, I will definitely restore your territory to its original state. But boss, is it possible, Is it possible, you sell this space prop to me? Chen Fan smiled for a while, then lowered his head. Why not? Everything is possible, tell me, what are you going to buy it with? Mamoruo hesitated for a long time. I was just kidding, boss. Do you take it seriously? I can't afford it. Humph. Chen Fan snorted coldly. This guy is getting more and more out of line. Is this thing the defense tower you built? Why does it look, and it's different from the one drawn on the drawing? Chen Fan looked at the unfinished building beside him in confusion. Although it has not been built, but the appearance and size can clearly show the difference from the defense tower on the drawing. This is the improved version of the lightning defense tower I made. Compared to the advanced lightning defense tower on the blueprint, the improved defense tower has a wider attack range, more power, but consumes less energy. Not only this one, I plan to build a row of ice arrow defense towers on the outer periphery. I reversed it based on the advanced lightning defense tower blueprint. Although the lethality and range are not as strong as the lightning defense tower, but in terms of attributes, it can be matched with the lightning defense tower, and exert the power of 1 plus 1 far greater than 2. And, according to Chen Fan was stunned by the pile of mechanical knowledge. Well, okay, I believe the defense tower you built can help me successfully resist the next Zerg. Chen Fan symbolically encouraged Mamoruo, and promised to give it a pink soul crystal as a reward for completing the task. And then left Taoyuan's secret realm. I didn't expect that Mamoruo was quite interested in building defense towers. I thought it was only interested in resources buried in the soil. Could it be that there is technology in the defense tower blueprint that it can learn from? Well, it seems that this is possible. It was almost 9 o'clock at this time, and the sun in Clay City was rising a little slowly. Chen Fan woke up Haley, who was still sleeping in, and the two walked to the front yard of the manor one after the other. Princess Alia was teasing the chubby little Leviathan in the garden. Last night, Chen Fan gave Leviathan to Her Royal Highness the Princess of Clay City as promised. In fact, Chen Fan was very worried about handing Leviathan to someone else at the beginning, for fear that this guy would have a good relationship with others, and he would be unfamiliar with him in the future, and he could not use him. But gradually, he and this little guy developed trust and affection. This kind of emotion is hard to explain. In short, now Leviathan goes anywhere, makes friends with anyone. Chen Fan believes that the person it trusts most is himself. There is no contract, no collar, but trust. Good morning, Princess Alia. Chen Fan perfunctorily saluted. Leviathan's big ears stood up, as if he heard Chen Fan's voice, and immediately moved his short legs and rolled to Chen Fan's side. It spat out a whole grilled fish, and then nudged Chen Fan's calf. Chen Fan patted Leviathan's big head with a smile. It seems that you have a good meal with the princess. You even remembered to leave a fish for me. Eat it yourself. Chen Fan couldn't accept what it spat out. Alia pouted. You are such a heartless little guy. You didn't leave me a fish when you ate, but you left one for you. Tell me, what kind of contract did you make with it? Chen Fan shrugged. No contract was made, I just kept it. Alia covered her red lips. Aren't you afraid it will leave you when it grows up? Chen Fan shook his head indifferently. That's fine, as long as it doesn't become an enemy. Alia rolled her eyes at Chen Fan. That's hard to say, for example. It knows how you snatched it away from its parents' protection. That would really disappoint you. I haven't seen its parents. It can live sanely because I saved it, so the worst result is nothing more than becoming a stranger. Your Highness, I want to go out of the city to Audrey Lake, but I'm afraid of being embarrassed by the city guards. So, Alia turned the small staff in her hand and told the maid beside her, go to Captain Egg to borrow a set of guard uniforms and waist badges. Oh, by the way, bring the gauze skirt you wear when you go out. Yes, Your Highness. Chen Fan was puzzled. I think the gauze skirt is unnecessary. I'm not used to that style. Alia pointed at Haley. Don't you think it's weird for such a beautiful woman to wear a big white robe? This is the hot city of Clay. Chen Fan suddenly realized. Your Highness, you are careful. It's just that big breasts and brains. Alia spit at Chen Fan. After the maid left, she whispered to Chen Fan. You are my aunt's friend, so I treat you as a friend. But if what you do endangers me, or touches the interests of the Spinette family, I will treat you as an enemy without hesitation. Don't look down on me because of my young age. My master is the famous Paladin Adams. Chen Fan immediately corrected his attitude. Just kidding, a boss over level 70 is enough to make him correct his attitude 100 times. Don't worry, Princess, I will never harm you. If I lie, you can throw me into the sea to feed the fish. Half an hour later, Chen Fan left the Princess Manor with a charming blonde beauty in a black gauze dress. Yellow hair is so beautiful. How did you do it? Haley, who was walking beside Chen Fan, looked at her hair with joy. As a hairstylist, Chen Fan certainly had this ability. As long as the original green pigment in your hair is lightened and then offset, it will turn into gold. If you like, I can change it to a few more colors in the future. Haley smiled. Okay, then I agree to sleep with you. Chen Fan looked back at her in surprise. It seems that I'm using this skill a little too late. Haley frowned, seemingly not understanding Chen Fan's meaning. Why are we going to Audrey Lake? The king is hiding well. Wouldn't it be easier to expose its existence if we always go there? Chen Fan kept walking. I just want to expose the existence of your king. Everyone is stirring up trouble. I can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Haley followed Chen Fan. Can I ask, do you and those two women belong to the same organization? Chen Fan refused directly. This is a serious matter. Although you are someone I trust, I still can't tell you, but I think you will know it later. You won't be angry if I say this. You can't break your oath just now because of this. Right? Chapter 188 The Legend of the Audrey Lake Monster. Haley was a little confused. Did I make a vow just now? Chen Fan, yes. I dyed your hair. And you talked about sleeping. Audrey Lake is located outside the city of Clay. For residents in the city, it is already a common sight, but for tourists to Clay, such a beautiful and clear large inland lake is still rare. The weather today is particularly good, no wind, but there are clouds, so it won't make people feel particularly hot. Edmund is a speedboat rental businessman. He often drives a large magic truck to and from Clay City and Audrey Lake. He makes a lot of money by renting fun and exciting speedboats to tourists. He was not the only one in the speedboat rental business. But other people in the industry could not continue because of the attack of the lake monster in the lake. Only Edmund's speedboat was not attacked by the lake monster. In this regard, Edmund explained that his boats all carry the protection array of Tianmen divine religion, which was engraved by his uncle, the guardian of Tianmen divine religion. So his boats will not be attacked. In addition to the speedboat business, Edmund's truck also sells many other goods. For example, food, fishing rods, fishing bait, skateboards, and some lake monster magazines and souvenirs. Hello, boss. How much do you sell these lake monster magazines for? Edmund put down the newspaper that was covering his face and looked at the customer who asked about the price of the goods. Compared to the busyness of other goods, he usually sat behind the stall of the lake monster magazines that were not sold very much. The two people who came were a man and a woman. They looked like a couple. The man had black hair and brown eyes, and was handsome. The woman had blonde hair and blue eyes, and her skin was tight and white. It was obvious that they were not locals in Yabulian. Edmund smiled enthusiastically. Are you talking about these lake monster magazines? Sir, are you also a fan of lake monsters? Chen Fan nodded heavily like a big boy. Yes, I am a fanatic. Edmund smiled even more brightly. Look at the lake monster models behind me. These are all real models of the sea monsters that appeared in the legendary Audrey Lake. Each model corresponds to a magazine. Buy a lake monster souvenir model and get a lake monster magazine for free. Of course, you can also rent my speedboat to go for a few laps on the lake. I will also give you models and magazines. How about it? Is it a good deal? The black-haired young man was pleasantly surprised. It's a great deal. The model is very realistic. How much does it cost to rent a speedboat? How much does the model cost? This person looks like a stupid son of a landlord with a lot of money. Edmund smiled. The speedboat rental costs 5 gold coins per hour. The deposit is 500 gold coins, and the model costs 1 gold coin. The price is very fair. Chen Fan immediately took out 6 bags of gold coins. Here are 600 gold coins, 500 as deposit, and give me one of all the models, and I rent your speedboat for the rest, because my girlfriend loves excitement the most. Chin Fan smiled brightly, and put one hand firmly around the waist of his female companion. Edmund stole a glance at Haley's flawless face. Okay. Okay. Please wait a moment. Dear guest. 10 minutes later, dozens of model gift boxes of different sizes were placed next to Chin Fan. Edmund was all smiles. Sir, your souvenirs are packed, and the speedboat is ready. Are you going to the lake to experience the scenery of Audrey Lake now? Chin Fan was flipping through a magazine about lake monsters. Don't worry about the speedboat, boss. You just said the lake monsters that appeared in these magazines are real? Could it be that you have seen them too? This guy is really a fanatic of lake monsters. Edmund pretended to be nostalgic. I was one of the first people to rent speedboats at Audrey Lake. Over the years, I have seen more than one lake monster. Some of them look like long-necked horses, some look like fat turtles without shells, and some have 2 sharp tentacles. They love to attack boats and yachts on the lake. But you don't have to worry about this. My boats are all engraved with divine patterns by the guardian of the divine religion, so they won't be attacked by lake monsters. I tell you too a secret. My uncle is the guardian of the divine religion. Chin Fan's eyes widened immediately. Really? That's really reassuring. Boss, I want to ask, which of these sea monsters is the most ferocious and powerful? Edmund showed a thoughtful expression, and then picked up a magazine. This one, this lake monster named Andrew, is the most terrifying. It is said that its body under the water is as big as a hill, and its tongue can stretch hundreds of meters long, and it can eat a cargo ship in one bite. It caused a lot of trouble in Lake Audrey for a long time decades ago, and was eventually killed in the lake by the contemporary Pope of the Church of God. It is said that the blood shed by Andrew dyed the entire Audrey Lake red, and it took a month to turn back to normal. Edmund was very emotional when telling the story, but it was a bit exaggerated. Even if Poseidon died, it would not dye all the lake water blue. Right? Chin Fan opened the magazine that recorded the Andrew Lake monster. The illustration in the magazine depicted a strange-looking sea monster. This sea monster had a body like a giant salamander, no neck, and a very large head. The most conspicuous thing was its tongue sticking out of its big mouth. The pink tongue coiled and spread. The front part of the tongue was a blue ball dripping with mucus. It was not particularly hideous, but it gave people the feeling that it was too ugly. If it looked like this, Lu Duo would definitely not accept it. This is so cool, thank you. Boss, you are so knowledgeable. Where is the speedboat? My girlfriend is waiting anxiously. Edmund was a little flattered by the praise. Come with me, I will take you there personally. On the lake, on a small and exquisitely designed magic boat, several young noblemen were enjoying the lake. Tom, I heard that your father captured 3 elven slaves in Kim City? When do you plan to sell them? Since I'm so good to you, can you sell me one at the internal price? A curly-haired boy said half jokingly and half seriously. The boy called Tom was a thin boy with long hair. Honestly, you really make me embarrassed. We haven't seen elven slaves in Clay City for 2 years, and this time there is a female elf. My father only gave me the right to handle one male elf slave. Although I really want to sell it to you. Jeremy reserved it before you. The curly-haired boy Osley's expression became more and more gloomy. He looked at Jeremy with a half-smile on his face. Jeremy, when did you dare to challenge me? You clearly know my desire for elf slaves. Jeremy spread his hands. Osley, do you still think you are the eldest son of the prince? I don't know whether to call you cousin or nephew now. Did you ask the second prince when you met him? Is he your biological father? Chapter 189 Lake Monster Andrew. Osley's forehead veins trembled, and he drew out his sword with a clang. Jeremy! How dare you tell such a rumor in front of me? I challenge you to a duel. Jeremy spread his hands. I accept, but I surrender now. I am just a branch of a maid. I don't care about chivalry. Besides, the victory or defeat of the duel does not affect my obtaining the elf slave first. Damn it, you have successfully angered me. The sword in Osley's hand was filled with golden light. Just as he was about to attack, an arm blocked him. The captain of the guard whispered, Your Highness, no. Just as Osley hesitated, there was a muffled thud, and the magic ship shook violently. In an instant, people and horses fell to the ground. Jeremy held the parasol fixed on the deck beside him. What happened? Who dared to attack us? Osley didn't bother about whether to teach Jeremy a lesson. A batch, I heard a huge sound of water flow. Is the boat leaking? The owner of the boat, Tom, screamed. There's a big hole in my boat. Who did it? Damn it! Osley frowned. He now suspected that someone wanted to kill him on Lake Audrey. Tom! Stop yelling. Quickly lower the lifeboat on the boat. A few minutes later, all the nobles on the boat boarded several small lifeboats. And the originally magnificent ship, at this moment, half of it was submerged in the water. Seeing that there was no follow-up attack, Osley turned his eyes to the owner of the boat. Tom, did you put a small explosive or something explosive under the boat? Otherwise, how could the boat have a big hole for no reason? Tom, the son of a wealthy businessman, frowned and pondered. How do I know what's under the boat? How could I go to such a dirty and humid place? Damn it. Did someone put something under the boat? Just as Tom was puzzled, a pink tongue with a blue meat ball on the top suddenly stretched out of the water, wrapped the gorgeous merchant ship, and dragged it to the bottom of the lake in the blink of an eye. Everyone on the lake was dumbfounded, and a chill filled the air. Some tourists exclaimed, "Such a long thing? Is it a tongue? My boat! Run! Run to the shore!" Fear spread among the crowd. After a while, under the empty lake, Chin Fan and Hailey stood side by side. I think the fake tongue that Momo made temporarily is a bit too fake. It just stuck out of the water for a moment. What if they don't recognize it? Hailey asked with some doubt. Chin Fan thought for a moment. You said, are all the eyes focused on the lake now? Hailey nodded. I think so. Chin Fan threw the rented speedboat directly into the water, and then ordered Poseidon to smash the speedboat to pieces with the tentacle-wearing clothes. For a moment, in the eyes of the onlookers on the shore, a pink tongue that was tens of meters long poked out of the water and waved wildly, and the speedboat that had promised not to be attacked by the lake monster could not find any fragments at this moment. Oh my God! What is that? Is that a monster in the lake? God of heaven! I just ran fast. Where's Edmund? Where's that bastard Edmund? Didn't he promise that his speedboat wouldn't be attacked by the lake monster? Edmund stood in front of his truck in confusion. Is that Andrew the lake monster? God of heaven! Is it really such a coincidence? In Lake Audrey, as Poseidon's tentacles danced crazily, waves began to surge towards the surrounding shores. The waves were getting higher and higher, and finally there were huge waves as high as 6 or 7 meters. The people on the shore were completely panicked. Oh my God! Run! We are going to be swept into the lake. The monster in the lake is going to swallow us up. Help! Stop shooting. Stop shooting. It will be too late if we don't run away. Boss Edmund, are you still collecting your goods? We can't wait for you. Edmund was sweating profusely from working so hard. Don't leave. Don't leave. This is all my wealth. Come and help. The surging lake water rushed onto the lake and smashed everything on the shore. Half an hour later, the lake water slowly retreated back to Audrey Lake. Chin Fan and Hailey walked out of the lake. Look at what you have done. You destroyed the truck and goods that people depend on for survival. Hailey looked at the deformed and twisted truck on the shore and accused Chin Fan. Survival? You can even use this kind of idiom just right? It seems that you have watched this soap opera for nothing. Then do you know the meaning of the saying a blessing in disguise? Chin Fan asked back. Hailey was a little confused. I understand the meaning of this proverb, but I can't think of any more blessings for Edmund. Chin Fan raised his chin proudly. I have a hunch that Audrey Lake will definitely become a battlefield. When the time comes, let alone others, Edmund, who is selling goods on the shore, will definitely be the first to be affected. What do you think will happen to an ordinary person like him, who gets too close to the battle of your king's level? Hailey fell into deep thought. After a long time. Although what you said makes sense, you can use other ways to make him not there. So you still want to destroy his goods, right? Chin Fan blushed. No one has died. If you don't make some actual losses, how can you make it to the newspaper? You have a black heart. Preconditions are triggered, emergency tasks are issued, City Lord Defense War. Danger level, dangerous level. Task content. Nangang City Lord Zhou Anzua has been included in the must-kill list by the evil forces. Zhou Anzua is a cautious city lord. Although he has made all preparations, he still issued a call to the awakened people in the city. Task requirements. Ensure that Zhou Anzua is not assassinated in the next 10 days. Failure penalty. Deduct 10 billion experience points. Task rewards. Experience points * 1 billion, gold coins * 1,000, enter the city lord's treasure house once. Evaluation. Although he is not a good guy, he has the right to issue tasks. On the deck of Tinglong, Sun Dalong giant sailing ship. Lu Duoduo looked around at the people who were all stunned. So everyone has received this mission. Right? Fong Mingwei closed the attribute panel. Yes. Oh Changhe approached cautiously. President Fong, is a dangerous mission particularly scary? Should we accept it? Lu Duoduo interrupted. This level is not that scary, but I think we should refuse it. The one who ordered us to hand over half of the goods last night was that rubbish city lord. He still wants us to protect him today? Bah! Fong Minghui shook her head. Accept it, why not? Haha, it seems that we don't need to force our way into the port. Chapter 190. The Plot in the Prison of Evil. Lu Duoduo was surprised. Ah? Why? Isn't that our enemy? Fong Minghui's beautiful eyes flickered. Duoduo, we are in business. Businessmen should not have eternal enemies. Cousin Shujin, take us to the Nangang City Lord's mansion. Chi Feng rushed out of the water happily, and lay on the beach with his tail wagging. Everyone entered Qingfeng's body space one by one. Oh Changhe led the Poseidon team to the back of the team. The little fat man touched Qingfeng's metal skin in disbelief. Is this really a robot? I always thought it was a giant dog wearing metal armor. Song Miamia hugged her shoulders and raised her chin. Don't be surprised. You're embarrassing our plant spirit world. And Oh Changhe was choked and speechless. While Wuming walked around Oh Changhe, patted his shoulder, and followed behind Song Miamia. Damn, it seems that you are not convinced that I am the captain. Humph. A bunch of saintly bitches, who is worthy of being the captain as me? No one is worthy of me. Just wait and see. Headmaster of Tianmen Divine Religion, under the church, the prison of evil. Taya, in a white priest robe, walked in the corridor of the prison again. She has not come down for 3 days. It is not that she is not in a hurry for the mission, but mainly because she comes to the lower prison too frequently, which is a very unusual thing for a saint, and she is afraid that it will attract the attention of the Pope. Her priest. I will leave here whether this mission succeeds or not. I finally understand the meaning of the saint. Damn old man, recently he has begun to guide us to dedicate our bodies to God. No wonder the saints of previous generations have disappeared. It turns out that they all died tragically as vessels of the Son of God. Damn! I don't want to play this disgusting game of raising poisonous insects with them. The middle-aged guardian in a church robe ran over. Saint, you are here again. Taya nodded slightly. Why is it that you are the most recent guardian? I remember that you are a white-robed guardian. The middle-aged man quickly answered. It was arranged by the chief judge himself. Until he comes back, I can't leave the prison of evil. Taya nodded in realization. Any news about Beigel's return? I still have something to discuss with him. The guardian Adam shook his head. He can't come back for the time being. Alas, the chief judge said to me last time that something big happened in the 9 main cities of the Abyss, and he may have to stay there for a few months. Taya suppressed her sly joy. Oh! What kind of important matter could make Lord Baigel give up his forbidden love for several months? Edom lowered his head even more. He didn't dare to discuss Lord Baigel's private affairs. With my rank, the presiding judge won't tell me much. Taya thought for a while, then said, How long have you not been back to Clay City? Don't you miss home? Edom sighed. There's nothing I can do. My nephew was in great trouble and asked me for help, but I refused cruelly. After all, this was the presiding judge's order. As a small guardian, what else can I do? Taya looked solemn and holy. How can a believer of God be subject to such restrictions and bans? If you continue like this, it will affect your pious heart. I allow you to take a 3-day leave. You can return after you have dealt with your family affairs. Adam's eyes widened. Ah? But I dare not do this. The white-robed guardian was dejected. If something happened when he was away, his life would be over. That was the murderous Chief Judge Baigel. Taya pursed her lips. Isn't your mission to take care of the beautiful women in the secret room? Don't worry. I will arrange for others to take care of them. If Baigel comes back and gets angry with you, you can say that I forced you to leave. Taya's voice seemed to come from the starry sky. With a convincing power. Edom looked eager. Well, then, I don't need 3 days. I can get back in 1 day. God of Tianmen. Praise the saint. Looking at Edom's back as he walked quickly towards the entrance. Taya frowned. The guards on the first floor are easy to deal with, after all. Their strength is the lowest. But how to deal with the 11 floors below? It is not difficult to kill them, but killing them will definitely be noticed by the old man. My bewitching technique can only confuse people with strength below the intermediate awakener. This Ms. Tuoluo of the Disaster of Plants seems to have the ability to confuse the first-turn awakener. But her strength is too strong. She is already at the peak of the first-turn awakening. There is no way to bring her into the prison of evil without being noticed. If it really doesn't work, I will have to lead the old man away myself, and let John break the prison violently from the air. As long as Mr. Highbow restrictions are removed, the plan will be mostly successful. Well, I still need to discuss this matter with Mr. Highbow in detail. West Sea, an altitude of 2,400 meters. A huge island floating above the clouds is drifting quietly in the wind. In the hall in the center of the Sky Island, John Dravik stood respectfully in front of the statue in the center of the hall, holding a document in his hand. Great Lord Sky God. Observation results report on July 13th. 123 of the Dawn calendar, reporter John Dravik. The war of the St. Rhone Empire was defeated. The whole country is in compulsory conscription. No large-scale military operations are prepared. The number of awakened people in Clay City, the capital of the Principality of Ebulian, has increased sharply. The reason is that a titled swordsman is in a defensive battle. The assessment is normal. The Revolutionary Army Haiti Delta is still mass-producing new magic weapons. The number of young people joining the army is increasing day by day. Assessed, a first-level developing force. John is doing the work that the royal family has to do every day. Today, he is the reporter. This custom has been in place since he was born. I remember that when I was a child, there were a few times when I was not focused on reporting. I deliberately shortened the report so that I could go out to play early. The results were terrible. I was either struck by lightning or hit by a stone. Since then, he dared not be careless again. What kind of existence is this sky god with crow wings? Is he really a god? How long will it enslave our Sky Island tribe? For eternity? Damn God. The third day in Clay City. At noon, inside the Sigma Hotel in Clay City, Chin Fan and Haley pretended to be a young couple and sat in a corner of the hotel lobby. Haley tilted her head and looked at this morning's Baiwa Daily with Chin Fan. A water monster appeared in Audrey Lake, and the merchants by the lake cried and complained about the loss of tens of thousands of gold coins. Just these two sentences? And in such an inconspicuous place? Chin Fan was also a little confused. Yesterday, there was such a high wave, and it also destroyed a lot of farmland, and the result was just like this? Chapter 191 Auction. After thinking for a while, Chin Fan figured it out. The world is different. Compared to the peaceful and safe Earth, it would be incredible that there is no water monster in the lake of the God Grace realm, which is full of magical creatures. If Audrey Lake was not too close to Clay City, and Poseidon made too much noise, it is estimated that even this location would not be written. In addition, Clay City is too chaotic at present. There are many things to report, and people are interested in the gossip of the nobles, so no one is interested in the water monster. At worst, we can just not go to Audrey Lake. But the last sentence was still written. Audrey Lake is under the management of Tianmen Divine Religion. Tianmen Divine Religion will deal with the water monster as soon as possible. Such a sentence. In this way, there will be no problem. As long as someone comes to solve it, there will be a chance to expand the situation. Of course, it can't be too big when it's almost time. You need to pretend to be dead. Chin Fan, the auction seems to be about to start. The blonde Haley woke up Chin Fan, who was thinking. Chin Fan quickly raised his head and looked at the podium in the front. The lights on the podium in the hotel lobby were on. And a tall man in a tuxedo walked up to the stage with a smile on his face. This host doesn't look like a human? Chin Fan thought that this man looked a bit like the black-robed host in the spirit world. The admission ticket that Alia gave us is a bit too remote. What if there is something good? We can't see it clearly while sitting here? Haley stared at the host under the light. Didn't the princess say that this auction is held once a month, and there aren't usually any good things? Chin Fan shook his head. Whether something is good or not depends on the different needs of different people. What she thinks are good things may be beautiful dresses, rare gems, and what we think are good things are high-grade equipment, rare magic materials or magic plant seeds. Haley nodded in agreement. You're right. Then do you think there will be fish egg grass at this auction? Chin Fan was puzzled. What is fish egg grass? What is it used for? The host on the podium was speaking his opening remarks clearly. Haley answered in a low voice. A magical plant that increases reproductive ability after eating it. It is very useful for races with low fertility. The king's soul value is already very high. It is time for us to breed more people. Chin Fan nodded thoughtfully. Will eating it increase the chance of pregnancy? Haley, it will shorten the gestation period, and at the same time increase the probability of having twins or multiple children. It means twins and triplets. Chin Fan understood. That's really useful. But how can such a thing be found in this place? Humans are not a race with low reproductive capacity. The host on the stage raised his voice. That's great. Our first item this month is the magical plant from the West Hatter Island. Fish egg grass. These fish egg grasses have been dried, and they can be eaten by boiling them in boiling water. They are rare treasures for those who are eager to reproduce. 10 boxes in total, each box weighs 10 kilograms. The starting price is 100 gold coins. Chun Fan narrowed his eyes. Incredible. Isn't this too coincidental? Didn't you see the items in advance? Haley also widened her eyes. It's worthy of the auction my mother talked about. Whatever you say, I want to buy this. How do I buy it? Haley's face was full of joy and anticipation. Chun Fan picked up the sign and pen on the table. Write the price you come up with on it, and show it to the host. Haley quickly took the sign and waved it. 150 gold coins. The host was excited. Oh! The beautiful lady at table 72 bid 150 gold coins. Thank you. God of Tianmin. You are so generous. Chun Fan was stunned. No. People had 5 or 10 gold coins. Why did you add 35 gold coins at once? Although it is not made of real gold. 150 coins is also 15,000 yuan. Haley blinked her eyes innocently. But I don't think 35 gold coins are a lot. Chun Fan stopped talking. It wasn't his money that was spent, so he didn't feel bad. But this woman's private stash was very rich. I vaguely remember that she coveted a lot of my treasures. The second lot was a jewelry dress designed by a master. It was bought by a lady in the VIP room upstairs, and she spent more than 500 gold coins. Looking at Haley, who was brought back by the waiter, Chun Fan inexplicably felt that the 150 gold coins were worth spending. You brought back all 10 boxes of fish roe grass? Your space backpack is very big. Can you lend it to me? Chun Fan asked maliciously. Haley rolled her eyes at Chun Fan. That's all the wealth that has been passed down for many generations in our bewitching sea monster clan. Do you think I will show it to you? Dream on. Humph. It will be mine sooner or later. What did you whisper? Chun Fan. I didn't say anything. Look, there are handsome men and beautiful women on the stage. Haley looked at the auction booth. 2 green-haired, pointy-eared elves wearing revealing clothes were standing on the stage with blank expressions, moving motionlessly and letting the audience watch. These are 2 elven slaves that Tom Chamber of Commerce's slave hunting team has finally captured after much hardship. The host used all the words to describe the beauty of this elven couple. We haven't had such high-quality slaves in Clay City for several years. 2 elves are sold as a package, starting price 1,000 gold coins. Haley curled her lips in disdain. You humans are the most ugly and greedy. Chun Fan had no interest in elf slaves. Don't be too absolute. At least we humans generally don't eat intelligent life. Unlike you, you don't enslave humans, you just treat them as food. It's better to be slaves. Haley was speechless again. They, the enchanted sea siren, did have a history of cannibalism. That female elf is so beautiful. Don't you like sleeping with beautiful women? Why don't you buy it? Chun Fan shook his head directly. Don't be too greedy. Some things are not good to have too much. Besides, she is not as pretty as you. Sweet talk. The auction is still very useful. Although most of them are expensive jewelry and clothes, Chun Fan still bought a lot of precious magic metals and materials. These things are good materials for upgrading ships. Although it is just a drop in the bucket for Poseidon's upgrade, aren't mountains of gold and silver also accumulated bit by bit? In addition to the things that can be used, Chun Fan also bought a flowing necklace worth 100 gold coins. After all, with a beautiful woman by his side, Chun Fan is not a miser. So he bought a necklace and put it on Haley himself. Well, it suits you very well. The blue gemstone suits your current hair color very well. Haley stroked the necklace on her neck with satisfaction and threw several seductive glances at Chun Fan. Chun Fan was very pleased. But there is one thing. Don't say I bought it for you when you go back. You know, that woman is like a jealous jar. And her strength is terrifying. Chapter 192 Exclusive Equipment. See wind? Haley nodded sensibly. Don't worry, I will keep our relationship well hidden. Chun Fan nodded with satisfaction, and then felt something was wrong. It was just a necklace. How come this female fairy said it was like an affair? Thank you for your support, then please present our last item. Well, I really don't feel like introducing it. First of all, it is a high-grade, inherited old-fashioned magic equipment. It's one of a set, but it's damaged. The cost of repair is very high, and I can't find anyone who can use it yet. It failed to sell twice. This thing is my darkest moment, and a stain on my auction life. Damaged heritage boots. The purchase price is 5,000 gold coins. The starting bid is 5,000 gold coins. Dear guests, please be kind and buy it back for your collection. The pitiful look of the host made the guests laugh. You should keep it at home to grow flowers. Right? Maybe it can grow antique flowers. How can such a small auction bring out heritage-level equipment? It sounds like a scam. Who would buy it? The guests made jokes. But no one bid. Some guests even walked out. The host looked down in disappointment. Alas, it seems that this thing will fail to sell again. The host picked up the hammer and was about to announce that it failed to sell. But his eyes suddenly noticed the table in the corner. The young man behind table 72 was holding his sign half up and half down. The number on the sign was a little blurry. It seemed to be 5,001. Okay. The handsome man at table 72 made a bid, 5,001. Deal. The guests all looked at Chen Fan. They didn't seem to understand why this guy made the bid. Chen Fan seemed to not understand himself. I haven't raised it yet. I haven't raised my sign yet. Are you kidding me? Is it too fast? Two waiters have already walked up to Chen Fan. Sir, please follow us to pick up the auction items. The tall waiter has already reached out to pull Chen Fan's sleeve. Chen Fan couldn't believe it. No, I'm still considering it. I'm still considering it. The guests looked at Chen Fan being dragged away and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy is too unlucky. Why did you play with that brand when you were just itching to do it? You lost 5,000 gold coins by playing with it. Right? The host has dropped the hammer, and if you still say you don't want to buy it, then it depends on who has the thicker wrist. Chen Fan looked aggrieved but secretly delighted. He was half-heartedly dragged to the backstage by the two male waiters. As soon as the pair of shoes appeared, Chen Fan felt an inexplicable palpitation. He felt like he was facing the breath and spirit of the ocean. In his excitement, Chen Fan immediately cast an identification spell. Ocean wind, pink damaged. Evaluation, it is so broken. If you have something else to wear, just throw it away. Chen Fan would not throw it away. Even if there was only a soul left. Even if it costs more to repair it than the value of a divine weapon. For the ocean disaster class, the peak stage of strength should be when the level is full, and all the class-specific equipment is upgraded to the highest level. And the most important point is that, with the third ocean disaster exclusive equipment, it is very likely to trigger the first set effect of the ocean disaster exclusive series of equipment. When they arrived at the backstage of the hotel, the host eagerly welcomed Chen Fan over. He came to deliver the goods in person, so you can imagine how anxious he was. This handsome gentleman. For only 5,000 gold coins. This heritage-level combat boot is yours. Chen Fan showed an embarrassed expression. Can I think about it again? After all, this is not a small amount of money. The host's expression became visibly anxious. This is a heritage-level treasure. I noticed your difference in the auction hall just now. You are not interested in the gorgeous clothes and jewelry made by famous masters. Instead, you bought a lot of practical magic materials. From this, it can be seen that you are different from other noble playboys. Think about it. Others are buying useless things. But you bought a pair of precious combat boots that can be repaired in the future. Of heritage grade. Made by ancient methods. Every day they are kept at home. Their value will be higher. Isn't this what an outstanding young man in a new century should do? Why don't you do what you should do? And Chen Fan still had to follow the performance despite his complaints. But there are only 4,800 gold coins in my bank's gold card. I will. The host was quick-witted and took the gold card from Chen Fan. No need for more, just 4,800. I make up the remaining 200 myself. I like to support other people's dreams the most. Ilua, quickly pack the item for this gentleman and take him to the hotel entrance for me. This hot potato has finally been sold. If it can't be sold again, it will really become a cancer in his hands. He doesn't have to pay for it, but if it keeps on like this, he will become a laughing stock in the industry. At the entrance of the hotel, Haley stood coquettishly on the side of the road, quietly waiting for Chen Fan. A familiar maid came over. Miss Haley, Her Highness the Princess asked me to tell you that. She is waiting for you in the carriage over there. Haley glanced at the luxurious carriage over there and nodded. Yes, I see. I take him there when he comes out. What did she discover? So she wanted to ask Chen Fan what the treasure was, that pair of boots? It's normal to be discovered. That guy's acting is indeed a bit exaggerated. Chen Fan slapped Haley's hips, and then nimbly dodged Haley's elbow. What are you thinking about? You look stupid. Chin Fan looked happy, and seemed to be in a good mood. I was thinking, how should I tell that woman named Tuoluo about you and your vice president? Haley's tone was unfriendly. Chin Fan's expression froze immediately. Take a seat, let's go, and find a place where we can repair our equipment. Haley pointed to the carriage parked on the road ahead. Princess Alia just sent a maid over, saying she's waiting for you in the carriage. Chin Fan frowned and thought for a while. Oh! It seems I have to continue the performance for a while. Haley's expression was strange, as if you should just forget it. Chin Fan and Haley boarded Alia's luxurious carriage one after another. Oh! Why does Mr. Chin Fan look so upset? Could it be that he was really cheated by the Chamber of Commerce? I will notify them right now, and ask them to return the equipment to you at the original price. You are so bold. You dared to deceive my people. Seeing that Alia really took out the sound transmission prop, Chin Fan quickly put away his annoyed expression and pressed down Alia's hand holding up the sound transmission prop. Don't, my good niece. We can talk it over, Can't I stop pretending? Chapter 193 Dwarf Blacksmith Master Helen. Alia rolled her eyes coquettishly. Who is your niece? Tell me what kind of treasure those boots are. And how much are they worth? I took you to the auction. So if you found a bargain, shouldn't you give me some benefits? Chin Fan didn't know how to explain the origin of the ocean wind. These combat boots are indeed a treasure, but now they are in a damaged state, and I don't know the specific value. What benefit do you want? Is there anything about me that you are eyeing? Alia smiled. Why not? For example, take me out to sea, and catch a dragon creature as cute as Leviathan as my pet. Chin Fan shrugged. I think it's hard to take you out to sea. I don't want to be wanted by another country. But if you just want a dragon pet, I will keep an eye out for it, but you have to pay for it. I can't give it to you for free. Oh, my uncle, it's so hurtful to mention money. Princess, it's a bit too hurtful to mention feelings. This guy, when he needs me, he calls me niece, and doesn't need to call me princess. Where did my aunt find a boyfriend? Alia complained in her heart. Okay, I let my aunt transfer the money to you when the time comes, but you have to give me a deadline. What if you can't find a dragon pet in 100 years? Won't I get nothing? Chin Fan thought about it. Then within a year, I will expand the business of the Chamber of Commerce to Clay City, and I will need your help at that time. Chin Fan has a lot of blood enhancement potions, and there may be bracelets, so it shouldn't be a problem to make a dragon pet that is not pure blood. Alia stroked Leviathan's big head, and smiled happily. Then it's settled. If you lie to me, I tell my aunt. Chin Fan nodded. Where did your aunt go? Why didn't I see her today? Alia pointed to a newspaper office on the roadside. She should be at Baiwan newspaper office. Don't you know that she is the major shareholder of Baiwan newspaper office? Chin Fan suddenly realized. No wonder there are so many explosive news in Clay City recently. The culprit has been found. I know, by the way, do you know where the best blacksmith shop in Clay City is? I want to repair this equipment as soon as possible. Alia frowned and thought. The blacksmith who can repair this equipment forged using the ancient forging method seems to be gone in Clay City now. Right? So do you think that if this equipment can be repaired, would such a big guild not repair it? How could they sell it to you for more than 4,000 gold coins? Chin Fan thought about it, and it was indeed the truth. You said there is no blacksmith now. Does that mean there was a blacksmith with such superb ability in the past? Alia nodded. When the Dwarf Kingdom was a cooperative kingdom of Aburian, we had built a blacksmith shop in Clay City that only served the royal family. But the Dwarf Kingdom and us fell out some time ago, and the blacksmith shop is closed. It is estimated that in a few days, the Dwarf Kingdom will send someone to Master Helen to take him back. By the way, Master Helen is the famous blacksmith master stationed in Clay City by the Dwarf Kingdom. He is best at repairing and upgrading ancient equipment. After saying that, Alia did not forget to introduce Master Helen's identity to Chin Fan. What a pity. Haley was a little disappointed for Chin Fan. But Chin Fan had a thoughtful expression. That is to say, this Master Helen is still in Clay City, right? Alia nodded, and then waved her hand. You want to repair your equipment before he leaves? Then forget it. He didn't work for us many times when he opened the blacksmith shop, let alone now, and you are just a civilian. Chin Fan didn't care. Don't be so absolute. Take me there to try. I still have some faith in the Dwarf Kingdom. Alia obviously didn't believe it. Didn't your aunt tell you what we did in the Avalon Plains of the Dwarf Kingdom? Alia shook her head, indicating that she hadn't heard her aunt talk about what happened there. Well, Toro really wouldn't talk about this with others. After all, she couldn't tell the truth about the reason why she got out of trouble in the end. Just take us there. Don't worry. You can just follow me when the time comes. I won't make it difficult for you. Seeing Chun Fan so confident, Alia could only nod. Okay. Well, if you have good wine, he is still willing to talk to you. Let's make it clear. I won't bother my teacher for this matter. She fundamentally eliminated the possibility that this man wanted to bother her teacher Adams. 20 minutes later, in front of the main entrance of the Thunder Hammer blacksmith shop, which was uniquely shaped and built of huge stones, Chun Fan took Hailey and Alia, who was holding Leviathan, out of the carriage, and then knocked on the door alone. A minute later, the door opened, and a burly boy opened the door. Who are you? Why are you knocking? My master no longer works for this country. Chun Fan took out a large bottle of rice wine. I have something to discuss with Master Helen. Could you please tell him? The boy in front of him was obviously not a dwarf. The strong boy smelled the fragrance of the rice wine and felt like drooling. Come in. Come in. This bottle of good wine is enough for the master to talk to you for a while. Instead of being turned away, as he had imagined, Chun Fan turned his head and raised his eyebrows at Alia. Alia pouted her lips and walked to Chun Fan. I just asked you to come in and talk for a few words. I didn't promise to help you repair your equipment. What's there to be proud of? Chun Fan smiled, and then led the way to the blacksmith shop. Master Helen was an old dwarf with a gray beard. At this moment, he was sitting in the yard, studying a broken prop that looked like a bull's horn with a magnifying glass. While studying seriously, suddenly, my nose twitched uncontrollably. Looked up at the source of the smell. What a fragrant wine. It seems that today's research will be postponed again. Take out the equipment you need to repair, but I can only tell you how to repair it. It's impossible for me to repair it for you. It seems that this old blacksmith often encounters this situation. Chun Fan handed over the exquisite metal box containing the ocean wind with both hands. Master Yi Lin took the box carelessly, threw it on the table, and tapped the table with his hand. Chun Fan understood, and put a large bucket of rice wine on the table. Master Helen then focused his attention on the broken boots on the table. He looked at them for 20 minutes. Alia on the side glanced at Chun Fan, who was very patient. This guy seemed to have really found some amazing equipment. Master Helen rarely took it so seriously before. What a lucky guy. Chapter 194, the third exclusive equipment. See wind? A few minutes later, Master Yi Lin frowned and raised his head. Where did you get this ancient forging equipment? The auction that just ended. Chun Fan answered truthfully. Master Yi Lin showed a regretful expression. It seems difficult to know its true origin. With this rare combination of attributes, plus this degree of damage, I don't think it needs to be repaired, but it's a pity. How much did you buy it for? I bought it at the original price. I study it when I have nothing to do. Chun Fan shook his head directly. This equipment is very important to me. It can't be measured by gold coins. Can it really not be repaired? Any gold coins are fine. Yi Lin pushed the ocean wind out of his sight. In short, there is no human blacksmith in Clay City who can repair this equipment. If you must repair it, you can try to go to the Dwarf Kingdom. Chun Fan sighed regretfully. Alas, it seems that this is the only way. I don't know if Elder Rupert can fix it. Master Helen looked at Chun Fan in confusion. You know the second Elder Rupert? Why don't you go find him directly? Chun Fan shrugged. It's too far away. And I still have things to do in Clay City. In fact, I'm not that familiar with him. I just helped him get rid of the evil goblin Tatagu from the surface goblin tribe last time. I can barely be considered a comrade. Master Helen was puzzled for a moment, and then stood up. You are Chun Fan from the Nanhai Shinjo Chamber of Commerce, President Chen? You can't pretend to be a friend of our dwarf kingdom, otherwise I will make you feel the wrath of the battle axe. Chun Fan took out the certificate of killing Tatagu from his backpack. I think this thing should be able to prove my identity. It is unknown what this certificate means in the eyes of the natives of the Divine Grace Realm. Master Helen only took a look at the certificate, and his attitude changed 180 degrees. Please take a seat. President Chen. Young, please serve my friend the best tea. The young man was confused for a while. He had never seen his teacher treat anyone like this. Ah? Okay. Thanks to Chun Fan, Hailey and Alia also got seats with Master Helen. Master Helen smiled, and picked up the ocean wind again to examine it. Alia looked at Chun Fan in shock. Did you save his son's life in the Dwarf Kingdom? To be honest, I have never seen such a kind smile from Master He Lin. Chen Fan showed an unfathomable expression. It's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. If you really want to know, you might as well ask your aunt. Haley rolled her eyes at Chen Fan. You are so pretentious. Master He Lin gently put down the box in his hand and took off his monocular glasses. Water system, space system, time system. Equipment made with ancient methods based on these three attributes is still relatively rare, and it is also difficult to repair. But I happen to have magic materials with these three attributes here. There is just one thing, I should have no problem repairing this equipment, but it is very likely to be downgraded, that is, it will be downgraded from inheritance level to master level. President Chen, can you accept it? Chen Fan thought about it, then nodded. From pink to purple. It's better than not being able to use it. The system is capable of upgrading the grade. Yes. Of course, it would be better if it didn't drop. Right? Master Helen thought for a while. In fact, if there is a little meteorite crystal, it can guarantee the original grade of this equipment with a high probability. But I don't have it here for the time being. If you are not in a hurry to use it, I can take it back to the Dwarf Kingdom. I think the king should be willing to pay you a little meteorite crystal. Meteorite crystal? The ultimate metal of the Dwarven Kingdom? Isn't it used to make artifacts? Alia was shocked. She felt that Chen Fan did not save Master Helen's son, but the princess of the Dwarven Kingdom. Chen Fan showed a happy expression. Then there is no need to bother. I am really in a hurry to use this equipment. I still have 1 gram of meteorite crystal here. Do you think it is enough? Master Helen's eyes widened, and it took him a long time to realize. Your meteorite crystal should be given to you by that kid Dwalin. Right? Chen Fan nodded. Indeed, Master Helen is indeed a prophet. I would like to ask, are you willing to repair this equipment for me? Master Helen frowned. What are you talking about? President Chen? Are you questioning the friendship of our dwarf kingdom? As long as we can help you, all of us dwarves will do our best. Chen Fan's heart was relieved. It seems that the friendship of this dwarf kingdom is not just an empty name. No wonder the ancients were willing to pay 1,000 gold for a promise. Then I trouble you, Master Helen, to help. You just said that you have materials that can repair it. Right? Calculate, how much is the total cost of materials plus the cost of repair? Master Helen looked at Chen Fan. As a reward, President Chen, please have a drink with me. It would be best if it's all this fragrant wine you brought. Good guy, I don't even want the money, this friendship is really worth a lot. Chen Fan waved his hand, and more than a dozen jars of rice wine appeared in the yard. Master Helen, don't worry. We have plenty of wine. I just think it's too much trouble for you. You won't make any money. And you might be delayed in your trip back to the Dwarf Empire. Master Helen shook his head. I'm not going back to the Dwarf Kingdom. Who said I want to go back to the Dwarf Kingdom? I'm too ashamed to go back. Alia asked doubtfully. Master Helen, are you really not going back? Is the relationship between the Dwarf Kingdom and our Yabulian reconciled again? Master Helen shook his head. That's not the case. I am leaving Clay City, but I don't want to go back to the Dwarf Kingdom. If I am not assigned to other countries, I will take Achan around the world. Chen Fan was very curious. I was too embarrassed to go back. I would rather be assigned to other countries than go back. But he had deep feelings for the Dwarf Kingdom. When he called Prince Dwalin, he didn't use the honorific title of His Highness. Master Helen's identity seemed to be not simple. Why don't you want to go back to the Dwarf Kingdom? You know, there's a saying in our hometown. It is hard to leave the hometown. Master He Lin shook his head with a bitter face. To everyone, I am actually a willful sinner. Even if no one blames me, how can I have the face to go back? Let's talk about your equipment. The reason why I asked you about its origin before is because I am confused about one thing. The damage to this pair of short boots is not ordinary. It looks like it was caused by the cracks in time and space in the space turbulence. Generally speaking, things that fall into the space turbulence have almost no chance of returning to the original world. Chen Fan was stunned. Space turbulence? Master He Lin should be talking about black holes. Right? Chapter 195, the 4th Natural Disaster Conference. So, why did it appear in this world again? Chen Fan asked in confusion. Master He Lin stroked his long beard. Unless there is a being above the saint level, who brings it out of the space turbulence, but I really can't see what value this equipment has for people at that level. Chen Fan understood Master He Lin's confusion. If that's the case, then it should be done by the system, just like all tasks have a chance to be completed, It's impossible for Chen Fan to find this equipment in the space turbulence by himself. Chen Fan touched his nose. There are so many coincidences in this world. Maybe it just happened to fall back to the God Grace realm from the space turbulence? Master Helen no longer bothered about this issue. After asking Aqiang to book a banquet at the best restaurant, he readily treated Chen Fan to a huge drink. It was almost late at night when Haley and Alia helped him back to the manor. Tualuo hugged Chen Fan's shoulders and walked to the unstable Chen Fan. With this kind of physique, you can still get drunk like this? Did he soak himself in wine? Alia nodded. Almost. He and Master Helen drank a river of wine. And they were all marinated. Tualuo smelled the extremely strong smell of alcohol on Chen Fan. He really has nothing to do. I wanted him to activate the spiritual plant, but it seems that this matter will be postponed to tomorrow. Alia raised her hand. I have to feel sorry for my uncle-in-law. It seems that he really went there for business this time. The next day, at noon, Haley sat at the table, calmly reading the contents of the newspaper to Chen Fan. The reason why she could understand the words in the newspaper was that she benefited from the translation function of the core glasses made for her by Mamaduo. Although the price was not cheap, it was at least worth it. Audrey Lake. The latest development of the Andrew Lake monster incident. The white-robed guardian of the Tianmin divine sect, Adam, was defeated by the lake monster Andrew and lost an arm. From this, it can be seen that the strength of the Andrew Lake monster is at least at the bishop level. Before Andrew is completely resolved, Audrey Lake is temporarily closed. The space for the advertisement this time is a little bigger than last time. Chen Fan trembled as he took a sip of hot water. I'm still dizzy. Then tell your king, if a bishop really comes to fight him, just pretend to be evenly matched, don't act too strong. Can you ask Alia to make me some sour plum soup? I swear, I must quit drinking this time. Just as he was suffering from the pain of a hangover, a familiar system prompt appeared. The natural disaster certificate has been activated. Transmission will start in 3 minutes. Please go to the safe area as soon as possible. Remaining time 2 minutes and 58 seconds. This meeting is really not started at the right time. Natural disaster meeting, in the conference hall. After another week, all the natural disasters gathered together again. Chen Fan tried his best to cheer himself up, but it seemed not so easy. President Chen, are you in trouble in Clay City? Do you need help? Taya beside Chen Fan noticed Chen Fan's abnormality and asked immediately. Chen Fan shook his head and pinched his temples twice. I'm fine, I'm not in trouble, don't worry about me. Tualuo glanced at Li Shaoqian. He just drank too much, don't worry about him. Her words clearly revealed a message. She and Chen Fan were together, and drinking was something that made people think about it. Everyone couldn't help but look at Li Shaoqian. They were all looking forward to something happening. Everyone has a gossipy heart, right? But unfortunately, Li Shaoqian didn't let everyone get what they wanted, she said expressionlessly. Taya, the situation in Clay City is already a mess. Have you made any progress yet? Taya, dressed as a saint, pursed her lips. I have done a lot of preparations. The only remaining obstacle is the guards on each level of the prison of evil. 10 of these 12 guards were arranged by Pope Charlemagne himself. It is easy to kill them, but doing so will definitely alert the old man. Lon seemed to be thinking. Is it not possible to use black magic potions, or spells of confusion? Taya shook her head. I have tried this, but each of them uses a time difference method to communicate and confirm with each other, and I can't drug all 10 of them at the same time and guarantee success. Confusing spells are a good idea. I know a little bit about them. But there are several awakened ones at the peak of their powers among the 10 guards. My confusing spells won't work. Tualuo replied at the right time. If there are no awakened ones above the first level, I should be able to help you deal with them all. Taya still shook her head. I know something about your abilities, but the prison of evil does not allow strange awakened ones above the first level to enter. They will be noticed by the tower spirits, and then a war may directly break out. Tualuo frowned. The defense of this prison of evil is really tight. I really don't understand why you, the Tianmin divine sect, locked up a lot of prisoners in it, and neither killed nor released them, but just kept them like this? Taya shrugged. I have read a lot of information about the prison of evil recently, and I almost know the reason why the prison of evil exists. If you want to listen, I can tell you. Lon nodded. If it is the origin of the prison of evil and the significance of its existence, you should tell us. Maybe we can find a better breakthrough from it. All right. Taya considered the wording. The prison of evil was created by the first pope of the Tianmin divine religion using the power of space. The Tower Spirit was born at that time. According to the doctrine, the purpose of the first pope creating the prison of evil was to suppress some alien races and monsters that were troubling the human race, and then use the doctrine of the god of Tianmen to influence them, so that they can serve mankind. This sounds fine. At that time, the Yabulian kingdom was in turmoil, and what the Tianmen divine religion did was undoubtedly the right and just thing. But later, with the prosperity and expansion of the Principality of Abulian, there were few aliens in the prison of evil who needed to be brainwashed. For the people and the country, this is indeed a good thing, but for the divine religion, if there is no evil in the prison of evil, then how can the role of the Tianmen divine religion be reflected? So starting from the 4th generation of the Pope, the Tianmen divine religion began to take the initiative to go to various regions of the world to find powerful aliens, who have never done evil or even harmed humans to suppress, brainwash, and use them for our own purposes. Then the growing Tianmen divine cult embarked on the path of claiming to be a righteous judge. This includes, but is not limited to my origin, the Void Clan. With the arrival of the hidden age of the gods, the Dawn calendar, the Tianmen divine cult changed the way it used the prison of evil once again. The prison of evil is divided into 12 levels. The lower 6 levels are used to imprison the originally untamed alien races, monsters, and the upper 6 levels have become the private territory of the high-ranking members of the divine cult. Chapter 196: The Origin of the Prison of Evil. Li Shaoqian asked curiously. The private domain of the high-ranking members of the divine religion? What do you mean? What do the high-ranking members of the Tianmen divine religion want the internal space of the prison of evil for? John agreed. Yes, what do they want the territory in the prison for? Taya did not keep the secret and explained directly. This is all because of the special nature of the Tower Spirit of the prison of evil. The Tower Spirit has been in existence since the founding of the Tianmen divine religion. Today, its strength and status are no less than that of the contemporary Pope. Any place in the Pope's church may have outsiders coming, but no outsider can enter the prison of evil. Even the royal family of the Principality of Abulian cannot enter without the permission of the church. So the prison of evil has become a hiding place for the filth of the high-ranking members of the church. Some places are used as forbidden divine laboratories, and some places are used to keep innocent women who meet their own aesthetic standards. You don't have to be so surprised. This is hardly a secret among the high-ranking members of the church. I just did a simple investigation and learned this information. Madeline, who came from the desert, really didn't understand the evil in people's hearts. So now in the prison of evil, which is used to punish evil, the lower 6 floors are for innocent aliens, and the upper 6 floors have become the place of nurture for the high-level members of the cult. This is really shocking. It seems that our mission is not evil. Kuan Yu nodded slowly. It seems that this is the case. Lon Bolin was calm. If there are powerful aliens in the lower 6 floors, can you try to unite with a few? This will give us more help when we are on a mission. Taya smiled. I have united the most determined ones among them. When the time comes, they will naturally take action. After all, this is their only chance to escape. Li Shaoqian thought for a while, and spoke slowly. How strong is that Tower Spirit? We only have less than 10 days left. If we want to complete this mission, we must take some practical actions. Do you have a detailed plan now? Taya nodded, and tried to stand up by holding the armrest of the chair, but failed, because the chair didn't allow people to stand. The Tower Spirit is very powerful, but it is only the consciousness of a divine artifact after all. It will only act according to its own internal logic. It will not take action unless its logic is violated. I did make a plan, but the risk is not low. Medallon looked at Taya calmly. Aren't we ready to face danger and difficulties? Tell me your plan. Miss Taya, if there is any dangerous mission, please don't make it difficult for me. Just tell me to do it. Taya pursed her lips. 2 days later, Pope Charlemagne will confer the divine crown on the eldest princess of the Spinette family. This ceremony is one of the links for cooperation between theocracy and royal power. As the supreme controller of the Tianmen divine religion, Charlemagne certainly cannot be present in person, but I will arrange for all the saints to attend the ceremony together. Of course, the me in this is not the real me. I will arrange for a fake body to appear among the saints, and the real body will go directly to the prison of evil. At the ceremony site, beginning, process, and even end, no matter at what time period, I need someone to capture all the saints, and then quickly go to the west of Clay City, where there is a plain, which is outside the monitoring range of the church. I recently learned about the fate of being a saint in my investigation. Charlemagne will definitely rescue us saints. Of course. This also requires the kidnappers to have enough strength for Charlemagne to pay enough attention to. So the most suitable candidates in my mind are President Lon and your black magic division. Then the rest of you will cause chaos in the city. So chaotic that the high-level combat forces of the Principality of Abulian cannot support Charlemagne. Then I will use this time to kill all the guards on the lower 6 floors, release all the prisoners, and grant them the authority to leave the prison of evil, and finally take them to the deserted Audrey Lake, and teleport them away under the cover of President Shin. Taya explained her plan in one breath. To be honest, there is no technical content, and it can even be said to be simple and crude. Li Shaoqian frowned. As long as all the saints are captured, Charlemagne will definitely rescue them personally. And can you guarantee that he will not return when he senses the death of the guardian of the prison of evil? Taya, as long as President Lon takes action, I can guarantee that Charlemagne will definitely rescue them. After all, no one else has this ability. But I can't say whether he will return or not. I can only hope that you can contain him. The elemental disaster Lon spoke after hearing this. It seems that my mage group and I can only hold out for a while under Charlemagne's attack. If he wants to leave, we can't stop him. After all, the strength of the Fourth Awakening is too terrifying. Taya explained again. Charlemagne's strength has regressed a lot, and his god is a pseudo-god. Now he can only have the strength of the third peak. Lon nodded. If that's the case, then I can still give it a try. Tuolua raised his hand. To ensure that the plan is foolproof, I will go to assist President Lon. Charlemagne is the most powerful obstacle to our current mission. The two of us plus the black magicians will have a higher chance of success. Lon thought about it, and then nodded. Okay, thank you. Li Shaoqian looked at Tuolua with a complicated look. She didn't expect that this woman would take the initiative to ask to be the most dangerous link. I can't cause trouble with my identity, but I can find a reason to directly attack the forces of Clay City's Pro-Saint Ron, and thus hold back most of Clay City's high-end combat power. But I think the god-favored Knight Adams will go anyway, and someone among us needs to hold him back. McDillon and Kuan Yu looked at each other. Then let the two of us work together to stop Adams. Although it's a bit overconfident, I think the two of us should be able to hold him back for a while. John Drock showed a guilty look. It's a pity that I still can't fight side by side with everyone, but I will always stay by the positioning gun, observe the sky above Clay City, and be ready to support at any time. When you need to take action, I will set off green fireworks at my location, so as long as you see a place that keeps releasing green fireworks in the sky, you can take action. Obviously, Taya's plan also included John fixed point attack ability. Li Shaoqian looked around. It seems that this is the best solution that can be done at present. Let me sort it out from the beginning, so that some people with weak wills will not affect the progress of everyone's plan. Chapter 197 shows some respect to my ocean breath. Chen Fan rolled his eyes helplessly. Why don't you just tell me my ID number? Li Shaoqian continued. The first step of the plan, President Lon will kidnap all the saints who are responsible for participating in the ceremony of the Grand Princess Alia. I will be there at that time. I will find a way to help President Lon complete this step. Lon nodded. The first step is fine for me. The second step of the plan, Lon will take the kidnapped saints to the western plains of Clay City and meet with Tora. This step also requires Kuan Yu and Mr. McDillon to cooperate on the road that President Lon must pass, and stop the possible appearance of the Divine Knight Adams. Kuan Yu, Madeline, and Tuolua nodded at the same time. No problem for me. The third step of the plan, Taya will go to the prison of evil with her identity as a saint, kill the 12 guards, release all the aliens, and bring them to Lake Audrey. This step is the most difficult and the most important step of the mission, so if you are executing the plan, Pope Charlemagne returns to the prison of evil unreasonably, then you must give up your current plan, immediately leave the prison of evil, go to Lake Audrey, and leave Clay City with Chen Fan. Charlemagne's movements are under my control. So if I ask you to terminate the mission, you must do it immediately. Taya was slightly stunned for a moment, and then nodded gently. She didn't expect that Li Shaoqian would put her safety first. Sisterly, if this plan goes well, can I join the Revolutionary Army? I like the ideas and goals of the Revolutionary Army. Li Shaoqian showed a very charming smile. The Revolutionary Army welcomes you. Assuming that the third part of the plan is successfully completed. Then it is the fourth step of the plan. After I issue the instruction to all members to leave the battle, everyone will immediately leave the battle and leave Clay City as quickly as possible. And even the Principality of Abulian. If anyone encounters a crisis that cannot be escaped, please ask me for help immediately. We must put our own lives first. If things are impossible, there is nothing we can do about giving up this world mission. At worst, we can try harder next time. I have placed the communicators that can be used for communication in different locations. You can take them out after the meeting. Remember, the communication range of the communicator is limited to within a diameter of 10 kilometers near Clay City, and it will be automatically destroyed along with the storage device in 10 days. Li Shaoqian then told the 7 people the location of the communicator. That's it. The plan is sorted out, and it will be opened on time in 2 days. Wish us. Just as Li Shaoqian was about to announce the conclusion of the meeting, Chen Fan interrupted her without any tact. Wait a minute. Actually, I have thought of a more reliable plan. I don't know if I should tell you. There was silence at the conference table for a while. Lon spoke slowly. Of course you can tell me, but I hope it's more reliable, rather than some stupid words said under the control of alcohol. Well, looking at the expressions of others, most of them think they are bragging, which is understandable, after all. They have the lowest strength and have the shortest cooperation time with most people. Chen Fan nodded and turned to look at Saint Taya. You said at the beginning of the meeting that awakeners above the first level cannot enter the prison of evil. That is to say, awakeners who have not yet awakened to the first level can enter the prison of evil. Right? Taya nodded in confusion. For a little price, it should be possible to bring people who have not yet awakened to the first level into the prison of evil. So what do you mean? Chen Fan nodded. Yes, my strength has not yet awakened to the first level, but I seem to have a way to control people with strength below the first level. So if I can enter the prison of evil, then in the third step of the plan, I will accompany you to the prison of evil, and then quietly control all the guards. If you do that, as long as Lon and Tuoluo can hold on, and Charlemagne hasn't rescued the saint, he has no reason to return to the cathedral. Right? Everyone's eyes changed. If this move can really be made, the success rate of the mission will soar. Li Shaoqian looked at Chen Fan for a while. Aren't all your abilities on your broken gun? How can you have control skills? Chen Fan was helpless. Respect my breath of the ocean. It's very powerful now. I don't have any confusing skills, but I have an item with this ability, and it's very powerful. Chen Fan was talking about the life's work of Tatagu, the blood and soul chip, an extremely evil control item. There are no good birds in the Tianen divine sect, which is just right to fight evil with evil, and the controlled watchers can also fill the shortage of members in the Shinjo Guild, and be used as a priest group. Blood and Soul Chip 17.0, Orange. Evaluation. The anger of the living, the unwillingness of the dead, this is the result of a crooked path to the extreme. You destroyed a genius, who could have become a god on his own. Taya said that there were about 10 watchers that she couldn't handle, and there were exactly 10 purple-level control chips. This kind of introduction even gave you the opportunity to control orange creatures. It should be no problem to control a few members of the cult, who hadn't awakened yet. Taya was so surprised that she almost jumped up. President Chin. You really gave me a big surprise. Does your item need any preparatory work? Chen Fan thought about it. Well, if possible, it would be best to bring a surgeon with craniotomy experience. Taya looked at Chen Fan in confusion. Although the request is a bit strange, it is not difficult to complete. I can do it. In order for you to enter the prison of evil, I also need to make some advanced preparations. So you must come to the Tianen Divine Church Cathedral before tomorrow night as a believer. Chen Fan used his ability to make a strong presence in the natural disaster meeting. It felt that everyone's attitude towards him had changed a lot. A die who was just a bonus could greatly increase the success rate of the plan. This was simply too exciting. Chapter 198 in the Nice Manor. The natural disaster meeting ended successfully again. Chen Fan became an important part of the meeting plan for the first time. Where have you been? If you don't show up again, I will go to the king to find a way to save you. Haley frowned, looking at Chen Fan, who suddenly appeared in the room with a strange look. Chen Fan then realized that he didn't seem to have attended the natural disaster meeting in front of Haley, nor did he tell her about this matter in advance. Luckily you didn't go. I just went out to do something and forgot to say hello to you. Sorry. Haley glared at Chen Fan. You'd better tell me in advance next time. Otherwise, if the king gets mad because he can't find you, it won't be fun. Chen Fan nodded obediently. I see. Is Alia in the manor? I want to go to Master Helen to see him and take some things out. Haley changed into a black gauze dress in front of Chen Fan. No. I just saw her go out in a carriage with several guards. Chen Fan rubbed his temple. Well, it seems that we can only walk there. Haley, are you sure you can find it? Chen Fan opened the map interface in the attribute panel. Of course. A wise man will remember every road he has walked. Chen Fan took Haley to Master Helen's blacksmith shop again. When they passed a grocery store on the way, they found a communicator in the pile of stones at the door. Haley was naturally very confused. But Chen Fan had too many secrets. And she was no longer surprised. Knocked on the door of the blacksmith shop. The sturdy young man Ah Cheong opened the door. President Chen? Why did you come here only 1 day later? Although the master's level is very high, it is impossible to repair the equipment in 1 day. Are you here to drink with the master again? Ah Cheong vaguely remembered the embarrassed look of Chen Fan when he was carried away last night. Chen Fan waved his hands vigorously. No. 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 I don't drink. I just came to see Master Yi Lin and to tell him something. Ah Cheong said, and invited Chen Fan and the others into the yard. The master is in the studio. I asked him to go there for you. Chen Fan waved his hand to stop the boy. No. I go by myself. Master Yi Lin was concentrating on disassembling the ocean wind in the room. Knock. Knock. Master Yi Lin, whose train of thought was interrupted by the knock on the door, raised his head unhappily. Ah Cheong, what's the matter? No one responded outside the door. Just when Master Helen was puzzled, Chen Fan opened the door and walked in. See you again, Master Helen. When Helen saw that the person was Chen Fan, he quickly put down his work and stood up. It's President Chen. My friend is here. Please sit down. You are not here to pick up this equipment today, are you? Master Helen pointed to the ocean wind that was being repaired on the table. Chen Fan waved his hand quickly. Master, you are joking. I am not so ignorant. I came here to tell you something. Master Helen was puzzled. Anything else? Just tell me. Chen Fan told the purpose of his trip. I may have to leave Clay City in the next few days. If you can repair this equipment within 3 days, please send it to the lakeside of Audrey Lake and give it to my companion. Chen Fan said and nodded at Haley in the yard. Don't worry if you can't repair this equipment within 3 days. When you have finished repairing it, just give it to the eldest princess, alias Pinette. I will find a way to take it away later. I am really embarrassed to ask you to provide the materials by yourself and send it to me after it is finished. Herlin waved his hand. Don't be so polite. I have said that you are a friend of our entire dwarf kingdom, and you have solved a problem that has been tormenting me for a long time. This little favor is not a big deal. Just do as you say. Is there anything else? Chen Fan thought about it. Well, and it's best not to tell others that you have seen me or know me, because if that happens, what I am going to do next is likely to implicate you. Master Yi Lin looked at Chen Fan seriously for a few seconds, and then nodded. No problem, but if you need help, just ask. How could Chen Fan have the nerve to let Master Yi Lin interfere in the world mission at their natural disaster meeting? No need for help. You can help me repair this equipment, that's the greatest help to me. After explaining what needed to be explained, Chen Fan took Haley back to Alia Manor. Alia seemed not to have returned yet, because Chen Fan did not see her carriage. Leviathan was playing alone in the garden. After seeing Chen Fan, he rushed towards Chen Fan in a silly and cute way. Chen Fan smiled and picked up the little Leviathan. This little guy was not so pink anymore, and his skin was faintly white. After teasing the little blue dragon for a while, Chen Fan handed it to Haley, and sat on a bench in the garden to open the communicator that Li Shaoqian distributed to everyone. The password was a combination of letters, numbers and letters, which was quite cumbersome. The communicator looks like a small full-screen mobile phone. The way to transmit messages is to write on this phone. You can write any words. In the end, the phone will convert them into text that the owner can understand. To put it simply, this is a touchscreen phone with only a chat group function. There are already several lines of text on the screen. Desert, communicator number 1 has been activated. Quick wind, communicator number 5 has been activated. Element, communicator number 2 has been activated. Grass, communicator number 6 has been activated. Li Shaoqian was the third person at the conference table, and she was the one who issued the communicator, so she must have activated it. The only one who has not activated it now is the Dragon Slayer John Drock, who cannot come, and the Void Disaster Taya. Chen Fan thought about it, and sent his message at the same time. Ocean, communicator number 7 has been activated. Machine, you have found the communicator, why hasn't Taya found hers yet? Is there an accident at that location? Number 2. Can you use your spirit servant to contact her? If someone else activates the communicator, it will be a big problem, although the probability is very low. Chen Fan stared at the communicator for a while, but did not wait for Lan's reply. This won't work. If they are not sure that every communicator is in their own hands, they can't talk about the plan here. Chen Fan picked up the communicator. Ocean, I contact her. Machinery, okay. Grass and wood, number 7. Where are you? Ocean, in my niece manner. He didn't dare to call Ollie a real name here. After all, there was still a communicator in whose hands he was not sure. Chapter 199 Dark Spirit 9-Layer Wind. Activate. After replying to Tuo Luo, Chen Fan waved his hand to summon No Head and Unhappy. The two heads, one round and one long, stared at Chen Fan blankly. Why do these two things look so stupid? Memory projection. Dream Traveler. Chen Fan used two skills at the same time. In the endless starry sky, Taya, wearing a snow-white priest robe, looked around. Who pulled me into the dream? Chen Fan figure slowly emerged. Does each of you have the passive skill of waking up in a dream? President Chen? Is this your ability? Looking at Chen Fan who appeared in front of her, Taya asked in surprise. Chen Fan nodded. Is it so? We all got our own communicators, except you who didn't activate it. Did you encounter any accident? Taya's eyes widened. Oh, I forgot. I was preparing for your entry after I came out of the meeting space, and forgot about the communicator in the void. I go to the location Captain Lee told me, and I notify everyone inside when I find it. Chen Fan nodded. Okay. We wait for your news. Exiting Taya Dream, Chen Fan woke up from the lounge chair in the garden. What caught his eye was a very beautiful face, with a hint of charm in her beauty. Man, when did you come back? Tuo? They were too close, so Chen Fan didn't dare to call Tuo by his nickname. Just came back. Aren't you going to do a dangerous mission tomorrow? I came back specially to help you improve your strength. Tell me, how can you thank me? Chen Fan was stunned for 2 seconds. Then I can only thank you with my most precious thing. Tuo smiled charmingly. Is it the meteorite crystal? Chen Fan shook his head. I said I would pledge my love to you. Don't do it. Don't do it. Aren't you here to help me improve my strength? Tell me how to help me improve my strength. It is a painful thing for a man to be not as strong as a woman. Tuo tapped Chen Fan's chest. I will help you activate it. Bound spirit plant? But it requires souls. Chen Fan stopped talking halfway. Yes, after Poseidon devoured several summoned beasts that came from another dimension, the soul value to activate the bound spirit plant should be enough. 24 pink soul crystals, converted into soul value is 120,000. And activating the dark spirit 9-layer wind only requires 5,000 soul value. But Tuo said so. Could it be that she also has a way for me to increase my soul value? Just thinking about this, Tuo said. Eat this fruit, eat about 10 of them. It should be enough nutrients for you to activate the bound spirit plant. Looking at the very familiar fruit in front of him, Chen Fan couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Is this the 9 desires vermilion fruit? This thing is deadly. This time there will be no good thing that Poseidon will suddenly advance. You want me to eat this? I refuse. I won't eat it even if you kill me. Tuo rolled his eyes at Chen Fan. Don't worry, this has been specially processed. As long as you vent it out, it will be fine. Chen Fan shook his head and refused. No, I don't believe it, and I don't believe you would be so kind as to let me. Tuo pointed at highly. Don't you have a mermaid maid? Don't worry, the mermaid's physique is strong enough. There will be no problem. Chen Fan slowly stepped back. I said, that's my subordinate, not a maid. I can't do that kind of thing. Don't go too far. Tuo pressed on. You can't do things that are difficult for others? Don't you think you can't say this to me? Stop. Chen Fan turned and ran. Your case is a special case, not my own will. If you insist on me eating, then that person can only be you. Okay. Chen Fan stopped abruptly, and turned around in surprise. What did you just say? You said okay? Tuo's face was already red to the root of his neck, but he still stubbornly didn't avoid Chen Fan's gaze. Why? Didn't you hear it clearly? Chen Fan took the red fruit from Tuo's hand. Since you said so, I will eat it even if it is poison. After eating 10 fruits in one breath, Chen Fan's face flushed, and his blood rushed up. He picked up Tuo and rushed to the bedroom. Tuo narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes were full of strange colors. He really didn't resist at all. Haley. who was teasing Leviathan, had a complicated expression, and slowly turned her eyes to the bedroom where the two were. At this time, a rustling sound was heard. Countless tender vines grew out, wrapping the bedroom tightly. After a long drought, a rain came, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, passing the imperial examination, and having a wedding night. A few hours later, Chen Fan, who was satisfied and relaxed, walked out of the room, followed by the increasingly mature and beautiful Tuoluo. Hailey looked at Tuoluo, and Tuoluo also looked at Hailey. The two women looked at each other for a few seconds, and finally Hailey looked away first. Chen Fan did not notice this. He was checking the properties of his awakened spirit plant. Dark Spirit 9-layer Wind, Orange. Evaluation. A former plunderer of the spirit plant world, I hope you will not become a madman who only knows how to kill and devour. My HP is only a little over 2,000, and it doubled after activating the Dark Spirit 9-layer Wind? Other properties have also increased a lot, and they are all basic properties. So terrifying. So terrifying. The first level of Dark Spirit 9-layer Wind has only 3 skills. The first one should be a skill that all spirit plants have, which means that if you don't die, the bound spirit plant will not really die. The second one is to transform yourself into a plant form. According to the introduction, it should be used to restore health. The third one is too much. It absorbs the vitality of others. And then you have the opportunity to permanently obtain 10% of the other party's health. If you use this skill more often, you may become a blood cow with 10,000 health points. But why do these 3 skills seem to give you a feeling of being afraid of dying? Chapter 200 Life Absorption. Current attributes. Chen Fan transformed his right hand into a plant. Gray tentacles and green slender leaves slowly grew and spread. He aimed at a tree in the garden first. He spread the sharp green leaves over. The sharp green slender leaves directly wrapped around the tree, then they shrunk fiercely. The tree crackled as it could not bear the weight. Chen Fan retracted the leaves, and saw that the deformed tree was covered with deep cuts. So scary. Chen Fan retracted the leaves, spread the roots to the tree, then activated the skill, Life Drain. The dense roots pierced into the deformed tree like steel needles. The next moment, Chen Fan felt a sense of comfort and satisfaction all over his body. HP plus 10. The tree that is not a monster will also increase its own HP? Is this a bug? Looking at Chen Fan, Tuoluo smiled knowingly. Its ability didn't disappoint you, did it? Chen Fan looked at Tuoluo and restored the planet arm to its original state. The improvement is so great, I feel it's a little unreal. This plant spirit is also very precious in your place. Right? Man, how about I thank you again? Chen Fan said, as he stretched out his hand to pull Tuoluo's little hand. His movements were extremely natural. Snap! A vine whipped Chen Fan away. Don't push it too far. Tuoluo had a cold face and didn't let Chen Fan succeed. Try not to plant frequently when the plant spirit level is not high. If the plant spirit is hurt too badly in the early stage, it will be a very troublesome thing. Also, be careful when you go to complete the mission this time. If you really encounter danger that you can't escape from, ask me for help. And don't do anything to that holy saint. Do you understand? This sentence was too threatening. Chen Fan, who was walking back, nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Don't worry. Man, I have always been loyal to my feelings. He didn't lie. He was indeed loyal. Tuoluo rolled his eyes at him charmingly. Then you'd better keep your word. I'm leaving now. I have to make some preparations for the next plan. After all, the people I have to deal with are not simple. Chen Fan hugged Tuoluo shamelessly. Goodbye, I will miss you. If you are in danger, you must find a way to escape to Audrey Lake. Tuoluo turned and left the manor, and got on the carriage marked with the words by one newspaper. Only Tuoluo was in the carriage. This kind of thing is not something a woman should take the initiative to do. Next time. Tell me earlier. At least give me time to prepare in advance. What nonsense are you talking about? You don't need to do this. You must think it's ordinary. You will take the lead next time. I mind? In the manor, looking at the door where Tuoluo left, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Although he took advantage again, but Chen Fan obviously felt something was wrong. Tuoluo is not the kind of woman who is not reserved or can't bear desire. In common sense, the two of them have not confirmed their relationship, and Tuoluo has clearly said that. She needs her other half to be at least a strong man above the Saint realm, to marry into the Xiling world. But she easily agreed to be with me. So she did this for some purpose? It should be like this. The spiritual plant bound to my chest should be the seed she had planted long ago. What does she want to do? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. If her purpose will not harm me, and the people I care about, then I will fulfill her wish at that time, even if it means returning this spiritual plant to her. But if her purpose is to kill herself, then you can't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Fan. Level 39. Current experience value overflows a lot. Evaluation. Pandora's box opener and closer. If Ocean Wind is intact now, then his professional exclusive equipment can activate the first set attribute, and his strength will definitely be greatly improved. After this mission is completed, I must go to the Western Halcyon to find a player who has just awakened to the first level to test my strength. It shouldn't be too different. Right? Although Chen Fan is only level 39, the powerful attribute panel has already made him vaguely feel that he is just like this after awakening to the first level. Chapter 201 I'm too pious. Closing the attribute panel proudly, Chen Fan returned to the room and exited the God Grace realm. He was about to accompany Taya to perform a very dangerous mission. Maybe he would spend most of the next few days in the God Grace realm, so he had to deal with things in the real world first. Haley, protect your captain's dragon body. Back to the real world, it was still afternoon, almost everyone was in the game. Recently because of the login, everyone was a little busy. After calling his parents and chatting for a while, he transferred another 500,000 yuan to his father in the name of saving money. Chen Fan, a captain, came to Fang Mingwei's room. He woke up Sister Mingwei in an unspeakable way, and the two of them were affectionate with each other for a while. Mingwei, I may be very busy these days. The mission has reached a critical moment. You are left alone in the Xinzhou Union. Actually, there is nothing I am responsible for. It's just that Sun Daolong may come to Qinzhou these days. You can send someone to pick him up. I feel so guilty. How about I compensate you again? Don't. Fang Mingwei murmuring of resistance was faintly heard in the room. South China Sea, Eagle Rabbit Island, the beach. With a thud, a huge black warship rushed onto the beach. It startled a group of seagulls pecking at oysters on the beach. Selvina jumped off the deck of the Black Rose, followed by Shi Yin and Shapepe. Then a scene that made Shi Yin smack his lips appeared. Selvina stood on the beach, with both hands exerting force, actually pulled the Black Rose to the island, and then steadily stuffed it between two huge rocks, and finally used a certain prop to disguise the Black Rose into a rock. After finishing all this, Selvina walked back to the two of them. It's safer there, right? Shi Yin nodded blankly. Well, it's safer than leaving it on the beach, but if we keep doing this, it will wear out the bottom of the warship. Right? Shapepe waved her hand. Don't worry, Captain's wife, we don't always do this. Fuck Captain's wife, I don't have any face. Shi Yin was dissatisfied with this title, but he could do nothing about it. Nana, is this the treasure island? Isn't this island called Rabbit Eagle Island? The name of this island on the map is Rabbit Eagle Island. There is a steep narrow mountain in the center of the island, called Eagle Mountain, where the Iron Claw Goshawk tribe lives. The rest of the place is a plain full of weeds, where the water rabbits with strong reproductive ability live. This is how Rabbit Eagle Island got its name. Selvina pointed to the tall narrow mountain in the center of the island. Do you see that mountain? There is an underground palace at the foot of the mountain. The palace is full of precious magic materials, but the guards are too strong. Otherwise, how can I be willing to share this treasure with others? Let's go. Yen, Peppa, let's go to another beach to wait for Micah Penniman, so as not to expose the location of the Black Rose. Shi Yin looked at Selvina's slender back with mixed feelings. He could clearly feel Selvina's affection for him, but he really happened to find the route map of Rabbit Eagle Island in the cabin. Damn! Do you have to force me to solve it in a man's way? Nana! The next day, Chen Fan, who was completely satisfied, entered the game. It was still early, and Haley was sleeping soundly on the maid's bed covered with a thin blanket. Chen Fan was already in the sage state at this time, and he was indifferent even when he saw Haley peerless beauty in the morning. He opened the natural disaster communicator and browsed the chat records of the comrades yesterday. There was almost no useful information. The only useful thing was that Taya got her own communicator shortly after Chen Fan fell asleep and reported it in the group. This meant that all comrades had successfully completed the first step and temporarily gained the ability to communicate with each other. Thinking that things should be done sooner rather than later, Chen Fan typed a message into the communicator. Ocean, number 8. Let me know when you decide on the time and place to meet up, and I will get there as soon as possible. Taya replied quickly. And she seemed to have made a plan. Void, between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. You must come to the cathedral as a believer of the cult who wants to confess. And remember to dress gorgeously. Ocean, got it. After Haley woke up, Chin Fan took Haley and Leviathan to the lakeside of Audrey Lake. Haley, you wait here for the next 2 days, pay attention to the entrance in the direction of Clay City. Master Helen may send the repaired equipment over. By the way, if the divine cult sends a bishop-level warrior, let your king cripple him directly. But remember not to hurt his life. I will be back in 3 days at the latest. Haley frowned. Where are you going? You don't want to stay here? I don't agree. Chin Fan spread his hands. It's nothing you can do if you don't agree. It's very dangerous for me to go there, and I can't bring anyone in. Unless you are willing to stay in my secret paradise. Haley thought about it. And then refused. I can't know your situation there. And I can't get in touch with the king. No way. Chin Fan also knew that his life might be more important to Haley and Poseidon than his own. But he couldn't take Haley into the hell of evil. Then I can't do anything. I can't give up this mission because of this. Right? Haley thought for a while. Wait for me. With a splash, Haley spread her tail and jumped into the clear water of Audrey Lake. A few minutes later, Haley came out of the lake with a crystal ball. Then take this with you. If you are in danger, you can ask Wong for help directly. Chin Fan took the small crystal ball. The crystal ball was full of blue water. A very, very small mechanical octopus was swimming in the water. It looked exactly like the Poseidon. What is this? Poseidon, split body. Evaluation. A cell from some giant creature. If it is this kind of thing, it should be okay to bring it in? Even if it is the prison of evil. There shouldn't be even a rat or a cockroach in it. Okay. I should be able to take this with me. Do you remember what I told you? Haley nodded. Fight the bishop. Collect the equipment. Chin Fan smiled with satisfaction. And don't forget to cook for Leviathan. Don't let my mount get hungry and thin. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Grand Cathedral of the Tianmen Divine Religion. Chin Fan, dressed in aristocratic clothes, appeared in front of the huge door of the cathedral on time. He stood behind a group of devout believers, with his hands clasped in front of his chest, as if he was praying to God devoutly in his heart. Passing by the God Favor box, Chin Fan generously handed a Chamber of Commerce gold card worth 1,000 gold coins to the clergyman in charge of collecting offerings. A sharp-eyed priest noticed Chin Fan's generosity, and immediately walked to Chin Fan with a smile on his face. Devout believer of our God, are you here to pray to our God? Indeed devout. 1,000 gold coins. How devout? Chin Fan felt that he was a little too pious. Thank you. God of Tianmen, Mr. Pastor, I am here to confess. The pastor nodded with a smile on his face. Nobles who are too generous usually come to confess. The content of the confession will be listened to and enlightened by the clergy. And it will be kept absolutely confidential. As long as it is not about evil heresy, even if you sleep with Princess Eubulian, the Tianmen Divine Church will not let you know. Chapter 202, I am not the kind of hooligan who touches a girl's personal belongings casually. In that case, my God devout believers, please follow me. The pastor stretched out his hand, and led Chin Fan out of the long line calmly and kindly. No need to queue. It seems that only believers who are devout enough can have this treatment. The pastor smiled, and led Chin Fan to the door of the confessional. Go in. God will hear your confession. And any mistakes you make will be forgiven at the end of the confession. Chin Fan folded his hands in front of his chest. May my God listen. The pastor also folded his hands in front of his chest. My God is forever. The pastor left with a smile. Chin Fan looked around, and did not see Taya, so he opened the door of the confessional in front of him and walked in. This is an old little house, with a translucent paper window inside the house, and outside the paper window should be where the clergy are. And inside the paper window is where the believers who come to confess should stay. Chin Fan sat on the chair, and through the paper boat, he could see the outline of the person on the other side of the paper window. Pious believer of our God, please speak your words of repentance. Hearing the familiar beautiful voice, Chin Fan smiled slightly. I really should repent. I obviously only need to do the simplest and safest fourth step. But I insisted on putting myself in the most dangerous link. I repent for my stupidity and overestimation of my own ability. Taya chuckled and opened the paper window. President Chin is an interesting person. No wonder he is so popular with beautiful women. Chin Fan had a complicated expression. Well, I just take it as a compliment. How did you know I was in this confessional? Do you have the ability to predict? Taya shook her head and said honestly. No. I can only see which confessional you walked into. There is a magic circle here. No one outside knows what happened inside. Take this with you and read the words on this book. Taya handed Chen Fan a book and a crown. Remember to read it affectionately. Chen Fan took the crown and the book with a puzzled look on his face. Read affectionately? What? A love letter? Taya shrugged. Almost, you can read it as a lover. And there's nothing wrong with that. Chen Fan opened the book curiously. What is this? Is this a declaration of initiation? Miss Taya, I have old people and young children. I can't let your church brainwash me. Taya laughed. What brainwashing? Do you think it's so easy to become a clergyman? These two items combined together can allow you to gain divine power for a short period of time, and become a guardian, so that I can take you down there. Chen Fan didn't dare to be careless. I mean, if I gain the divine power of the god of Tianmen, will I be controlled by it? Taya shook her head. Of course not. If I did, would I sit here and chat with you like this? Don't worry. The divine power you have obtained is only temporary. It will disappear when you take off the crown. Okay. Chen Fan was relieved. It's not that he is timid, but the existence of gods is too intimidating. The most noble god of Tianmen. I voluntarily become your loyal believer. And let the light you emit be the beacon of my life. After reading the long oath, a strange holy energy was poured into Chen Fan wearing the crown. Obtain the power of the God of Heaven's Gate X 1982. Learn the skill, Phase Guardian. Phase Guardian. Make the body full of distorted space power, maximum defense power x 10 magic damage. Cooling time, 1 hour, skill consumption, 100 power. Note, power can be obtained through prayer. Ocean breath finds energy of the same attribute. Do you want to swallow it? No. You are kidding, even if it is of the same attribute. You cannot swallow it. What if it is swallowed? How can I complete this task? Taya, I succeeded, gained more than 1,000 divine powers, and also comprehended a spatial attribute skill. Taya's expression froze for a moment, then she widened her eyes, with disbelief written all over them. What did you say? You just read a declaration of initiation and comprehended divine power skills? Oh my god, what the hell, you are not a devout believer of the god of Tianmen. Are you? Chen Fan was confused. Isn't this a very normal procedure? Taya stared at Chen Fan's face without blinking. Let me explain it to you this way. If a white-robed guardian wants to be promoted to cardinal, the most important prerequisite is to comprehend a divine skill in prayer. And you, just read the declaration of joining the church once, and you comprehended it. Chen Fan spread his hands innocently. If that's the case, then it's easy to explain. You may not know that. My luck, has always been very good. So, in the Tianmen Divine Church, all those below the cardinal are ordinary clergy without skills. Taya shook her head. They can learn low-level divine arts manually, but they are not completely incapable of fighting. Chen Fan nodded to show that he understood. This sounds reasonable. Have I completed my disguise? Before going to that place, where should I stay? Taya glanced at the magic watch on her wrist. Wait a little longer. The time for confession is usually more than an hour. I will make a doll that looks similar to you later, and let him walk out of the church on your behalf. And before they take the first step of their plan, I can only let you stay in my void gate. Chen Fan waved his hand. The mission is important, there is nothing to be wronged about. Taya said nothing more, and began to concentrate on pinching the face of her puppet. After a while, a puppet that looked exactly like Chen Fan stood there stupidly. Taya looked at Chen Fan, then looked at the puppet, and then nodded with satisfaction. Take off the clothes and put them on him. Chen Fan obediently took off the noble clothes he had just worn for less than a day, and dressed the doll. He then put on his own outfit, black wanderer full body armor, and a cool black ocean spirit cloak. Taya turned around. Wow, your cloak is so cool, but you don't look like a good person. You should find a blacksmith to attach the skill of fashion shadow to all your equipment, so that you can match it with your environment at any time. Chen Fan touched his chin. What you said makes sense, but isn't it too late now? Don't you have a larger priest robe? I can just wear it outside. That's fine, I prepare one for you later. You go into my void gate first. There are my personal belongings inside, so President Chen. Taya was a little embarrassed to continue. Chen Fan had a righteous look on his face. Don't worry, I just stay in there quietly. I won't touch anything. I'm not the kind of hooligan who touches a girl's personal belongings casually. Chapter 203 Be My Wife. Taya smiled shyly. Then I'm relieved. President Chin. You are such a good man. Not as I thought, Chin Fan was speechless. How presumptuous. Does this woman want to say that she is lustful? No way. Do I look so consistent inside and out? The pitch-black void gate appeared. Chin Fan smiled and waved his hand, then he entered the void gate without hesitation. Why does this saint look like someone who can chat but can't? This space item called the void gate is not similar to Chin Fan Utopia's secret realm. On the contrary, it is somewhat similar to the stone gate space used by the Moonlight Pirates. This space is not big, only the size of a room, and there are many boxes and cabinets of various sizes inside. It seems that Taya has put all her wealth here. Yes, after completing this mission, even if she can't join the Revolutionary Army, she can't stay in the Tianmen Divine Sect anymore, and she may even become the most wanted criminal with the highest reward in the history of the Tianmen Divine Sect. Chin Fan sniffed. The room was filled with the lingering body fragrance of a pure girl. He found a large box at random, and spread his cloak on it, and then lay down on it. He didn't know how long it would take for the action to begin, so he should get enough rest and be well prepared. The Abyss, the 8th main city, the city of jealousy, the castle of blood. In the dim hall, Vladimir, with pale skin and wearing a black suit, sat on a precious chair. Whether the evil god in the city of greed has revived or not, it doesn't matter to me. Why should I spend my time and money on such a thankless task? Qin Shui and Mary Dalgia sat on the other side of the table. There was a toad with lively eyes lying on the table in front of him. When the lips and teeth are gone, the evil god needs blood and souls, and your jealous city is the closest to him. Qin Shui's tone was flat, but the meaning was very clear. Vladimir raised the corner of his mouth, revealing some sharp fangs. The Abyss has its own rules. The city of greed has fallen, all the main cities must participate in the attack, everyone suffers losses, which is better than my family suffering losses. What do you think? Qin Shui's expression remained unchanged, and she stared at the Duke of the Vampire clan opposite her without blinking. But you are sitting here, so you have the idea of taking action. Vladimir's smile widened. Interesting woman. Be my wife. If you agree, then you will decide whether to send troops to suppress the greedy city. Qin Shui frowned. I can't. But she can. You can marry her. Qin Shui pointed her finger at Mary Dalgia beside her without hesitation. Mary Dalgia was completely stunned. Do I look so casual? Besides, it's you that she's attracted to. I haven't said a word yet, I'm just a supporting role. Qin Shui. Thank you. Vladimir cast his eyes on Mary Dalgia. The only descendant of Dark Forest City? That's fine. Mary Dalgia gritted her teeth. What's enough? Am I good enough? Can you two decide my marriage? Damn it! Seeing that the Blood City Lord agreed, Qin Shui immediately asked, when will the troops be dispatched? Vladimir, after the wedding. Qin Shui, then we will get married tomorrow. Vladimir showed an evil smile. 3 days later. The wedding will be held in 3 days. On a moonless night. Qin Shui thought about it. That's fine. She watched the back of the Blood City Lord Vladimir disappear. Mary Dalgia stood up with a bang. Xiaoshu. You've gone too far. You've gone too far. Am I a dispensable commodity? How can you do this? Qin Shui glanced at her. It's okay, I will rescue you. Mary was speechless. Huh? The wedding night has passed. Is it necessary to rescue him? Since you are so confident, why don't you stay and be his bride? Qin Shui, because I am not single. Does that mean I am single? I was not single before you took me to this road of certain death. Okay? I want to tear it apart right now. Qin Shui looked over, causing the urban beauty to hold back the second half of her sentence. Xiaoji jumped onto Mary Dalgia's shoulder. Mary, listen to me. Don't be in a hurry. Look, you have reached the right age to marry in the Abyss. You also said that you want to find someone with a high status, rich and handsome. What do you think about the Blood City Lord that doesn't meet your requirements? Mary Dalgia rejected it. But he is a vampire. Shuji tilted his head. So what? Didn't his previous wives all die of natural causes? From this, it can be seen that he will not force his women to transform into vampires. And think about it, vampires are famous for being loyal to their feelings. Can you find someone better than him? And speaking of which, if this mission is really completed, your strength and the princess' strength have both made a qualitative leap. If we can't beat them, isn't it easy for us to escape from this castle? Mary Dalgia's expression gradually changed. And finally she reluctantly agreed to the plan under the persuasion of the scheming frog. Well, then, I will try to be the wife of the mayor of this jealous city. But if I am in danger, Xiaoxue, you must come to save me. Xinshui, yes. Black Gold Empire. Nangang City. The main hall of the mayor's mansion. The sturdy and hairy Mayor Walker sat on the mayor's chair high in the hall. The rental price of the port berth needs to be reduced further. Does anyone remember that Nangang City is a coastal city? Does anyone remember that our trade comes from the sea? Which chambers of commerce are responsible for contracting the port leasing business? Several merchants whose names were called looked at each other for a few times, with embarrassment on their faces. After a while, a middle-aged man with a big belly stood up. Lord Walker, our leasing price is not expensive. If it is reduced further, it will be reduced to the contract price. And we have to pay business taxes. It's not that we don't want to reduce it, but if we reduce it, we will lose money. Walker looked coldly at the fat businessman who stood up. Reduce the price by another 30% and reduce the tax by half. If you agree, continue to do it. If you don't agree, I will contract it to someone else. The middle-aged man with a big belly couldn't resist the sight of Walker, the city lord, and lowered his head and returned to his seat. If you don't have any objections, do it quickly. Tomorrow, I will hear the news of the reduction of berth fees in the city. Also, who among you is doing the business of soul-stirring algae? The return rate of fishermen has dropped by 10% recently. I warn you, Nangang City does not allow any guilds to purchase soul-loving algae. If I find out, I will send troops to wipe them out without mercy. This is the bottom line. Just as City Lord Walker was speaking with great emotion, a bloody knife suddenly stabbed out of his chest, and blood splattered everywhere in an instant. Chapter 204. I said that this was all done by that bird. Do you believe it? The scene was in an uproar. The merchants below the stage took out their weapons to protect themselves, and began to move slowly towards the entrance of the hall. Obviously, in Nangang City, the profession of merchants is not absolutely weak. Several guards took out their guns, and ran hard to the position behind the city lord's throne, and shouted loudly, "Protect the city lord! Protect the city lord!" Lord Walker stared at the blade on his chest with wide eyes, as if he couldn't believe he was going to die. The guards ran to the back of the throne, but found no trace of the assassin. There was only a long knife stuck in the back of the throne, connecting the back of the throne and Lord Walker together. The guards were confused. A group of panicked merchants had already run to the door of the hall, but were stopped by a team of guards at the door. "What are you doing? Let us out! The city lord is dead. How dare you stop us from joining our guards?" The captain of the guards pointed to the inside of the hall with a gun in one hand and a finger in the other. "How dare you talk nonsense? Isn't the city lord standing there?" Although the merchants were puzzled, they turned their heads. They saw the tall city lord Walker standing with his hands behind his back, looking at them with a half-smile on his face. Beside him stood a tall and beautiful human woman and a little boy with an indifferent expression. "Everyone, my policy has not been announced yet. Why are you leaving? Don't you want to give face to me, the new city lord?" The heads of the Chamber of Commerce were puzzled. When they looked at the city lord's throne, they saw that the city lord Walker, who was dying on the spot, had turned into a puppet with a hole in his chest. Substitution technique? The merchants looked at each other, and finally sat back in their seats. It seems that those who can reach the position of city lord are not simple. They can detect such a silent assassination in advance. President Mingwei. I caught this guy. A giant over 5 meters tall strode into the city lord's hall, and threw the body of a short humanoid creature to the ground. Who is this? Dao Xiao? Dao Xiao. The gold medal killer of the A-level bounty criminal? This giant is so terrifying. He killed Dao Xiao in just a few minutes. There are so many masters around the city lord. The merchants whispered. The city lord Walker was more and more satisfied. This is the effect he wanted. Shock. Accompanied by Fang Mingwei, Ming and Qin Shujin, City Lord Walker announced a series of development policies that benefited the city and the people. It took several hours to end the reform meeting for the Nangang City Chamber of Commerce. After all the heads of the Chamber of Commerce in the hall left, City Lord Walker bowed to Fang Mingwei. Thank you, President Fang, for your cooperation just now. This City Lord is very grateful. Fang Mingwei smiled and said nothing. Ming glanced at City Lord Walker lightly. What's the point of just saying thank you? Let's be practical. City Lord Walker smiled bitterly. I've handed over all the arms business in Nangang City to you, Shinzhou. Isn't that practical enough? Fang Mingwei answered the question irrelevantly. I didn't expect City Lord Walker to be so cruel to us. In fact, He is a good city lord who is lenient and benefits the people. Although he is a werewolf, he is more tolerant than many humans. It's really hard to understand. City Lord Walker found a chair and sat down. A good city lord? Heh, what I'm going to do is not good for the people of Nangang City. I'm only doing this because I need Nangang City to be prosperous and strong. Fong Mingwei showed an interested look. Oh! Does City Lord Walker have any lofty ideals? Reviving the Black Gold Empire? The pretending werewolf City Lord Walker was silent for a long time, and then looked into Fong Mingwei's eyes. Join the Revolutionary Army, overthrow Medalai, the first emperor to implement the noble civilian system, ism, rebuild the Black Gold Empire. Chen Fan, who had a full sleep, woke up slowly. Ah, I feel like I haven't rested so thoroughly for a while. I feel refreshed. What's wrong with this room? Old man. What the hell are you doing? Little green-haired man. Chen Fan was frightened by the messy scene in front of him. Inside the Gate of Void, the space where the boxes and cabinets were originally arranged in a fairly orderly manner was now in a mess. There were old books that were stolen and broken, sets of brightly colored women's underwear, jewelry, gold coins, and countless other items that were all turned into a complete mess. When the 8th Master saw Chen Fan wake up, he immediately shouted loudly, "There is a treasure! There is a treasure! There is a treasure here, Xiao Fanzi! Help me find it! Xiao Fanzi! Help me find it quickly! Damn it! Look for your sister, you can't just rummage around, this is not ours! Help me put it back quickly! Hurry up! I want to roast the parrot!" In the room, a door of the void slowly emerged. Taya, dressed in a white priest robe, walked in with long legs. At this time, Chen Fan was grabbing a bunch of underwear and putting it into the box, including Taya's favorite set of underwear pajamas. Chun, President Chen Yu. Taya was so surprised by the scene that she couldn't speak. So this is a big pervert. Right? So men's mouths can't be trusted. Right? Chen Fan mouth twitched. This is fucking embarrassing. If I say, this is all done by that bird, do you believe it? The 8th Master was in a good mood. Chen Fan. Pervert. Chen Fan. Pervert. Taya struggled for a while. I believe it. Of course I believe it. Who doesn't know the nature of birds? Parrots are always very perverted. Aren't they? Of course I know this is a normal thing, and President Chen, you are a guest, so if you like anything in this room, you can take it away. I don't have any plot. I won't feel pain or sadness if you take anything away, you know what I mean? Chen Fan was desperate. I see. You just think I'm a pervert who likes women's underwear. So for the smooth progress of the mission, she forced herself? This woman really has a big picture. 8th Master. Damn green hair. I hate you. This is the food I prepared for you. I'm leaving first. It's morning now. I guess the action is about to start. I come in and call you when the second step is carried out. Taya fled away from her own void gate. So what I saw and what I believe were all true. President Chen. Is he really a pervert? A hooligan? A pervert? And a heartless man? Why did I put him in my void gate? What should I do? Will I be unable to escape from his clutches? Should I tell Sisterly about this? But there is no way I can say this to you. Chapter 205. The plan begins. Year 123 of the Dawn calendar, July 16th, the capital of the Principality of Abulian, Clay City. Today is the crowning ceremony of the head princess of the Abulian royal family, Spinette, which is a festival of some importance to Clay City. After all, the crowning ceremony represents the connection point of the harmonious coexistence of imperial power and divine power. No matter which side, it must be taken seriously. Near the temple where the ceremony is held, many vendors who had arrived long ago have already set up their stalls, waiting for the civilians and believers who come to watch the ceremony. Alicia Spinette belongs to the reformist faction in the royal family, which is the pro-revolutionary faction. Both her father, the contemporary King Abulian, and her teacher Adams are flag wavers for the pro-revolutionary army. But at the same time, these two people are the only high-ranking members of the reformist faction, and most of the others are just young people with little strength. As the leader of the guidance group sent by the Revolutionary Army Shadow Department, Li Shaoqian took the initiative to take on the task of maintaining order at the ceremony venue, in order to show the affinity of the Revolutionary Army. On one side of the street, an old lady in an old wizard robe was tidying up her stall. The goods on her stall were all small toys and small items driven by magic. The main customers were half-grown children who came to watch the ceremony. The old woman often looked at the stands of the venue with a serious and calm look. In the exquisite room, Tora hugged her shoulders and watched Alia being dressed up by several maids. She did not go directly to the west plain of Clay City to wait, because the crowning ceremony site was likely to become the first point of exchange. So Tora had to protect Alia's safety, and then followed Lon to deal with Pope Charlemagne. Of course, as a relative of the Emperor, it is not easy for her to take action in the city. After all, many people know her. But with Lan's ability and the assistance of other natural disasters, Tuoluo believes that even without his help, Lon can successfully reach the designated location. How long will it take you to dress up like this? Do you think it's beautiful to pull your hair tightly behind your head like this? You have a small face. Alia looked at her aunt with difficulty. Do you think I want to? I know it's not pretty, but there are rules for participating in the ceremony, and I have no right to change the rules. Alia complained with a bitter face. Toro pouted. Then you are far worse than me and your mother. Who is responsible for crowning you? Pope Charlemagne? Or your Master Adams? Alia, neither. It's just a crowning ceremony. There's no need to be so exaggerated. A cardinal or a saint is already very respectful. Tuoluo looked out the window. That is to say, you don't know the exact candidate either. Alia nodded. Not sure yet. Tuoluo took out the communicator obscurely, thought about it, and put it back. Taya said that all the saints would come to receive the crown, so just believe her. If you send a questioning message at this time, it is likely to affect everyone. I go to the venue and see if there are any safety hazards. Tuoluo didn't wait for Alia to answer, and walked out the door with his long legs. When the footsteps completely disappeared, Alia grabbed the wrist of the maid beside her. Is what you said true? My aunt? Was she really carried into the room by that chin? And they came out together a few hours later? The maid blushed. Yes. I was standing outside the garden at the time. I saw it clearly. I also saw my aunt. Alia gossiped fire was burning. What happened to my aunt? Tell me quickly. The maid's face turned even redder. When my aunt came out, she was red all over. And she was sweating a lot. As if she had just done that. Alia bit her lower lip. Oh. Damn. Why did I only stay in the palace for one day? I missed this kind of thing. Modern communicator. Element, number 2. Ready for action. Machine, number 3. Ready for action at any time. Plant, number 6. Ready for action. The exact time for the crowning ceremony will be half an hour later. Desert, number 1 is in place. Camouflage is ready. Be ready to cooperate with the action. Void, the targets have set off, escorted by a team of 20 white-robed guardians, 2 cardinals. The old wizard behind the booth turned off the communicator hidden in the mirror. He looked at the venue in the distance calmly. 20 minutes later, a huge carriage with the symbol of the cult arrived at the venue. Amid the devout prayers of the believers, 2 red-robed wizards led 6 pure saints with beautiful faces and fragrances to get off the carriage. The messengers of God were all calm, with gentle smiles in their eyes. It fits the image of a divine messenger in people's minds. Noble area. It's just a crowning ceremony. But the Tianan divine cult actually sent 2 cardinals and all the saints? Yes, this is too unbelievable. Even if Mr. Adams personally crowned the emperor, it wouldn't be as grand as this. Right? It's worth coming here this time. I saw Saint Tay again. She is my goddess. I have relied on her photo to sleep well for countless nights. Damn. There's a pervert here. It turns out to be His Highness Osley. Just ignore what I said. Disaster communicator. Element. Number 2 has confirmed the target. Void, wait, during the ceremony. The cardinal will be separated from the saints team for a short time. Element, received. Desert, received. Machine, received. Plant, received. Obviously, even if it is a fake body mixed in the saints team, Tea also has the ability to perceive and communicate. Along with the arrival of the people from the Church of God. On the other side of the venue, Alia, dressed in gorgeous clothes, with white skin and a smile, slowly appeared. Her gorgeous skirt required at least 4 maids to hold up. A cardinal, with a big smile on his face, greeted everyone cordially, then opened a Bible, and walked slowly to the center of the venue. The cardinal presided over the meeting. Alia had a lot of face. In fact, it was not Alia's face, but Adam's face. After a boring and long teaching, the saints all folded their hands in front of their chests, and closed their eyes to pray. Another cardinal was shining with divine light, and the metal crown in his hand seemed to float in his palm. Amid exclamations and prayers, the bishop slowly walked towards the eldest princess. Alia. May God be with you. My God protector. Alia Spinette. Alia performed the divine salute calmly and generously, then bowed slightly, ready to accept the divine crown. At this moment, a strong and strange spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared. Li Shaoqian frowned, and she felt as if the entire venue had stopped for a moment. The cardinal who was conferring the crown immediately changed his face, and quickly placed the crown on Alia's head, and then flew back like a wild goose. The next moment, a small figure in a black robe and a hood suddenly appeared among the 6 pure and beautiful saints. Chapter 206 Big Event. The Kidnapped Saint. Space Lock. The cardinal clenched his palms, and the target of the spell was the black-robed man standing among the saints. But he was still a step too late. In just a moment, the 6 saints disappeared. Only the petite black-robed figure was left. Obviously, they were all caught by the black-robed figure. Where did this evil person come from? You are so audacious. Hurry up and return my saint. The team of 20 white-robed guardians had also recovered at this time, and they took out their staffs and chanted spells, preparing to cast divine spells. The black-robed figure remained silent, and instantly turned into a golden light, and rushed out of the venue. Light mage? The red-robed bishop who presided over the ceremony frowned, and instantly disappeared from the spot. Another red-robed mage looked at the huge curtain in the distance, and moved the curtain to the air with a raised hand, blocking a large area of sunlight. The cardinal tried to interrupt the escape of the hostage of the saint. Noble area. Damn it! Someone kidnapped the saint. How dare you? Come with me to rescue Saint Taya. Saint Taya. I am coming. I want to go too. Here comes the chance to make a contribution. Several young nobles stood up and said, today, they must show their brave and fearless chivalry. The sunlight was blocked by a huge curtain, and the golden figure of the black-robed man suddenly dimmed. But before the 2 cardinals could be happy, the black-robed man turned into a black shadow again, and his speed was no slower than that of the light and shadow state. Damn it! Light and dark? The cardinal cursed inwardly, and his figure disappeared instantly. Lon was using the dark element to shuttle through the crowd, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the edge of the venue. At this moment, 2 transmission waves appeared in front of Lon. The 2 bishops appeared, and at the same time, they threw several space blades at the strange enemy in front of them. Lan's small figure paused, and the next moment, he was torn to pieces by several space blades on the spot. But the strange thing was that the torn part of the black robe did not bleed, but quickly turned into a shadow and slowly dissipated. Damn it! This is not real. It's really on the west side. Quickly notify the Pope. A cardinal was stunned, and then shouted. The venue was closed. Countless city guards rushed into the venue to maintain order. A beautiful figure in a mecha quickly appeared behind Princess Alia, with great deterrence. And a pink figure, who was supposed to stay beside Alia, the flower demon master to Aluo, did not appear. The person who interrupted the ceremony must be a conservative and corrupt termite. How dare he attack Her Royal Highness the Princess? He is simply crazy. Members of the Shadow Department, find clues as quickly as possible. I want to find the person behind the scenes. Li Shaoqian stood in the air behind Alia, and gave orders in a sharp voice. Yes. More than a dozen mecha warriors scattered out. Clay City, East City Street. Kuan Yu, who was sleeping with his eyes closed on the side of the road, opened his eyes, and a strong airflow spread. Paladin Adams. Have you finally accepted my challenge? Adams, who was galloping at full speed, was attracted by Kuan Yu's momentum, and couldn't help but stop. One-armed swordsman Kuan Yu. Sorry, I'm not interested in fighting. I have more important things to do now. Goodbye. The tall and handsome middle-aged knight turned around, and was about to leave. The spirit of chivalry made him unable to accept the challenge of someone who was much weaker than him. Kuan Yu smiled coldly, and with a wave of his hand, a huge blade light attacked Adams' back. A light shield appeared, and the blade light was offset. Adams turned around, showing a helpless expression. My damn procrastination, I should have solved your trouble earlier. A lightsaber appeared in Adams' hand. Kuan Yu put away the sword with one hand, and then made a gesture to draw the sword. You are right, I am indeed in trouble. Clang. The swords collided, making a sharp sound of metal clashing. Kuan Yu floated out with the wind, but his eyes were always fixed on Adams, extremely sharp. Adams took out an unknown prop and put it to his mouth. Alas, Your Excellency the Pope, I was delayed by a little thing, and I may arrive later. West City Gate. Under Lan's deliberate control, she and the two cardinals arrived at the West City Gate one after another. With Lan's strength and means, if she wanted, she had countless means to make her appear on the plain west of Clay City. But she didn't do that. She thought of a way to make Pope Charlemagne react earlier. Amster. The light of annihilation. Lan's voice was so cold that it seemed to come from the sky. As soon as the two bishops rushed out of the city gate, they were hit by Lan and her black magician group with a dark beam of light. The two pampered cardinals did not even say their last words, and turned into dust in this powerful black magic. Ignoring the chaos inside the city gate, Lan took off his hood and slowly turned around. Amster. Activate the teleportation array. After a burst of obscure magic fluctuations, outside the city gate, the black magic division that had just killed the two red-robed cardinals disappeared instantly. In the center of the crowding ceremony venue, a sturdy man with his face hidden in the mecha ran to Alia and Li Shaoqian. Captain, we found several hidden clues in the place where the mysterious man stayed, and they all point to Prince Boiju. Alia's eyelids twitched. Prince Boiju? The cheap uncle who was involved in the affair of the deceased princess? Is it true? You guys are too fast in finding clues. Right? Are you just talking nonsense because of factional conflicts? Li Shaoqian didn't even ask whether the news was reliable or not. Is that so? Since he doesn't follow the rules, then there is no need for us to follow the rules. Film crew. In. We must seek justice for Her Highness Alia today. Don't worry, Princess, no matter who hurts you, I will make him give you an explanation. Let's go! Alia, who was dragged by Li Shaoqian, had a face full of rejection. I think, can the investigation be more rigorous, or can I not go? Headmaster of Tianmen Divine Religion, inside the Pope's palace. The Pope, with a white beard but a burly figure, slammed the table, hijacking the saint. The strong smell of black magic. Damn it. Besides him, the only other person who can use the special physique of a woman as material is the notorious black magician. Big portal. The contemporary Pope Charlemagne stepped into the portal without hesitation. Disaster communicator. Element. The target is in place. The restriction formation is activated. The first step of the plan has been achieved. In the formation composed of dozens of black magicians, the masked Taurus stood side by side with Lan, staring at the burly Pope who stepped out of the portal with a serious and indifferent look. Charlemagne. Charlemagne frowned. Really interesting? So your target I am? Lan showed his true face. This is nothing to be surprised about. There are times when a mouse wants to have a taste of a cat, when it feels it is strong enough. The space inside the formation began to vibrate unsteadily, looking like a mirror that was about to be squeezed and shattered. Space collapse? Chapter 207 Prison of Evil. Infiltrate. Tianmen Divine Church. Bottom floor, entrance to Prison of Evil. Two guards performed their guard duties meticulously. Taya, still dressed as a priest, brought Chen Fan, who was wearing a white robe, to the door of Prison of Evil. Lady Saint. The two guards said in unison, very respectful. Taya nodded coldly. Open the door, I want to go into Prison of Evil to do something. The two guards silently glanced at Chen Fan, who was following Taya, but in the end, they did not dare to say much, and opened the door of Prison of Evil from left to right. The guard complained in his heart. Let Ta Ling decide whether to let him in or not. We are just guards. We dare not offend big shots. What should I do? Chen Fan stared at the entrance of the Prison of Evil and asked in a low voice. He felt a strange breath inside. Taya took out the communicator given by Li Shaoqian and took a look. You don't need to do anything. Just follow me in calmly. I have granted you the authority to enter and exit the Prison of Evil. Chen Fan nodded solemnly. I didn't expect that you, a saint, have so much authority. Taya finally got the message she wanted to see. She put away the communicator. I am using the authority of the chief judge. I don't have any authority. Let's go. You can go in. After Taya finished speaking, Bino walked into the Prison of Evil first. So even the authority was stolen. Chen Fan hesitated for a second, and then followed Taya into the dark door. The moment he entered the door, Chen Fan felt that his internal organs were scanned. Taya nodded to Chen Fan and took out the communicator. Void, we have successfully arrived at the designated location. And the mission is in progress. Putting away the communicator again, Taya waved to Chen Fan, and then strode towards the depths of the first level of the Prison of Evil. Chen Fan followed closely behind. 1 level deep. Edom was on a routine inspection with a cane. To be honest, he regretted going out to help his nephew. Not only did he not accomplish anything, but he also broke his leg. What bad luck. How did we encounter such a powerful lake monster? How did that thing escape the cleanup a few years ago? Saint, you are here. Are you here to see the judge this time? He noticed the white-robed man behind Taya, but did not ask more. He thought it might be the white-robed guardian, who was newly transferred to the headquarters. The beautiful Saint shook her head. No, I came here specifically to see you this time. The white-robed guardian Edom looked up in surprise. Looking for me? What for? While he was puzzled, a dagger wrapped with the power of the void suddenly pierced his chest, blood flowed along the tip of the knife, and fell. Edom's face was full of confusion, pain, despair, and confusion. You? Puff. Taya pulled back the dagger without hesitation. As a white-robed guardian, you are evil to your own people, and you deserve to die. Taya kicked Edom's body aside. He said calmly, Let's go, Chairman Chen. The guards on the first floor have been dealt with. Chen Fan glanced at the white-clothed guardian, who was not yet dead. He is the guard on the first floor? A disabled person? Taya looked at Chen Fan seriously. Before he went to Audrey Lake, he was not a disabled person. So he was the unlucky guy whose leg was broken by Poseidon. There were no prisoners on the first floor. Even the upper 6 floors were the same. Based on the special nature of the prison of evil, the upper 6 floors had become the private domain of the high-level members of the Tianmen divine cult. Without stopping, Taya took Chen Fan directly to the 2nd floor of the prison of evil. The guard of this floor was a Cyclops. But he was not as tall as the Cyclops mountain that Chen Fan had seen. When the Cyclops saw Taya coming in, he immediately stood up and saluted. Hello, Saint. Taya nodded slightly and walked to the front of the Cyclops with Chen Fan. Don't pretend. This is my companion. My biggest help on this trip. President Chen Fan. After she finished speaking, she introduced him to Chen Fan. Amon, the Cyclops who was forced to brainwash and regained his sanity, one of my achievements these days. Amon was overjoyed. Hello, President Chen. Taya, so our plan has been successfully launched? Taya nodded. Yes, it's going well so far. Where is the person I asked you to hide? Bring him out. We need to carry out the next plan as quickly as possible. The Cyclops Amon walked to a door and pulled out a tall, thin middle-aged man. He is here. I brought him 2 meals. And I didn't beat him. The middle-aged man frowned, seemingly in some pain from being pulled by Amon. Saint Taya? You brought me to this place? Who told you to do this? I am just a doctor. Why do you want to lock me up in the prison of evil? I want arbitration. Taya looked at the other person coldly. Why do you know yourself? Don't you know how many patients who should not have died you have killed over the years? The middle-aged man looked flustered. But he quickly covered it up. I don't know. Evidence is needed for everything. Even if you are a saint. Taya took 2 quick steps to the middle-aged man. Listen, Dr. Hansen. I don't care what you have done. I didn't bring you here to judge you. Next, I will take you to do some work that you are familiar with. After that, I will put you back and help you clean up all your dirty tricks. Do you understand? Dr. Hansen was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Deal. If you know everything I have done, then you will know that. I am an honest partner, so I hope you can be more honest. Obviously, erasing his black history is very important to him, and he can't refuse it. Taya nodded. I swear by the god of Tianmen, everything I just said is true. Dr. Hansen's expression gradually relaxed, and he followed Taya silently. Taya turned back to look at Chen Fan. President Chen, I have prepared the people you want. What should we do next? Go down directly. Or, you still need to prepare. Chen Fan shook his head. I don't have anything to prepare here. Go down. You just need to tell me who is the guardian. Chen Fan said, as he took out the prepared control chip, purple, from his backpack and held it in his hand. Taya immediately took the lead and walked towards the entrance of the next floor. Chen Fan, Eamon and Dr. Hansen followed closely behind her. The 3rd floor of the prison of evil. A middle-aged man, with a gloomy expression looked at Taya and her group, who were coming down with doubt. Saint Taya? What are you doing here? I didn't receive any notification of your coming. Taya turned back and looked at Chen Fan. See, this is the difference between the guards arranged by the Pope himself. I just came down. And he already suspected it. The guard heard Taya obviously unreasonable words, and suddenly became alert, and his hand unconsciously reached for the communicator on the table. Chen Fan smiled slightly, and he was a sole control to the guard. Ade, purple level 44. Evaluation. A poor guy who has been completely brainwashed. Chapter 208 The Evil Control Chip. No matter what his attributes are, as long as Chen Fan is sure that his soul value is lower than his own, then he will be 100% sure of controlling the other party. The skill is used successfully. The third level guardian froze behind the table as if the pause button was pressed. Chen Fan took out the control chip, purple, and handed it to Dr. Hansen behind him. Put it in his brain. This is a prop that can control him. I think you should know where it should be placed in the brain. Dr. Hansen took the small control chip and showed a confused expression. Put it in your head? Here? Chen Fan nodded seriously. Yes. Right here. I will do the operation immediately. Do you need any equipment? I have prepared a complete set of instruments, including an operating table, Chen Fan said as he opened the entrance to the Taoyuan secret realm. Then, a big-headed robot pushed out a packaged set of equipment for surgery. He had prepared this thing in the Taoyuan secret realm after he obtained the blood and soul chip. He knew that he would need this prop someday. Amon blinked his only big eyes, watched the robot drill back into the space door, then reached out and picked up the third-level guard and placed it on the operating table. Dr. Hansen, if you want to leave here as soon as possible, then please hurry up. Taya looked at the tiny chip in Hansen's hand, then looked at the head of the third-level guard, and finally looked at Chen Fan in confusion. Is this the prop you mentioned? Of course I don't distrust you. I just feel that, is this method a little too direct? Chen Fan scratched his head. Yes. A little bit. But it's still more complicated than just killing him. Right? Taya was speechless. Dr. Hansen. Do it. It's very tiring for me to maintain my ability to control him. The middle-aged doctor walked slowly to the operating table. Isn't he a clergyman? Will it be okay for me to do this? Just now, he thought his target would be a prisoner, but Chen Fan started to explain. He is a traitor to the cult. We need to get the news of other traitors from him. If you don't do it, the agreement we just made will have to be modified. Hansen quickly closed his eyes and relaxed. Okay. I be there soon. Anyway, I've done a lot of bad things. God of Tianmen, I promise this is the last time. An operation without an assistant began. The scene was too bloody, causing Chen Fan and Taya to turn around at the same time. President Chen, have you ever considered the possibility of failure of the operation? Taya saw this kind of unique tool for the first time, so she was a little worried. Chen Fan raised his right hand with roots wrapped around it. Don't worry. I have the ability to ensure that this guy will not die. As long as there are more opportunities for trial and error, it will always succeed. Taya had a complicated expression. What about time? He communicates with the guards on other levels in a regular manner. So, Chen Fan still nodded confidently. Time. Dr. Hansen, please speed up a bit. You just need to put the chip in. I do the suturing. Taya showed a complicated smile. So you didn't even consider this, right? 5 minutes later, Dr. Hansen's tired voice came from behind the two of them. I put it in although, but I did put it in. On the bed in front of him, the head of the third-level guard Ade had a hole, and large streams of blood were flowing out. Hansen was 100% sure that the man in front of him was definitely dead. In other words, he failed even without trying. But he did what the other party asked him to do. He stuffed the object into the traitor's brain as promised. Chen Fan turned around after hearing this, and then clicked on the interface of the control chip to activate it. Bang! The guard, whose head was bleeding, sat up with a bang. Hansen was so scared that he sat on the ground unsteadily. Oh my god! Undead! This man has become an undead. Ade slowly turned his head and set his eyes on Chen Fan. At your service, my master. Chen Fan was completely relieved. This was also his first time using the control chip. To be honest, he was not so sure. He controlled the roots of the Dark Spirit 9-layer wind to repair the wound on the back of Ade's head. Everything remains the same. Don't let your colleagues find out that you are being controlled. Stay here and wait for orders at any time. Ade got off the bed and walked back to his original position. Yes, master. But master, if you want to control Bellic on the lower floor in the same way, it's better to go down in a minute, because he will have to report in a minute. Teo looked incredulous and surprised. He is thinking about what to do next for you. Chen Fan was also a little surprised. He didn't know that this chip would be so easy to use. After all, this was the first time he used it. Well, it seems it is like this. Amon silently distanced himself from Chen Fan. Saint Taya, we must add one more clause to our agreement. That is, he is not allowed to use that evil thing on me. Absolutely not. Taya patted the Cyclops' knee. Don't worry. 10 watchers correspond to 10 chips of that kind. He doesn't have any extra props of that kind to use on you. 1 minute has passed. Let's continue. With the first successful experience, Taya's heart was relieved, and her hope was increased. Inner city of Clay City, royal residence, Upton Palace, main hall. The king of Abulian, Sever Spinet, with a hunched neck, sat calmly on his throne. Under the steps, the royal family and nobles stood together in a mess. Your Majesty, Clay City is already in a mess. If we don't do something, I'm afraid it will affect the inner city. A noble who was older than Seville screamed in fear. As soon as he spoke, the other nobles echoed him. At this time, everyone hoped that the king of Abulian would do something. After all, everyone had property in the outer city. Seville listened quietly to the noise. When the noisy voices gradually subsided, he turned his eyes to the old man who spoke first. What do you think, Duke, I should do? The old duke looked up at Seville. Of course, we should send guards to maintain order in the city and minimize the losses. This will help the royal family maintain its glorious image in the hearts of the people. Sewell waited for a while again. You are right. Then send your soldiers to do this. I will provide weapons and ammunition. The old duke pursed his lips. Your Majesty, you are joking. I don't have a corps of soldiers. I only have some servants. How can I do anything in this situation? Sewell asked coldly. Then your Majesty means to transfer the guards of Upton Palace to maintain order? The old duke was speechless. He was not easy to respond. The guards dare not be used. But the king can send the Saint of Law out. In that case, I think no one will dare to act rashly in Clay City. Chapter 209 Progress on Multiple Fronts. Heh. King Sewell sneered. Afari, legendary mage of Abulian, the old illness has relapsed. Not to mention you, I even rejected the Pope's request for help. Stop making a fuss. As long as the dispute does not involve the inner city, and there is no massacre of civilians, then just wait and see. You are not fools. You should be able to see who is the target of this incident. Right? King Abulian has a clear attitude. Although the divine power and royal power of the Principality of Abulian do not conflict, is it really so? Which emperor would like to have someone on equal footing with him in his territory? Kidnap the saint, attack the pope together, created unrest, attack the paladin Adams. This is most likely to be the Tianmen divine religion. By the way, Duke, I heard that you arranged the people who destroyed the ceremony this time? I don't really believe this, but the group of young people sent by the Revolutionary Army seem to believe it. I heard that they have demolished the Duke mansion in your outer city. King Seville kept calling him the Duke, and anyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. The old Duke calmed down instead. Your Majesty has a keen eye. As long as you trust me, let them check. It's just a few houses outside the city. They can be demolished if they want. King Seville nodded. That's true. But I heard that Osley seems to have taken people to rescue the saint. You must make sure he is careful. This is not a joke. The old Duke's face suddenly turned ugly. In the western plains of Clay City, inside the dark barrier, dark green vines covered the entire barrier. These vines spread and wriggled, like giant pythons of terrifying size. Elemental sparks. The girl Lon folded her hands, palms facing forward. A colorful spark flew towards the old Pope. Charlemagne whooshed towards him standing in the air. Charlemagne held a dark space blade in his hand, and waved it at the sparks without hesitation. Boom! The two collided, making a loud bang, and the entire barrier trembled for a while. What elemental sparks, little girl, you really underestimated the knowledge of our Tianmen divine religion. This is clearly the famous skill of one of the blasphemers 100 years ago, the elemental disaster, the elemental chaos bomb. The gods have not yet awakened, but I didn't expect that you, the descendants of the blasphemers, would jump out and stir up trouble first. Lan's small figure stood on the vines, stretched his hands forward, and condensed a colorful light spot again. The figure of Tuol Luo slowly grew out of the vines. Blasphemer? What does he mean? Lan did not even turn his head. It means literally. Tuol Luo rolled his eyes. This explanation was equivalent to no explanation. Okay, don't attack too frequently. He seems to be playing with a cat and mouse mentality. Let him stay in this state. After all, our task is just to delay time. Charlemagne, hugging his shoulders, smiled at the two beauties talking. You two have excellent talents and good looks. How about becoming saints with high status in my Tianmen divine religion? Lan thought about what Tuoluo said, and silently slowed down the speed of casting. Mr. Charlemagne? Are you kidding? Can you really make a blasphemer become a saint? Aren't you afraid that your god will punish you? Charlemagne smiled even more. How could it be? To influence the evildoers and purify the dirty world. This is the doctrine of my god? Streets in the east city of Clay City. In the ruins, Paladin Adams and one-armed swordsman Kuan Yu stood opposite each other. As expected of the light of a Boolean. I didn't expect you to be so strong without the support of a mount. Kuan Yu's chest rose and fell violently. Obviously, he had just used all his strength. Adams shrugged. Thank you for the compliment. So when you say this, are you admitting defeat? Kuan Yu shook his head. No. I just want to take a halftime break. Adams, then I take it as your admission of defeat. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole person flew out. Kuan Yu sat down on the stone. I didn't ask you for a halftime break. Hiss. It hurts. In front of Adams, countless sand and stones rose from the ground, and finally turned into a sand and stone giant more than 10 meters high. With one punch, Adams was knocked back to Kuan Yu's vicinity, just in time for him to hear Kuan Yu's words. Adams lay on the ground for a while, and then slowly got up. That was my misunderstanding. This doesn't count as a duel. Does it? Kuan Yu, of course it counts, but now it counts as a duel between the two of you. Clay City, Grand Duke Mansion. In a treasury full of gold and magic stones, Berserker Rong Wei talked to Li Shaoqian, while stuffing magic stones into his backpack. Shaoqian, this is the last manor of the Duke in the outer city. What should we do next? Should we break into the inner city? Li Shaoqian rolled her eyes at him fiercely. You're just dreaming. If we break into the inner city, things will really get out of hand. King Sebel won't be able to come up with an excuse to excuse us. Hurry up. You guys. When it's full, I confiscate these things and put them in southwest Shutian. Rongwei speeded up. No. No. No, I make some more room. Let me make some more room. Your goblin has eaten several boxes of magic stones. Won't you take care of it? Don't let it explode. Li Shaoqian looked at the ugly thing with disdain. Let it explode, it save you trouble. Send Princess Alia back to the inner city later, and claim that you have found a lot of evidence and are verifying it. I'm going out of town. Remember not to expose my whereabouts. Li Shaoqian was very worried whether the combination of Tuoluo and Lan could hold back Pope Charlemagne. After all, that was a powerful person who surpassed the saint level and was close to demigod. Although her identity prevented her from participating in the battle, she should be able to hide in the distance and use mechanical weapons for remote assistance. As long as there is no obvious evidence. The prison of evil, the bottom layer, the 12th layer. Chen Fan did the same, and controlled the last blood gourd-like guard. I will follow your wishes. My master. Chen Fan clapped his hands, his face showing joy. It's done. Taya, what should we do next? Taya was also excited. The next step will be easy. Hull. Open the shackles of Mr. Haibao prison of fire. Hull. The guard of the 12th floor looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded. Do as she says. Taya? Who is Mr. Haibao? Without waiting for Taya to answer Chen Fan's question, Dr. Hansen, who was exhausted and listless, asked first. Lady Saint, have I completed my mission? I feel like I'm dying of exhaustion. Can you let me out first? Taya glanced at him coldly. Yes, I can even send you to see the god of heaven's gate. Dr. Hansen's heart sank. What do you mean? Puff. A sharp blade pierced Dr. Hansen from front to back, and blood splattered in an instant. Hansen looked back in horror. You clearly swore an oath. Bang! The body fell to the ground. The one who made the move was the Cyclops Amon, and it was obvious that he had known that this guy needed to die here. Chapter 210 All Pardoned. Taya turned her head away, not even looking at the doctor who had lost his medical ethics. I forgot to tell you, the oath I swore with the god of heaven's gate is not valid. Chen Fan was not surprised by this result. Since he knew that this doctor was a black-hearted doctor, Chen Fan had already thought of his fate. Because if Taya didn't want to kill him, she could have found a doctor with high medical ethics to assist. She asked Hansen to come here, just to squeeze out the last bit of his value before killing him. Eamon kicked Hansen's body against the wall. Fool! Do you really think that if you confess your evil deeds, then it will really be over? Go to hell and confess a few more times. Taya motioned Chen Fan to follow her. Mr. Haibao is a bridge dragon seal, the master of the Ice Valley realm, the longest serving and strongest prisoner in the prison of evil. Although our goal is to release all prisoners, it does not mean that all prisoners will be grateful to us. Some of them are even unenlightened, so we need a few powerful helpers who can calm them down. And Mr. Highbow is one of them. Mr. Seastorm is a seal? This sentence sounds strange. The men hurried to the innermost cell on the 12th floor. A seal with a beard? I guess it can speak, Chen Fan said confidently, as he looked at the seal chained to the ground. The seal raised its head and looked at Chen Fan with its big eyes. This guy guessed right. Little girl, you surprised me. Have you already made the plan to save me? Taya smiled and nodded. Yes, the plan has changed from what I told you last time, for the better. Here, why haven't you opened Mr. Highbow's shackles yet? Here, whose head was still bleeding, glanced at Taya. I'm already doing it. As he finished speaking, the chains that ran through Highbow's body began to rattle. It looked like they were being pulled out. Chen Fan grinned at the scene. Aren't you in pain? Highbow turned his head and looked at Chen Fan, with a funny expression on his face. It hurts? So can you turn around? I feel a little embarrassed to scream when you look at me. 5 minutes later, Highbow, covered in blood, jumped to the ground. Ah, I feel alive after a long time. Do you have time for me to eat something? The seal moved slowly and clumsily on the ground. Chen Fan looked at Taya, and then at the seal. Mr. Highbow, is this the only way you can go? Highbow tilted his head back, looking at Chen Fan with his round eyes. I'm a seal. How do you want me to go? Chen Fan was embarrassed. Sorry, here. Hurry up and find something for Mr. Highbow to eat. Chen Fan ordered here, who was following behind him. There's not much food in the prison of evil, but if you can fill your stomach, the Chief Judge Baijel has kept 2 lawmen on the 1st floor. Chen Fan looked at Taya curiously. What is lawmen? Taya, a beast with a huge body. Delicious meat. But a particularly piercing scream. Hell. Now we can release all the prisoners on the 12th floor. And then we can go up 1 floor at a time until we leave. Mr. Seastorm, I trouble you to deal with some ungrateful people. The white-bearded seal moved forward a few times. Leave it to me. I don't mind having an appetizer before reaching the 1st floor. Dang, dang, dang. The crisp sound of the machine amplifier sounded one after another. One after another. Strange monsters walked out of their cells. A 3-eyed birdman looked at the aliens, who also walked out of the cage in confusion. What's going on? Is the system of the evil prison wrong? Or are you going to kill us all at once? Another pig-nosed monster strode to the stairs on the upper floor. I have to go to the exit to see if I can't get out. I have to kill 2 humans to satisfy my hunger. Brother Pig is right. What if the door at the stairs is also broken? Dozens of aliens formed a temporary team and came to the staircase leading to the 11th floor. Chen Fan and others had been standing at the staircase for several minutes, seeing a group of monsters coming together. Chen Fan was surprised. These guys actually know how to unite? Taya nodded as a matter of course. Of course. Do you think that the aliens they captured are all uncivilized beasts? The first point of brainwashing is to have a brain. Chen Fan, you make sense. Taya took out a megaphone and shouted at the prisoners who were walking by. We rescued you from the cage. You don't need to know the reason. You just need to follow us up. A pig-headed monster rushed over with fangs before Taya finished speaking. Devil's believer. Why should we believe what you say? Look at me. A big mouth suddenly appeared and swallowed the pig-headed monster directly into its mouth, and then chewed it with blood splattering everywhere. After eating, Highbow retracted his big mouth. Is there anyone who still doesn't believe it? It seems that there is no one left. We can go up now. The meat of the pig-headed man is really fishy and ugly. Fortunately, I have a good appetite today. Taya nodded gratefully, and then led the way to the upper level. Chen Fan followed behind Mr. Highbow with a curious look. Mr. Highbow, where did you get the trick to make your head bigger? Can other parts of your body also be enlarged? The seal followed behind Taya. I didn't grow bigger, I just restored my head to its original size. I'm good at shrinking. Do you want to learn? Chen Fan shook his head like a rattle. Forget it. Forget it, I'm not interested in shrinking. Arriving at the 11th floor, Chen Fan immediately ordered the guards on the 11th floor to release all the prisoners. Then Taya took out the loudspeaker again and said the same thing as before. Same. There are still blind people trying to attack. There is one more than the 12th floor. There are 2 blind people. There is no doubt that Gon was swallowed by Mr. Highbow. 10th floor. 9th floor. 6th floor. The higher they went, the larger the group of prisoners following them became. Some prisoners did not know the rules, and did not regard the prisoners around them, or even Chen Fan, as real partners. At this time, the confusion in their hearts was greater than the joy of escaping the cage, but due to the powerful strength of Haibao, they could only cooperate temporarily. 10 minutes later, inside the entrance of the first floor of the prison of evil, Taya turned back to face the noisy and chaotic prisoners, holding a megaphone in her hand. Behind this door, it's the church of the Tian'an Divine Religion. There is a very large inland lake on the east side of the church, called Audrey Lake. In that lake, there is a teleportation array that we have set up long ago to leave Clay City. If you want to live, follow us and head east. If you don't believe me, you can run wherever you want. Chapter 211 Escape. Taya didn't care whether the prisoners heard it clearly or not, and she didn't plan to say it a second time. She turned around and said loudly to the gate of the prison of evil, "In the name of the Heavenly Gate Guardian God Church, the Chief Judge Baijel, all the prisoners' crimes, all pardoned." The prison of evil seemed to shake invisibly. All the prisoners felt a sense of mental relaxation in an instant. Am I really going to leave here? This woman is not lying. I really escaped from that invisible gaze. That woman ran out. Follow her. Follow her. Tian'an Divine Church Cathedral, entrance to the prison of evil. 2 guards of the prison of evil were discussing what to eat after the shift change today. With a creak, the gate of the prison of evil slowly opened outwards. It should be the saint who came out. Quickly stand up. The 2 were startled, and hurriedly ran back to both sides of the entrance, and stood up straight. However, the expected beautiful saint did not appear, but a man in a black cloak walked out first, holding a pistol with a strange smell in his hand. Even if the guards were pig brains, they could tell that something was wrong. Something is wrong. Bang, bang. Before he could even say the word normal, the guard was hit in the throat by the bullet of ocean breath, and then he covered his neck and fell down unwillingly. Another guard suffered the same fate. Taya, Eamon, Haibao, and other collaborators followed Chen Fan out. President Chen's shooting skills are very accurate. Chen Fan put the gun back to his waist. Thanks to your sisterly, we seem to have successfully walked out of the prison of evil. The tower spirit doesn't seem to be making things difficult for us. What should we do now? Escape through the secret passage? Taya shook her head. There is no secret passage. While the situation in the city is in chaos, we can just rush directly to Audrey Lake. Charlemagne and Baijel are not here, Adams hasn't arrived yet, and there are only a few cardinals left who can't stop us. Bang! Chen Fan shot and killed a clergyman who came over after hearing the noise. Okay, we are already halfway successful. Just do as you say, I lead the way. The Cyclops Amon took out a huge double-edged axe and strode to the front. I'm good at this kind of thing. Giant axe throwing. Amon leaned back, and his whole body suddenly exerted force like a strong bow. Then, the giant axe with earth attribute shot out brazenly. It penetrated the north side of the church directly. Chen Fan glanced at the hole several people high. Oh my god! Is it really opened? He saw flowers, plants and trees at the end of the hole. Taya gave him a thumbs up in appreciation. Ms. Amon, you've worked hard. President Chen, we found a secret passage. Let's go. Chen Fan nodded blankly. Amon, miss? He really lacked the ability to distinguish the gender of the Cyclops. Someone's coming. Haibao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly said. Chen Fan turned his head immediately. 2 bullets created 2 small black holes in 2 different locations. What? Ah! 2 short screams appeared, and then the 2 screaming white-robed guardians disappeared into the black hole. Chen Fan looked down at his ocean breath. Does this skill work with enemies that can use space teleportation? Taya looked at Chen Fan in surprise. How did you know they would appear there? Everyone can feel some of the space fluctuations, but not everyone can get such a precise location. Chen Fan's mind flashed with the image of the Blade Slayer in Kunlun Realm. This is also thanks to your sisterly. We made too much noise. Let's run, the prisoners are almost all coming out. The few people did not delay any longer, and rushed out to the hole opened by Amon. Several temple guards holding long swords came late, and came to the door of the prison of evil. Captain! There is a big hole here. Someone is running away in the hole. If you see him, chase him. Damn it! Report the situation to the bishops quickly. Captain! Behind you, behind you. One after another, aliens dressed as prisoners came out of the door of the prison of evil, and then attacked the clergy in uniform at the door without hesitation. The streets of the east city of Clay City, In the rubble, Kuan Yu and Medalon sat side by side in the ruins without any image. Medalon covered his wound and panted violently for a while. Do you really want to send it? Kuan Yu slowly turned his head. Send. McDillon took out the communicator. It's a bit embarrassing, but there's nothing we can do about it. Right? Who knew Adams would become so fierce after riding the mount? We too can't stop the Holy Light Griffin. Right? Kuan Yu nodded. Yes. McDillon picked up the communicator. How about you send it? Kuan Yu was silent for a few seconds. My communicator is broken. Desert Disaster was speechless. This guy's lying characteristics are too obvious. Oh, send it. Don't delay other people's plans. Desert. Number 1 reports, the East Street operation failed. Adams is riding the Holy Light Griffin and rushing towards the position of the Grand Master of the Tianmen Divine Church. 5 minutes later. Machine. Number 2 received. I will stop him on the way. Try to delay him for some time. Void. Number 8 received. The prisoners in the evil prison have been released successfully, but the mission has not been completed. Number 7 and I are leading most of the prisoners to the final location of the plan, Audrey Lake, above the outer city of Clay City. Li Xiaoqian, wearing a mecha, stopped her plan to go to the western plains to support Lan, turned around and rushed towards a huge white-winged griffin in the sky not far away. Approaching the griffin, Li Xiaoqian slowed down. And the griffin, sensing danger, turned around, raising its claws to pounce. Adams reined in his mount. Team Leader Li? Are you coming to see me? Li Xiaoqian stopped in midair, with the mechanical mask open, revealing her delicate face. Yes, Sir Paladin, I have something to discuss with you. Adams frowned. Why was he so busy today? Why did he come to me at this time? Although it didn't seem like there was any connection, but it still felt too coincidental. Team Leader Li wants to talk to me about something? I'm really sorry, I have something very important to do here. Bye, I come to you in person to discuss it in detail another day. Adams had a bad premonition for some reason, and turned around and left while driving the Holy Light Griffin. Li Xiaoqian hurriedly chased after him. Mr. Adams, what I'm talking about is related to the safety of Princess Alia. The Griffin turned around reluctantly. Adams's feelings for Princess Alia are extremely special. It is said that it is related to her mother, the previous princess of Abulian. He not only personally accepted Princess Alia as his apprentice, but also paid a great price to obtain a very high level of summoner inheritance for Alia. Then I'd better listen. In fact, I don't think my side is that important. Adams jumped off the griffin and flew in front of Li Xiaoqian to show respect. Chapter 212. My ship is just a ship after all, it can't go ashore. Li Xiaoqian chose her words carefully. It's like this, you should know that today is Princess Alia coronation ceremony. Adams nodded slightly. Although I didn't attend, I know about it. Li Xiaoqian continued. Then you also know that Princess Alia coronation ceremony was interrupted. Right? Adams forced a smile and nodded again. I definitely know, otherwise why would I rush to the church in a hurry? Can't this woman just tell me the result? I know the same. Li Xiaoqian, at that time. All of us in the Shadow Department were present to maintain order for Her Highness Alia, so when something like this happened, I think I am also partially responsible, so… Team Leader Li, can we just tell them the problem you found, although it's a bit rude, but I really have something to do. Adams had to urge him. Li Xiaoqian waved her hand awkwardly. I'm so sorry, how about you go ahead and do your work? Mr. Adams, and I talk to you in person another day? Li Xiaoqian began to push as hard as she could. Under this situation, the longer she could delay, the better. When Adams heard what Li Xiaoqian said, he was immediately in a dilemma. Should he go directly to guard the church? Or should he listen to the news that Team Leader Li got first, and then go to guard the church? Forget it, it doesn't matter if I go to the church a little later. Although the Pope is not here, Bree is still here. Team Leader Li, please finish what you are saying. I promise I won't interrupt you this time. Li Xiaoqian's mouth curled up slightly. It's like this, with the full search of our film crew members, we found in the castle and manor of the Grand Duke, by the lakeside of Audrey Lake, at the entrance of the official road of Clay City, 2 sturdy figures riding wildebeests appeared on the lakeshore. Both figures were very strong, one old and one young, one tall and one short. As they got closer, it was the dwarf blacksmith Master Helen and his human student Ah Chiang. Teacher, we are at the lakeside of Audrey Lake, but I don't seem to see Mr. Chen's beautiful female companion. Master Helen struggled to roll down the tall wildebeest. You said you didn't see it when you first arrived. This Audrey Lake is so big. You should look carefully. Really, you have no patience at all. Ah Cheong felt wronged after being scolded. He immediately ran to a high place and looked around. There was no one by the Audrey Lake. And you could see it all at a glance. Such a beautiful woman, how could you not see her if she was here? Teacher, there is really no one by the lake. I have looked carefully. There is really no one. Ah Chong strode back to Master He Lin. Hey teacher, why did you take out this pair of boots again? Aren't they completely repaired? Master He Lin sat on the stone, without looking up. It was repaired, but I didn't have time to engrave the trend shadow array on it. I thought President Chen was in a hurry to use it, so I sent it here without engraving it. Now they are not here, I will engrave the array on it for him, so that it will be convenient for him to use it in the future. Ah Chong scratched his head. Teacher, aren't you very annoyed by those humans who speak truthfully and falsely? Why is your attitude towards Mr. Chen Fan so different from that towards others? He had been holding this question in his mind for several days. The old dwarf Helen engraved it seriously, and answered after a long while. Your teacher once did something wrong. Because I overestimated myself, I broke something very important in the kingdom. Alas, this also resulted in a despicable enemy not being completely killed. And Mr. Chen Fan, whom you mentioned, he fulfilled my wish that had tortured me for many years. So, Ah Cheong, you must have the most basic assessment of your abilities. You can be brave enough to challenge. But don't act recklessly without considering the consequences. Understand? You have to know that some regrets cannot be made up. Ah Cheong nodded, not quite understanding. Okay. Teacher. So Mr. Chen Fen helped you fix the things you broke? Master He Lin kicked Ah Cheong. You silly boy. If he had that ability, would he ask me to repair his equipment? He helped me get rid of the most difficult enemy in that kingdom. On the official road from Tiannan Divine Cult to Audrey Lake. Under the leadership of Chen Fan and Taya, a team of 100 prisoners moved forward at a rapid speed. President Chen, can you let your ship also meet us? This way we can save half the time. Taya looked at Chen Fan and asked as her figure flashed. Chen Fan shook his head, indicating that he was powerless. My ship is just a ship after all, it can't go ashore. But I have an idea. Do you think we can put these prisoners into a space prop, and then teleport away with the space prop? Chen Fan looked at Taya and asked doubtfully. Taya was a little confused. I don't know about this either. My void gate can't hold many people. It's not like you haven't been there before. Taya said, as she remembered something, and her face turned red. Chen Fan was also a little embarrassed. But I have it. I have a space prop that can hold all of them. As Chen Fan said, those running at the front gradually slowed down. Hai Bao patted his stomach angrily. You little brat, why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me tired like a sea dog. Chen Fan quickly materialized the entrance to the Peach Blossom secret realm. Who doesn't have a crazy brain sometimes? Come in. Come in. Hai Bao slapped a birdman with his tail. What are you hesitating about? Come in. Come in. If they really wanted to harm you, would they go to a place like the prison of evil to save you? The birdman shook his head quickly and shouted in a shrill voice. No. No. It's better to catch it yourself if you have that time. It flew towards the entrance of the Peach Blossom secret realm that Chen Fan had materialized. Bang! The birdman just touched the space gate and was bounced back at the same speed. At the same time, Chen Fan and Taya both received a system prompt. World mission. Prisoners' Day of Liberation mission in progress. Space cannot be used within 3 hours. And teleportation items. Remaining time limit, 2 hours. 33 minutes and 50 seconds. Chen Fan and Taya looked at each other. The old seal stared at the birdman with a frown. What's going on? So you said it was okay, but you were actually very reluctant to go in there. Right? You saw that I was full and had no appetite? The birdman screamed in fear. Ah! Help me, I didn't mean that, boss. I definitely didn't mean to resist. Chen Fan stopped the sea storm, which was pressing forward step by step, and its movements were a little funny. It's really not its fault, it's our problem. Some rules restrict us, making us unable to use space-related props within a certain period of time. The sea storm was silent for a while. How long is a certain period of time? Chen Fan, 2.5 hours. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Chapter 213, I like this serious guy. Hai Bao pointed his arm at Chen Fan, turned his head, and looked at Taya. I like this serious guy. Cyclops Amon held his forehead with one hand. But there is no need to care about those 2 seconds at this time. Since it will take so long to teleport, shouldn't we run as far as possible now? Taya thought for a while. We can't run far in more than 2 hours, and the divine power attribute of Tianmen divine religion is still spatial attribute. The distance doesn't mean much. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. That's true. So we should reach Lake Audrey as soon as possible. My ship has at least the strength of a second-turn awakener. Our defense capabilities can be maximized. Chen Fan estimate of Poseidon's strength as a second-turn awakener is just a conservative estimate. In terms of defense, Poseidon wearing steel armor should not be weaker than a third-turn peak awakener who focuses on defense. Mr. Haibao nodded in agreement. That's right. I also need to be in a place with water to exert my greatest ability. The Cyclops Amon looked back at the excited prisoner team behind him. In that case, let's set off quickly, and then study other plans when we get to Lake Audrey. Before she finished speaking, Taya and Chen Fan looked at each other solemnly. The pursuers are coming. 2 space vortices appeared out of thin air, and then 2 cardinals with amazing momentum walked out of the space vortex. Saint Taya, how dare you collude with heretics to release all the prisoners in the prison of evil? Aren't you afraid of being punished by my god? Taya smiled. Don't say those high-sounding words at this time. If you two want to stop me, you must be prepared to sacrifice your lives. The cardinal was extremely angry. How dare you? A mere saint. Say such arrogant words. Space storm. Countless white blades that tore through space swept over. Taya's body was full of strange fluctuations, and she clenched one hand. A purple-black void mouth opened, and swallowed all the space blades into its mouth, changing her holy and innocent image. Taya turned into a charming girl in a purple-black dress. President Chen, you take them away first, and leave this to me. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, and looked at the 10 divine messengers controlled by his blood chip. Let Ade and the other 10 stop them here, and we will continue to run. Taya raised her hand, and swung out a huge void blade. That's good. Let's go! The 10 guards arranged by the Pope himself should be able to resist the 2 bishops for a while. Anyway, it doesn't matter if they can't resist, they have already played their greatest role. Even if they don't die now, the old Pope should not be unaware of the news of the incident in the cult. 10 bloody-headed guards formed teams of 5 and 5, and faced the 2 bishops fearlessly. Kill! Anyone who hurts my master will die. For my master, I will sacrifice my life. The people controlled by the chip shouted slogans. Taya felt cold in her heart. What kind of prop is this? It feels like my personality and thoughts have been tampered with. This is simply too evil. With the desperate interception of 10 guards, Chen Fan and Taya once again led the prisoners to advance rapidly towards Lake Audrey. Take out the natural disaster communicator. Void, we are still on the way to Lake Audrey. The mission information has changed. Large space props and teleportation cannot be used within 2.5 hours. Li Xiaoqian, who was talking face-to-face with Adams, raised her hand and glanced at her watch. So Sir Adams, I think all this can prove that the old Duke, or the decadent conservatives he represents, has the motive to destroy Alia plan. Although they openly kidnapped 6 saints, I think this may be a trick. Adams frowned and thought for a few seconds. Captain Lee, the evidence you mentioned, in my opinion, is far from enough to convict the Grand Duke. Perhaps it is because of the differences in national laws and regulations. Many things that you think are unreasonable or excessive are the rights of a noble in Clay City. I mean, do you understand? Li Xiaoqian frowned. It's hard for me to understand. Can you explain it in more detail? Paladin? Adams waved his hand apologetically. I'm really sorry. I'm in a hurry today. I patiently help Team Leader Li solve his doubts when I have the chance. Let's go! Adams didn't wait for Li Xiaoqian to speak. He turned around and rode on the Holy Light Griffin, and galloped towards the church. Rights that nobles should have? Haha, I said this so naturally, damn it. Li Xiaoqian gritted her teeth as she watched the griffin beast shrinking. She had already delayed Adams for long enough. If she continued to delay, he would probably really get suspicious. She took out the calamity communicator. Machine, Adams is heading to the church. At the fastest, he may chase you in 10 minutes. Do you have a plan to deal with it? Void, if there is really no other way, I can hold him back for a while. Desert, we too will be resting soon. Our support will arrive in half an hour at the latest. Grass, Charlemagne seems to have noticed something unusual in the church. He has started to take it seriously. We too can't hold on any longer. Machine, I go support number 2 and number 5. Number 1. You two go support number 8. Act now. Desert, got it. While running. Taya silently looked back in the direction of the church. Mr. Adams, if I tell him about the dirty things on the 6th floor of the prison of evil, will he be shaken? But the premise is that he upholds the heart of a knight, and has never been involved in dirty things. Speed up. We are still a long way from Audrey Lake. If you don't want to be caught, speed up. With Taya encouragement, the speed of the prisoner 100-man team suddenly increased. Chin Fen came to Taya and asked in a voice that others could not hear. That Paladin Adams is a third-turn awakening boss. And he has a holy light griffin as an assistant. Are you sure you can handle it? Taya looked solemn. I don't have much confidence. How about, President Chin? You come and hold Adams? Chin Fan shook his head vigorously. Me? How can I hold him? Hold his thigh? Call me your long-lost biological son? Taya then remembered that Chin Fan's strength had not yet reached the peak of the awakened. Sorry, then I do it. If I don't care about the cost, I should be able to hold him for 20 minutes. Take this puppet. If I fail, this puppet will preserve my soul and memory, so I will have a chance to be reborn. Chin Fan took the purple, exquisite puppet heavily. This is a fucking Abyss Gaze level mission. Everything is arranged so well, but we still have to face the choice of life and death. Let's go quickly. The best result is that the powerful enemy will arrive after we arrive at Audrey Lake. Chapter 214 Decay in the Name of Justice. Stink. Taya nodded and quickened her pace. She also knew that was the best outcome, but with the speed of the Holy Light Griffin, that idea was obviously a bit too idealistic. Headmaster of the Tianmen Divine Religion, the Cathedral, driving the Holy Light Griffin. Adams frowned and landed on the square in front of the church. Why is it so chaotic? The church has been broken into? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Adams was a little confused. He couldn't think of anyone in the Abulian Principality who had the strength to destroy the Tianmen Divine Church like this. Did the demons revive in the Tianmen Divine Church? Or, Saint Ron broke in, and I didn't know yet. Adams patted the Holy Light Griffin. The Holy Light Griffin showed a flattering expression, and then laid down obediently in the square. Adams disappeared in a flash, and came to a white-robed guardian, who was communicating in the church. Bianca, what happened in the church? Where are the cardinals? Why can't I see any of them? Bianca turned her head, and saw that it was Paladin Adams who was speaking. She immediately calmed down a lot. Holy, Sir Paladin, Saint Taya has betrayed us. All the cardinals have chased her away. We haven't contacted her yet. Adams was very surprised. The holy tall figure appeared in his mind. Saint Taya has betrayed us? Why? What happened? Tell me clearly. After meeting the backbone, Bianca relaxed a lot and organized her words. Bianca said, this morning, there was a big change at Princess Alia coronation ceremony. The 6 saints of our church were all captured at the ceremony. Adams nodded. I know this. What happened next? Bianca, then, there was news that 2 cardinals were killed by a black magician. The Pope did not explain anything and hurried to rescue the 6 saints. Adams felt a little ashamed, and said to himself, actually, the Pope did not say nothing. He asked me to come to the church. And he probably asked me to take charge of the church. I just didn't expect that I would come so late. Go on. Bianca paid attention to Adam's expression. Nothing happened afterwards. We were praying together in the church for the 2 bishops who ascended to heaven. And then we heard a loud bang. And a big hole was chiseled through the entire church hall by an axe. Hall and Monley went to check the situation, and were swallowed by 2 black whirlpools on the spot. They are still unknown whether they are alive or dead. When we arrived at the scene, we saw Taya and former Bishop Aemon leading a large number of prisoners out of the prison of evil. After fighting with us, they fled out of the hole. Adam's face was full of confusion. Saint Taya and Aemon released all the prisoners in the prison of evil? They took away all the prisoners on the 12th floor? Why did they do that? Bianca shook her head. I don't know. After we reported it to the higher authorities, the only 2 cardinals in the church chased after him. Adams frowned. His brows were so tight that water seemed to drip out. Take me to the prison of evil, I want to ask Bruley. Bianca hesitated. The Pope clearly ordered you not to go to the prison of evil, saying that the prison of evil is full of evil desires, which will affect your divinity. Besides, Lord Adams, aren't you going to chase the traitor first? Adams' eyes widened. How can I leave without first making sure there are no hidden dangers in the church? You don't even have a bishop among you. Do you expect he to protect the church? Are you a fool? You're still thinking about the rules at this time? Do you think I will believe that kind of nonsense? Do you think I don't know that he is practicing forbidden magic in the prison of evil? Take me there. The white-robed guardian bowed his head and said nothing. Silently followed Adams to the prison of evil. The first floor of the prison of evil. Adams leaned over and squatted in front of a corpse with a hole in the chest. The chest was pierced by the power of the void, a fatal blow. The leg was broken, but it has been reconnected. It was not caused by this injury. The expression was particularly shocked. It seemed that he did not expect to be attacked. Who is this white-clothed guardian? Do you know him? Although Adams often practiced in the divine religion, not everyone knew him. Bianca moved closer and stared at the dead man's face for a while. This is Edom, a popular figure around Lord Judge Bygel, who spends most of his time with the judge. And here, Adams stood up and looked around, his eyes a little confused. Why is the first level of this prison different from before? Where is the prison? Why are they all rooms? And there are people in some rooms? He wondered, and then used his divine power to violently smash the door of the room where he felt someone was. Several screams echoed through the first floor of the prison of evil. Adams was surprised. There were more than a dozen young women of different races in this room, but all of them were extremely beautiful and dressed in sexy and seductive clothes. Divine magic. Silent words. The screams in the room disappeared in an instant. Who are they? You won't tell me that they are all prisoners of the prison of evil? Adams looked at Bianca with an ugly expression. The white-robed guardian looked obviously flustered. These are, I don't know, Your Excellency the Paladin. Humph. Adams snorted coldly. Divine magic. True words. I ask you again, who are these women? Why are they in the first level of the prison of evil? Bianca's expression was twisted and tangled, but she finally told the truth under the influence of divine magic. These are the toys collected by the presiding judge, Lord Bygel, for his enjoyment. That Edom is responsible for helping him take care of these women. This time Lord Bygel was exiled to the abyss because of this incident. So he was punished by the Pope. The power of the word of truth was so strong that Bianca, the white-robed guardian, said several truths at once. Adams was silent for a long time. So, I was not allowed to come to the prison of evil. Not just because of the forbidden magic. Right? Tell me about the origins of these women. If they are all slaves and criminals, I can barely put the blame on the corrupt system. Bianca gritted her teeth. No. Not all of them. Some are stolen noble ladies. Some are deceived elf nobles. And Lord Bygel. He only likes to torture women of noble status. Adams gradually became expressionless. So, besides imprisoning aliens, what else is the prison of evil used for? Bianca closed her eyes in despair. With Adams' total divine power, he simply couldn't resist this level of mantra. Mostly this kind of place to imprison forbidden food, and also used to study forbidden divine arts, to do experiments, and to make psychedelic drugs. Damn it! Lord Adams, you are also a member of the cult. You are also involved in these things, you should know that. Humanity is higher than divinity most of the time. Chapter 215 Divine Art. Justice Judgment. An invisible divine force suddenly squeezed Bianca's body, making his bones crackle. Bianca, who was lifted into the air by the squeezing force, screamed with a distorted expression. Ah! Ah! I was wrong, I said the wrong thing. For the sake of my uncle, spare my life, Lord Adams. Adams looked at Bianca coldly, and slowly loosened his divine power. If you say so, I can spare your life for the sake of the Pope. In fact, I didn't intend to kill you. After all, this matter has little to do with you. Killing you, even killing Bygel, won't solve any problems. I will have a good talk with Mr. Charlemagne about this matter. Take me to the 12th floor. I want to see if the bridge dragon seal we caught many years ago is still there. Anyone can escape, but it's best not to let it return to the water. 10 minutes later, Adams, who went to the 12th floor, returned disappointed. At this time, the young white-robed guardian was no longer beside the Knight of God. He looked up at the sky. Bree, you could have stopped them. Why did you let them take all the prisoners away? The empty prison of evil was silent. No one answered. Don't want to bother with me? Well, I go and deal with this mess first, and then come back to explain to you. Adams did not stop, and turned to walk towards the entrance of the prison of evil. Just as Adams was about to reach the entrance of the prison of evil, a hot beauty in cool clothes suddenly appeared at the entrance of the prison of evil. The girl leaned against the door with her shoulders folded, looking at Adams with a cold expression. How long will it take? 10 years again? After another 10 years, there might not be a single evil person left in this prison of evil. Adams looked at the woman leaning against the door, feeling a lot of emotions. There is a reason. If you want to hear it, I can tell you now. The girl named Bree pretended to listen attentively. Adams shrugged. In fact, the reason is very simple. My benefactor, the contemporary Pope Charlemagne, did not want me to see you, but I did not expect that the prison of evil would become like this. Bruley turned her head away. If he doesn't want to, you won't come? You're right, it's really simple. I've been thinking about this problem for 10 years, and it's just these few words. Adams sighed. After I awakened to the 3rd level, his strength has regressed to the middle stage of the 4th level. With my growth rate, plus your favor, his uneasiness can no longer be concealed. People's jealousy is unpredictable, especially for a powerful person. You have a long life. You should understand that if I get close to you again, either I'm in danger, or you're hurt, which is what I don't want to see. You know, to some extent, Charlemagne made me who I am. But now it's different. What he did in this prison of evil has touched my bottom line, my divinity. I no longer have any reason to be loyal to him. So, Bree, I won't let you wait for another 10 years. Adam's words were so powerful that people couldn't help but trust them. The hot girl disappeared beside the entrance. Taya has the authority token of Bigel in her hand, and I don't want to stop her. Besides, I also want to use this method to let you see the prison of evil today. Adams nodded, and then strode out of the prison of evil. Got it, you did the right thing, Bree. Wait for me to come back. There is only half an hour left to reach Audrey Lake. It seems that our previous idea is not completely impossible. Chen Fan encouraged Taya, who had been worried all the way. While running, Taya nodded slightly. Yeah, I hope so. Is there anyone left behind? Among the more than 100 prisoners, at least 70 people must survive, otherwise the mission will still fail. Half of the people who met the mission conditions survived. But dozens of people died when they broke out of the prison of evil and the church. Chen Fan looked back. There are a few weak ones who have no physical strength. But Amon has let other powerful prisoners take them away. These people are still obedient at present. Ms. Taya, I don't understand why you are working so hard for this mission. I mean, we are all afraid of the punishment of our native world after failing the world mission. And you don't seem to need to worry about this. Taya thought for a moment and said, How do you know that my original world is gone? Maybe it has already recovered and prospered in some corner of the void? Besides, people always do what they think is right, don't they? Chen Fan cast an admiring look at Taya. That's right. Mr. Highbow, who was running in the front, suddenly turned his head. You two may have to postpone your chat. I smelled a disgusting fragrance on that person. Chen Fan and Taya asked at the same time, Who? The next moment, both of them looked at the sky behind them. They saw a black shadow in the sky getting bigger and bigger. Chen Fan was puzzled. Who is that person? It can't be. Taya stopped and let the others run past her. Yes, the only person who upholds justice in the cult, the Knight of God, Adams. You speed up, I hold him back, and act according to the plan. Chen Fan, who stopped together, pursed his lips. Okay, you pay attention to safety, if you can hold him back with words. Don't rush to act first. Chen Fan took out the ocean breath and activated the skill annihilation shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of bullets with space-time energy were fired. On the way forward of the black shadow in the air, a huge black hole with a diameter of several hundred meters suddenly appeared. The suction of the black hole was terrifying, and it kept pulling sunlight and air into it, making a terrifying whistling sound. This was the first time Chen Fan created such a huge black hole. But ironically, Chen Fan himself did not think it would have much effect. After doing all this, Chen Fan turned around and left while drinking a mana recovery potion. Without any hesitation. Keep speeding up. Didn't you see Paladin Adams chasing us? Use all your strength. The team, which was already running in thick smoke, increased its speed again. Taya looked back with a strange expression. This guy. He really didn't hesitate. After she finished speaking, Taya turned into a black shadow and rushed into the air. Taya knew that this huge black hole in space could not stop Paladin Adams. As expected, in just 1 minute, the huge black hole in the air was split in half by a lightsaber and slowly disappeared. A figure riding a holy light griffin walked out of the cracked black hole. Saint Taya, how dare you betray the Tianmen divine religion? How dare you return the sin to the world? Aren't you afraid of being judged by justice? The purple wings of the void behind Taya flapped. Sir Adams, You can judge me for any reason, but you can't use justice as the reason. The paladin raised the metal sword in his hand. Those who betray the guardian of Tion will be burned to ashes under the holy light. Divine magic. Just judgment. Chapter 216. Audrey Lake. Arrived. A huge golden light exploded in the air, like a second sun rising. Looking at the sky in the direction of the way he came, Chen Fan felt mixed emotions. I hope Taya can escape unscathed. Take out the exquisite purple doll from the backpack. This paladin's strength is really terrifying, and the attack with a wave of his hand has such a shocking momentum. The doll in his hand doesn't seem to have changed. Void doll, pink. Unique feature, transfer soul and memory, Void Clan exclusive item. Evaluation, it is still very exquisite when it comes to life. Chen Fan closed the identified panel. Judging from the evaluation, this item seems to have not been activated yet, which means that Taya did not lose so quickly. How did you do it? How did you face the famous 3-turn awakening strongmen with the strength of the first turn awakening? Damn! They are all perverts. I am the only normal person. In the western plains of Clay City, in the Dark Barrier, the sturdy old Pope Charlemagne glared at the elemental disaster Lon. The conditions you proposed are simply delusional. How could I possibly violate the treaties made by all countries and forces to accommodate you? You'd better lower your demands. Don't let my desperate thoughts get out of control. Lon stood quietly in the center of the Dark Barrier, holding a magic bullet in his hand that could tear apart the 6 saints at any time. If you don't tell me, who would know that you are guarding a group of black magicians? I said, I just want a place for us to recuperate. If you can't give it to me, I will kill all the saints of your cult. Lon and Tuoluo have been defeated for a while. Now they can only rely on the blocking ability of the Dark Barrier and the captives in their hands to delay time. Charlemagne was driven a little crazy. He really wanted to tear these 2 hateful women to pieces with 2 forbidden magics. But he needed at least 1 saint to complete his last step of the plan. Damn descendants of blasphemers. Very good. You won, I promise you. Give back the saint I taught. Lon sneered. Oh, Mr. Charlemagne is really interesting. You said you would agree to it? I will return all the saints to you. Did you really treat me like a child? Sign your name on this contract. Only after you sign it can I trust you. Otherwise, these women will still die. A contract book with unknown names appeared out of thin air in the barrier and floated into Charlemagne's hands. The old Pope stared at the contract in his hand for a while. The paper was full of strange magic words. He didn't recognize any of them, and he couldn't feel any magic fluctuations. How dare he sign such a thing? You know, the unknown is the most frightening. Elemental girl, you release a saint first, and then I sign this contract. How about that? Otherwise, if I sign the contract, and you still don't release them, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Lon shook his head directly. If having a few saints in hand would really work, Taya could let them kidnap all the saints? If you don't sign the contract, I can't release any of them. Pope Charlemagne was furious. You? Boom. Just as the 2 sides were bargaining excitedly, there was a loud bang, and the next moment, the dark barrier that covered the sky and the sun completely collapsed, and the warm sunlight finally occupied this space again. Tuoluo and Lan's hearts trembled at the same time. The dark barrier was destroyed? There was a big hole at the node where a black magician was supposed to be in charge, and there was a lot of blood spurting around the hole. And facing the hole, 4 cardinals carrying a golden cannon slowly appeared. Your Highness, there has been a change in the Grand Master. Please return quickly. The moment the dark barrier disappeared, Pope Charlemagne immediately received countless messages. The prison of evil was invaded. Saint Taya defected? Adams forced his way into the prison of evil? So, this Taya here is a fake? Damn it! Charlemagne no longer cared about the life and death of the saint in Lan's hand. A thick light gun gathered in his hand, and then threw it fiercely at Lan's position. Go to hell. Rats in a stinking sewer. Charlemagne threw out a thick spear of light, without even looking at whether he killed the enemy, turned around and flew away. Since Taya was not here, he only needed to catch the defected Taya, and the rest of the saints would be irrelevant. She was the most suitable target in his mind. Toro and Lon were both shocked and angry. After resisting the spear of light, they chased after Pope Charlemagne without hesitation. But when they flew into the air, they were both stopped by the 4 cardinals who attacked them. Heretics! Accept the righteous punishment of my God. The 2 women had no choice but to use all their strength to fight the 4 cardinals. Hasn't that womanly Shaoqian arrived yet? If we don't stop that old guy, the mission will fail. Lon dodged several space blades. Don't put your hopes on others, you go after Charlemagne, and leave these 4 to me. Tuolua was stunned. Ah? What are you talking about? Is there any point in me chasing after them myself? Countless vines formed a huge mouth, and rushed towards a cardinal like thunder. But the speed was still too slow, and the cardinal dodged it with a space flash. Number 001 authority is unlocked. Sunset electromagnetic cannon. Start. Boom. A dazzling orange-red beam of light tore through the space and swept straight towards the doomed cardinal. The elemental girl Lan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she immediately stretched out her hand and made a fist. Space blockade? The faces of the 4 cardinals, who wanted to use space to transfer their positions, changed drastically at the same time. The next moment, the 4 bishops were all turned into dust in the orange-red beam of light. Li Shaoqian, wearing a mecha, flew from midair. Let's chase together. The 3 women turned into 3 afterimages, and rushed straight towards Audrey Lake. Audrey Lake, the lakeside. Master Yi Lin held the gift box, twisted his neck and stood up. Finally perfect. Aqiang, where are you? Did you find the female companion of President Qin? Aqiang, who was practicing sand in the lake with his upper body naked, poked his head out when he heard the sound. Master, I'm looking for it. Before Aqiang finished speaking, the originally calm lake suddenly became turbulent. Waves nearly 1 meter high came one after another, and directly knocked Aqiang, who was standing by the lake, dizzy. It took him a long time to crawl back to the beach. It's over. It's over. Master, the water monster in the lake is coming out. Let's run. Yi Lin looked confused. Lake monster? What lake monster? Although your master is a blacksmith, I am also an awakened warrior. Don't be afraid. Look at me for the people. A giant brown octopus wearing steel armor poked half of its body out of the water. It was as majestic as a mountain, and was slowly approaching the shore with an indescribable horror. Aqiang ran back quickly. Huh? Master Yi Lin, why are you here at this time? The familiar voice stopped Master Yi Lin, who was about to escape. Chapter 217 Ocean Disaster Exclusive Suit Attributes. Master Helen turned around. President Qin? President Qin. Hurry up. Hurry up, the lake monster is out. This lake monster is very scary. At this time, the huge black octopus has already poked its terrifying head to the shore, and its huge mouth of the abyss is wide open, as if it wants to swallow the lake shore into its stomach. Master, don't be afraid, this big octopus is my companion. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at Mr. Haibao, who was in shock. Mr. Haibao, let these prisoners with little strength enter my cabin, that is. The upper jaw, see? Haibao nodded blankly. I saw it. You only said your ship was powerful, but you didn't say it was such a huge sea monster. Chen Fan spread his hands, looking innocent. No one asked you. I said it myself as if I was showing off. Quick, let them in quickly, I have a bad feeling. Haibao looked back at the prisoners with terrified faces. This is our companion. What are you afraid of? It's just that he's a little bigger. Come in with me. Come on. What are you standing there for? Do you think your meat is so delicious? People have gone to so much trouble to save you just to eat the few pounds of meat on your body? At the urging of Amon and Haibao, more than 100 prisoners were driven into Poseidon's upper jaw space. A few minutes later, Haley, whose hair turned green again, rushed out of Poseidon's upper jaw space. You're back? So soon? Chen Fan rolled his eyes at Haley, and was furious. Quick! I feel like I've been through a century. I asked you to help me pick up my equipment. Where did you go? How long has Master Helen been here? You don't even know. Haley was a little embarrassed. I watched a few episodes of soap operas, and forgot the time. Master Helen, who came over, waved his hand quickly. We both just got here, and sat on the shore for a few minutes. President Chen, is this giant octopus your companion? No wonder it is called the Overlord of the South China Sea. Chen Fan glanced in the direction of the church, then looked down at the doll that had not changed much. Master Helen, has my equipment been repaired? Helen handed over the box in his hand. It's right here, the inherited ancient combat boots. Chen Fan bowed quickly, and then took the box. Master, you really helped a lot, but now I really can't entertain you. You should take your apprentice away from here quickly. Something big is going to happen here soon. It's very dangerous. Yi Lin was puzzled. What can make you, President Qin, feel dangerous? Well, then we too won't hold you back, Aqiang, let's go. Chen Fan grabbed Master Yi Lin and stared at the sky in the distance. It's too late, Master He Lin, you should go to my cabin with those people, quickly. Master He Lin was infected by Qin Fan's nervous mood. Okay. Okay, Ah Chiang, quickly go. With such a strong spatial fluctuation, the person coming is most likely Pope Charlemagne. Qin Fan took out the calamity communicator. Sure enough, it contained the message that Li Shaoqian had posted 5 minutes ago. Mechanic, Pope Charlemagne has left the battle and is heading towards Audrey Lake. Please prepare in advance. Damn it! What kind of preparation can I make? Prepare to die? In the end, I still couldn't escape from this powerful priest. Before Charlemagne arrived, Qin Fan quickly opened the box and put on the pair of combat boots inside. At this time, any improvement is a good thing. Identify. See Wind, Growth Equipment Pink. Evaluation. The strength of growth equipment depends on your current level. The attribute added is not much, but this skill seems to be very special. Qin Fan used the skill of Alien Wanderer. With a bang. Qin Fan only felt that all the sounds around him disappeared. The real world in front of him seemed to become illusory in an instant. The flow of the lake was stuck. The figures of the people around him were constantly dispersing and gathering. Qin Fan felt a little dizzy. I quickly turned off the skill. The world in front of me finally became what it should be. Is that the other world? The function of this skill is, let me hide in the other world for a short time when I encounter danger. Another life-saving skill. Ocean Disaster Set Attribute 1 has been activated. All basic attributes plus 20. Skill Sea Monster Incarnation has been activated. As expected, the 3 pieces of Ocean Series equipment have set attributes. Sea Monster Incarnation. Active. Transform yourself into the sea monster you have seen. Obtain all the opponent's skills. The sea monster strength is the sum of the user and the equipment worn. Mana consumption, 500 per minute. Cooling time, 1 hour. This skill, transform into a sea monster? What does it mean? Forget it, I experiment later. First take a look at my current attributes. Qin Fan. Level 39. Current experience value overflows a lot. Evaluation. Pandora's box opener and closer. Chapter 218. How can there be an octopus in the lake? It's a big improvement. But if the enemy is a 4th level awakener, it feels like it just changed from a mosquito to a bigger mosquito. Ms. Amon, Mr. Seastorm. Let's go in too. The white-bearded seal, with only one head sticking out of the lake, was a little confused. Are we 3 going in too? Aren't we staying outside to resist the enemy? Where does this guy get his confidence from? Qin Fan shook his head. Poseidon has a strong concealment ability. We can hide together deep in the bottom of the lake. If we are lucky, we should be able to hide for a while. Hai Bao and Amon nodded in agreement after hearing what Qin Fan said. That's a solution. Let's go! When there was no one on the lake shore, Poseidon shook his big head and slowly sank into the muddy lake water. The next moment, a strong figure in a white robe appeared above Lake Audrey's. It was the gray-haired Pope Charlemagne. The strong man standing at the commanding heights of a being closed his eyes and felt for a while. It's really running fast. Humph! Let's see how far you can run. Charlemagne raised his hand to condense the teleportation array. 5 minutes later, a powerful teleportation gate slowly emerged. Charlemagne stepped into it without hesitation. 10 minutes later, the strong wind swept the yellow sand to the edge of Audrey Lake. On the beach, Kuan Yu and Madeline looked at each other in confusion. Is it a little too quiet here? Kuan Yu looked at Madeline in confusion. Madeline was also confused. Taya number 8 was not found, and the final location of this plan was also empty. Did we go to the wrong place? Kuan Yu was silent for a long while. You led the way. Madeline was speechless. Why should we distinguish who led the way at this time? He took out the calamity communicator silently. Desert, where are you? Number 7 and number 8? Number 5, and I have already arrived at Audrey Lake, but there is no one here. Ocean, I hid with all the mission targets. Charlemagne came here, but he didn't find me. You two should hide quickly too. Desert. Okay, got it. On the lake shore, the two put down the communicator together. Yes. Although we all know that the final destination of the mission is Audrey Lake, Charlemagne doesn't know it, so we don't have to fight hard, as long as we don't get found by him. McDillan's expression instantly understood. Kuan Yu nodded lightly. That's right, the enemy must think that we will desperately run away, and it's not easy to guess that we are hiding at the bottom of the lake. Don't you have the ability to hide in the yellow sand? Take me with you. McDillan nodded, and his whole body turned into yellow sand to wrap Kuan Yu, and slowly sank into the beach. Ah, such a big lake, It would be nice if there was one near Huasha City. Guan Yu. Then the name of Huasha City seems weird. Natural disaster communicator. Desert. We are already hiding on the beach by the lake. Ocean. Got it. Grasswood. Number 2 and I are also hiding in the forest by the lake. Ocean. Got it. Ocean. Wait. You are all hiding by the lake. Then who went to help number 8? Grass. Did you really meet Adams? Number 8 wasn't with you. Desert. I thought number 7 was with you. 2. I thought you didn't meet Adams. On the way here, we didn't notice any traces of fighting between Adams and number 8. Ocean. It's about 10 kilometers south of Audrey Lake. Her props show that she's not dead yet. Machine. Hide well, I go there to find her. In the space of Poseidon's upper jaw, Chen Fan was lost in thought while holding the exquisite purple doll. No one was found. How is that possible? Not to mention that Taya Void power is strange and special, even if Adams' fighting style is aggressive. Not to mention that he can be seen from 3 kilometers away. How could he not be found? Could it be that these 2 people went to fight in the void? That would be, no one can support them. Haley stood beside Chen Fan, looking at the more than 100 monsters in the house with a strange look. Are you going to take all these people as crew members? If so, you have really made great efforts for the racial diversity of Shinjo. Chen Fan, who was thinking about something, raised his head and looked at the well-behaved aliens. Your idea is good, but these guys have been brainwashed by the church for many years without success. How could they agree to be my crew members? Haley was puzzled. Aren't you going to recruit them as crew members? Then why did you bring so many irrelevant people here? Chen Fan was stunned by Haley's question. After a long while, he answered, generate electricity for love. The seal lay on the floor. His eyes were fixed on the LCD screen on the wall that was playing the scene outside the body. This place is so magical. So you transformed this disaster-level sea monster octopus into a mechanical life? Chen Fan thought about this question for a while. Poseidon should not be considered a mechanical life, and, even if it was transformed, it was not transformed by me. I can only... What is this? Chen Fan said halfway, only to feel a wave that made his hair stand on end sweeping across his body. Poseidon. Get out of the way! Chen Fan ordered loudly. The mechanical octopus at the bottom of the lake immediately twisted its huge body and moved a distance to the right. The next moment, a beam of orange-yellow hot light fell from the sky, rushed straight through the lake, and shot to the place where Poseidon was originally. The 2 octopus legs could not avoid it, and were shot with many wounds by the hot light beam, and blue blood spread in the lake. The painful Poseidon roared angrily and rushed to the surface of the water angrily. Chen Fan kept his balance and said to Haley, can you persuade your king to be a little more modest? This time the enemy is not simple. Haley shook her head. I can't persuade him now. Chen Fan, forget it, it's tough anyway. And it will hide when it's hurt. Above Lake Audrey, the angry old Pope Charlemagne tore open the space and strode out of it. Damn it! It hid in the lake. And I had to use my magic. What is this? How could there be an octopus in the lake? And it's so big? Seeing the Poseidon under the water, even Charlemagne was confused for a moment. Big octopus. I don't care what you are. Quickly hand over our Saint Taya and the prisoners in the prison of evil. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you go to the prison of evil instead of them. Poseidon was so angry that it held a large amount of lake water in its big mouth, and then compressed it into a water cannon and sprayed it at Charlemagne. Bang, bang, bang. While spraying, several steel tentacles were extended, like steel whips, lashing at the tiny figure in the air. Charlemagne froze Poseidon's attack with a space freeze. Brainless beast. Light of the gate of heaven. The orange-red beam of light fell from the sky again and rushed towards Poseidon at lightning speed. Chapter 219 Fight to the Death. The scorching light of the heavenly gate shot onto the steel armor on Poseidon's head, and a large amount of white smoke evaporated instantly. The steel armor mixed with meteorite crystals turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the pain of burning, Poseidon regained his sanity. It twisted its huge body to avoid the irradiation of the light column, and then used all its soul energy to attack Charlemagne in midair. Soul annihilation. A huge invisible wave surged towards the Pope standing in midair. Powerful divine skills were used, but Charlemagne was stunned for only a moment before returning to normal. Divine attack? A group of blasphemers are actually mixed with gods? This world is crazy. Die! Charlemagne waved his hands fiercely. Countless orange-red beams of light fell down, and the target was still the mechanical octopus in the lake. Chen Fan thought to himself that it was not good. Even if this amount of energy attack could not kill Poseidon, it would seriously injure him, and then it would not be fun. Just thinking about doing something. A huge shield made of sand and stone blocked Poseidon's head. Then it was shattered by several orange-red beams of light. Both disappeared at the same time. Chen Fan clenched his fist. Well done, McDillon. Mr. Seastorm, Amon, we have to go out to help too. Seastorm rubbed his hands. No problem. Haley looked at Chen Fan. I go too. Chen Fan shook his head immediately. No, your strength is not enough. Your task is to watch these people and keep them from moving. In the upper jaw space, only the two of them barely had the ability to fight Charlemagne, and it was useless to take the others out. After rushing out of Poseidon's huge mouth, Mr. Seastorm's body shape changed drastically, and he suddenly became a slender, muscular, huge white-bearded seal. Mr. Charlemagne, long time no see. The muscular seal threw a large ball of unstable water at Charlemagne in the air. Charlemagne dodged sideways, but the water ball suddenly exploded, and the water droplets shot toward Charlemagne like bullets. Space stagnation. The water drops were fixed in the air, flashing colorful light under the sunlight. Ice Valley Lord, even you caught up with this short outing? The sea storm rushed out of the water like an arrow, opened its huge mouth, and bit Charlemagne fiercely. It's hard to say whether it's an outing or not. Without the bird rider, how many times can you withstand my bites? A golden scepter suddenly appeared in Charlemagne's hand. The scepter shone brightly, and hit the sea storm's nose with a bang. Mr. Highbow fell into the lake at the same speed. Charlemagne's staff stretched forward. Your words could have scared me 10 years ago, but now, I'm going to put the dog chain back into your spine. Chen Fan used the annihilation shot to block several space blades, and came to Highbow's big head. Are you okay? Highbow shook his big head. This level of attack, I can withstand it for a whole day. Chen Fan gave Highbow a thumbs up. This guy is really tough. In the air, a white light flashed by. Charlemagne's figure suddenly tried to disappear, and the white light passed by. When Charlemagne reappeared, there was a bloodstain on the edge of his gray temples. Oh! Sneak attack? Do you really think I don't know that there are two mice hiding under the sand? And in the woods over there, there are two little girls squatting. Kuan Yu stepped on the wind, and stood in the air with a sword in one hand. With an indifferent expression, Madeline stood on the head of a yellow sand giant, and sand and gravel surged around him. Lan and Tuoluo also appeared by the lake, looking up at Charlemagne, who was showing his divine power. 5 of the 8 natural disasters were in place. Confronting Charlemagne, the Pope of the Tianmen divine religion. Without fear, Charlemagne looked at everyone with contempt. There is only one thing I don't understand. That is, who gave you the courage to face me? Field. Time and space are in disorder. Charlemagne stretched out his hands, and a powerful wave of pressure suddenly appeared in the area of Audrey Lake. Tiny space cracks began to appear around everyone, and then disappeared. The entire space seemed to have turned into a mirror that was about to break. Tora dodged the countless tiny cracks in front of him, and looked at Charlemagne with cold eyes. Hawkeye parasite. Pope Charlemagne was brewing a large-scale space magic, and was pulling the vast divine power, when he suddenly felt a tingling pain all over his body. The next moment, countless tiny vines pierced Charlemagne's divine robe and grew out of the holes. The tiny, sharp roots stubbornly tried to pierce his skin. Charlemagne's eyes were sinister, and his divine power burst out, directly shaking away all the parasitic vines around him. Cunning little flower demon. Are you still resisting in vain? Dora transformed into a vine that could reach into the clouds. Useless resistance? Hee hee. The vines around Charlemagne that were shaken and broken did not disappear, but quickly grew and bloomed in the air, and finally produced familiar colorful seeds. Feeling the violent energy contained in these seeds, Charlemagne's face changed drastically. These are all element fusion bombs. Charlemagne was no longer calm, and immediately cut through the space to escape. Lan's figure emerged from the air, and his white fingers pointed at Charlemagne. The energy of the simple bracelet on his wrist surged. Space blockade? Charlemagne failed to cut through the space. Boom! 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 The fruits exploded at the same time, and a strong air wave surged out. The lake's surface instantly sank, and then became turbulent. Chen Fan squinted his eyes, and looked at the dazzling sky. Is this the combined skill of Tora and Lan? What a terrifying elemental bomb! Will the old guy be killed directly? Just when Chen Fan was hoping for a lucky break, the next moment, the broken space became even more chaotic. Countless sharp cracks in time and space appeared and disappeared like tides, giving people a sense of inescapable terror. Poseidon beat him. The mechanical octopus rolled up its steel-armored mechanical tentacles, and fiercely lashed at the center of the explosion in midair. With the power of Soul Master, it could clearly sense Charlemagne's location. At the same time, a terrifying blade and a huge fist made of sand and stone also attacked Pope Charlemagne at the center of the explosion. Boom! Bang! Boom! Several loud noises sounded deafeningly. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Charlemagne, holding a golden scepter, appeared. Except for his face being a little pale, he seemed to have not changed. He waved his scepter, and countless golden light beams intersected in the air and rained golden light on all enemies. Obviously, he dared not underestimate the enemy again. The sea storm rushed out of the sea again, and turned into a black lightning and rushed toward Charlemagne. The momentum was overwhelming. The 5 natural disasters also showed their magical powers, and cooperated with Poseidon to release their strongest combat power. Boom! Snap! Ziz! Although there was no mechanical natural disaster joining, the battle on Lake Audrey's felt like it was filled with gunpowder. Chen Fan held the breath of the ocean and fired black holes one after another when he saw the right time. Although he could not cause any substantial damage to Charlemagne, who was at the peak of the 3rd level, he could still use black holes to block many of his fatal energy attacks. Chapter 220. Can you pay the medical fee? Animation designed this skill, which is more useful than many defensive skills when facing energy attacks. Time passed by. The Scourge side barely managed to tie with Charlemagne. Even if Charlemagne occasionally released a powerful divine art, it could always be cleverly resolved by the Scourge side. Taking advantage of the interval between battles, Chen Fan took out the Scourge communicator and took a look. He just saw the girl Lan seem to take out the communicator and operate it. Sure enough, there is new information inside. Machine, I can't find any trace of number 8, I can't even find atoms. Machine, I'm back to Audrey Lake, Charlemagne seems to have been injured in the sneak attack just now. Machine, everyone maintain this attack frequency, there are still 50 minutes before you can teleport away. Element, I only have 1/3 of my mana left, I have used up all the potions to restore my mana, can you take my place in attack? Number 3? Machinery, I can't use this identity to attack the Tianmen Divine Cult. If you really can't hold on, I will think of other ways. Ocean, I have a mana recovery potion here. Number 2. Remove the elemental chainsaw around you, and I will send you the potion. Lan removed the elemental wheel that was circling around her. The next moment, Chen Fan appeared directly beside her. The captain has arrived. This skill is indeed effective against other natural disasters. It's really amazing. Chen Fan's experiment was successful. Handing Lan dozens of bottles of mana recovery potions, Chen Fan teleported back to the top of the Poseidon. Ocean, is anyone else short of mana? Quan Yu, my health bar is a little low. Chen Fan came to Quan Yu's side, using the roots of the Dark Spirit 9-layer wind to heal Quan Yu's injuries. Quan Yu looked at the tiny roots wriggling in his wounds, and gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. Gold medal assistant. Excellent. Bang bang bang. Chen Fan fired 3 shots to create a large black hole, blocking the 2 beams. Thank you for the compliment, can you pay the medical fee? Quan Yu lowered his head, and took out a pile of coins from his clothes, then carefully pinched out a silver coin and handed it to Chen Fan. No need to change. Chen Fan took the silver coin silently. He really couldn't change it. This silver coin was the smallest money he had ever seen in the world of God grace. Charlemagne had already noticed that something was wrong with the situation. It seems that I really can't take down these people for a while. But Clay City is my territory. It's understandable that King Abrian didn't come to support. What about Adams? Where is the Cardinal? Why hasn't the support arrived yet? It's just to capture a saint alive. Why does it take so long? Charlemagne avoided the tentacles of the mechanical octopus. A group of sewer rats. Feel the punishment of God. Divine magic. Space detonation. A strong sense of crisis came. Chen Fan secretly thought it was not good. A captain has returned to Poseidon's body space, to Haley's side. Haley was used to Chen Fan's sudden appearance. Who is this old man? How can he be so powerful? Chen Fan nodded in agreement. How can a 4th level awakened being not be terrifying? Even though I am so strong, I can only play a supporting role in this level of battle. Haley questioned. Play a supporting role? You could only watch the fun from the side at most. Chen Fan glared at Haley and had nothing to say. He focused his eyes on the screen. Charlemagne's super-large divine art was ostensibly aimed at Poseidon. But in reality, it was aimed at Medallon and Kuan Yu. He finally understood the tactics of this group of enemies. Poseidon, this big octopus, is definitely a blood cow, a meat shield. If he really wants to kill it, it will take 3 to 5 hours. So it is better to start with the weaker two and defeat them one by one. Bang, bang, bang. The dense explosion sound came from the yellow sand fortress on the shore. The huge yellow sand fortress was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scene seemed to be hanging a string of firecrackers on a cream cake. Chen Fan shouted at Poseidon. Poseidon, go and protect that fortress. Haley looked at Chen Fan. The king doesn't want to go. Chen Fan immediately took out a pink soul crystal. Poseidon rushed to the shore with his tentacles dancing like crazy. And at the same time, he did not forget to spit out a few black ink bullets at Charlemagne. Lon and Tora also seized the opportunity and used powerful skills and attacks to attack Charlemagne desperately. Charlemagne had to do his best to kill the sand castle protected by the metal octopus, and at the same time defend against the attacks from Lon and Tora. And for a while, he was a little stretched. Boom! Just when the natural disasters were full of pride and felt that the mission was likely to be completed, a golden light suddenly fell from the sky and directly smashed the huge vine that was whipping toward Charlemagne into 2 sections. The golden light dissipated, revealing a majestic figure riding a griffin. The divine knight Adams. Here he comes. Toro, Lon and others all became serious. Adams arrived, but Taya was nowhere to be seen, which means that Taya may have. Chen Fan came to the top of Poseidon's head, feeling heavy and looking ugly. Adams, what did you do to Taya? Chen Fan was the only one who knew that Taya was still alive, so he could ask such a question. Adams didn't stand a chance against Chen Fan, the clown. Instead, he looked at Charlemagne. Sorry, Your Holiness, the void-type spells are very tricky. I'm late. Charlemagne had no expression on his face. Where is Saint Taya? Did she capture her alive? Adams took out a shapeless, incomparably miserable humanoid creature. She's not dead yet. But she's seriously injured. She's hiding deep inside. So I can't hold back. Charlemagne suddenly became nervous. Hand her over to me now. We can't let her die. The church needs her. Adams quickly handed the person in his hand, whose life or death was unknown, to Pope Charlemagne. Charlemagne took the broken figure, crushed a fruit of life with divine power, and put it into Taya's mouth. After doing all this, Pope Charlemagne breathed a sigh of relief. It's really unpredictable. The void baby that I saved on a whim back then has actually broken through the mental barrier and grown to such a level. Even you, Adams, took so long to take her down. The tone of Charlemagne's last sentence was somewhat special. He seemed to suspect Adams of lying. Adams pursed his lips. Charlemagne meant that. He came so late on purpose. It's really surprising. How to deal with these heretics? Kill them all? Adams stared at the enemies on Lake Audrey with cold eyes. Charlemagne shook his head. They are all good seeds. We should try to catch them alive. If you and I work together, it shouldn't be difficult. By the way, Adams, I heard from Bianca that you went to the prison of evil? Adams nodded, with a complicated expression. I went there and saw everything. After we get rid of all the enemies, I want to talk to you. Charlemagne was relieved. Since Adams said so, it means that he can still accept the prison of evil. This will make things much easier. Okay. After we get rid of these rats, let's have a good talk. Bruley. In fact, everything I do is for the development of the church. Chapter 221. Is this guy the protagonist? Adams turned his head and showed a cold expression in a place where Charlemagne could not see. For the development of the cult? Hee. I will deal with the disaster level sea monster and leave the rest to you. Your Holiness. Charlemagne's scepter shone with golden light. Okay. Then, countless golden light beams and space blades slashed at Tora standing on the vines. Adams directly waved the lightsaber and rushed towards Poseidon with amazing momentum. The situation took a turn for the worse, and Chen Fan's heart sank to the bottom. It took him and his men desperately to deal with Charlemagne, and with the addition of Paladin Adams. Oh my god! If the two of them worked together, it would be a problem whether they could last until they could teleport, let alone rescue Taya. Just as he was thinking about how to find that ray of hope, Adam's lightsaber had already slashed in front of him. Poseidon roared, smashing the last remaining space force on the sand castle, and then waving several steel tentacles to meet Adams. The battle started again. The lake was surging, the mechanical octopus tentacles were waving randomly, and various energy attacks were bombarding everywhere. Lon turned into light to avoid a terrifying space blade, and used the dark shield to block a fatal attack for Tualuo. Whoosh! A beam of orange light brushed against Lan's lower abdomen and shot into the distance, and red blood flowed out. Compared to the dangerous battle between Tualuo and Lon, Chen Fan did not feel much pressure. He used Poseidon's perspective to watch the attack and defense between it and Adams. I feel that this world-famous Knight of God favor is not that strong. Is that reputation just exaggerated? Identification. Adams. Pekina. Level 78. Evaluation. Light of a Boolean. Hope for the future of the human race. More than 70,000 soul value. And this evaluation? Doesn't this guy have a protagonist panel? Although I only saw a soul value, Chen Fan was still very surprised. He is only a little over 1,000. Bullshit! It's outrageous. Look at the Pope again. Charlemagne. Doran. Level 80, Familiar Curse, Evaluation, a clergyman who has reached the peak of his power. Knowledge point, you can't go far with faith and gifts, you see, he has regretted it. So, Charlemagne's profession prevents him from upgrading? Level 80 is his limit. What's the matter with the curse state? Who among us has curse-type skills? Lon? Boom! Another dazzling golden light came, banged on Poseidon's body. But it still didn't cause any substantial damage to Poseidon. What's the situation with this paladin Adams? This guy can't be just this strong. Although Poseidon's defense is strong, it's not so strong that the third-level paladin can't hurt him. Could it be that? Could it be that Adams is hinting at something? Chen Fan had a funny thought. But thinking about it carefully, Chen Fan frowned. If Pope Charlemagne died, the next pope would almost certainly be Adams. Even though he is a priest, his status is equal to that of King Ebulian. The throne. How many emperors killed their fathers and brothers for this position? Chen Fan thought for a while, and took out the natural disaster communicator. Ocean, I can deal with the divine knight Adams by myself. You all go deal with Charlemagne. Charlemagne's attacks became more and more ruthless. If it weren't for Lon and Tualuo many ways to save their lives, I'm afraid they would have died. After a few seconds, someone replied in the communicator. Desert, received. Sufeng, okay. Be careful. Chen Fan didn't need to be careful. If Adams's attack intensity and frequency were like this, Poseidon would be able to fight him for life. Poseidon, don't resist too fiercely. Pretend to be in a hurry. We will return to the sea soon. Poseidon roared immediately, and then was knocked over by a golden light. Adam's expression was cold, and the light shone brightly when he attacked, as if he had used up all his strength in every attack. The huge mechanical octopus in the lake had become increasingly weak under his constant attacks, and its expression was visibly weak. Adams felt like laughing for some reason. How could this big guy pretend to be so good? I clearly didn't use any strength at all. He looked down at the watch on his wrist. It's almost time. I hope everything goes well. In the distance, Li Shaoqian, who was riding in the invisible airship, set her sights on the location of the Tiananmen Guardian Church in the distance, and her pearly teeth opened slightly, silently calculating the time. 3, 2, 1. The time is up. Taya, you must not fail. Just as Li Shaoqian was worried and uneasy, green smoke suddenly rose above the church of the God Church in her sight. Great. Success? It's up to you next. Mr. John. Clay City. The Cathedral of the Guardian of the Heavenly Gate. With the return of the two cardinals, the order in the church gradually returned to normal. The priests and other clergymen performed their duties. In fact, there was nothing to do. They would not repair the damaged buildings. They could only do some simple things such as counting casualties and praying for the dead clergy. In the middle of the church, two cardinals, one fat and one thin, stood side by side. Both of them were injured and looked a little embarrassed. The fat cardinal looked at his busy subordinates with a sigh. Fortunately, we were just transferred from the branch church and were not sent to hunt down the powerful ones. Otherwise, I think we would be finished. The thin bishop frowned. Yeah, I've never heard of such a thing. Although the church in my elf town is a little small, I haven't encountered such a dangerous attack. I came to the archbishop to climb up and enjoy life. If it's so dangerous, I go back to my small church. The fat bishop waved his hand. You must not have this idea. The thin bishop didn't understand. What do you mean, aren't you afraid of death? If those 10 traitors hadn't been injured, would we have won so easily? The fat bishop smiled meaningfully. Is the Pope all right? Adams and Lord Bigel are still alive. Right. So the strength of the headquarters hasn't been reduced much. But are we the only 2 left among the cardinals? Are those lucrative positions? The thin bishop's eyes gradually brightened. Boom. Boom. The 2 bishops were looking forward to a bright future. And the church hall suddenly shook violently. At the same time, there were sounds of countless fireworks being launched and exploding outside. The thin bishop was horrified. Oh no! The enemy is coming again. The busy clergy were panicked and ran towards the church gate in a disorderly manner. Swish. The next moment, a blazing yellow light filled the eyes of all the clergy, and then all the people in the church were annihilated into nothingness in this light. Chapter 222 Pope Charlemagne. Death. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The headquarters of the Tianmen divine cult in Clay City was hit by a huge laser beam with a diameter of more than 500 meters falling from the sky. The entire church, including part of the jungle and streets near the church, was completely destroyed. Above the surface of Audrey Lake, Adams's breath suddenly became disordered, and his eyes looked towards the church in despair. There in the church! Bree! Adams shouted hoarsely. Pope Charlemagne also felt the terrifying power of the energy laser in the distance. After seeing the location of the beam of light, the old pope's eyes were red with anger. My church! My prison of evil! Damn it! Damn it! Did you do it? Charlemagne looked at the head of the Tianmen divine religion, who was annihilated in the distance, with a painful expression, and was extremely vicious. Number 001 authority is unlocked. Sunset laser cannon. Start. In the air, behind Charlemagne, Li Shaoqian suddenly appeared, holding a huge laser cannon, and launched the attack without hesitation. The purple-black laser beam tore through space and hit Charlemagne. The terrifying heat and tearing force directly blasted blood on the Pope's back. Charlemagne turned around in extreme anger, waving the scepter in his hand fiercely. Countless chaotic space cracks almost swallowed up Li Shaoqian. Ah! Damn revolutionary army mechanics. Ambush me. Do you want to declare war on the Principality of Ebulian? Looking at the current intensity of his attack, it can be seen that he is really angry. Tuoluo dodged the violent attack that passed by him, and used that skill again. Taste the bomb that smells like flowers. Lon clenched his hands. Space blockade? Guan Yu and Medallon also used their strongest skills at the same time. Take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Losing reason during the battle, slipping. That is absolutely fatal. For a moment, the scene was in chaos, and the whole space was twisted and vibrated. Charlemagne was shocked and angry, and raised his hand to launch his ultimate means. But he suddenly caught a glimpse of Adams, who was rushing towards him madly with a look of shock and anger. Charlemagne subconsciously cancelled the release of the final divine spell. With Adams's divine protection, even this group of blasphemers would not be able to cause much harm to him. Adams released his strongest protective skill in Charlemagne's trusting eyes. Holy protection. Adams finally joined Charlemagne, and the golden light shield in his hand gave people a strong sense of security. Just when Charlemagne was preparing to counterattack with a powerful divine spell, the light shield in Adams' hand suddenly turned into a golden sword. The sword was extremely sharp, and it pierced Charlemagne's chest directly. At the same time, a purple-black graceful figure broke through a certain space and appeared beside Charlemagne, condensing a large amount of void power in his hand, and slapped Charlemagne on the head with one palm. Bang! Boom! Pop! All the fatal attacks followed one after another. The body of the old Pope Charlemagne was instantly shattered, and even the space scepter in his hand was taken away by Adams. The situation suddenly changed. The strongest man in Ebulian, Charlemagne, the contemporary Pope of the Tianmen Guardian Church, fell. Guan Yu turned into a shadow and flew back. The long sword in his hand flashed with silver light, and once again drew a few bloody lines on Charlemagne's body. Sheathing the sword, he met Adam's slightly complicated gaze. Guan Yu, to be safe. Adams used his divine power to control Charlemagne's body from splitting, and felt mixed emotions in his heart. Although his knight's heart was righteous and firm, Charlemagne's path for so many years was indeed wrong. But at the moment, when he killed Charlemagne with his own hands, he still remembered the scene of being taught and protected by Charlemagne. Looking at Charlemagne's deformed face, his twisted and puzzled expression seemed to be asking, Adams, my knight, why is this? Adams sighed silently. Mr. Charlemagne, I can't let you make mistakes anymore. Go and guard the gate of heaven, and repent your mistakes with death. Li Shaoqian flew to Charlemagne's body at high speed, and held Taya's shaky body with her hands. She was too close just now, so she couldn't completely dodge her own attack. Are you okay, Taya? The saint's eyes were firm, and her heart was happy. I'm fine, Sister Li. I just need to sleep and I recover. For so many years, everything was fake since the moment she awakened the power of the void. Taya's only hatred for this godfather was real. My life, finally, is no longer controlled by him. Perhaps in Adam's memory, Charlemagne still had a good side, but in Taya's eyes, this old guy had bad intentions from the beginning. Captain Chen Fan came to Li Shaoqian and looked at Adams, who was holding Charlemagne in astonishment. Did I remember a step in the plan wrongly? Or did you create another group chat behind my back? Adams was still immersed in his memories and did not answer. Li Shaoqian glanced at Chen Fan. This step of the plan was discussed secretly by the three of us not long ago. We were worried about it being leaked and Charlemagne might notice something unusual during the battle. So we didn't announce it. Lan and Tuo Luo appeared beside everyone in midair. Captain Li did the right thing, and indeed achieved unimaginable results. Li Shaoqian smiled. The sun was shining brightly. Your on-the-spot performance was also great. Tuo Luo seemed to have been seriously injured, and her face was a little pale. Are we going to stand in midair forever? Mr. Chen, I'm so injured. Why don't you come to support me? What? You rekindled your old relationship with someone. Chen Fan really wanted to sew Tuo Luo's mouth shut, and quickly flew to Tuo Luo's side to hold her delicate body. In any case, Li Shaoqian is indeed his ex-girlfriend, and Tuo Luo is his current bedmate. A barely perceptible rage flashed across Li Shaoqian's eyes, but she hid it well. Mr. Adams, Mr. Haibao, and the many prisoners I released have done nothing wrong. We are taking them away, you won't stop us. Right? Taya was seriously injured, but recovered quickly under the healing of the fruit of life. Adams recovered from his unspeakable state. He glanced at the calamities calmly. You said it as if I had the power to stop it. You did nothing wrong. The fault lies with the corrupt church. I want to thank you for ending this mistake. Everyone, goodbye, someone is waiting for me. I still have many responsibilities. I hope that when we meet again, you and I will both be looking to the light. Everyone waved. They wished Adams would leave now, because he left, the mission would be completely completed. Only Taya had a complicated look in her eyes. When Adams rode on the Holy Light Griffin, she asked, Mr. Adams, are you going to rebuild the Grand Master of the Tianmen Divine Religion? Adams turned around. Yes. I want to rebuild a truly bright and just Tianmen Divine Religion, Saint Taya. Do you want to help? Taya bit her lower lip and finally pushed away Li Shaoqian's support. Although the Void Clan is committed to freedom, people always have to do the right thing. Sister Li, I'm sorry, I can't go to the Revolutionary Army to fight alongside you for the time being. Li Shaoqian smiled encouragingly. Go do what you want to do. The Revolutionary Army welcomes you at any time. Chapter 223, The Day of the Prisoner's Liberation. Mission accomplished. Taya looked at Chen Fan. President Chen, my puppet. Chen Fan took out the void puppet and handed it to Taya. Taya turned around and handed the puppet to Li Shaoqian. Keep it with you. If I die in Clay City, I won't have to come back again. Chen Fan was a little embarrassed. It's understandable to take it from here, but turning to Li Shaoqian, isn't the South China Sea Overlord trustworthy? My Shinjo guild is not bad either. Taya looked back at Chen Fan, and a blush suddenly rose on her face for no reason. Alright, let's forget it. After saying that, Taya used the power of the void to fly to the broad back of the Holy Light Griffin beast, and quietly stood behind Adams. Chen Fan only felt a sharp pain in his waist. Tuo Luo's small hand twisted Chen Fan's soft flesh into a twist. Chen Fan grinned and watched the two go away, and his eyes suddenly noticed the strangeness of Charlemagne's broken body. What's going on? What's the situation with this evil soul fluctuation? Adams also noticed the abnormality of Charlemagne's body. An evil life seemed to be born. The scene instantly became tense again. Everyone's eyes were focused on Charlemagne's body. Medallon's eyes widened. No way. Come again? A black horn slowly grew on Charlemagne's deformed head. Ha ha, my little Adams, you really taught me a lesson. But I am the strongest pope of the generation. How could I die like this? Let me show you my latest magic. Incarnation. Demon of space and time. Charlemagne. Doran. Level 89. Carrier of the space and time demon. Evaluation. Run away. But I will chase you forever and ever. Are you ready? I will slaughter the world in front of me. Charlemagne's increasingly demonized body eroded Adam's palm, and in a few seconds he escaped from Adam's control, and disappeared on the back of the holy light griffin. Feeling the fluctuations in space, Chen Fan subconsciously raised the ocean breath and fired 2 bullets with black hole effects. I will kill all of you. The half-demonized Charlemagne emerged from the space crack, and then roared and disappeared into the black hole of annihilation shooting. Chen Fan subconsciously closed the black hole again. The scene was silent. You could hear a pin drop. For a moment, the silence was deafening. For a long time, Adams turned his head and looked at Chen Fan. Where did he go? Chen Fan silently put the ocean breath back to his waist. If nothing unexpected happens, probably, it's in the space turbulence. Who could have imagined this situation? Chen Fan didn't expect that the demonized Charlemagne who could kill all his people would be taken away by his 2 annihilation shots? Why didn't he fight back? He is a demon who controls the power of time and space. Let's observe a 2-minute silence for Pope Charlemagne. Alas, entering the space turbulence, you can never find the correct space coordinates, which is probably more painful than dying directly. Prisoner's Day of Liberation. Abyss Gazing Level. Completed. Mission Reward. Occupation Specific Item. Ocean Star. Orange. Promotion Hammer. Used to upgrade the quality of equipment or items. X7. Number of players in the world plus 50%. Invitation to the beta test of the Lord God Space X5000. Chen Fan looked at Tualu in surprise. Mission completed? There were still 20 minutes left, but it was completed ahead of schedule. It seems that the disappearance of Pope Charlemagne has become a more important factor in the completion than the arrival of time. Adams is not a player, so he naturally does not have the surprise that players have when they complete their missions. This is really... It seems that Charlemagne cannot guard Tianmen anymore. He has transformed into a space-time demon. It is really scary. Goodbye, everyone. Adams waved his hand and flew straight to the destroyed Tianmen divine cult with Taya. The remaining people landed on a messy beach. Haley, Mr. Seastorm, Eamon and others also came over. Madeline thoughtfully used the yellow sand to condense their own yellow sand chairs for everyone. Chen Fan nodded to Desert Disaster, sat on the chair, and placed Tualuo's delicate body beside him. The chair was big enough, and the 2 of them didn't seem crowded, but it looked very ambiguous. The mission is completed in this way. Should I take these prisoners back to the South China Sea? Or should I leave them here? Chen Fan had no feelings for this group of aliens, and to be honest, he didn't really want them to become his crew. Although the strength of this group of prisoners was not bad. They were too mixed, and they didn't speak the same language. It was impossible to manage them without players present. Li Xiaoqian didn't give Chen Fan a good look. Let me correct you. Those aliens are just poor people who were captured, not real prisoners. Medillin sorted out his tattered clothes. Since they are not prisoners, I think they can choose for themselves, whether to stay here or go somewhere else. Of course, if anyone wants to go to Huangsha City, I can take them along the way, when I recover from my injuries. No one objected. Chen Fan asked Poseidon to spit out all the former prisoners. After listening to Chen Fan's idea, most of the aliens chose to teleport to the South China Sea with Chen Fan, including Mr. Seastorm. But they did not intend to join Chen Fan pirate group. Most of them wanted to start their own way home in the South China Sea. Although Clay City has a teleportation array, most people have developed a fear of this place, fearing that they will be captured and imprisoned by others if they leave Audrey Lake. Although this is unlikely to happen, it is worth mentioning that Master Helen and his apprentice Aqiang also agreed to Chen Fan's invitation and decided to stay in Chen Fan Guild before the transfer order from the Dwarf Kingdom came down. After discussing the retreat plan, Chen Fan looked at the Cyclops Amon. What about you, Miss Amon? Are you going to assist Saint Taya in rebuilding the Tianan religion? Amon shook his head. We Cyclops have our own sacrifices and ancestors. I don't want to believe in that Tianan god. Let's go to the South China Sea with President Chen. I haven't ventured on the sea yet. Chen Fan readily agreed. The Shenzhou Guild welcomes you to join. Li Xiaoqian suddenly spoke. Why don't you join our revolutionary army that fights for freedom and fairness? Miss Amon. Chen Fan frowned. This woman is so presumptuous. Why is she poaching people in front of us? The awakened Cyclops are indeed rare and powerful, but you can't poach them in front of us. It's bullying. Isn't it? Madeleine looked down at his toes. In fact, our Huangsha City is not bad. Well, Huangsha City is also rich in resources. Huangsha City lost a large number of high-end warriors, which led to Madeline's shameless words. Aemon smiled apologetically at the two, and then shook his head. I yearn for the freedom of the sea. I am not interested in being a loyal soldier anymore, sorry. Chen Fan gave a thumbs up. That's right. The sea is the freest place. But it's too boring, and it's not convenient to buy things. I hope this person won't regret it in the future. Chapter 224. Divide the cake into 3 portions. Li Shaoqian snorted and stood up. Nothing else. I have to go back to Clay City to deal with the follow-up matters. Kuan Yu and McDillon stood up. We go with you. We need to find a place to rest and heal our injuries. Li Shaoqian nodded, turned her head, and looked at the elemental girl Lan. President Lan, what about you? Lan sat silently on the chair. I'm waiting for my members, President Chen. Can you give us a ride? We have done such a big thing. We need to hide for a long time. Chen Fan immediately patted his chest. The Shinjo Guild welcomes you to join. Tuoluo glanced at Chen Fan. This guy is so shameless. He didn't even say he wanted to join. Okay. Besides, does this guy know how much hatred the Black Magician Association has? I also want to go back to Clay City. Don't you go back and say goodbye to Alia? Chen Fan shook his head. Let's talk about it later. Clay City has undergone such a huge change. It is estimated that it has attracted the attention of many powerful people. Poseidon is a bit too conspicuous here. Tuoluo gave Chen Fan a charming look. You heartless guy. Li Shaoqian turned and left, spitting out 2 words coldly. Disgusting. Everyone who planned to stay in Clay City set off. Chen Fan immediately asked Poseidon to come to the lakeside, and operated to restore the steel armor on the surface of the Poseidon to the cruiser form. Then he led everyone to the deck of the Poseidon. Due to the high-intensity battle, the hull of the cruiser was somewhat deformed, and even Chen Fan captain's cabin became distorted. Chen Fan pouted in pain. No way, let Momo repair it carefully when we get back. Player number 8025. Please note that the 3.0 version of the Lord Dodd Space will be launched soon. The game will be updated in 24 hours. Please return to a safe location and wait for the update. The update time is 72 hours in the real world and 15 days in the game world. After this update, the number of players has increased significantly, and various functions have been upgraded and improved. Please forgive us for the inconvenience caused to you. Chen Fan, who was about to start the teleportation scroll, was stunned. Update? Main God Space 3.0? Why did the game suddenly update just when I and others completed all the world tasks? Wait, the task rewards increased the number of players by 50%. So, this update is determined by the time we complete the task? Chen Fan suddenly had an exaggerated idea. The so-called world task, could it be the main task of the main God Space? Should we ask Tuoluo and others to see if other people's real world has also been updated? He took out the natural disaster communicator. But it didn't work. It seems that Li Shaoqian has destroyed these communicators remotely. She is really cautious. Master Yilin finished his cruiser tour and walked to Chen Fan. What's wrong? President Chen. Is there a problem with the transmission array? If so, I should be able to help a little. Chen Fan immediately shook his head. No. There is no problem. I was just thinking about something. Let's set off now. Rabbit Eagle Island, West Beach, inside a temporary building. Micah Penniman, Anthony Bronson, Annette Lee, Selvina, Sapip and 5 others sat at the same conference table. The conference table had 6 chairs, but one was vacant at this time. Mermaid Captain Micah Penniman glanced at the vacant chair, and then cast his eyes on the Yao beauty Selvina, who was hugging her shoulders on one side of the table. Captain Selvina, did you really leak the coordinates of Rabbit Eagle Island to your, Mr. Shiryen as planned? After all, he still couldn't accept this kind of cross-race love in his heart. Selvina nodded lightly. He knows, but I don't know whether he has leaked it to that person. Micah Penniman frowned, and looked at his captain Anthony Bronson. Anthony, are you sure that what you saw in the future is the biological ship named Poseidon? Anthony joined the Blonde Beauty fleet after completing the last Demon God mission. Compared to the skinny at that time, Anthony has now recovered his healthy and handsome appearance. Although its shape and appearance have changed a lot. I can tell it's it from its eyes and form. But I can't tell how long in the future that will be. Shopeppa stared with her cute big eyes, and shouted in surprise. What do you mean by not knowing how long in the future it will be? In other words, it can wait for us to make a move before it makes a move? If we don't make a move, it may never make a move. Is that what you mean? Anthony nodded with an unchanged expression. Yes, it may not even appear, because the future can be changed. Salvino looked at Mika Pennyman. Why must the sunken ship guild go in first? Can't we break through the underground palace with our combined strength? Mika Pennyman pondered for a while. It's like this. Anthony predicted the result of this expedition. In the prediction, he saw the terrifying deep-sea octopus king. My idea is that since the deep-sea octopus king will definitely appear on this island, it is better to let it go in first to explore the way, and we will be the fishermen, rather than letting it appear at the end to enjoy the benefits. His thoughts and actions were correct, but he made a mistake in one thing. After learning that there was a treasure on Rabbit Eagle Island, the other party seemed to have no interest at all. The room was silent for a while. Mika Penniman spoke again. Captain Selvina, since the benefits can't move the heart of President Chin, why don't we go and use another bargaining chip in our hands? After all, Mr. Yin is the captain of his ship. Selvina looked at Mika Penniman with cold eyes. You mean threatening him with Yin life? Oh, I'm a little regretful about finding you as a partner now. Yin is not a prisoner, but my partner, and a member of the Black Rose Pirates. This is the first time I've said this, but it's also the last time. I hope you can remember it. Captain Mika. Mika Penniman pursed his lips. I didn't expect this woman to be so emotional. In that case, there is only one last way. That is, divide the cake into 3 pieces. Black Gold Empire, Donggang City Port. It was already evening. Fong Mingwei and Lu Duoduo and others had just returned to the fleet. Duoduo asked Xu Jin and the others when they can come back. If there is any accident, we can go to pick them up. Lu Duoduo wore cute long white socks on her delicate calves. She playfully jumped onto the deck fence and sat down. Okay. Well, Uncle Xu Jin said he was on his way back. I envy him so much. He led the city guards to fight the bandits for a day, and his level has risen to 35. I strongly request to switch shifts. He will accompany you to do business tomorrow. I will go to fight the bandits. Chapter 225. The Old Seal is being a hooligan. Fong Mingwei took off her tiring high heels and put on a pair of white sneakers, and her snow-white calves were wrapped in black stockings and shone in the sun. Lazy girl, you are not saying this because you feel tired of walking with me. Are you? No, you need to learn more about business from me. Cousin Xu Jin is not suitable for business. He is a combatant, you know? Lu Duoduo pouted. What? I am also very strong, although not as perverted as others. Hey! Sister Mingwei, look over there. It's the Poseidon. The Poseidon is back. That's great, finally. We don't have to log in on shifts. Fong Mingwei immediately walked to the edge of the deck. On the distant sea level, the familiar cruiser slowly sailed towards its berth. This bad guy, he didn't even tell me he was back. Am I bad? I don't think I'm a bad person. I'm actually pretty good. A familiar magnetic voice came from behind, and a warm big hand hugged Fong Mingwei's slender waist. Lu Duoduo immediately covered her face with both hands, revealing a pair of bright eyes through her fingers. Not suitable for children. Not suitable for children. Can you two be more careful? Fong Mingwei shyly shook Chen Fan palm away. Rogue, you're touching me as soon as you come back. Didn't you say you were going to do a very difficult task? Did you finish it in just a few days? Chen Fan stood beside Fong Mingwei, feeling relaxed. The task is indeed very difficult. But you don't care who does it. If this president does it himself, no matter how difficult the task is, it will be easy to complete. Lu Duoduo frowned and pretended to vomit. Old Chen, you are back. Did you drop your face when you were doing the mission? Chen Fan was puzzled. What does she mean? Fong Mingwei covered her mouth and chuckled. She said you are shameless. Chen Fan glared at Lu Duoduo in dissatisfaction. What do you know? Little girl, you have no idea how powerful this captain is. Lu Duoduo silently raised a middle finger. Chen Fan pretended not to see it. Mingwei, I have a group of local aliens on my ship now, about 100 people. I want to throw them in Nangang City. It won't affect your business. Right? Fong Mingwei looked at Chen Fan in confusion. More than 100 native aliens? Are they all awakened? Chen Fan nodded. Almost all of them. And they are all those with great potential. Then why don't you keep them as crew members? You know, we are very short of manpower now. Fong Mingwei didn't understand why Chen Fan wanted to let go of the rare awakened ones. Chen Fan thought for a while. They were all taken away from their hometowns against their will, and almost all of them wanted to go home. So, Chen Fan hesitated. In fact, if these people could be included in the pirate group, it would be of great help to him. Fong Mingwei thought for a while. Let's do it this way. Let them stay on the Poseidon for a while longer, and don't put them in Nangang City for now. First, for safety reasons, everyone who goes down from our fleet will be labeled as a member of the Shinjo Guild. If nothing happens, it's fine. But if they violate the laws of Nangang City, or kill the offspring of a noble, the Shinjo Guild will inevitably be implicated, which will affect the business of our guild. Secondly, it can also let these awakened people feel the safety and freedom in the sunken ship fleet. In this way, when we arrive at the next port, we can keep the awakened people who like the guild. Chen Fan nodded immediately. That's fine. Anyway, we don't lack food for these 100 people. While the two people were talking, the Poseidon had already arrived at its original berth. In Chen Fan perception, the giant octopus Poseidon fell into a deep sleep. This is understandable. After all, the high-intensity cross-level battle that lasted for most of the day was still very exhausting and damaging to Poseidon. Master Shu, please help me build a floating bridge. I haven't been able to hold Leviathan for several days. I miss it so much. Seeing that the Poseidon had stopped steadily, Lu Duo couldn't wait to shout. Master Shu's youthful face showed a sunny smile, and he stretched out his branches to connect the two boats. Mr. Chun, I seem to feel a particularly familiar aura of the same origin on you. Can you tell me what it is? Oh, is it called Dark Spirit 9-Layer Wind? I feel that its consciousness is still as weak as a candle flame, but it seems to be parasitic with you, which is a bit. It is convenient to talk to Master Shu, and you almost don't have to speak. Parasitic? Master Shu, what do you want to say? You mean? This plant spirit is harmful to me? Master Shu did not answer, but slowly moved to Chen Fan's side, and extended the branch to the tattoo on Chen Fan's chest. To you, this plant spirit is like a blank sheet of paper. It is no different from a baby in the mother's womb when it is born. Its current consciousness is just to regard itself as a part of you, and it has not yet developed self-awareness, but this state will not last forever. Chen Fan frowned. Could it be that Tuoluo really has bad intentions towards him? Master Shu, what do you mean, that there will be a day when my plant spirit will awaken its self-awareness? If there is that day, what will happen between us? Master Shu looked at Chen Fan gently. The future is unknown. It may regard you as a father, or it may resent you. What it will become is up to you to decide. Chen Fan was a little confused. Then how can I make it regard me as a father? Master Shu explained calmly. It will learn everything about you. If it sees only the right, kind, and generous things, then its consciousness will shape it into a kind character. But if it learns only darkness, ugliness, treachery, and selfishness, then even if you are its father, it may not listen to you, and may even try to devour you to make itself stronger. Fong Minghua felt a chill in her heart. Chen Fan, where did you get this dangerous thing? Get it out of your body. Chen Fan held Fong Minghua's hand and rubbed her palm. It's okay. There is always a price to pay for power. Since it will learn everything from me, let it learn it well. Maybe one day in the future, I can truly know myself through it. It turns out that the essence of binding plant spirits is not only to improve humans themselves, but also to nurture the spiritual wisdom of plant spirits in a special way. From what Master Shu said, there was no mention of any abnormality in his plant spirits. So in other words, Tuoluo did not harm or use his disciples. Thinking of this, Chen Fan felt more at ease. Ah! The old seal is being a hooligan. Fong Minghua and Chen Fan were chatting. And suddenly Lu Duo's scream came from the deck of the Poseidon. Chen Fan and Fong Minghua looked at each other helplessly, and then teleported to the deck of the Poseidon together. On the deck of the Poseidon, Mr. Sea Storm was lying on the deck, with a helpless look on his face. Lu Duo, holding Leviathan, held a staff in his hand, and smashed the old seal's head again and again. Chapter 226 Mary Dalgia, how can you push your loved ones into the fire pit? Duo, would you like to take a break? At least let us listen to what happened before we continue fighting. Lu Duo put away his staff panting. This rogue seal disguised himself as a cute ordinary seal to let me get close to him. It turned out to be a talking rogue. Chen Fan looked at Mr. Haibao with a white beard, and couldn't find an angle to see him as cute. So you distinguish whether a seal is a rogue or not based on whether it can talk? Lu Duo was confident. That's right. Those who can't talk are cute little animals, those who can talk are old monsters. Everyone was speechless. This girl is going crazy. Chen Fan, but Leviathan will also speak in the future. Lu Loli was stunned for a moment, then looked at the young dragon nestled in her arms with a complicated expression. Mr. Haibao came to Chen Fan with a clatter. Is this your daughter? Not bad, very lively. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Do I look like I'm a child? I'm still very young. Hi Bao, it seems to me that you humans all look the same. Is this the South China Sea? Chen Fan nodded and pointed to Nangang City on the other side of the port. This coastal city is called Nangang City. It is one of the most prosperous coastal cities in the Black Gold Empire. South of Nangang City is the South China Sea. Hi Bao, in other words, this Nangang City is the southernmost city of you humans? Chen Fan, that's not the case. There is an Ulung Island in the south, which is also one of the gathering places for our human race. Mr. Haibao, what are your plans? As far as I know, your original world, the Ice Valley, has collapsed. If there is no place you want to go, why don't you stay in my Chamber of Commerce? I promise you won't suffer any loss in terms of treatment. The old seal hesitated for a while, then shook his head. I don't have such plans for the time being. Although you saved me, I don't plan to exchange my freedom. I want to find a place to restore my strength. See you later. Chen Fan did not force him to stay, and waved at the seal that jumped into the sea. Then see you later, Mr. Haibao. The white-bearded seal waved his hand, and then plopped into the sea. Alas! Chen Fan sighed. If Mr. Haibao had recovered all his strength, he would have at least reached the third level of awakening. What a pity. After watching Mr. Haibao go away, the hooded girl Lan also came to Chen Fan. Are you done talking? Chen Fan glanced at Fang Mingwei beside him, and then nodded. We're done talking. What's up, President Lan? Lan nodded. I feel the underground laboratory that I used to use here. I'm going to take them there to hide for a while. I'm here to say goodbye to you. Chen Fan thought for a while. You can actually hide in my fleet. No one will check. Why do you always have to hide in the uninhabited underground? Lan looked at the distance of the sea, and was silent for a few seconds. You are not a native human of the Divine Grace realm, and you do not know the extent to which black magicians are tabooed. If you stay here, we will bring disaster to you. Chen Fan did not believe in such prophetic words, but Lan said it so seriously that he could not refute anything. When are you leaving? How about eating some seafood before leaving? Lan shook his head. The system is about to be updated, and time is short. We need to find a place where we can sleep peacefully as soon as possible. Sure enough, the system update was not just for one world, but for all worlds. After chatting for a few words, Lan turned back to the black magicians. In just a few minutes, a strong wave of spatial energy emerged, and the black magicians disappeared on the deck of Poseidon. Chen Fan turned his head and looked at Fang Mingwei. Are black magicians really so hated? Fang Mingwei nodded vigorously. Just now when you mentioned that she was a black magician, my heart was in my throat. How can I describe to you the hatred of the people here for black magicians? For example, if a person's daughter is about to be in danger of life, and he needs to face the two choices of saving his daughter and reporting the black magician, most people will choose to report the black magician. I don't know much about the specific reasons. It seems that the black magicians have been the lackeys of some dark forces in history, which led to the current situation. Chen Fan was thoughtful. Is that so? It makes sense that President Nalan has always been so careful. Let's go. Accompany me to talk to the aliens about when we can get off the ship. By the way, the 24-hour system is about to be updated. Have you finished the business in Nangang City? After we finish, we have to go out to sea as soon as possible. After all, we can't appear here for 15 days. It's safer on the sea. Fang Mingwei followed Chen Fan pace. The business is done, and we have received a huge amount of weapons orders. However, there is a task to protect the city lord that will not be completed until early tonight. Protect the city lord? How to protect him? Is he on our ship? Fang Mingwei, no. He is in his city lord's mansion. We usually only protect him for one day. He can protect himself at night. Chen Fan couldn't figure it out. Why don't you use your night abilities to protect yourself during the day? It's really strange. Is the mission reward very high? Fang Mingwei shook her head. The mission reward is average, but I have developed this city lord into a reliable business partner. If he dies, we won't have such a high order volume in Nangang City, or even the surrounding areas. Well, let's work overtime tonight, to protect this business partner, and after midnight, we will set sail, towards our future Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Fang Mingwei agreed happily. Abyss, 8th main city, City of Jealousy. In the Blood Castle, Vladimir and Marie Deja held hands, and sat on the chair above the hall. Both of them were wearing the most gorgeous dresses of the Middle Ages. And they were lovers. Vladimir smiled, and Marie Deja's expression was full of unnaturalness that could be seen with the naked eye. Today was the third day of their marriage. She had only seen the Lord of Blood City twice in 3 days, once at the wedding ceremony, and once now. Chen Shui stood at the bottom of the hall. Lord City Lord, I have something to tell you. Vladimir smiled and nodded. You are Mary's only relative. You can tell me anything, but don't urge me to recruit the army. I have already issued the order. The Blood Legion will definitely return in the next few days. Marie Deja rolled her eyes silently. What a shitty relative. How can you push your relatives into the fire pit? Chen Shui shook her head expressionlessly. I think Lord City Lord is right. You can't rush to send troops. So Lord City Lord, you should slowly raise them. I will come to you for troops in 15 days. Not only Marie Deja was stunned, even Vladimir was shocked this time. It was nothing else. This woman's attitude changed too quickly. She looked like she would take your bride away if you didn't send troops in the morning. But in the afternoon, she was generous enough to wait for 15 days? Vladimir was not a player, so he didn't know the real reason why Chen Shui delayed sending troops. Chapter 227 The Sinking Fleet. Departure. The Blood City Lord Vladimir frowned and looked at Chen Shui. Is Miss Chen too anxious? So you are just saying this in anger, or? Chen Shui, I've let it go. The Blood City Lord. Okay, then 15 days, with enough time. I guarantee that your army will be more combat ready. Marie Deja sat next to Vladimir. Her face was full of disbelief, and her beautiful big eyes were almost popping out. This bastard is not in a hurry to send troops? If he is not in a hurry to send troops, why did he marry himself off so early? Why? The Blood City Lord smiled and was about to say something, but suddenly his expression changed and he stood up. Dear, you and Chen Shui can chat first. I have to deal with something important. Marie Deja stood up in a panic. Oh, okay. Faced with the title of Dear, Marie Deja was a little unaccustomed. Vladimir disappeared in the hall. Mary Kay rushed to Chen Shui angrily. Asshole. What the hell are you doing? I sold my body for the plan, and you suddenly quit? Do you believe I will take you with me to death? Chen Fan shook his head. I don't believe it. Mary Kay stamped her feet in anger. Tell me the reason. Right now. Chen Shui shrugged helplessly. Force factors have caused me to be unable to stay in this world for the next 15 days. It's only 15 days. You hold on a little longer. Mary Deja face flushed with anger. You said it so easily. It's not like you married a vampire. You're just saying such nonsense. 15 days. If you can't come for 15 months, wouldn't I have to give birth to a child for this old antique? Chen Shui, you're not losing anything. Mary Deja was about to have a heart attack. You bastard. South China Sea, Nangang City Lord's Mansion. All the former prisoners were placed on the same giant sailing ship, which was 4 ships behind the sinking fleet. Chen Fan, Fong Mingwe, and Lu Duoduo stood in a dark corner of the City Lord's Mansion. Tonight's early morning was the final time for Fong Mingwe and others to complete their mission. In order to avoid any accidents, Chen Fan brought 2 people from midair to the side of the City Lord's residence. Is the werewolf City Lord living in that room? Chen Fan pointed to a gorgeously designed room. Fong Mingwen nodded. Yes. Chen Fan was puzzled. There was not even a guard at the door of that room. What means did the City Lord Walker use to ensure his own safety? Could it be that he has a mistress hidden in his house? Or is she a very powerful mistress? Lu Duoduo rolled his eyes. Dirty thoughts. Can it be Crouching Tiger? Hidden Dragon? I feel that the man is more likely to be a master. Chen Fan grinned. Mingwei, you have to take good care of her. She seems to be showing signs of becoming a rotten girl. Fong Mingwei tightened her coat. Can you two stop talking nonsense? Look! Someone sneaked into Walker's residence. Chen Fan turned his head and saw a dark shadow flexibly jumping into the City Lord's house from the window. An assassin appeared so soon. Should I protect him? Fong Mingwei shook her head hesitantly. I don't think so. If he was really that easy to kill, he wouldn't have survived until today. Let's wait and see. Chen Fan retreated silently. Ah! Just as he was hesitating whether to take action, a terrible scream came from the City Lord Walker's room. 2 seconds later, the scream stopped abruptly. A tall figure carrying a corpse walked out of the door and skillfully threw the corpse into the dark hole on the side of the door. The tall figure had a hunched neck and was covered with long black hair. Chen Fan muttered to himself as he looked at the black figure. Is this the City Lord's personal bodyguard? Could it be that he is really a crouching tiger? Hidden dragon? Chen Fan felt a chill on his back. This big black hair makes him look uncomfortable. Lu Duo also muttered to himself. Not only do werewolves have a strong body odor, they also have a strong taste. Fong Mingwei held her forehead with one hand, feeling extremely helpless. I've told you two to stop talking nonsense. Look at this. Fong Mingwei said, as she posted a page of attribute panels in the Union chat box. Walker, Moon Shadow Werewolf level 39. Evaluation. Please don't provoke the Moon Shadow Werewolf alone at night. It doesn't even know how terrifying it is in its dreams. Fong Mingwei. The attribute panel has changed. It's completely different from the attribute panel we identified before. Chen Fan closed the attribute panel. It's a good habit to cast the identification spell first. It seems that this is the City Lord's self-protection method. This also explains why he needs a guardian during the day. Lu Duo stamped his feet. Cunning werewolf? He must have a top-notch item that can conceal his own attributes. Fong Mingwei nodded. As the lord of a city, isn't it normal to have some wealth? It seems that we don't need to wait until the early morning. Lu Duo. Then the mission reward it gives is just a little bit. Cunning werewolf. Chen Fan agreed with Fong Mingwei's statement. We don't need to worry about this guy at all. With his scheming, I guess he won't die easily even without you guys. Let's go back and set sail. Okay. At midnight, the three returned to the deck of Poseidon and met up with Qin Shuqian, Sun Daolong, Amon, and the Poseidon team who were in charge of the fleet. Chen Fan looked around, and then looked at the little fat man O Changhe, the captain of the Poseidon team. Are all the people here? Are there any who are left in Nangang City? Chen Fan knew the others, but he didn't know all the people in the Poseidon team. O Changhe shook his head. Report to the president, the whole Poseidon team is here, no one is absent. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. Everyone return to your own ship, the destination, the unnamed island on the east side of the Ulung Islands. Let's go! Chen Fan had just published the sea chart in the Union chat box. Chen Fan had already decided on the target island in his mind. It was the base camp of Dumbledore's pirate group. The island was in a gentle slope. There was a huge hidden cave leading to the underground of the island on the towering side. The cave entrance was always stormy and rough all year round. It was suitable for weapons processing plants, biological alchemy, etc. The low and gentle side was a sunny shoal. There were plains and small forests behind the shoal, which was very suitable for human habitation. It was the only choice for Chen Fan to establish a base camp. The Union members returned to the sailboats they were responsible for. After setting the destination, the iron behemoth of the sinking fleet began to slowly move towards the ocean. Chapter 228 Everything is done, with the continuation of the human race on Earth as the first goal. Looking at the empty and calm sea ahead, Chen Fan took Fong Mingwei's delicate little hand. Everyone has gone to the cabin. Let's hurry to the cockpit. Fong Mingwei was puzzled. Master Shu can operate my ship. Can't your Poseidon set off on its own? Chen Fan smiled evilly, and took Fong Mingwei to his cabin. Hee, this is my cockpit, I just said driving. Not driving the ship. Fong Mingwei's cheeks immediately turned red with shame. Big pervert, I'm leaving. Chen Fan grabbed Fong Mingwei, who was about to run away by the waist. Hee, I can't escape, the big bad wolf is coming. In the real world, Earth, in a base in Chaoyang City. In a conference room with some special furnishings, Zheng Yuanzhou, the helmsman of Pangu, sat expressionlessly on a chair. 1 minute later, a faint sound of electricity sounded. Then 5 figures with different postures appeared in their respective chairs beside the conference table in the form of projection. Minister Zheng Yuanzhou, you initiated this joint government summit, so please speak first. The head of the official player organization Temple of Country M, Ronnie Barons, a somewhat thin middle-aged man, spoke first. Zheng Yuanzhou nodded expressionlessly. 3 things. I talk about the first one first. Operation Rejiao must be carried out as soon as possible. I have received some not-so-good news here. Does anyone have other opinions? If not, let's start the vote. Ronnie Barons spoke immediately. Based on humanitarianism, I oppose this proposal. The more than 100 million lives should not end in our hands. And I still believe that. Yamaki Ichiro has the right to join the coalition government. Bear Country, Snow Train leader Optenping stood up. Ronnie Barons, your proposal is a joke on the lives of all human beings on Earth. Do you want everyone to become part of that monster that only knows how to devour blood? More than 100 million lives have died. And you still want to protect a murderer? Damn it! The chicks of pheasants in the snow. Zheng Yuanzhou suppressed Opten's anger. This is just the first thing. I don't want to waste too much time on this matter. Like before. Vote. For votes in favor. And one veto is invalid. My opinion is, the plan should be implemented. Ronnie Barons slammed the table. Oppose? Opton stared at Ronnie Barons. Execute? Eagle Country, Alvin Atkinson, the head of the wing organization, glanced at Zheng Yuanzhou. I agree that the plan should be implemented as soon as possible. 4 of the 5 people expressed their opinions, only Kim Jae-won, the last chairman of the Hand of Heaven in Kimchi Country, did not express his opinion. The 4 people's eyes were focused on him. This plan has been voted on 4 times, each time 3 people agreed, 1 person opposed, and 1 person abstained, and finally ended with Ronnie Barons' veto. The person who abstained every time was none other than Kim Jae-won, the Hand of Heaven. Compared to his previous straightforwardness, Kim Jae-won hesitated this time. This made Ronnie Barons' eyes become a little serious. What the hell is this guy doing? Has he been fooled by Kimchi? Why doesn't he do what he agreed to do? Minister Kim, please don't let historical issues affect some things. Ronnie Barons was a little anxious. And he was the first to break the rules and urged. Zheng Yuanzhou frowned. And also looked at Jin Zaiwan, who was hesitating. The reason for the establishment of the New World United Government is for the future of all people on Blue Star. There has never been any family and country sentiment. Personal grudges. Minister Jin, the future of the people on Earth is in your hands. And at this moment, the knife is hanging over our heads. Jin Zaiwan no longer hesitated. I agree. Execute the plan. Everything is based on the continuation of the human race on Earth as the first goal. Ronnie Barons glared at Jin Zaiwan fiercely, and then sat back in his seat with a gloomy face. The initiator Zheng Yuanzhou applauded Jin Zaiwan. The second thing, the promotional information about the main God Space game should be released as soon as possible, and the public should be gradually made to accept the existence of the second world. Also, should the additional 100,000 players after the update be managed in an academic way. An hour later, Zheng Yuanzhou pushed his wheelchair out of the conference room alone. Several Pangu executives in uniforms immediately surrounded him, including the Minister of Intelligence Sun Xiaosheng. Teacher, has the decision to execute the plan been approved? Has it been approved this time? Zheng Yuanzhou's mouth curled up. Approved? Issue the order. We must guard against it tonight, and start the plan on time at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Sun Xiaosheng was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. Great. Great. Finally. I can avenge my brothers. Damn Yamaki Ichiro. Poseidon, in the captain's cabin. Chen Fan, who was refreshed, fastened the last button of his clothes, and then began to fiddle back and forth between the backpack and the Taoyuan secret realm. He wanted to pack all the props that could be used in reality in the Peach Blossom secret realm and his own backpack. This time he stayed in the real world for a long time, and with hundreds of thousands or even millions of players at the same time, it was hard for the real world not to be in chaos. And there was another very important thing: the blood ancestor Yamaki Ichiro was still around, and his current strength was no longer lacking in the ability to fight the ghost thing. He planned to completely eliminate this mortal enemy. How can a dignified overlord of the South China Sea, the president of the Xinzhou Union, one of the 8 natural disasters, be forced to hide from a creature that is neither human nor ghost? Mingwe, you should also bring the things that can be used on the ship into your backpack, especially the equipment you are wearing. This time you will be in the real world for several days, and you can't log into the game, so don't run into danger and lack the means to fight. Fong Mingwe lay quietly on Chen Fan's bed. Her sexy and slender legs were faintly visible under the cover of the quilt. Okay. I got it. I do it after I rest for a while. Chen Fan ignored the lazy Fong Mingwe and continued to organize his equipment and props. It was already early morning when he was almost done. Chen Fan forced himself to call Haley, Amon, and the dwarf blacksmith Master Helen to the deck of the Poseidon. He told them that he and others might not show up for more than 10 days, and they would need to help manage the fleet and other things during these days. Among them, only Master Helen knew for the first time that Chen Fan was a member of the Hidden Clan. However, he did not feel bad towards Chen Fan, because the dwarves were also one of the Hidden Clan a few hundred years ago. With the existence of Poseidon, the fleet would basically not encounter any danger. But the food, clothing, shelter and transportation of the crew members on the ship, as well as the possible conflicts and disputes, needed strong people to maintain. Haley and Master Helen were strong enough to maintain order for everyone except the 4 ships. But the 4 ships full of former prisoners could only be entrusted to Amon. Chen Fan felt a little embarrassed about this. People came to his ship for freedom and adventure. But he actually made them do some dirty and tiring work. Chapter 229 Principal of the Lord God University? Eamon herself didn't care much about this matter. She could totally accept being a manager for a short period of time. Finally, she even joked that if Chen Fan was really embarrassed, then she should find a man of the same race for her as soon as possible. She didn't want the Cyclops race to lose its inheritance in this world. After a busy day, Chen Fan returned to the cabin, lying down next to Fang Mingwei and snoring. He hadn't had a good rest for at least 20 hours. It was already evening when he opened his eyes again. Chen Fan got up from bed in a daze, opened the curtains, and looked into the village yard. As expected, these guys had another picnic without calling him. Feeling his empty stomach aching a little, Chen Fan put on his slippers and rushed into the village yard. Grabbing the hamburger from Lu Duoduo's hand and the crab meat from Chen Shui's hand, Chen Fan chewed them without hesitation. Ah! Stinky Chen Fan! Give it back to me! Give it back to me! I bought it with great difficulty. Lu Duoduo was furious, jumping and shouting, trying to snatch back her hamburger, but due to her height limitation, she really couldn't snatch it back. Chen Shui didn't care much about her food being snatched away, but instead, she broke open the 2 crab legs with her bare hands again, looking at Chen Fan calmly. Zhou Changlin, who was adding firewood to the big earthen pot, saw Chen Fan, who hadn't left the house for several days, and immediately dropped the work in his hands and ran to Chen Fan. Old Chen, are you going on a big mission? I haven't seen you much these days. Chen Fan swallowed the last bite of food in his mouth. Yes, I received an update notification right after I finished it. You must be very lucky. Zhou Changlin gave a thumbs up. Hi. Very high. Have you just read the news? It seems that we are going to make a big move here. Chen Fan shook his head. I slept for a day, just woke up. Are there any big moves? Hasn't there been a big move before? A new world coalition government was established. An organization that controls all players. Zhou Changlin waved his hand disdainfully. What's that? Most people are unaware of the reason why the new world coalition government was established. Now the documentary of the Lord God space game has begun to spread on the internet. And the second world theory has been completely confirmed by the official. And it is said that the Lord God University will be established. Chen Fan was stunned. It seems that the update has a great impact on the real world. Main God High School? What does that mean? Zhou Changlin approached Chen Fan. According to gossip, the official intends to implement a college system for all players. Chen Fan took the other crab leg handed over by Chen Shui. College system management? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Oh! By the way, Tuoluo seemed to have said that. The plant spirit realm seems to implement a college system for plant spirit masters. Where did the big guys learn the management system from? Could it be that they also have connections with other small worlds? It is very possible. I have only been playing this game for a short time, and I have already come into contact with many secrets of the God Grace realm. Those first batch of internal test players have been fighting there for many years. If I am lucky enough, it is completely reasonable to become a first-class strongman in the God Grace realm. Old Zhou, can I ask you a sensitive question? Zhou Changlin patted his chest. Brother Chen, ask me. I will tell you everything I know. Chen Fan was speechless. This guy is not only very flattering today, but also very literary. Our Pango leader. What level is Zheng Yuanzhou's strength at? Is he over level 80? Zhou Changlin looked confused. You asked this, but I don't know either. I don't see Mr. Zheng for many times a year, and the appraisal technique can't identify anything. But I think Mr. Zheng should be very strong. Think about it. Even Kunlun Realm is his personal tool. How can he not be strong? Chen Fan, why do you call him Mr. Zheng? Shouldn't you call him boss? Boss? Or President Zheng? Zhou Changlin shrugged. Yes, he should be called President. But everyone calls him Mr. Zheng. And over time, we get used to it. Old Chen, let me ask you a question. If our Annan province has the conditions to open a main God university, would you like to be the president of this university? Chen Fan was stunned by the question. If we really want to implement the college system management, Old Zhou, you, the Minister of Annan, should be the best candidate for the principal. How can I, a small grassroots member, be in such a high position? Zhou Changlin pulled Chen Fan to sit on the empty sofa. You have been in Panga for a short time. You don't know a lot of things. Ministers like us who are sent to various provinces are just good names. In fact, we are the leaders of the peripheral groups, who have been kicked out of the core circle and have no real say. The ones who can really do big things are genius awakeners, like you who have great potential, and are several times stronger than players of the same level. Chen Fan looked at Zhou Chonlin curiously. Old Zhou, how do you know that I am a genius awakener with great potential, whose strength is several times greater than that of players of the same level? Who told you about me? Almost no one knows how strong Chen Fan's personal strength is. Firstly, Chen Fan rarely takes action himself, generally relying on the power of Poseidon. Secondly, Chen Fan has hardly ever faced enemies of the same level, and rarely has the opportunity to show his true strength in front of others. Zhou Chonlin smiled awkwardly. Well, looking at the question you asked, no one has talked to me about you in detail. I just heard some gossip about you occasionally in the guild. Chen Fan's expression was amused. Then your gossip is really one-sided. Even if my potential and reputation are up to standard, the position of the principal will definitely not be mine. This guy has no idea how much Captain Lee, the creator, hates me. Zhou Chonlin was confused. How is that possible? You have elites under you, and you control a fleet of dozens of ships, and your old lover is among the top leaders of the guild, so you can easily get this position? Chen Fan's mouth twitched when he heard this. Your rumors, really, make me feel overwhelmed. Let's end this topic, old Zhou. Do you have the latest news about Yamaki Ichiro? Where is our Pengu investigation mission going? Still no progress? Are we going to be trapped in this small villa forever? Zhou Chonlin was still confused and disappointed. Didn't you get the authority of Pengu as an official member? Just ask Jingwei directly, it must know more than I do. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Did your attitude change so quickly? Is it because I have no hope of becoming the principal? Leaving the sad Zhou Chonlin behind, Chen Fan joined the ranks of big eaters beside Chen Shujin, and ate the food prepared in the yard, and drank 2 large cans of cold beer, which was very enjoyable. After having a good meal and a good drink, after simply controlling the water flow to clean the courtyard, Chen Fan returned to his room and prepared to land in Kunlun Realm. As soon as he turned on the Pengu brand mobile phone, a striking message of adding a friend popped up. Chen Fan clicked on the message curiously. Is it Sun Xiaosheng? This guy finally stopped playing and disappeared? Chapter 230 Destruction. A tiny island. Looking at the time of adding the message, Sun Xiaosheng, who is in charge of intelligence, sent the message last night. Without much thought, Chen Fan directly clicked to agree. Unexpectedly, just as Chen Fan successfully added, Sun Xiaosheng sent a voice call invitation. Connected. Sun Xiaosheng's somewhat sharp voice came from the phone. Chen Fan, you are online at the right time. If you are late, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Hurry up and log into Shifang Haotian. Chen Fan was puzzled. What's the matter? What can make me regret for the rest of my life? Sun Xiaosheng, are you coming or not? If you don't come, it will be too late. Chen Fan's curiosity was full. He didn't dare to talk nonsense, and immediately landed in Shifang Haotian. The space wave flashed, and Chen Fan disappeared in the room of the villa. Outside the window, the evening wind was bleak, and it was indescribably quiet. In the scene selection hall of Shifang Haotian, Chen Fan noticed Sun Xiaosheng standing at the entrance at a glance. Good friend, what's the hurry? Is there any news about the investigation of Yamaki Ichiro? Sun Xiaosheng's eyes widened. I really let you guess part of it, but I want to show you something much more exciting than that. Sun Xiaosheng said, as he pulled Chen Fan's arm. A space door appeared, and the two of them stepped through the space door one after the other. Chen Fan looked down at the domestic mobile phone in his hand. The location displayed on the phone at this time was Central Juntian. Looking up, Chen Fan found that he was pulled into a meeting room by Sun Xiaosheng. There were 8 or 9 people standing or sitting in the conference room. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the virtual screen above the conference table. The expressions were either excited or complicated. The atmosphere was a little unusual. Chen Fan had just arrived and did not dare to say anything. He just secretly looked at the faces of the people around him. This glance really made him see a few familiar faces. Li Xiaoqian, who was standing in front of a big muscular man, and the captain of the judge squad. Li Zua, who had met him once in the spirit world. So, plus the Minister of Intelligence Sun Xiaosheng, all the people present here should be the top leaders of Pengu. Right? But it's a bit strange. How could Sun Xiaosheng bring me in such an occasion? Chen Fan thought, and cast his eyes on the middle-aged man sitting in a wheelchair at the first place of the conference table. He should be Zheng Yuanzhou, the actual controller of Kunlun Realm, the leader of the Earth Player Realm. As if sensing Chen Fan's gaze, Zheng Yuanzhou turned his head and smiled at Chen Fan. Welcome, President Chen, because what is going to happen next is related to you, so Xiaoxing invited you in. Let's find a place to sit. Don't be shy. If Chen Fan was not mistaken, Zheng Yuanzhou seemed to raise his eyebrows at Li Xiaoqian after talking to him. So this big guy is also a gossipy person? Chen Fan smiled and nodded, waving his hand to indicate that he didn't need to sit. Thank you, Mr. Zheng, for your trouble. What's playing on the screen? The screen on the conference table was dark, but a few glowing lines could be vaguely seen in the darkness. Chen Fan stared at the glowing lines carefully. The graphics formed by these lines looked like. Zheng Yuanzhou nodded lightly. This picture shows, in the eyes of the satellite, the Rizhao continental plate. Does President Chen like to watch fireworks? Chen Fan vaguely sensed something unusual. I used to like it. Li Xiaoqian likes colorful fireworks very much. She said that the blooming of fireworks can take away the pain in her heart. So the most romantic memories of the two people almost all have fireworks. But later, she left. And Chen Fan never took the initiative to watch fireworks again, and even had some resistance to those colorful and meaningless things. Just as I was wondering why Zheng Yuanzhou asked this question, the screen on the table suddenly shone brightly. It was as if a 10,000-watt light bulb exploded in the middle of the screen. This is not fireworks. It's more like a planet flickering. Li Xiaoqian's slightly trembling voice sounded in the room. Li's was stared at the dazzling screen. When I was a child, I watched a documentary about the Nanjing TS. The scenes in it were what I felt for a long time in my childhood. I didn't expect that I could solve the knot in my childhood in my lifetime. This world is really wonderful. Zheng Yuanzhou looked ahead calmly. The wheel of history will always crush some ignorant mantises. There is nothing to pity about this. Besides, this mantis was the most disgusting one when it was alive. Chen Fan listened to the people in the room talking about some emotional words, and gradually guessed what had just happened. Chen Fan grabbed Sun Xiaoxiang's arm and asked anxiously in a low voice, "Tell me what happened just now," in a positive tone. "Oh my god, is this true? It's really exciting." Sun Xiaoxiang's eyes remained unchanged, and he spoke in a calm tone. "Let me give you some scientific knowledge. Rizhao has an area of 370,000 square kilometers. The area of major cities is calculated as 1/10 of the country's territory. 37,000 square kilometers. An intercontinental missile carries 25 200,000-ton nuclear warheads. 37,000 times 53 is equal to 698 200,000-ton nuclear warheads. Based on a 40% arrival rate, 87 intercontinental missiles are needed to completely destroy Rizhao. Did you see the blinding white light just now?" Chen Fan felt his head buzzing. Wait a minute. This surprise was a little too sudden. Let me think about it. Zheng Yuanzhou was not surprised by Chen Fan's reaction, but looked at his student Sun Xiaoxiang. "Xiaoxiang, tell President Chen the whole story of this matter." He kept calling him President Chen, without any arrogance of being the #1 player in China. Sun Xiaoxiang considered his words. "First, let me answer your question. The reason for blowing it up is not simple. A month ago, the blood ancestors avatar of Ichiro Yamaki sneaked into Qingzhou City and killed several innocent people, including Ms. Yang Lu, the secretary of the chairman of your Xinzhou guild. Then the avatar failed to kill you and was killed by you in secret. And Panga started to investigate Ichiro Yamaki, the player from Rizhao, who was able to evade Jingwei detection. I won't go into details about the hardships and pains of the investigation, but the result is that Ichiro Yamaki alone killed and devoured all the life on the Rizhao plate. On the day we found out the result, Ichiro Yamaki was still using his blood assimilation ability to devour the marine life around the Rizhao plate. After that, after a complex and lengthy discussion and voting, we finally had the scorching white light you just saw." Chapter 231 Raid. After listening to Sun Xiaoxiang's story, Chen Fan's heart could not calm down for a long time. This matter actually developed into this? More than 100 million lives on the Rizhao plate were wiped out by the crazy and perverted Yamaki Ichiro alone? A small neighboring country with the darkest color in China's history just disappeared in the long river of history? Although there must be surviving Rizhao people in other countries. Right? But if there are only a few big and small cats, if they want to face the whole world for revenge, it is still not enough. After a long time, in the silent room, Chen Fan spoke. "So, for me, the enemy who is bent on seeking revenge on me will never appear again. From now on, our Xinzhou guild will not have to worry about the enemy hiding in the dark. Sun Shaoxun looked like he should. What else? Do you still think that Xia Zizi can survive the attack of 200 intercontinental missiles? Chun Fan's expression gradually became solemn, and he looked up at Sun Shaoxun's face. It is impossible for anyone to survive such a disaster. Indeed, this is true. But what if it is a god? Chun Fan's heart began to jump uncontrollably. Yamaki Ichiro had clearly said many times that he had the help of a god behind him, and his original body was once a god. One of the 4 seas demon gods, the blood of the ocean Tobahi. If Yamaki Ichiro still had a breath left, and wanted to turn the tables with revenge, it seemed that he had only one way to take the blood of the ocean god Gian from his body. Thinking of this, Chun Fan's ominous premonition in his heart became stronger. Sorry everyone. I have a very strong bad premonition. I have to go back. Chun Fan didn't care about the reactions and attitudes of the people present, and immediately clicked on the phone to log out. The space fluctuated, and Chun Fan appeared in the room of the villa. It was late at night, and the suburban villa stood alone on the edge of the city. The evening breeze blew, and the curtains in Chun Fan's room rustled. Silence, a kind of silence as if a storm is about to come. Chun Fan rushed out of the window, and in just a moment, he had already put on his strongest equipment at the moment. After a long while, Chun Fan spoke coldly. Mr. Shanmu, you are a guest from afar, come in and sit down. Don't you think it's beneath your status to be so sneaky? Chun Fan's voice was neither loud nor soft, and it echoed in the empty wilderness. Behind Chun Fan, the lights in each room of the villa lit up one after another. The ground, the bushes, and the woods began to sound a chaotic rustling sound. Sure enough, this familiar evil aura, this nagging Yamaki Ichiro finally came to me like a maggot. Countless small snakes with scarlet eyes and black skin gradually gathered together. Finally, they condensed into a hunched and short figure. It was the former president of Yamaki Commune, Yamaki Ichiro. Chun Fan, you are so proud. I just wanted to kill you. But those bastards actually killed hundreds of millions of my blood messengers. Chun Fan held the breath of the ocean in his hand. Are you crazy and losing your mind? The whole Rizhao has been assimilated into you. How can you still serve the people? And you are really ridiculous. You actually think that the reason for your disaster is to assassinate me. For what you have done, the sentence of going to the next 180 levels of hell is too light. The retribution for assassinating me is not even enough. Yamaki Ichiro stood on the ground with a distorted face, looking up at Chun Fan with a sinister look. Who told you that people who are assimilated by blood will die? Our bodies help each other. Our souls merge together. Do you know how happy we are in our world? Yamaki Ichiro yelled hysterically. Chun Fan closed his eyes. Don't say it. It makes me want to vomit. Go to hell. Bang bang bang. The muzzle of the ocean breath gun lit up with orange flames. Yamaki Ichiro's body bent strangely, and he dodged the 3 bullets effortlessly. Mr. Chun Fan, give me the blood god of the ocean, and I swear I will never bother you again. And I will also give you a huge treasure. Chun Fan frowned. He twisted his body to avoid the bullet, and said something similar to a peace request. This shows that Yamaki Ichiro is not 100% sure that he can kill or control himself at this time, and thus obtain the blood god of the ocean. This is good news. Yamaki Ichiro, the ancestor of blood orange. Evaluation, failure. A useless piece of wood? Unable to handle the big task. What is this system angry about? There is only the 74th level clone left. The soul value is still frighteningly high, but the strange thing is that his attribute panel has become a monster format attribute panel. Yamaki Ichiro, do you really not understand the current situation? Even if I give you the blood god of the ocean now, do you think you have a place to go? Do you think this world can still accommodate you? Chun Fan didn't mind talking to Yamaki Ichiro to delay time. Zhou Chonglin in the villa must be asking for help from the top management, and Yamaki Ichiro was isolated and helpless. Mr. Chun Fan, are you still limited to this world? A frog in the well. As long as you give me Shindian, I promise that I will let you see a wider world. The earth is just a drop in the ocean in that huge world. Yamaki Ichiro spoke very quickly, and his expression became visibly anxious. Chun Fan looked at the other party with vigilance, and did not take the other party's contemptuous words to heart. I put the blood god of the ocean in that world. I guess the update has started now. How about you wait for 15 days after the update is over, and I will give it to you. Yamaki Ichiro looked suspicious. Update? 15 days? Damn. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? You are lying to me. As soon as Yamaki Ichiro finished speaking, Chen Fan felt a sharp gust of wind coming from behind him. Chen Fan immediately turned his head to look. He saw another Yamaki Ichiro, who had no soul fluctuations, flying towards him with his fangs and claws bared, but he was pulled by dozens of dark green vines in midair. At the end of the vines was Master Shu standing beside Fang Mingwei. Master Shu stretched out several vines to hold Yamaki Ichiro in midair steadily. His handsome face had a calm expression. Donor, the sea of suffering is endless, turned back now. Yamaki Ichiro's body was filled with blood and energy, and he directly blew up the vines that bound him. I told you. I'm not in pain. Snap. Master Shu stretched out his vines again, throwing Yamaki Ichiro to the side of the villa, and then he followed him? No. You are in pain. Chen Fan silently gave Fang Mingwei a thumbs up. Yamaki Ichiro was really treacherous. He should know the power of his soul master, so he concentrated the soul energy of the two clones on one clone, and then used the clone that he couldn't sense to launch a sneak attack. The plan was very deep. He almost succeeded. Fortunately, Sister Mingwei was reliable, but how did she bring Master Shu to the real world? And when did Master Shu become so strong? Chapter 232 The Battle of the Cute Little Leviathan. Looking out along the destroyed villa courtyard wall, Master Shu stretched out his vines and fought with the Yamaki Ichiro clone. Looking at the battle situation, Master Shu seemed to have the upper hand. He seemed to always be able to predict which direction the enemy's attack would come from, and thus make the best response. Chen Fan withdrew his eyes from the battle between Master Shu and the other two. Is this your tactic? President Yamaki, I find that I overestimated you a little. Chen Fan said coldly, while looking at Yamaki Ichiro below. Zhou Changlin, Jin Shujin and others at the door of the villa saw the battle start, and put on their equipment, and strode to Chen Fan and stood still, confronting Yamaki Ichiro. The highest level on their side was Zhou Changlin and his subordinates, and there were 6 strong men above the first awakening level except Zhou Xiufei. In addition to the 6 of them, Qin Shui had the highest level, level 49, and because of her talent and hidden profession, Qin Shui's strength was no less than that of a first awakening person. This is actually a very scary point, because even for the most common warrior profession, the basic strength attribute will increase 6-fold after the first awakening. And Qin Shui can actually reach that level before the first awakening. Unlike the crazy Yamaki Ichiro, the expressions of the others are very solemn. After all, although the opponent is disabled, he is also a second awakener, and has a terrifying and strange skill. Yamaki Ichiro looked at the dozen opponents, who were full of oppression, and laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha. That is indeed my tactic. But there is more than one. As soon as Yamaki Ichiro finished speaking, several figures suddenly rushed in from outside the villa. All of them were Yamaki Ichiro's ugly appearance. Yamaki Ichiro, Blood Ancestor Orange. Evaluation, failed product. A useless piece of wood? Unable to handle the big task. Chen Fan identified several Yamaki Ichiros, and their attribute panels were all like this, and their soul values were all 0. Titan Knight Chen Shujin summoned Qin Feng out, and rode on him. Fuck him. I go first. Chen Fan was stunned. How did this guy bring the giant mechanical dog Qin Feng in? Zhou Changlin gritted his teeth, holding a steel gun, and rushed towards a red-eyed Yamaki Ichiro. Damn it! Go ahead. Just hold on for a while. The steel gun was as fast as a dragon, and it stabbed at the enemy. The melee began. Chen Fan kept accumulating energy with the ocean breath in his hand, and then shuttled around the scene to rescue all his people, while also paying attention to whether there were new Yamaki Ichiro clones joining the battle. At present, there are 9 clones of Yamaki Ichiro, including the one with a soul value of more than 100,000. Chen Fan has Super Tank Chen Shu Qin, Auxiliary Water Mage Fang Mingwei and Master Shu, Lu Duo with Daisy and Captain Jack, Double Intelligence Fire Mage Shi Yin, Skeleton Knight Chen Shui, and his Guardian Prince Shuji, Elite Shooter Sun Daolong, including Chen Fan himself, and a Nafong team. There are a total of 18 people. In terms of numbers, they have a double advantage, but in terms of absolute strength, Yamaki Ichiro blood clones have an absolute advantage. Except for Qin Shui, Zhou Changlin and Master Shu, who could barely face Yamaki Ichiro alone. The rest could only barely keep warm in various blood magics. Captain Chen Fan came to Shi Yin and dodged a blood shell from Yamaki Ichiro. The shell hit the middle floor of the villa, causing most of the villa to collapse. Shi Yin's eyes widened, and he was furious. Asshole. All my property. I will fight you to the death. Little bitch. Shurien roared and transformed into a dark fire elemental spirit, rushing towards Yamaki Ichiro with his fangs and claws bared. The moon was high in the night. The evening wind was rustling, and huge explosions were heard from the suburbs of Qingzhou from time to time. The battlefield was filled with blood, and various energy bombs were flying in the air from time to time. Each of them launched their own terrifying skills, trying to give the enemy a fatal blow. Chen Fan, how long do you think you can hold on? If you don't hand over the blood god of the ocean, Tien, your friends will die. Chen Fan fired a charged bullet at Yamaki Ichiro, who was speaking. If we don't give it to you, we can still hold on for a while. If we give it to you, we're afraid we won't be able to survive. Do you think I'm stupid? Yamaki Ichiro roared. I swear, I will never do that. Qin Shujin rode Qi Feng into the air and chopped at Yamaki Ichiro with an axe. Fuck you. You bastard. You'd better die. Boom. Yamaki Ichiro, who was talking, was pounded into the soil, and Qin Feng and Qin Shujin were blown away more than 10 meters by a burst of blood. They fell to the ground and rolled several times before they released the force. The huge bodies of the two made the battlefield tremble a few times. In the grass on one side of the villa, the little Leviathan with slightly blue skin huddled there, and his big eyes were watching the fierce battle of his relatives not far away. It was very smart. Although it wanted to help those family members, it also knew that its strength was too weak. Staying here and not causing trouble was the only thing it could do at present. What grew out of the ground? Little red mushrooms? Around Leviathan, one after another, small mushrooms emitting blood grew out of the soil, and the number increased. Little Leviathan looked at the blood-red figures fighting with his family, and then looked at the red mushrooms on the ground. They must be in the same group. Leviathan came to a red mushroom with his tail wagging, and pointed his little paw at the mushroom head. A small electric current flashed. The red mushroom immediately turned into ashes with white smoke. Little Leviathan clapped his paws happily. He was finally able to help. So happy. Keep going. Paw. Another puff of white smoke. Paw. Another puff of white smoke. Bang. 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 15001, 14589, 32475. Chen Fan shot 3 times at Yamaki Ichiro in front of Chen Shujin, dealing nearly 60,000 damage. But Yamaki Ichiro's health bar was not decreasing. From the battle that lasted for so long, Yamaki Ichiro's ability seemed to be hidden, and the blood spell also had a strong recovery ability. Relatively speaking, its attack power was not strong, and it almost didn't even have a decent explosive damage skill. Thanks to this, Chen Fan, Zhou Chonglin and others were able to hold on for so long. About 20 minutes passed. The frequency of Yamaki Ichiro blood spells gradually decreased, and almost all of Chen Fan's teammates were injured. The two sides barely maintained a short-term balance. Chen Fan, a captain, had come to Zhou Chonglin. Bang, bang. 2 shots created 2 black holes, sucking in a huge blood bullet that attacked Zhou Chonglin. At the same time, the roots of his hands stretched out, trying their best to help Zhou Chonglin recover from his injuries. Old Zhou, your shooting skills are not bad. Can you teach my girlfriend when you have time? Zhou Chonglin panted heavily, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Which girlfriend do you want to teach? Chapter 233 Formation. 1,000 Burials of Blood? Which girlfriend should I teach you? Chen Fan glanced at Chen Shui, who was holding a silver spear and forcing Yamaki Ichiro clone to be unable to fight back. The one with the spear, are you just trying to make something to say? Have you asked for help? How long will it take for the support to arrive? Zhou Chonglin used his steel spear to throw out a cross of white light, forcing Yamaki Ichiro, who was rushing over to retreat. I definitely asked for help, but how can I know when the reinforcements will arrive? But I think it will be soon. It's a good thing that you, Old Chen, discovered the danger in time today. Otherwise it would be a big problem. Damn it! Pangu's monitoring system really needs to be updated. The enemy has entered the house, but the broken system hasn't sounded the alarm. Isn't that funny? Chen Fan's face darkened. It's not funny. I feel scared. I'm going to help others. You hold on for a while, Chen Fan said, and disappeared beside Zhou Chonglin. Damn it. These clones are really hard to deal with. Why is the soul value 0? Anyone will do, so that the soul master skill can be activated. Zhou Chonglin opened and closed his lips. I don't know what he said. Then he faced the enemy with a bitter face and held his gun. Lu Duoduo raised his staff and through a dispensable star cage. Seeing Chen Fan coming, he asked immediately, "Old Chen, did Uncle Zhou say how long it would take for reinforcements to arrive? Did you notice? There is a negative status on our attribute panel." Chen Fan did not dare to be careless, and immediately opened the attribute panel to check. Status, Blood Curse. Blood Curse, negative effect. The more you are eroded by blood energy, the higher the damage you will receive from blood magic. Current damage increase, 8%. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It's only 8%. According to this increase, there shouldn't be any problem. Our support is coming soon. But we can't be careless. This Yamaki Ichiro is very insidious. Maybe there will be some calculations later. Try to avoid contact with his blood mist as much as possible. Captain Jack held 2 guns, with a thick cigar in his mouth, and attacked Yamaki Ichiro with a strange smile, with an extremely arrogant look, with no intention of avoiding the blood mist at all. Lu Duoduo looked at Chen Fan and spread his hands. You can't stop a heroic spirit who is looking for death, right? Bang, bang, bang. Chen Fan fired 3 shots at Yamaki Ichiro's head, and then patted Lu Duoduo on the shoulder. Duoduo, you've worked hard. While fighting fiercely, a faint buzzing sound appeared in Chen Fan's ears. He subconsciously looked towards the distant sky. In the distant sky, a UFO with a flashing yellow light spot was approaching at a high speed. Chen Fan was overjoyed. It was obvious that support was coming. Ha ha. Yamaki Ichiro, are you sure you want to stay here? Your Lord of Hell is coming soon. Yamaki Ichiro turned his head and looked up into the air, with a strange smile on his face. Those bastards are really fast. But Mr. Chen Fan, I think I'm even faster. Looking at Yamaki Ichiro's strange smile, Chen Fan suddenly had a bad feeling, and immediately flew in front of Fang Mingwei and Lu Duoduo, watching with full concentration. Everyone be careful. This monster seems to be playing dirty again. Yamaki Ichiro laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Insidious? As long as it can succeed, all insidious will be called clever. Formation. 1,000 barrels of blood. All the Yamaki Ichiro gathered together, gradually merging into a huge blood-colored snake. The snake coiled and twisted, roaring to the sky. Obviously, it was releasing some evil skills. Bang, bang, bang. 4 blood-red blood pillars spurted out from the courtyard of the villa. The blood pillars turned into blood-colored mist, and slowly spread out. The blood mist spread very quickly, and no one could avoid it. Chen Fan thought it was not good, and quickly opened his attribute panel. Status, Blood Curse. Blood Curse, negative effect. The greater the erosion of blood energy, the higher the damage of blood magic. Current damage increase, 10%. Chen Fan looked up in confusion. So this blood 1,000 barrels only increased the damage of himself and others by 2%. How much of an improvement can this be? Yamaki Ichiro widened his red snake pupils. Damn it! Why? Why are there only 4? Where are my blood spores? Where are my hundreds of blood spores? In the courtyard, a blood-red mushroom was about to explode, but a tiny blue electric light hit the mushroom's head, and the blood-colored mushroom immediately turned into a ball of ash. Chen Fan's expression gradually became subtle. Leviathan. Well done, little guy. The reason was found. It turned out that all the blood spores were electrocuted by Leviathan like playing whack-a-mole. This development was really an unexpected surprise. The blood-colored python twisted its body madly. Ah! Damn little thing, you ruined my good thing. Go to hell. A blood-red bullet was spit out from the python's mouth, and the target was the small young dragon Leviathan on the ground. Chen Fan was shocked, and immediately a captain came to Leviathan, and then the whole person quickly turned into a huge dark green plant with sharp leaves. Dark Spirit 9-layer wind. The assimilation degree is 100%. The blood-colored energy directly blasted a big hole in Chen Fan's plant-like body. Fortunately, Chen Fan moved Leviathan away a little at the critical moment. But even so, half of Leviathan's body and head were still visibly burnt black. Chen Fan immediately inserted countless roots into Leviathan's wound, and injected vitality into it without cost. Damn! Yamaki Ichiro, you will die a miserable death. Chen Fan regained his human form and cursed. The blood-colored energy bombs were still ejected from the python's mouth, but they were blocked by Chen Shui and Chen Shujin, who reacted. Chen Fan came to Chen Shujin with the captain of Leviathan in his arms. Bang, bang, bang. A black hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters separated them from the blood-colored python, making it impossible for those terrifying blood-colored energy bombs to be ejected in a short time. Shujin! Give me the fruit of life. Qin Shujian did not dare to neglect it, and immediately took out a flower pot from his backpack, and roughly took out a handful of soil with his big hands, and then sifted out the green fruit inside. Chen Fan carefully opened Leviathan's big mouth, crushed the fruit of life, and stuffed it in. Lu Duo, Shi Yan and others ran over quickly. Old Chen. Is Leviathan okay? Chen Fan. Is little Leviathan okay? Chen Fan put little Leviathan into the Peach Blossom secret realm with a gloomy face. It shouldn't die. Be careful. The monster will attack soon. Don't capsize before the support arrives. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, the blood-red scoundrel python had bypassed the space black hole, raised its ferocious snake head, and rushed towards Chen Fan and others, as if stimulated by Leviathan's injury. Shi Yan, Lu Duo, and others suddenly became fierce. They threw out attacks and spells in a continuous stream without paying any price. But at this time, Yamaki Ichiro also went completely crazy, as if he knew that the chances of him getting the blood god of the ocean were very slim. The giant python attacked more and more crazily and desperately. Chapter 234 Divine Soldiers Descend from the Sky. Hiss. Boom. The chaotic electromagnetic sound came from far away, and then, an orange-red beam of light descended from the sky, and slammed into the top of the blood-colored giant python with lightning speed. The giant python's head was visibly carbonized, and then annihilated. Li Shaoqian, wearing a purple mecha, descended from the sky, and a red flame spurted out from her palm, and mercilessly burned the remaining body of the giant python into ashes. Li Shaoqian put away the jet, opened her mask, and quickly walked to Chen Fan. How are you guys? Are you okay? Chen Fan's face was pale at this moment, and his chest was rising and falling violently, looking like he was seriously injured and dying. But in fact, he had just lost a lot of life energy, and was also angry, and had some physical imbalance. Chen Fan took 2 deep breaths, and looked at Li Shaoqian calmly. I'm fine. Does our Pango have any particularly powerful healing players? I need help. Bang, bang, bang. The Pango members wearing the same style of mecha as Li Shaoqian jumped to the ground one by one. Without any orders, they had already started to investigate the place where the giant python died. Li Shaoqian saw Chen Fan's anxious expression, and nodded immediately. Yes. Is anyone injured? Chen Fan was about to take Leviathan out of the Peach Blossom secret realm. A creepy laugh sounded from not far away. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan. Give Shen Dian to me. Immediately. Otherwise, she will die immediately. Chen Fan turned his head and looked. Not far away. He saw a bloody figure next to Fang Mingwei. At this time, the figure was pinching Fang Mingwei's neck with one hand, and lifting Fang Mingwei's delicate body up. Lu Duo, Shi Yan and others were horrified. Sister Mingwei. President Mingwei. Qin Shujian stood in the ruins, frowning. Let our president go, you damn disgusting monster. Yamaki Ichiro looked at him with venom. I am a monster. Then what are you? We all just want to become stronger. Give me Shen Dian. Chen Fan. You know she won't last long in my hands. Chen Fan raised the breath of the ocean calmly. How can you be sure that I will definitely exchange her life for the blood of the ocean, Shen Dian? Lu Duo eyes widened. Old Chen. What nonsense are you talking about? Sister Mingwei can't hold on any longer. Give him that damn Shen Dian. Chen Fan's ocean breath was fully charged, and then he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet penetrated Fang Mingwei's chest in the astonished eyes of the crowd, and also shattered Yamaki Ichiro's chest. Chen Fan's hands kept moving. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Hundreds of bullets connected into a glowing line, and vented on Yamaki Ichiro and Fang Mingwei bodies without any cost. Yamaki Ichiro, blood ancestor orange. Evaluation, failed. Useless. Unable to handle important tasks. The soul value is 10,000. Chen Fan can almost be sure that this is the last body of Yamaki Ichiro. He just figured out the key to Yamaki Ichiro's survival. Soul points. No matter how many clones Yamaki Ichiro has, the one with soul value must be a part of the body. Perhaps its physical clone can be split into countless, but the total number of its soul value is fixed. If it is lost, it cannot be replenished or restored by itself. No matter how strong his survivability is, he must have a soul to survive. So he divided the soul value into 2 parts from the beginning. One for fighting and seizing the ocean blood god Gien, and the other for tolerance and life-saving, which is the avatar with 10,000 soul points that is holding Fang Mingwei hostage now. Of course, it is not ruled out that Yamaki Ichiro has other avatars. But Shin Fan thinks that possibility is too small. 10,000 soul points is the bottom line for him to perform most of his magic. If he divides out avatars with soul values of hundreds or thousands, he may not be able to beat even a normal 30 to 40 level warrior, let alone avoid the eyes of Jingwei. Bang! 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 The bullets of Breath of the Ocean are still being fired. Fong Mingwei body lost balance after Yamaki Ichiro's arm was blown up, and fell to the ground with lifeless eyes. As the main target of Breath of the Ocean, Yamaki Ichiro was almost turned into a pool of rotten meat. Shin Fan, you claim to be a righteous and kind person, but don't you also do whatever it takes to win? You and I are the same. It's just, your luck is just better than mine. Perhaps because of the damage to his lungs. Yamaki Ichiro took in more air and exhaled less. Shin Fan stopped his violent shooting and strode to Yamaki Ichiro's head. Before you died, you were still trying to excuse your sins and trying to use the same psychology to explain your innocence. This shows that you still feel guilty. You don't really think you are right. Right? Shin Fan killed people and destroyed their hearts. Yamaki Ichiro used blood and chi to nourish the injury of his lungs, and his expression gradually became crazy. Nonsense. You are talking nonsense. Asshole. Gods don't lie. Damn it. I did the right thing. Life forms are not limited to one type. God said so. God said so. Shin Fan raised his voice. You should know clearly whether I am talking nonsense or not. Then why doesn't your God give you the divine power in person? Instead, he asked you to go through all kinds of hardships to come to me for a plan? If he had that ability, you wouldn't have to devour more than 100 million compatriots, right? To put it simply, you are the center of Rizhao. You exterminated the entire tribe single-handedly. Yamaki Ichiro collapsed and yelled. Kill you! I will kill you! Damn it! Shin Fan, you obviously killed your own woman too. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Shin Fan released Fong Mingwei from the Peach Blossom secret realm with a wave of his hand. I know our weakness is better than you, so I only killed a puppet projected from my memory. Fong Mingwei's appearance made everyone present breathe a sigh of relief. Although they knew that Shin Fan would never do such a thing, they still felt very complicated when they couldn't see Fong Mingwei herself. Do you still want to compare me with you now? Yamaki Ichiro fell silent, and the bloodthirsty light in his eyes gradually faded. Did you calculate it a long time ago? So you calculated it a long time ago. No wonder there is no one around her to protect her. So that's it. So that's it. Li Xiaoqian frowned as she watched Shin Fan and Yamaki Ichiro argue. Suddenly, her expression changed. Shin Fan! Kill him! Something has happened. Shin Fan immediately raised the ocean breath and shot 3 shots, smashing the remaining head of Yamaki Ichiro into pieces. But at Yamaki Ichiro's feet, a small space crack less than 10 centimeters appeared, and a small snake as long as a palm swooshed into the space crack. Shin Fan's face changed. Damn it. This guy has already found a way to escape. Li Xiaoqian strode over. I can't catch up. But it doesn't matter. He is such a small body left. And there is no harm in escaping. He will be caught sooner or later. Shin Fan looked hateful. Oh. Escape? Chapter 235, I will chase you to the ends of the earth. Shin Fan looked at Li Xiaoqian coldly with a cold gaze. He has tortured us for so many days. And he wants to escape? Dream on. Ocean Star. Lock on the teleport. Shin Fan turned into a starlight and disappeared on the spot. Ocean Star, growth equipment pink. Evaluation. The world is so big, I will show you. In a plain covered with blood-red weeds, a thumb-thick blood-red snake emerged from the crack in the space. Damn Shin Fan. Damn it. How can I explain this to God? I'm so powerful, I've given everything for this. Asshole. I have to find an excuse for failure as soon as possible, or else God will turn me into a brainless monster. As the little red snake spoke, he looked at a mountain in the distance, with a fearful expression. Shin Fan appeared silently from behind Yamaki Ichiro. This teleportation cost 500 gold coins, which means the distance has exceeded the limit, and the maximum value has been deducted. What is this place? The name on the map is Bolin Prison, number 0014? What is Yamaki Ichiro looking at? That mountain? Shin Fan is new here, so he doesn't dare to be careless. He thought Yamaki Ichiro would be teleported to the real world or somewhere in the world of God Grace, but he didn't expect to come to a world he had never heard of. Chen Fan was wondering where this place was, and suddenly he saw the towering mountain in the distance move from the corner of his eye. Damn, that's not a mountain. That's a creature. Just as he was in doubt, Yamaki Ichiro's transformation into a small snake had already begun to devour the blood-red plants around him. Blood-soaking grass, blue. Only effect, replenishes a large amount of blood energy after use. Evaluation, a small gadget made by the god of alchemy, but it contains a thin layer of god blood. Please use it with caution. We can't let this thing eat anymore. Chen Fan's eyes became fierce, and he made a decision in his heart. Water prison technique. A water ball with a diameter of about half a meter appeared out of thin air, wrapping up the remaining small snake body of Yamaki Ichiro. The little snake was terrified, and its body rushed left and right in the water ball like lightning. However, it was too weak at this time, and it could not break through the thin water film of the water ball no matter what. Chen Fan looked at the red little snake in the water ball, and showed a sinister smile. Shanmukuen, why did you leave? I think it's better for us to make a break between the two of us. The water ball with a diameter of half a meter began to shrink violently, and the little snake's body kept shaking in the water. As the water ball shrank more and more, the shaking became more intense. The anthropomorphic snake head began to show fear, unwillingness and pleading. But Chen Fan was not moved at all. Finally, with a snap, a muffled sound came from the small water ball with a diameter of less than 10 centimeters, and the whole water ball turned into a blood-red blood ball. Kill Yamaki Ichiro, Blood Ancestor, Orange Level 49, Gain Experience Points x 567.1 billion, Gold Coins x 3000, Equipment Props, Blood of 10,000 Races, Orange, Wanjia Matrix Master Secondary Occupation Transfer Book, Pink, Hidden Occupation Blood Ancestor Transfer Book, Orange, Tobahi Blood, Orange, Asterisk 100, Soul Crystal, God, Asterisk 13, Soul Crystal, Purple, Asterisk 9, Soul Crystal, Blue, Asterisk 8. Without time to check the many rewards he had obtained, Chen Fan immediately activated another skill of Ocean Star, Coordinate Transmission. In a flash, Chen Fan disappeared in the blood-red plane. The next moment, in the blood-red world, a black-skinned man with a horn on his head appeared at the place where Chen Fan disappeared. A stranger has come in. The horned man looked at the faintly visible bloodstains on the ground and sniffed hard with his nose. This smell. It's the smell of my reptile test subject. Interesting. He actually came to my world and killed my test subject? Ha ha ha. Interesting. It's really interesting. In the suburbs of Qingzhou City, in the ruins of a villa, Fang Mingwei used her water magic to heal the wounded Chen Shujin. Cousin Shujin, are you really okay? I have healing potions here. Fang Mingwei looked at the wounds of all sizes on Shujin's body, and asked with some concern. Chen Shujin shook his head. These minor injuries are nothing. I am of the Titan bloodline, and they won't hurt me at all. If my body in this world wasn't too small, I would have recovered from my injuries long ago. President Mingwei, where did Fanzi go? Why did he suddenly disappear? Didn't the game have been updated? Isn't it impossible to enter? Fang Mingwei retracted the staff. He should have gone after that monster. Fang Mingwei answered Chen Shujin's question, but her eyes kept looking at Li Shaoqian, who was standing at the place where Chen Fan disappeared. Doesn't this girl hate Chen Fan so much? Why did she seem to care about him when she came here today? Could it be that she still has feelings for Chen Fan? Fang Mingwei subconsciously wanted to stay away from Li Shaoqian. Nothing else, that woman was too strong. She seemed stronger than Chen Shui. At this time, Chen Shui was standing with Li Shaoqian. They were old acquaintances. Chen Fan fell in love with Chen Shui first, and then got to know Li Shaoqian. Xiaoxue, how is your illness? Although Chen Shui's personality was not pleasing, she was also quiet and not annoying. Although she was Chen Fan's ex-girlfriend, because of the special condition, Li Shaoqian had no bad feelings towards Chen Shui from beginning to end. Chen Shui thought about Li Shaoqian's question seriously. I'm not sick. Li Shaoqian was stunned. This answer was really unexpected. She always tried to cure herself before. You didn't do that before. You always wanted to cure yourself. Chen Shui shook her head. I haven't been to the abyss before, so I thought my difference was a disease, but now I don't think so. Li Shaoqian didn't want to ask any more, but at this point, it would be very rude not to ask. What do you think now? Chen Shui looked into Li Shaoqian's eyes and explained seriously. You and I are just different races. Good man. This woman's condition has become more serious. Li Shaoqian nodded embarrassedly. It means that she understands. The red crystal on Chen Shui's wrist flashed. The next second, Chen Fan, with a pale face, appeared beside Chen Shui. Just when he left that world, an evil, terrifying and extremely sticky breath wanted to attach to him crazily. Chen Fan was very scared. If he hesitated in that world for another second, he might be corroded by that breath. Chapter 236. 90 years later. Chen Shui noticed that Chen Fan's steps were weak, and raised her hand to appease Chen Fan. Chen Fan pinched Chen Shui's hand with his backhand, indicating that he was fine, and then immediately walked to Li Shaoqian. Shaoqian, you didn't leave. Take me to find the best healer in Pangu. Li Shaoqian looked at Chen Fan coldly. Why are you going? No one here needs treatment. Chen Fan immediately hugged the half-burned Leviathan in his arms. It's badly injured. Take me there quickly. Please. Li Shaoqian glanced at Fang Mingwe, and then at Chen Shui, turned and walked towards the aircraft parked in the air. Let's go. Where did you go just now? Has Yamaki Ichiro been completely dealt with? Chen Fan quickly followed Li Shaoqian's steps, trying to keep his hand holding Leviathan still. The kill notice has appeared. I think it must have been completely destroyed. The world he last appeared in was called Bolan Prison 0014. It was a blood-red world, and there was a terrifying existence as big as a mountain. If I had come back a second later, I might have been left there completely. The two climbed the stairs of the aircraft. Bolan Prison? Number 0014? It sounds like the place where the behemoth is imprisoned. But since it's a prison, how can you get in and out easily? What did Yamaki Ichiro do there in the end? Chen Fan thought for a moment. It muttered that the gods were blaming it and turning it into an irrational monster. Li Shaoqian's eyes were confused. So his god is in that world? Chen Fan nodded in agreement. It should be like this. How long will it take us to get there? In the aircraft, other members of the creator raised their hands and greeted Chen Fan. Chen Fan suppressed his anxiety and nodded in response. Li Shaoqian glanced at the time on her watch. About 20 minutes, this is the fastest speed. If you are really in a hurry, you can go through Kunlun Realm, but if no one introduces you, you won't be able to find Xiaomengdi location. This was as good as saying nothing. Chen Fan, then I go with you. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he carefully placed Leviathan into the Peach Blossom secret realm, then called Fang Mingwe to report that he was safe, and told his companions that Yamaki Ichiro was completely dead, so that they no longer had to worry about danger, and could find any place to temporarily settle down. 20 minutes later, in the Pangu headquarters base in Chaoyang City, under the leadership of Li Shaoqian, Chen Fan came to the door of a laboratory in the base with Leviathan in his arms. A petite girl with eyes opened the door of the laboratory for the two of them. Captain Li, what do you want to talk to me about? Did you break runway again? Chen Fan was too anxious to complain. Hello. Dr. Zhao, I came to see you. This is my partner. It has been seriously injured in the brain. Please help me heal it. Xiaomengdi was a little uncomfortable with the doctor's address. Pet? Chen Fan shook his head quickly. No. 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 This is a juvenile blue dragon. The petite Xiaomengdi nodded. Oh, is that so? Then it's worth saving me. But let's make a deal. Even if you are a member of Pangu, I have to charge a lot. Chen Fan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Money is not a problem. The conversation between the two ended, and Li Shaoqian was able to interrupt. This is the highest level healing player in Pangu, the hidden profession Shenangshi, the leader of the experimental group, Xiaomengdi. The leader of the Zhao team. Chen Fan came to Xiaomengdi laboratory holding Leviathan. Hello. Team leader Zhao. Li Shaoqian glanced at Chen Fan. His name is Chen Fan, a scumbag. Xiaomengdi paused, and immediately raised his head to look at Chen Fan's face. He is Chen Fan, he is yours. Ah, okay. Okay. Li Shaoqian rolled her eyes, and strode out of the laboratory. He has nothing to do with me, no need to give me a discount. Chen Fan pursed his lips, and rolled his eyes helplessly. Is everyone in Pangu so gossipy? This is really true. If the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. Xiaomengdi looked at Chen Fan sideways for a few seconds, then turned back to fiddle with the equipment that could be used for treatment. He was still mumbling in his mouth. He is still quite handsome, but his level is a bit low. He said he was a scumbag, but he was hired through the back door? Chen Fan. This laboratory is not small. There is a row of biological chambers filled with nutrient solution next to the wall. The biological chambers are full of various monsters that Chen Fan has never seen before. A biological chamber filled with nutrient solution? So, all the monsters in here are not alive. right? Chen Fan glanced at Zhao Mingdi, who was checking Leviathan, turned his head, and secretly cast an identification spell on a monkey-like monster. Ape-headed dog, purple. Negative status. Butterfly Dream Zhuangzhou. Evaluation. A monster unique to the elf forest, feeding on young elves. The toxin in its canine teeth is the nemesis of the elves. The status is Butterfly Dream Zhuangzhou? So it is indeed alive, but it is controlled in a dream by a control skill. If I were to enter its dream at this time, what would I see? Chen Fan just thought about it, but didn't dare to do it. If the other party really wakes up, this laboratory will be useless. The destructive power of an awakened monster is no joke. After more than 10 minutes, Zhao Mingdi turned around. Mr. Chen, come here. Chen Fan was worried about Leviathan's injuries, and didn't dare to neglect it, and hurriedly walked up to it. Zhao Mingdi pushed his glasses. You don't have to be so close. My neck hurts if I look up for too long. Chen Fan exhaled through his nose, and took 2 steps back. Is this okay? Zhao Mingdi nodded. It's like this. Your pet dragon is not in danger of life, because of proper rescue. It is even close to recovery. However, it will not wake up for a while, because of brain trauma. Chen Fan frowned, and his heart fell to the bottom of the valley. You mean? Leviathan has turned into a plant dragon? Zhao Mingdi seemed to be at a loss for words for a moment. And he organized his words for a while before speaking. If it were a human, it would indeed become a vegetable, because the human brain has almost no repairability. But the damage in the blue dragon's brain is slowly repairing. Although it is slow, it will recover one day. So there is no need to treat it. Just give me 1,000 gold coins for the medical treatment. Chen Fan made a big talk in front of him. And he didn't need the 1,000 gold coins. He traded 1,000 gold coins to Zhao Mingdi on the spot. And then asked, how slow is it? How long will it take for it to wake up? Zhao Mingdi's mouth was so wide that it stretched to the back of his ears. Probably, this dragon will wake up in its youth, which means there are less than 90 years left. Chen Fan's eyes gradually became confused. 90 years. Me. Will I still be alive after 90 years? Chapter 237 Mr. Zheng. Zhao Mingdi thought about this question seriously. If we calculated based on the maximum lifespan of humans, you may still live to that day. Chen Fan didn't want to discuss the issue of lifespan. Okay. Then Team Leader Zhao, I want to ask, is there any way to wake up my Leviathan earlier, for example, in the next few days? Zhao Mingdi's eyes moved flexibly, and after a few seconds, she had a flash of inspiration. There are still ways, such as some props and treasures, that can heal the soul and neurons. If you can get something like that, I can help you force it to wake up. But there is a disadvantage. It will definitely lose some of its memory if it is forced to wake up. But it will not lose some of its memory if it is allowed to recover on its own. Chen Fan was in a dilemma and said after a long time, I understand. I will make a choice when I get such a treasure. Zhao Mingdi nodded. Okay, I give you a 20% discount next time you come, and you can come to me for treatment if your pet is injured. Chen Fan touched his nose and nodded. It's really different when you pay, and when you don't. Money makes the world go round. The ancients were right. When he walked out of the main door of the laboratory, he was thinking about how to leave here without Li Shaoqing's guidance. A shrill voice called Chen Fan. Friend, have you treated the pet's injury? Chen Fan turned his head, and saw that it was his good friend Sun Xiaosheng. Minister Sun, why don't you wait inside? What are you waiting for at the door? It's so unworthy. Sun Xiaosheng shook his head, with an exaggerated expression. I won't go in. Zhao Mingdi is taking advantage of me. She will charge me a toll if I enter her lab. Tell me how many gold coins you were robbed of. Chen Fan held up a finger. 1,000 gold coins. Sun Xiaosheng was puzzled. Hey, that's very conscientious. You won't give your pet bad medicine, right? Chen Fan shook his head. The medical fee is 1,000 gold coins, and no medicine was prescribed. Sun Xiaosheng stared at Chen Fan blankly for a while, looking at his expression, seemingly thinking, this fellow is stupid and has a lot of money. I will blackmail him for some gold coins someday. You are so generous. My master wants to see you. Let's go. Chen Fan was surprised. Your master? Mr. Zheng? What does he want from me? When his profession as ocean disaster was not exposed, he was just a nobody to Zheng Yuanzhou. Why did he want to see me? Sun Xiaosheng pulled Chen Fan deeper into the base. What's so surprising? It must be a good thing. Let's go. When they came to Zheng Yuanzhou's office, Sun Xiaosheng did not follow him in, but made a don't worry gesture to Chen Fan at the door, and then closed the door. Chen Fan looked at him unhappily, then turned his head, and walked into the room. Zheng Yuanzhou was sitting in front of his desk signing a stack of documents. He looked up when he heard the footsteps. President Chen is here. Is it disturbing to call you here suddenly? Chen Fan politely shook his head. Don't bother me. My worries have been solved. Zheng Yuanzhou smiled and nodded. Sit down. There is cold coffee on the table. I don't know if you like cold or hot coffee. I usually drink cold coffee. Chen Fan didn't touch the coffee on the table. He usually doesn't like bitter things. I don't drink cold or hot coffee. Mr. Zheng, do you want to talk to me about something? Zheng Yuanzhou nodded, picked up the pen cap and closed the pen. There are two things. First, I want to apologize to you. Due to the system update, I left most of my strength and Jingwei in that world. So I failed to detect the danger around you in the first place, which caused your little dragon to be seriously injured. I'm sorry. Chen Fan was a little surprised. So is this the character of the helmsman of Pangda towards his subordinates? Or does he have special treatment for himself? That was originally a personal grudge between Yamaki Ichiro. I am very grateful for Pangda's help. I cannot accept this apology. But Mr. Zheng, what do you mean by leaving most of your strength in the world of God Grace? Do you have to stay online when the game is updated? He still had a question that he didn't dare to ask. If Zheng Yuanzhou in the game didn't go offline, then who is the person sitting here chatting with him? Zheng Yuanzhou pushed his wheelchair to the window. Yes, actually you can, as long as you don't click to exit the game at the moment of the game update, then your consciousness can stay in the world of God Grace. The system's prompt is just to give you the safest solution. After all, according to common sense, your body in the real world can't withstand such a long period of hunger. By the way, what you see is just a part of me. Because I hold an important position in the revolutionary army in that world and cannot leave. So I divided my consciousness into two parts. The boss is really playing tricks, but why would he tell me the secret? Well, it doesn't seem to be a secret. Chen Fan nodded and accepted it without any waves. Zheng Yuanzhou continued. The second thing is, I want to ask President Chen, are you willing to take the position of the president of the main God College in Annan Province? Oh, by the way, have you heard about the management of colleges for players? Chen Fan shook his head in surprise. Although I have heard a little bit, I don't understand it. Zheng Yuanzhou did not mind the trouble, and told Chen Fan in person. The connection of the God Grace realm is extremely dangerous for the Earth, but it is also a huge opportunity to improve the level of civilization. First of all, the magic ores and materials that can be brought out from the game are enough to cause a nuclear explosion-like impact on the Earth's technological level. Due to various reasons, the New World United Government decided to implement a college system for players all over the world. At least before various emerging industries emerge. There are 24 provinces in China. And according to the plan, 12 major divine colleges are to be established. One for each province. And your Shinjo Guild, President Chen, is the only one that has made achievements at sea, and is capable of maintaining the existence of tens of thousands of players in China. So you are the best candidate for the principal in my mind. Zheng Yuanzhou talked about one future after another, one vision after another, and Chen Fan frowned when he heard it. After a while, Chen Fan seized the gap between Zheng Yuanzhou's words and asked, Okay, Mr. Zheng, I roughly understand, but I also want to know what can I get? Of course, I am willing to spend some money to train talents for the country, but I also have employees and family to support, and I can't be the chairman of Shinjo forever. Do you understand what I mean? Zheng Yuanzhou grinned. That's exactly what I'm going to say next. I will definitely give you more benefits, not less. After all, I know something about you and my niece. Chen Fan was confused. Niece? Mr. Zheng, the niece you are talking about is not Li Shaoxian. Right? Zheng Yuanzhou, of course. Otherwise, do you think she has come this far by herself? Blatant backdoor. Good fellow. First of all, the tuition fees of the students belong to you, and you have the priority to choose where the students you train will work. Of course, I'm talking about that world. Second, Shinjo headquarters will provide your school with a large amount of magic or gold coins, equipment, props and other precious materials on an annual basis. Chapter 238 at least. One more choice. Third, you and the current senior executives of Shinjo can all receive the highest level of treatment on Earth and have criminal immunity. Fourth, Panga can provide you with the best help from the high-end technicians and technologies of various professions. These 4 points are the best conditions I can think of for you. In fact, It would be best if I could give you some internal test player quotas. But there are too few of them. I can give you less than 10. And I can't give you more. Hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Are the internal test player quotas very valuable? I seem to have some here. But I don't need them. Can I sell them to Pangu? He created 2 world tasks, and obtained a total of 5,700 internal test player invitations. Zheng Yuanzhou's eyes lit up. Really? I was worried that the number of players in our country was too small. How many do you have? Chen Fan stretched out 5 fingers. 5,000. Zheng Yuanzhou slapped the table. Fuck. Just enough for the Wolf Warriors under Captain Tiger. I give you 1 million for each spot. Okay? Chen Fan shook his head without even thinking. Zheng Yuanzhou's smile froze. Could it be that this guy wants to ask for too much? 1 million is already the highest price in the market. Chen Fan looked at Zheng Yuanzhou. I want magic metals. Magic materials are okay. But I don't want money. What Chen Fan lacks most at the moment are rare magic metals and ores, which are needed when Poseidon upgrades. And even more so when Momoto is there. Zheng Yuanzhou smiled again. That's no problem. Convert it to magic metal of equal value. I let Xiaosheng take you to the warehouse later. Can your backpack hold it? Chen Fan nodded. Don't worry about that. I have a way. The two talked for a long time, mostly about the possible situation after the collision between the God Grace realm and the real world. There was also Zheng Yuanzhou's personal understanding of the system and the God Grace realm. In his understanding, the God Grace realm is a star field that should be at the center of the universe. That's why it's very stable, and has the ability to connect all the newborn worlds. And the worlds like Earth, Plant Spirit World, and Ice Valley World are obviously newborn worlds. As for what the system is, Zheng Yuanzhou said, there are too many possibilities, and there is no more inclined guess for the time being. But its purpose is obvious, which is to connect all the worlds to the Divine Grace World, and to force people in the small worlds to become stronger in an extreme way. His analysis and speculation are almost flawless, and Chen Fan is more convinced. Considering all the favorable factors, Chen Fan finally agreed to serve as the president of the main divine colleges in Annan Province and Lixia Province. The specific site selection was decided by him, but the construction was in charge of Panga headquarters. Towards evening, Chen Fan was sent back to Qinzhou City by a young pilot. When he walked out of the airport, Zhou Chonglin had been waiting outside the airport for a long time. Chen Fan was a little surprised. Old Zhou? Why did you come to pick me up? Didn't I say that your Yin would come to pick me up? Aren't you still injured? Are you well? Zhou Chonglin had a bright smile on his face. Hee, what are you talking about? Principal Chen? Compared to your return to Qinzhou, my little injury is nothing. Get in the car quickly, and don't kowtow. Chen Fan couldn't stand Zhou Chonglin's flattering smile, and got goosebumps all over his body. Old Zhou, I really can't stand you like this. Just tell me how much foreign debt you owe, and I lend you the money. That's not right. How did you know so quickly that I was going to be the principal? Zhou Chonglin chuckled. Hee, the order came down from above. Let me cooperate with you. Is my guess right? I don't owe any foreign debts. I'm mainly worried that our school has just been established and is short of manpower. Look at what I, Old Zhou, can do. Don't be reluctant to use me. Good fellow, this guy is not satisfied with the position of minister and wants to climb up. Is power so irresistible? Chen Fan smiled and patted Zhou Chonglin on the shoulder. Don't worry, Xiao Zhou. I will definitely think of you first when there is a good position. On the way back to the Xinzhou headquarters, Chen Fan turned on his phone, carefully screened through the friend list, and pulled all the people who had a good relationship with him and helped him in times of difficulty into a group chat. At everyone, I am Chen Fan. I believe everyone has read the recent news. I have something to announce. I have already established myself in the second world. In the past few days, some of you may receive an invitation link from the second world. If you are not prepared to face the crisis of life and death, please do not click on the link, so that you will not be forced to be taken to that world. Of course, danger and opportunity coexist. The chances of making a fortune in the second world are definitely much higher than in our native world. If anyone wants to become a player, they can also find me. The group includes his classmates from different periods, fellow townsmen, friends, relatives, and cousins. Most of them are people he can trust. His Xinzhou Union and the Lord God University need a large number of staff. To be honest, Chen Fan feels that sometimes Old acquaintances are more reliable. After sending the message, Chen Fan's phone was bombarded with messages. His cousins and friends were all chatting with him privately. Of course, not all of them wanted an invitation link. Most of them wanted to know the latest news. Chen Fan could only send another message in the group. At everyone, if you need an invitation letter, just chat with me privately. If you want to know the information about the main god space, go to the official website to watch the documentary. I don't have hands. Sure enough, there were fewer private chats. But the phone rang. The caller ID showed Chen Lang, Chen Fan brother from the same mother. He was also in the group. Hey, bro, send me an invitation. Also, give me a few more. My roommate wants one too. Chen Lang asked for the player invitation link. Chen Fan hesitated for a while before speaking. Okay, but you must make it clear to your classmates that the second world is very dangerous, and the chance of death is very high. Don't do something that will make your future self regret because of a momentary impulse. Chen Lang was silent for a while. Is it so dangerous? Then bro, why did you pull all your relatives into your group and promise to give everyone a place? Chen Fan actually thought about it for a long time before deciding to do this. Because the opportunity is rare. In my heart, being able to see the real world and master extraordinary abilities is as important as life. Now that I have this ability, I think I should do something for those who are good to me, at least give them one more choice. Chen Lang didn't quite understand what he heard. What if someone dies because of your invitation, and his family blames you? Chen Fan, that's fine. Blackmail doesn't work on me now. Have you heard of criminal immunity? Finally, Chen Fan agreed to give Chen Lang some internal test player spots. But he didn't send them immediately. Instead, he planned to give them to him before the update was finished. What if he was randomly selected as one of the hundreds of thousands of players? Chapter 239 Site Selection for the Lord God University. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the leisure area of the Shinjo headquarters. All members of the Shinjo Guild were present. Lu Duo, wearing bear-sized pajamas, yawned. Old Chun, why did you wake everyone up so early? The game has finally been updated, and you won't let everyone have a good sleep. Are you Zhou Beopi? Sun Dalong, dressed in a neat suit, sat upright. Don't worry. Miss Duo, President Chen must have something to announce before he woke everyone up, and it's getting late now. It's already past 9 o'clock. Chen Fan looked at Sun Dalong with satisfaction. This guy knows how to handle things. Worth training. Dalong is right. I do have something to announce. Let me tell you the most important thing first. I have promised Mr. Zheng that I will be the president of the main divine colleges in the two provinces of Annan and Lixia. Fang Mingwei, who was sitting next to Chen Fan, widened her beautiful eyes. Really? There are a total of 12 colleges, and you are in charge of one? She was a little bit unbelievable. Chen Fan nodded. Yes, don't be too surprised. Isn't it reasonable for this to happen to me? Xu Jin nodded. Fanzi has always had good luck. Chen Fan glared at Chen Shujin, who was sitting on a sofa. Strictly speaking, it's not just me who is responsible for a university, but our entire Shinjo Union is responsible for a university. That is to say, everyone here will be the top backbone of that main university in the future. Of course, I'm not saying that you work for nothing. I've already fought for the relevant benefits, and even criminal immunity for everyone. I asked President Mingwei to print out the details for everyone later. Lu Duo muttered in astonishment. I'm not even an adult yet. And I'm going to be a teacher? Exciting. Wait, what is criminal immunity? Shi Yin sat up and answered. To put it bluntly, if your reason for killing is reasonable, you don't have to bear any responsibility. In other words, as long as you don't deliberately do something heinous, the law is meaningless to you. Old Chun, I don't care about the backbone or anything like that. I care about the safety of students. How about the administrator of the female dormitory? I think I can do a good job. Lu Duo immediately threw the cushion under his buttocks. Beat you to death. You big pervert. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. You still care about the safety of students. I don't know what you are thinking? Old Sure. Haven't you fallen in love recently? Why are you in love again? Shi Yin pursed his lips and glanced at Chen Fan. Don't mention it. I will talk to you about something after the meeting. Okay, Chen Fan continued the meeting. It seems that everyone has no objection, then we will study the location of the university next. Because we are the only university that focuses on sea operations, so the location must be near the sea. Let's brainstorm and it's best to decide before the end of the update. I still have a few hundred player quotas. If anyone has relatives or friends who want to become one of the next batch of players, they can come to me to get them. But it's best not to try to take them from me and sell them. Some people. Lu Duoduo pouted her cute little mouth. Stingy guy. What's so difficult about choosing a location? Isn't Qingzhou a coastal city? Just created in the Bohai district. It's close to the city center. You can go out anytime you want. Fang Mingwei shook her head. Qingzhou is the only main university in the 2 provinces. We can't just consider one province. Lixia province is not close to Qingzhou. If players choose universities in other provinces because of the distance, wouldn't we lose a lot of students? I think CZ City is pretty good. It's located in the middle of the 2 provinces. And Qingzhou is also a prosperous port city. Seeing that everyone stopped talking, Sun Dalong raised his hand carefully. Well, I also have an idea. But I don't know if it's right. You see, each of us has great destructive power. Although we never actively use our abilities to disturb ordinary people, sometimes we still can't avoid conflicts with ordinary people. What I mean is that the students of the Lord God High School are all players. And their destructive power is very strong. We can't guarantee that every player has enough emotional self-control. So in order to make it easier to manage, should we build the school farther away from the downtown area? This is just my personal opinion. President, please forgive me if I'm wrong. It can be seen that he was very cautious and seemed to be afraid of being expelled from the organization. Fang Mingwei, Qin Fan and Lu Duoduo were all silent. Yes, flowers bloom in all kinds of ways, and people are different. The original intention of establishing the Lord God University was to manage players. And the reason for managing players is that everyone's bad habits are different. No matter how good the prediction is, it can be foreseen that as long as the number of players increases, the domestic crime rate will definitely increase. Qin Fan nodded to Sun Dalong. I didn't expect this cowardly middle-aged man to be so considerate. What Dalong said makes sense. It is true. If we build the main university in the city, our management difficulty will increase a lot. So the 2 locations of Bohai District and CZ City were rejected. The correct direction is, in the center of the 2 provinces, and far away from the city. Duo, are you using a tablet to adjust the map? Show it to me. Chen Shujin expression became subtle. Fancy, it's between 2 provinces, and far away from the city. Guess where I thought of it? Qin Fan was also stunned. Yes. Xiaoguan Village is in this location. Qin Fan hometown, Xiaoguan Village is located between Annan Province and Lixia Province, and there is only one prefecture-level city with a small population nearby, Huiyan City, which is also the city where Qin Fan went to elementary and middle school. But there is no ocean near Xiaoguan Village. One of our necessary conditions is that there must be an ocean, so that when Poseidon freely travels between the 2 worlds in the future, our self-protection ability can be maximized. Qin Shujin approached Qin Fan and pointed at a blue area on the tablet. Although there is no ocean, there is the Yellow River estuary on the south side of Huiyan City. No matter how big your Poseidon is, can it be bigger than the Yellow River? Qin Fan thought suddenly became smooth. Yes. Why should I be obsessed with the sea? Isn't the Yellow River the same? Poseidon has such a strong physique, is not picky about water quality, and doesn't stay on Earth for a long time. Even if there is something unsatisfactory about the terrain. Don't I have the ability to change the terrain? On the contrary, there are too many ways to change the terrain by yourself. And the location there can also satisfy Qin Fan's personal selfishness, which is to be close to his parents, so that he can protect his family well. Then Mingwei, Duo, old sure. You guys take a look, consult, see if this location is suitable. Chapter 240 Conspiracy. Treasures in the Underground Palace. Qin Fan said, as he handed the tablet to Fang Mingwei. Lu Duo pouted. It's a remote place. I've only been in the provincial capital for 2 days. I haven't had enough fun yet. Fang Mingwei glanced at the map and handed the tablet to Shi Yin. The location is very suitable. It also meets all the original intentions of our site selection. But what Lu Duo said is also reasonable. Such a remote location. It is indeed very troublesome to handle many procedures and things. Shi Yin handed the tablet to Sun Dalong. I like this place. Green mountains and clear waters, talented people and beautiful scenery. The girls must be beautiful. Qin Fan rolled his eyes at him, then looked at Sun Dalong, who was a little hesitant. Dalong? You can talk. We are all partners who have experienced life and death. There is nothing to worry about. Sun Dalong finally spoke. In fact, I think that President Mingwe and Duo worries are a bit redundant. For the old Earth, the distance of the location does cause inconvenience, waste of time and other negative effects. But now the second world has been openly accepted by the public. Is the teleportation array that is popular in the Divine Grace world still far away for the Earth? I think the time will not be too far. Lu Duo pinched his bare paw. What Uncle Daolong said makes sense, and it is not difficult to let Mamaduo build a high-speed aircraft. Then let's do it by the Yellow River, I agree. Fong Mingwe also nodded. Then choose a site there. Chen Fan clapped his hands in satisfaction. Meeting adjourned. While the game is updating, everyone should go home and see their mothers. And try to finish your personal affairs. By the way, if conditions permit, you can bring your parents and relatives to live with you. And then take them to Huiyan City. This way, when we are adventuring in that world, we will have no worries. Well, let's buy a high-end residential area in Huiyan City as a family building. The housing prices there are very cheap. What do you think? President Mingwe. Fong Mingwe rolled her eyes at Chen Fan. You know to call me President Mingwe when you need my money. I think it's feasible. I will take my grandma there. How about we leave tomorrow? Chen Fan looked at Fong Mingwe in surprise. You still have a grandma? Oh, no. We still have a grandma? Why didn't you tell me? Fong Mingwe blushed, glanced at Chen Shui with her peripheral vision, and saw that she didn't react. So she answered, What do you mean by ours? You didn't ask. Chen Fan looked at Shi Yin and son Daolong. Do you two have any relatives? Can you take them over to live out their lives? Shi Yin thought for a moment and said, My parents are helping my eldest brother run the factory. I think it's a bit difficult for them to live out their lives. I ask later. Son Daolong looked at Chen Fan gratefully. I can. All my relatives can go. But there are too many people. I don't know. Hee. Son Daolong smiled awkwardly. Chen Fan waved his hand indifferently. How many people? Just tell me if 2 floors can accommodate them. Son Daolong ability, as an elite shooter aside, the value of the alchemy potion slot machine alone to Chen Fan is more than 10 buildings. The more relatives of the people present who can live in the family building, the better. To put it in a darker way, even if someone is driven by some interests to betray in the future, he should also consider the family members living near Chen Fan. Son Daolong bowed his fingers. My parents and grandparents, my wife's parents and grandparents, and 2 brothers-in-law. I have 2 daughters, that's all. Chen Fan stared at Son Daolong blankly. Don't get me wrong. Daolong, I won't feel bad if I give you a villa to live in. I mainly want to ask you, what did you do before you became a player? How do you support so many people? Son Daolong scratched his head. Old people have pensions, and they won't cost much if you save money. Before I became a player, I worked in a sewage plant in my hometown, as an operator. Chen Fan nodded. Take them all. I reimburse you for your round-trip airfare. Xiaoxue, there shouldn't be any problem with your parents. Right? They will go with you, right? Chen Shui nodded. Yes. Chen Fan finally looked at Lu Duo. What about you? What do your parents do? Lu Duo shook her head. I grew up at my aunt's house. My parents work in the research bureau. I haven't seen them for 3 years. They are 2 parents. Don't worry about me. I forgot. They seem to have mailed me a batch of high-tech gadgets recently. I have to call and change the address. Old Chun, quickly give me your address in Huiyan City. Chen Fan shook his head. No, you should let them put the stuff in the courier company first. There's no need to mention Chen Shujin parents. Chen Fan knows them too well. If he heard that his son bought them a house in the city, he would laugh his stomach out. Okay, go about yourselves. It's really okay this time. The meeting is adjourned. Everyone else got up and took the elevator to leave. Chen Fan was about to get up, but was held back by Chen Shujin and Shi Yin on the left and right. Chen Fan looked around. Ah! I forgot, old Shi. You said you had something to talk to me about, right? Shujin. What's going on? Why are you holding me? Chen Shujin let go. Of course I have something to talk to you about, old Shi. Go ahead. Do I need to avoid suspicion? The huge Chen Shujin said as he was about to stand up. Shi Yin waved his hand quickly. Sit down. Sit down. Why are you trying to avoid suspicion? I don't have anything to hide from you. It's mainly because it's a bit embarrassing to talk about my private affairs. That's why I'm embarrassed to talk about it in front of many people. Chen Fan immediately became interested. Why are you embarrassed to talk about it in front of many people? Is it because it's been a long time, and you feel powerless? Let me tell you in advance, my dark spirit 9-layer wind only has the ability to heal, and it has no aphrodisiac effect. Shi Yan glared at Chen Fan unhappily. Your mind is full of dirty things. Don't you know my nickname? I came to you because of what we talked about last time. You were right. I really got the map of Rabbit Eagle Island by accident. Chen Fan slapped the coffee table. Damn. I knew that those two women had bad intentions. If they revealed the location to me, I would kill them with Poseidon. Shi Yan shook his head, with a tangled expression. But it's not that Selvina had bad intentions. I secretly installed a bug and heard their plan. Here's the thing. It was Selvina Black Rose Pirates, who first discovered that there was a palace made of magic metal under Rabbit Eagle Island. But Selvina couldn't handle the huge Zerd monster inside, so she found the captain of the Blonde Beauty Fleet, Micah Penniman, to cooperate. Chapter 241 The Possibility of Waking Up Early. And the captain of the Mika Pennyman ship is a hidden professional with the ability to predict. I think his name is Anthony or something. He saw the Poseidon in the future when he used his predictive ability. So Captain Mika Pennyman designed such a situation, adhering to the idea that it is better to let the Poseidon explore the way with its powerful strength rather than letting you reap the benefits in the end. Chen Fan listened attentively. So what you mean is, Selvina, the female mermaid, has no intention of harming me? Shi Yan nodded. Well, this is what makes me feel entangled. She is sincere to me. To hurt you is to break up with me completely. I guarantee with my personality that she will not do that. And she finally agreed to let you join the plan as a partner. Chen Fan was a little confused about Shi Yan's true intention. Then when the game is updated, I will cooperate with both of them. Also, although it is a bit of a detour, but Shinjo is really short of magic metal now. Shi Yan shook his head. No! Chen Fan pursed his lips and kicked Shi Yan. Are you sick? You can't fight me, and I can't cooperate with you. What do you want me to do? Shi Yan dodged Chen Fan's big kick. I didn't say you can't fight me. You can fight me. But I mean, don't hurt Selvina, but we have to keep the treasure and the Blonde Beauty Fleet. Chen Fan looked at Shi Yan. What do you mean? You don't want to explore the way, and you don't want to cooperate, but you want to plot all the treasures? Shi Yan smiled wickedly and nodded. That's what I mean. Chen Shujian's eyes widened. Old Shi, aren't you afraid that your super strong girlfriend will kick you to death if you do this? She treats you sincerely. Do you want to empty her purse? Shi Yan's smile slowly disappeared. Although that's true, I can't always stay in her pirate group. Besides, a man of 7 feet can't always be a gigolo. Trick her into coming to the Shinjo Guild, I'd be her captain. How cool it will be. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Fan did not hesitate to applaud. If we talk about manliness, it has to be Brother Shi. He not only got the treasure chest, but also suppressed the M country, and also tricked a strong man with the strength of a second-level awakener into our Shinjo. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, awesome. But I still want to ask, for such a difficult plot, do you have a plan? Shi Yan was stunned, and his expression was a little embarrassed. As for the plan, I'm still working on it. In any case, it's still right to set our goal first. Chen Shujian rolled his eyes. Fancy, this guy is not reliable at all. Just listen to what I have to say. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. I think so too. Tell me, what do you want? Chen Shujian took out the small house under the bell tower from his backpack. Didn't you say last night that if Leviathan wakes up naturally, it will take more than 90 years to wake up? But if we use this prop, wouldn't it wake up in less than 10 minutes? See if what I said makes sense. Chen Fan picked up the prop on the table that still made him feel scared. What if the flow of time inside is not uniform? I mean, what if Leviathan goes in, and 1,000 years pass in the space outside for 1 second? Chen Shujian made a walking motion with 2 fingers. Don't worry about how fast the flow of time inside it is. As long as you don't close the door tightly, won't it come out when it wakes up? Leviathan is not a plant. It can't move by itself. That makes sense. Chen Fan nodded stupidly. Yes, but if Leviathan's injuries worsen, and he can't wake up, won't he die of old age in there? Besides, we don't know if we can get out of this room with the door open. What if we can't? Chen Fan and Tuo Luo were trapped in there for dozens of days. The thin wooden door shouldn't have stopped them at all, but they just couldn't get out. Chen Shujian nodded affirmatively. You can get out? As long as the door is open, the room inside won't trap anyone. Chen Fan and Shi Yan looked at each other in astonishment, and then stared at Chen Shujian together. How dare you say that others are unreliable? Chen Shujian smiled awkwardly. I couldn't help it. I was too curious, so I sneaked in and took a look around. Chen Fan glared at Chen Shujian. If you continue to be so reckless, I throw you back to Xiaoguan village to farm. But if that's the case, then you can really try this plan. Qin Shujin quickly activated the wooden door of the small house under the clock. Okay, let's get started. I feel uncomfortable that this little thing saved us. Shi Yin looked at the wooden door so close, and was so scared that he leaned back against the sofa. Damn! Don't get so close. Can you be more careful? If you put Leviathan in like this, won't it starve to death? That's more than 90 years ago. Qin Shujin was stunned, and closed the prop. Ah! Yes. How could I forget about this? It seems that this matter has failed. Let's go and buy a plane ticket home. Qin Fan took the small house under the clock tower first. It's not a failure. We can't handle this matter. But others may not be able to handle it. There are professional researchers at Pangu headquarters. I will go there to try. Although this prop has special abilities, it's not a big problem to be exposed. Go do what you need to do. In the afternoon, with the help of Sun Xiaosheng, Qin Fan came to Pangu headquarters again. Zheng Yuanzhou looked at Qin Fan strangely. Although I thought we would meet again soon, I didn't expect it to be so soon. What's the matter again? Qin Fan shook his head, and sat back on the chair he sat on yesterday. Something happened, but not another thing, it's still the same thing. Does Pangu have anyone who is proficient in equipment maintenance, or a magician with time and space attributes? Zheng Yuanzhou shook his head. No, there are some who are good at mechanical maintenance, but don't you know them? Qin Fan had no way to deal with Zheng Yuanzhou jokes, and directly took out the small house under the prop clock tower. If I use this prop to help my blue dragon skip the 90 years of sleep, do you think it's feasible? Zheng Yuanzhou stared at the clock for a while. You are really lucky, you can get a prop with god-level potential, but how come it was destroyed? But it seems that this destruction has made the flow rate of its internal space reach a height that could not be reached before. The cabin under the clock tower, out of control god. Unique effect. Freely control the flow of time in the cabin. The cabin under the clock can only be entered actively, out of control. The flow of time in the cabin is rapidly accelerating. Evaluation. A true artifact. If you want to comprehend the god of time in it, please accept the consequence that you may die in 1 second. Chapter 242 Leviathan Lightspeed Awakening Plan. The ability of your prop is very special. I personally think that the solution you mentioned is worth trying. In this regard, Panga's research team is still very reliable. Want to try? Qin Fan nodded. Of course he would try. He came here to do this. Zheng Yuanzhou rubbed his thumb and index finger together, and raised his eyebrows at Qin Fan. Qin Fan frowned. What do you mean? Zheng Yuanzhou showed 2 rows of teeth. Researchers need research funding. Qin Fan felt bitter. I didn't expect that he would blackmail him back today after he had just blackmailed him yesterday. What a retribution. How much research funding do you want? Zheng Yuanzhou held up 5 fingers. 5 points. Qin Fan was puzzled. 5 points? What does that mean? What 5 points? Zheng Yuanzhou explained. Didn't you exchange a batch of magic metals with me? 5 points means deducting 5% of your magic metals. Qin Fan's eyes widened. What's the difference between this and blackmail? Just research it, come up with a plan. I don't know if it will succeed. You want me to pay 50 million. Zheng Yuanzhou waved his hands quickly. Hey! You can't say that. Knowledge is priceless, time is priceless, okay. Okay, since you were my nephew's son-in-law, if the plan fails, I will only charge you a point. Do you think it's okay? Qin Fan gritted his teeth. Okay. Why not? Knowledge is priceless. In the large scientific research base of Pangu headquarters, dozens of intellectuals in white coats began to seriously discuss Qin Fan Blue Dragon Awakening plan. Mr. Chen, activate your props. We need to send someone in to test the data. Qin Fan was a little worried. Do you want to go in? This prop is out of control. Don't be dangerous. The researcher shook his head. Don't worry, we all use clones to go in. The loss won't be big. Qin Fan then materialized the door of the time cabin. 2 researchers stepped in one after the other. Then they walked out in less than a second. After coming out, they discussed again, then they went in with various equipment, then came out again, and continued to discuss. Finally, more than an hour later, the representative of the researchers, a young man with gold-rimmed glasses, walked up to Qin Fan. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. In our tests and research, your prop that accelerates the flow of time does not have the ability to allow your partner to safely pass through 90 years in an instant. Qin Fan was very disappointed. Why? I'm not questioning your ability. I just want to know which difficulty we can't solve. What if I can find a solution? The researcher seemed to have considered that Chen Fan would ask, and immediately picked up the tablet in his hand to show Chen Fan. We have encountered two unsolvable problems. The first is the space problem. Your experimental subject is a blue dragon. According to our database, the blue dragon will be very large when it grows up. At least it cannot be accommodated in your hut. And you cannot use space props inside your props. So we have not thought of a solution yet. The second is the problem of uneven time flow. Although creatures can enter the prop and walk out safely, it is only an illusion we see for a short period of time. But if you stay in it for too long, your right face may age earlier than your left face. Do you understand what I mean? Chen Fan's mind was working quickly. And finally, with the explanation of the researchers, he barely understood what the uneven flow of time meant. That is to say, in that room where time is accelerated, there is still a difference between fast and slow in different positions. The young man pushed his glasses. Yes. Chen Fan understood the principle, and was not so disappointed. Fortunately, I didn't try it rashly. Otherwise I might have hurt the little guy. Not everything goes smoothly. It's a blessing that the little Leviathan didn't die and was able to recover. Just as I was about to take back the props and leave, an elderly researcher suddenly strode over. Wait a minute. We have found a way to overcome the problem of uneven time flow. If Mr. Chen has the ability to expand that space, then we think the success rate is enough for us to carry out our plan. The young researcher's eyes lit up. Mr. Fang, what method can resist the instability of time? The old scientist pointed to the location where the researchers were gathered. The green-haired turtle's innate skill, body surface solidification. Just now, Xiao Zhang took the skill scroll of body surface solidification and went to sleep in that room for a year. After coming out, the aging speed of his body cells did not change excessively. Chen Fan searched in his backpack for a while, and finally found several bottles of the same potion in a black gold box. I don't have the ability to make that room bigger, but I have this potion that can make Leviathan smaller. See, can it be used? Tauren shrinking potion, purple. Only effect, reduces the user size by about half. Agility x2. Strength halved. And can restore the original size after taking the elf's enlargement potion. Evaluation, alchemical product. With magical effects. The young researcher identified the properties of the alchemical potion in Chen Fan's hand, and his eyes widened immediately. Good, what a magical potion. If that's the case, I think there's nothing wrong with it. The old scientist anxiously patted the young man. What kind of alchemical potion is this? Quickly synchronized the attribute panel to the tablet. Chen Fan was a little surprised. It seems that not all members of this scientific research base are players. This old scientist should not be a player, because he does not have the basic skills that all players have, identification. After a burst of exclamations, Chen Fan's alchemical potion was also taken for research. Half an hour later, the old scientist Fang Zhong came over in person, and told Chen Fan that the plan was ready for implementation. But a large number of equipment was still needed. For example, a machine that can bear the weight of Leviathan. Enough nutrient solution for Leviathan to survive for more than 90 years. Hundreds of skill scrolls engraved with the skill of body surface solidification, etc. There are many things, but Pangda has them all. And there is also the ability to manufacture those that don't have them. For this, Chen Fan once again paid a huge price of 2 points. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a mountain of supplies was prepared in the research base. At the old scientist's command, a team of 6 people, led by the researcher pushing Leviathan, began to file into the bell tower. In the team, some pushed various assemblable equipment, some pushed nutrient solution, and some pushed various supplies. 3 people went in, 3 people waited, 3 people came out, and 3 people went in. Chen Fan estimated that the time each of these 6 people spent in the base seemed short. But judging from the amount of compressed dragon feces pushed out, they had been in there for at least half a year. This was the clone that would not resist. If it were a human, well, someone would do it if they were paid enough. Chapter 243. What a big Leviathan. 5 minutes later, in Chen Fan's restless mood, the old scientist who had entered the time cabin at high speed and came out quickly walked to Chen Fan's side. Mr. Chen, there was a small accident. Time was tight. Chen Fan did not wait for the other party to finish. Is there a solution? Tell me the solution directly. The old scientist nodded. Yes. All you have to do is give it the potion to restore its body shape the moment it comes out. The Minotaur's shrinking potion has been used too many times, and Leviathan's body seems to be unable to withstand the repeated compression. Chen Fan looked worried, and even regretted starting this plan. Didn't you say you were confident enough during the test? Leviathan will be fine. Right? The old scientist patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. Don't worry. It will be fine. The worst result is that it will come out of the house a few years earlier. Even if there are any sequelae after coming out, it will be slowly recovered by the pure-blooded dragon race. Chen Fan saw that the old scientist's tone was calm, and he relaxed a lot. What's your name? Old man? Where are you from? The old scientist glanced at Chen Fan. Fang Zhong. Your ancestors all lived in St. Roan City. Chen Fan felt a chill all over his body. St. Roan City. Could it be that you? Fang Zhong glanced at Chen Fan. What? You don't welcome me to come and build your hometown? Chen Fan was so shocked that he could not express it in words. He could only bow. Sir, you are so righteous. Fang Zhong shook his head. What righteousness? If I could not withstand the assassination of the St. Roan nobles, I would not come here. Come out. Hurry up. Chen Fan immediately appeared beside Leviathan, who was locked on the instrument, and directly stuffed the dwarf magnifying potion into Leviathan's mouth, and then crushed it. The other researchers seemed to have discussed it beforehand, and they all ran and jumped desperately towards the distance. Bang! The instrument that locked the dragon body of Leviathan was automatically unlocked, and then fell to the ground. The next second, Leviathan's body suddenly swelled up. Chen Fan was quick-witted and immediately closed the small room under the bell tower and put it back into the space backpack. Other equipment, bottles and jars, were all pressed under the belly of Leviathan. Chen Fan stood in the air wearing the ocean spirit, looking at the large Leviathan lying on the ground and sleeping with a strange look. In his mind, Chen Fan still remembered the mighty blue dragon that flew out of the forbidden bunker. The blue dragon has a long neck, shining scales, strong limbs, sharp and wide wings, coiled muscles, a long, slender blue tail that is symmetrical to the length of the neck, and a flash of lightning all over the body. Cool. Powerful. Standing at the top of the food chain. But the Leviathan under his feet. How should I put it? It has everything it should have, but it seems to be a little bigger. The fat is divided into 3 layers of neck and belly, the thick legs behind the big belly. The 2 claws are particularly short. You can barely see the shape, even the tail is thicker than ever. Only the scales on its body are not much different from the previous one, shining with a blue light. Chen Fan looked at Leviathan for a while, then came to Fang Zhong with a complicated expression. Did I throw the potion too late? Something went wrong? Fang Zhong looked at Chen Fan in confusion. No, you are much faster than I thought. If I had known you were so fast, I should have told you to slow down, and you almost got squeezed by our researcher. Chen Fan pointed at Leviathan's belly, which was like a mountain of flesh. But in my impression, Leviathan shouldn't look like this when he grows up, with this belly and a chubby face, right? Fang Zhong understood what Chen Fan meant. You mean it's too fat, right? I think this is normal. Think about it. If you sleep for 90 years, eat well and drink well every day but don't exercise, do you think you will get fat? Don't worry, as long as it's not too lazy, exercises regularly, it will become a strong blue dragon one day. And there is one more thing. Don't underestimate its fatness. The blue dragon stores its electricity in its body. The fat of the blue dragon is a very good material for storing electricity. Therefore, its electric shock power is the best among blue dragons. Chen Fan sighed. It seems that his dream of standing on the back of a blue dragon is ruined. When he was young, he thought it was chubby and cute. Now that he has grown up, he looks chubby and greasy. When will it wake up? Fang Zhong stood with his hands behind his back, watching the snoring Leviathan with interest. Its brain damage has completely recovered. The reason why it is still sleeping is because it is used to sleeping. You can wake it up now. Chen Fan nodded, and came to the top of the fat and big Leviathan with mixed feelings. How did this thing become like this? If I take it back like this, I'm sure it will be blamed. Right? Oh, forget it. It's not its fault. Leviathan became like this for us. Leviathan, how long have you slept? It's time to get up and eat. Chen Fan shouted into Leviathan's ear. Then Leviathan didn't move for a long time. What's going on? Blue Dragon, Leviathan Orange. Evaluation. How should I put it? Your blue dragon is really special. Level 59. Wasn't it agreed to be the adolescent stage? So the pure-blooded dragons have already awakened in the adolescent stage? Fang Zhong shouted at Chen Fan in midair with his hands behind his back. The sound is not loud enough. I can't shout louder. Chen Fan took out a shouting conch and pointed it at Leviathan's ear. Leviathan! Get up and go home for dinner. With a snap. Leviathan's eyes snapped open, with confusion and puzzlement in his eyes. After sleeping for too long, it can't remember who it is. Turning its head around to look at the surrounding environment. What are these little white things? Am I trapped in this silver cage? Leviathan suddenly roared. And then his body flashed with lightning. And he rushed towards the wall of the research base like crazy. The researchers hurriedly avoided the arc released by Leviathan. Chen Fan followed behind Leviathan, shouting in panic. Leviathan! What are you doing? Stop! Stop! Just as Leviathan was about to hit the wall, an invisible energy bound its dragon body. Leviathan shook his head frantically, and the electric current around him raged like a storm. Struggling madly, Fang Zhong held his hand in the air and waved at the anxious Chen Fan. It's a sleep fright. It's okay. It will be fine in a while. Chen Fan widened his eyes. Chapter 244 Shiguan Village. What is the strength of this scientist Fang Zhong? A level 59 Leviathan said he would pinch it? Nodding gratefully, Chen Fan came to the big head of Leviathan. Little guy, wake up. Wake up. Look who I am. Are you confused? Leviathan looked at the fly-sized thing flying around in front of him, and felt a little annoyed. He couldn't move his body, and was about to brew a thunderball with his mouth open. Chen Fan panicked. Why doesn't this guy recognize people? It was agreed that the memory would not be lost. Soul Master. Soul Shock. Although Leviathan's soul value is very high now, Soul Shock will not have any effect. But it should also bring a slight stinging feeling to its soul. Leviathan stopped brewing the thunder ball, and its huge body trembled. The madness and anger in its eyes disappeared, replaced by confusion. Chen Fan struck while the iron was hot, and projected a juvenile Leviathan in front of Leviathan's big eyes with memory projection. Damn it, how can you not recognize yourself? As expected, Leviathan's eyes showed a thoughtful look. That is me. Then this little fly is my father? Leviathan stared at Chen Fan's face carefully, and then sniffed hard. How did my father become so small? Leviathan's eyes became gentle. As the binding force disappeared, Leviathan also stretched out two fat front paws. This action of its means that it wants Chen Fan to hold it. Chen Fan is delighted. This guy finally wakes up. Look down at yourself. Can I hold you? Leviathan lowered his head. How come I am so big? I have grown up. But why is my father still so big? Looking at Leviathan's confused eyes, Chen Fan is a little amused. I will explain it to you later. You stay in the Taoyuan secret realm for a while. I will let you out when we get home. Duo and Mingwe are very worried about you. Hearing the familiar name, Leviathan nodded, and obediently entered the space vortex leading to the Peach Blossom Land. Despite its huge size, Leviathan was still very well behaved. Chen Fan fell from the sky. Teacher Fang, thank you for your hard work. You really helped me a lot. Look, I made such a mess here. Calculate how much it will cost for repairs, and I pay for it. Fang Zhong's eyes lit up. Really? Then just give me 800,000 yuan for repairs. Enough for me to go to the bar for half a year. Chen Fan mouth twitched. Shouldn't I say the last sentence? Besides, Teacher Fang, you go to the bar at your age? And which bar would spend 1.8 million in half a year? It's so expensive. There are too many complaints. Chen Fan didn't know which one to complain about for a while. But in the end, Chen Fan still transferred 1 million renminbi to Fang Zhong. It's not that Chen Fan has too much money, it's mainly because Fang Zhong, an outsider, has special abilities. Chen Fan thinks it's worth investing. Divine Grace Realm, South China Sea, near the Ulung Islands, sunken ship fleet. It was sunny today, the sea was blue and calm. It was the 10th day that Chen Fan and other hidden clan had been sleeping. On the deck of the Poseidon, the sexy and seductive Haley was lying leisurely on the lounge chair that originally belonged to Chen Fan. As her strength improved, Haley liked the feeling of being exposed to the sun on the shore more and more. There was no sound of flowing water here. Everything was so clear. She watched with interest as the members of the Poseidon team teamed up to exclude their temporary captain, the little fat man Oh Changha. Pa! Hua Wuming swung the coral stick, and slapped Oh Changha big butt, making him look like a dog eating shit. The members of the Sea God team, who were watching, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, brother Hua hits well. Fat O's, but is swollen and bigger. Ha ha ha. Song Miao Miao hugged her shoulders and raised her lips slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. If you can't even stand Hua Wuming's 10 moves, what qualifications do you have to be the captain? Oh Chang'e covered his buttocks and looked at Hua Wuming and Song Miao Miao, who were standing close to him with a dark face. The reason why he worked so hard to become the captain was largely because he wanted Song Miao Miao to look up to him. Now it seems that his becoming the captain with his brains not only did not get Song Miao Miao's approval, but she hated him instead, and got closer to Hua Wuming. The stuffy guy. Song Miao Miao? What do you mean by this? No matter which world, which force, the strongest strength has never been the first factor in becoming a leader. Besides, I didn't choose this position of captain by myself. It was recognized by Captain Chen and Captain Fong. If you don't accept it, you can go and talk to them. Song Miao Miao walked to Oh Chang'e with her long legs. We just don't accept it. Why should we talk to the captain? They admit that they don't really know you, a fat guy who only knows how to take shortcuts. As long as time goes by, they will naturally choose someone else as captain. When that time comes, you have to think about how to stay in the team. Oh Chang'e clenched his fist. You? What do you mean? Song Miao Miao lowered her voice. If I were you, I would go and tell the captain and the others about giving up my position as soon as possible, so that I would not be forced to be dismissed in the end and lose face. After Song Miao Miao finished speaking, she twisted her slender waist and left the Poseidon, and returned to her cabin. The others also laughed at Oh Chang'e a few times, and left. Oh Chang'e asked them to come to the deck of the Poseidon for training, but in the end, only he was trained, and the others ignored him. What's wrong? Little fat boy? You look aggrieved. Oh Chang'e turned his head, and saw the hot mermaid Hailey, dressed coolly. He lowered his head quickly. Although Hailey did not have a substantial position, her status was equivalent to that of the captain of the Poseidon. Oh Chang'e did not dare to act rashly. No. Hailey giggled twice. You are still stubborn. I saw it all. Do you want them to obey you? Oh Chang'e raised his eyes and looked at Hailey, shaking his head. He must be thinking, isn't this nonsense? They will only obey those with high potential for plant spirits, prominent family backgrounds, and strong strength. I am mediocre among them in these 3 aspects. Hailey hugged her shoulders, her eyes full of amusement. That's because your world is too stable. I have a method that is more effective than the 3 advantages you mentioned. Do you want to try it? Oh Chang'e adhered to the idea of trying everything possible and nodded immediately. Okay. What method? Hailey walked towards the lounge chair, and Oh Chang'e followed behind. Do you know how most sea tribes compete for the position of chieftain? Oh Chang'e shook his head. I don't know. Hailey sat back on the lounge chair, revealing her perfect curves. The leader of a group of saber-toothed sharks is usually not the strongest one, but the smartest and the most vicious one. It will find any opportunity to kill the strongest one in the group, such as during mating, when eating, when injured. It's hard to make others obey you, but it's easy to make people afraid of you, isn't it? Little fatty. Chapter 245. New players, get ready to appear. As long as the fear lasts for a while, you will find that it is more effective than any other method. Oh Chang'e frowned, his expression struggling. But what method should I use to make them afraid of me? Hailey looked at the blue sky. Little fatty, aren't you quite decisive? You killed without blinking an eye the first time you killed someone. If I want those little guys to be afraid of me, then I may only have the method of relying on strength. But you are one of them. Don't you know what they are afraid of? Oh Chang'e narrowed his eyes slightly, and then showed a reluctant expression after a while. But they are all my people, the few people I have in this world. I did that. Hailey curled her lips. Ah! I have had enough, son. I have to go back to tutor Horace. Oh Chang'e looked at the place where the beautiful mermaid jumped into the water, and was stunned for a long time. Earth, Qingzhou City, Bohai District, Haiwan Community, Villa District. In the exquisitely decorated living room, 2 adults and 1 child were sitting on the coffee table eating snacks. The fat male host opened his mouth and ate a big mouthful of durian lasagna. Wife, the durian lasagna you made today is so delicious. It feels much sweeter than before. Your cooking skills are great. The hostess is young and beautiful, and she is very well maintained. Even if it tastes good, you don't have to eat too much. Look at your big belly. Being too fat will cause basic diseases. After you are 40, I won't give you anything to eat. I will just let you eat vegetable leaves. Yeah, it's okay if you eat a little more, because you are very thin. Put the ball in your hand down. please, and play with it after eating snacks. The little girl in the princess dress shook her head. No, my ball has been washed. I can play with it while eating, my dad said. The hostess glared at the host in reproach. Where did you buy that toy? Why does she like it so much? The host scratched his head. I didn't buy it. I found it near a collapsed villa while taking a ride. Yaya said there was a little monster that could move in the ball. It was so cute, but I promise. I washed it clean for her. And disinfected it. The man finished his words before the woman got angry. The little girl Yaya took a small bite of the cake. And ran back to her bedroom with the ball. In the light blue water ball. A mini mechanical octopus was moving up and down. Little monster. You are lonely in this ball. Right? I am lonely too. Let's be best friends in the future. Okay. If you don't say anything, I will take it as your agreement. Are you hungry in here? Do you want to come out? After a while, knock. Knock. There was a gentle knock on the door. Yeah, Mom and Dad have packed the clothes. Remember to get dressed and come out later. We are going to the hospital again. The little girl pouted. Her eyes were slightly frightened. Can I take my little monster with me? The gentle voice of the male host came from outside the door. Of course, you can take whatever you want. Daddy loves you. Ding dong. A new message suddenly popped up on the smartwatch of the girl, who was just turning over and climbing out of bed. Congratulations on obtaining the internal test qualification of the Lord God Space. Number 10001, initial name. Hiya, nickname. Not set. Please log into the game on time at 8 p.m. on August 19th. I wish you a happy game. Qinzhou City, Dongfang Shengshi Building. Yang Lei, Qian Xiaoya, Qian Bufan, and the other two were drinking tea around the coffee table. Xiao Lei, have dinner with Big Brother before leaving. It's really thanks to you today. Otherwise, that system would really stump me. You college students are really knowledgeable. Qian Xiaoya sat next to Qian Lei in a belly-bearing outfit. Now you know what's going on? At least you've done something. Qian Bufan rolled his eyes. This girl is not sharp. Why is she still talking about things that are not related to the topic? Yang Lei took a sip of tea. Let's not eat here. We have classes in the evening. As they were talking, the phones of the three people rang at the same time. Qian Bufan lowered his head and unlocked his phone. Congratulations on obtaining the qualification for the internal test of the Lord God Space. Number 201321, initial name. Qian Bufan, nickname. Not set. Please log into the game on time at 8 p.m. on August 19th. Wish players a happy game. Today. I can't delete all the spam messages. It's really fucking stupid. Anyone can know my name. Yang Lei's eyes widened. You also received the invitation code for the Lord God Space game? Qian Bufan looked at his cheap brother-in-law in surprise. How did you know? Did you see my phone? Qian Xiaoya put down her phone. I received it too. Oh my god. The three of us received the invitation to this game at the same time. What's the difference between this and winning the lottery? Qian Bufan looked at the two of them in confusion. You all know what kind of game this is. What's wrong? Why are you so serious? Qian Xiaoya subconsciously held Qian Lei's hand. Brother, you don't usually watch the news, don't you watch videos? Receiving this invitation means that we have to go to another world to survive and adventure. Qian Bufan frowned. Another world, you mean? The rumor about the second world that's been going viral recently? It's actually true? I'm really... Yang Lei turned off his phone. Actually, okay, I know a little inside information. As long as we don't open this link, it's possible that we won't be pulled into that world, and there won't be any risk. Qian Bufan looked at Yang Lei. How did you know? Yang Lei, my brother Fan is a powerful player, he said. Thinking of that man, Qian Bufan was still scared. Ah? Oh. No wonder your cousin is like a Superman. Fuck, I want to go in and try my luck too. This place has too many rules, I've been here long enough. Yang Lei did not say anything to dissuade him. This kind of thing cannot be stopped with a few words, and he also plans to log into the game and try his luck. Kunlun Realm, 9 Heavens, in the Scene Selection Hall of Western Halcyon. Perhaps because of the game update, when Chen Fan came in, there were quite a few Penguin members in Western Halcyon. Contrary to usual practice, Chen Fan did not start a boring scene to absorb energy for the ocean breath, but came to the arena panel. Facing strong enemies for a long time, he was somewhat uncertain about his current strength. In the Shinzhou Guild, except for Chen Shui and Poseidon, Chen Fan's strength was undoubtedly the first, even Hailey, who once had to look up to him. was now left behind by Chen Fan. A challenge message was posted on the arena panel. Official member Chen Fan, level 39, posted a challenge message. Request a colleague who has reached the peak of awakening in an ordinary profession to encourage me. Gold coins to bet, 1,000. Ding dong, your challenge message has been successfully posted. Please wait patiently for the challenger. Ding dong, your challenge message has been received. Receiver, official member Chen Lei, level 58. The duel will start in 2 minutes. Default scene, public venue. Dwarf Plains. Chapter 246 Trying out the skills, current attributes. After the familiar spatial fluctuations, Chen Fan appeared on a spacious grassland covered with green grass. The arena was so large that Chen Fan could not even see the face of his opponent on the other side of the grassland. He could only vaguely see that the opponent was a short and fat man. The duel was about 2 minutes away from starting. Chen Fan opened the attribute panel and took a look at his attributes. Chen Fan, level 39, current experience value overflowed a lot, evaluation, blasphemer. From now on, your strength may have attracted their attention. Please be careful. Who are they in the evaluation? This evaluation. Is the system telling me something? Central Juntian. Sun Xiaosheng stood behind Zheng Yuanzhou, watching the duel on the screen with his master. Master, how do you know he is in the duel? Zheng Yuanzhou smiled with interest. I set him as a special attention, and Jingwei will remind me when I go online or offline. Sun Xiaosheng didn't know what to say. Just because he is the principal of Annan province? Zheng Yuanzhou shook his head. Because he is my nephew's husband. Don't worry about such details. Watch the game. Do you think he can beat this member named Zhao Lei? Sun Xiaosheng thought for a while, and shook his head. Chen Fan is a hidden shooter. His life value is no more than 5,000. Although Zhao Lei is just an ordinary swordsman. He has the skill of hand-splitting Gold Slash, which can deal 3 times the damage of strength. According to his previous game data, this sword can deal at least 3,800 damage. So, Chen Fan can only withstand 1 sword. And the tolerance rate is quite low. So I think Chen Fan has little chance of winning against Zhao Lei. After all, he is a formal awakener whose basic attributes have increased 6-fold after the first awakening. Zheng Yuanzhou shook his head. I don't think so. Although low HP is indeed very passive. As far as I know, Chen Fan is proficient in several space-related skills, and it is not difficult to avoid being attacked by fatal skills. The duel begins. The duel ends when one party surrenders or dies. Chen Fan did not dare to be careless in the face of a level 58 enemy, and immediately raised the ocean breath to take the initiative. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets flew out at high speed. In the distance, the player named Zhao Lei used a charge skill to leave the spot, then clenched the big knife in his hand, and threw a huge blade light at Chen Fan. Time clone. Chen Fan instantly transformed into 5 identical figures, dodging the blade light, while attacking the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of bullets were released on Zhao Lei, who was in the backswing state. In just a moment, the player's health bar was emptied by a small grid, about 1/10 of the health. Seeing Chen Fan's strange skills, the swordsman raised his hand and swung out a sword array, which rotated and rushed towards the 5 Chen Fans. At the same time, he hid behind the sword array and rushed over. Facing long range, the best way to close the distance is to close the distance. Chen Fans fired bullets while splitting into 2 groups to bypass the sword array from both sides. On the left, 3 Chen Fans were shooting at Zhao Lei from the side of the sword array. Suddenly, the 3 Chen Fans sank at the same time, falling several meters from midair, and each Chen Fan had a translucent floating blade on his back. Status: giant blade hanging over the head. Zhao Lei jumped onto his own sword array with great agility, and as the sword array rotated rapidly, he slashed horizontally with a sword. Broken golden blade. 2 Chen Fans were hit by the long sword, and their health bars were instantly emptied by half. The other Chen Fan was Chen Fan real body, and at the moment when Zhao Lei got close to him, a captain had already switched to the other side of the sword array. The 2 Chen Fans with only a trace of health left no longer avoided, and the ocean breath in their hands banged, and they were determined to fully exert the remaining heat. On the other side, as the 2 clones dissipated, the other 3 Chen Fans began to accumulate energy for the ocean breath at the same time. Chapter 247 Frost and Lightning Defense Tower. Just when Zhao Lei attacked with the same method. Bang! 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 3 burst bullets with full duration were shot at Zhao Lei's body. 43-24. 5211, 4987. Because it was shot by 3 Chen fans at the same time, it did not trigger the lock-on attack and the despicable gun. But even so, 10 times the mana, the damage of nearly 15,000 still emptied Xiao Lei's health bar. The fat swordsman fell down with an incredible expression. Level 39. 1 strike of 5,000 damage. I am almost level 59, and the highest damage of 1 strike is only 4,800. This is not a genius, this is a monster. Chen Fan listened to the report of the victory of the duel, and quietly withdrew from the 9th heaven of Pangu realm. It seems that this ordinary warrior profession at the peak of awakening is really not his opponent. But it seems that it is not absolute. When the opponent strikes 5,000 damage, his own blood volume plus the 9-layer wind of the dark spirit can only withstand 4 hits. If the opponent has super control skills and can lock space, I will still be in danger. But that kind of situation is not so easy to encounter. Damn it, I turned out to be so strong. Self-inflated, Chen Fan opened the door and walked into the yard. In the spacious red brick yard, Mother Chen was wearing an apron and stewing ribs in the yard. In the north in summer, many people like to cook and eat outside because it is cool and easy to clean. Mom, is the meal ready? I'm hungry, Chen Fan said as he took out the old friend of the family, a solid wood folding dining table. From behind the door, Mother Chen turned her head, her face was slightly chubby. That's it. That's it. You kid, you didn't tell me earlier that you were coming back. If you had told me earlier, yesterday your Uncle Wang killed a cow, I would have left the cow tongue for you. Chen Fan went directly back to Xiaoguan village from Pangu headquarters. Others were on the way, some were picking up relatives. The family housing in Huiyan City hadn't been bought yet, and there was nowhere to go. Chen Fan also missed his parents, so he asked the pilot of Pangu to take him to the sky above Xiaoguan village, and then he flew back. Hey, isn't this what I want to give you a surprise? How is it? Are you happy? Chen Mother sprinkled chicken essence into the big pot. Happy? How can I not be happy that my eldest son is back? But if you told me a few days in advance, wouldn't I be happier for a few days? The ribs are ready. Call your father quickly and ask him to come back for dinner. Today, he finally built a house by himself. And he was busy. A few minutes later, Chen father brought the sunburned Chen Lang back from the front street. And the family had a happy dinner. During this period, the family also asked Chen Fan a lot about the news of the second world. After listening to Chen Fan's explanation, they all showed incredible expressions. Thanks to the government's vigorous promotion and popularization of the second world, and the main God space game, even the older generation in the countryside knew about this. Chen Fan was originally worried that his parents also wanted to fight in the second world. But Chen father and mother's ideas made him completely relieved. For their generation, having enough food, clothing and money to spend, they no longer want to toss about anything. Enjoying a peaceful life every day, traveling, playing mahjong, has already given them enough spiritual needs. Chen Lang's attitude was that he had to go. Although he didn't get a quota. Fortunately his brother had one. Just wait for the game to start the day after tomorrow night. After Chen Lang swore that he would not delay his studies, Chen Fan sent the internal test quota link to Chen Lang as promised. And also to 2 of his determined classmates. After having a good meal and a good drink, Chen Fan sat under the grape trellis and talked with his family for a long time. Then he returned to his room and entered the Taoyuan secret realm. On the north side of the secret realm, in front of a large metallic warehouse, the fat Leviathan was sitting on the ground, feasting. One hand held crab legs, the other held animal meat. He was enjoying the meal. Captain Chen Fan had come to Leviathan. Little guy, how did you open this door? You're really amazing, you won't be hungry. As soon as Leviathan saw someone coming, he immediately rubbed Chen Fan affectionately with his big head, and then pointed his fat hand to the mechanical arsenal in the distance. Chen Fan understood. You mean Moto helped you open the door, right? Leviathan nodded. Chen Fan patted Leviathan's big head, and turned around and flew towards the mechanical arsenal. Leviathan quickly stuffed the food into his mouth, and tried to fly into the air like Chen Fan, but because of his weight, he couldn't fly. He could only jog along with Chen Fan. At this time, the Taoyuan secret realm was protected by a series of solemn defense towers. The innermost side was full of the kind of lighting defense towers, with a large range that Chen Fan had seen before, very densely, almost one every 6 meters. The outer circle was a row of defense towers that Chen Fan had never seen before, with a huge water droplet floating on the top. That should be the frost defense tower that Mamadou mentioned. Chin Fan interrupted Mamoduo, who was operating the golden thread. Mamoduo, do you think you are the master of this world now? Mamoduo looked up in astonishment, waved his hand, and looked innocent. No, boss. I have been working for you all the time. Haven't I? Chin Fan pointed at Leviathan, who was rolling and crawling over. What's the matter with the warehouse door? Without my order, how dare you touch my personal property? Mamoduo suddenly realized, so that's what happened. Boss, you really misunderstood me. Your dragon is so curious. It just touches and looks around when it comes in. It wants to play with everything. I helped it open the warehouse door because I was afraid it would damage the defense tower you need. There are only some food in the warehouse. Boss, you won't be really angry with me for such a small matter. Right? Because of your matter, I have broken my back these days. Chin Fan was carried high by Mamoduo, and it was really hard to get angry. I just want to ask you, am I such a stingy person? One more thing, didn't you say before that you would build 3 to 4 rows of frost defense towers in front of the lightning defense tower? Why is there only 1 row now? Mamoduo pointed to the ground innocently. I really want to do that, but the underground resources in this area have been mined by me. Although there are still some outside, but you haven't unlocked the area outside, so I can't get it. Chin Fan frowned and looked around the arsenal filled with mechanical equipment and intelligent people. You didn't use all the resources on your own arsenal? You used the materials that should have been used to build my defense tower. Tear down all those things you don't know what to do with. Use all the materials on the defense tower. Mamoduo stared at his frog eyes. Ah! Boss! Don't be kidding. These equipment are the necessary production lines for your defense tower. If you tear them down, what will I use to make it for you? I swear to you, the total amount of magic metal I personally use will never exceed 1 defense tower. I promise. Chapter 248. This is definitely an arsenal. In fact, Chin Fan knew the function of the arsenal, but facing this goblin mechanic, who had ulterior motives, he had to make himself look more moody, otherwise it would be no fun to let the other party catch his character weakness. Okay, I trust you again for now, then can your 2 rows of defense towers withstand my next wave of Zerg attacks? Leviathan finally rushed to Chin Fan's side, panting with exhaustion, lying at Chin Fan's feet, with his big eyes full of expectation. This little guy. Chin Fan reached out and stroked Leviathan's horns. Mamoduo nodded affirmatively at Chin Fan. According to the increasing strength of the monsters before, there will be no problem within 5 waves. Chin Fan looked at Mamoduo with doubtful eyes. Are you sure? The high-level Zerg, which is not only incredibly powerful individually, but also abnormal in number, is not so easy to fight 5 waves? Chin Fan seriously suspected that Mamoduo was bragging. Mamoduo took on the demeanor of a master and nodded confidently. Chin Fan turned around and went to the center of the secret realm, the place where the secret realm tasks were released. Secret Realm Task 6, Defense Tower Builder. Completed. Task Reward, Intermediate Tower Blueprint, Space Diameter increased by 500 meters. Release Secret Realm Task 12, Intermediate Defense Tower Builder. Upgrade 10 primary towers to intermediate defense towers. Task Reward, Space Diameter increased by 500 meters. Lusheng Fish Fry * 100, Humpback Beast Eggs * 100. Secret Realm Task 12, Intermediate Defense Tower Builder. Completed. Task Reward, Space Diameter increased by 500 meters. Loach Fry * 100, Humpback Egg * 100. Release Secret Realm Mission 13, Advanced Defense Tower Builder. Upgrade 10 intermediate towers to advanced defense towers. Task Reward, Space Diameter increased by 1,000 meters. Flower Eel Fry * 100, Spirit Bird Egg * 100. It would be better if Chin Fan didn't come to the mission release place, first of all. The message of mission completion was directly flooded on the screen. One thing Mamoduo said was indeed true. The defense tower he built was the pinnacle when it was built. It was the highest level defense tower. The Super Defense Tower. Secret Mission 14, Super Defense Tower Builder. Completed. Mission Reward, Space Diameter increased by 1,000 meters. Giant-tailed Dolphin Fry * 100. Broad-winged Dragon Egg * 100. Secret Mission 11, Zerg Attack. Resist 6 attacks of the Void Zerg. Attack time, within 6 months, can be started in advance at any time. Attacking Zerg, Centipede Tribe. Task Reward, Space Diameter expanded by 2 kilometers. Advanced Lightning Tower Blueprint. Release Secret Realm Mission 15, Qualified Livestock Herder. Let the number of adult protist species in Taoyuan's secret realm reach 7. Task reward. Space diameter expanded by 1,000 meters. Secondary tree of life seedlings * 10. The task panel finally stopped scrolling. Chen Fan hadn't done anything yet. The space diameter increased directly by 4 kilometers. Obtain 3 kinds of fish fry, 3 kinds of beast eggs. This is really putting Mamadou in the Peach Garden secret realm. Is it any different from cheating? I have previously obtained flour fish fry, which are used to increase mana, and fast wheat seeds, which are used to increase basic agility. They are all very precious ingredients. But the increase rate is not fast, and it takes about half a month to increase a little. Now the task has rewarded 6 kinds of young animals. Chen Fan feels that they should all be precious ingredients. This Peach Garden secret realm. Is it not similar to a farm? The reward for the 15th task even included the Tree of Life. Although it was of a secondary level, it was a treasure that could not be found anywhere else except the elf forest. Wow! Luosheng fish fry, purple, can grow into adult Luosheng fish, and greatly increase intelligence after consumption. Humpback beast egg, purple, can grow into adult humpback beast after hatching, and greatly increase physical strength after consumption. Flower eel fry, purple, can grow into adult flower eel, delicious meat, and greatly increase agility after consumption. Thunderbird egg, purple, can grow into adult Thorbird. Speed is like a bullet out of a gun, one of the high-end mount varieties. Giant-tailed dolphin fry, pink, can grow into adult giant-tailed dolphin. Adult giant-tailed dolphin has the IQ of an adult human, and can help leaders complete difficult underwater tasks. Pterosaur egg, pink, can grow into an adult pterosaur. Pterosaurs are gentle and loyal, have excellent gravity-bearing capacity, are the best companions for air cavalry. Misunderstood, this is not a farm, this is a mount. An air force. And an underwater special forces, it's definitely an arsenal. Chen Fan put the fish fry he received into the river, but did not take out the various animal eggs for the time being. Because of the large expansion of space, the estuary of the river appeared at the end of the river. In Chen Fan perception, there was still no soul breath of any creature in the river, so he could safely throw these precious fish fry into the water. But the animal eggs could not be handled so casually. They had to be incubated by professionals, and it was easy to kill these precious cubs if they were messed with. For the time being, the Zerg invasion mission was not started. But he came to Mamadou again. Mamadou, can you make me a large incubator? I need it. Mamadou thought about it and nodded. It's not difficult. It's just a room with controllable temperature, humidity, and light transmittance. But there is one thing I want to say in advance. I can only build an incubator. I don't know how to hatch any animal. Yes, Mamadou is a mechanical maniac, not a biologist. How about borrowing Minister Zhao Mingdi for a few days when the university is built? Anyway, that woman only cares about money, so it should be easy to hire her. After making the decision, Chen Fan stopped worrying about it and immediately started the secret mission 11 in advance. The centipede tribe is attacking. A noisy sound began to be heard in the forest in the distance, and powerful auras appeared one after another. Leviathan, who was teasing the 2 mechanical excavators, suddenly raised his dragon head, narrowed his eyes solemnly, and began to look for Chen Fan everywhere. It now thinks it is strong, and it is time to protect its father. Chen Fan, who was standing in the air, felt the approach of Leviathan and understood the worry in its eyes. Chen Fan smiled and sat on Leviathan's big head. Don't worry, little guy. This is our territory. A colorful, huge centipede with its tail up suddenly rushed out from the ground, and the mouth parts at the front of the big mouth flashed coldly like a sickle, opening and closing left and right. The 2 frost defense towers closest to the centipede suddenly lit up, and huge ice balls separated from the water balls on the top of the towers. Then, they bombarded the centipede's body with cold exhaust. Bang! The ice balls exploded, and a large piece of blue was attached to the centipede's outer armor. The cold air entered the body, and the centipede's speed dropped significantly. The lightning defense tower behind the frost defense tower seemed to have sensed the enemy's arrival. A narrow and long electric light connected to the centipede's body. Crackling, and sparks suddenly splashed on the centipede's colorful body. Chapter 249 Large Battery Leviathan. Finally, more than 10 meters away from the frost defense tower, the ferocious centipede fell down. Kill the centipede. Level 35, purple, gain 94.56 million experience points, gold coins x 60. The reward for killing the defense tower is also counted on me. Chen Fan was overjoyed. Then one centipede after another fell on the outermost edge of the defense tower, and their bodies slowly turned into nothingness. Compared to the single-body attack of the Frost defense tower, Chen Fan noticed that the lightning of the lightning defense tower is multi-body damage, and can emit up to 5 lightning beams, which is extremely powerful. Leviathan stared blankly at the centipedes being killed one by the defense tower. It was a little confused as to why the toy he had just been playing with had suddenly become so crazy. Finding a position that the defense tower could not attack, Leviathan ran over with his fat legs. The moment a centipede with a tail just emerged from the ground, he slapped it to death with a slap, and then picked up the corpse and stuffed it into his mouth. The dragon's blood told him that this thing should be delicious. But the moment he picked up the centipede with a tail, the colorful corpse had turned into dust and scattered from his hands. Seeing Leviathan's bewildered expression, Chen Fan, who was sitting on top of it, couldn't help but laugh. "Little guy, the void Zerg here are all fake. You can't eat them. I take you to eat real Zerg in a few days." Leviathan finally understood, and took Chen Fan back to the protection range of the defense tower. It was also thanks to Chen Fan, the master of the secret realm, on its head, that it was not attacked by the defense tower. Half an hour later. Secret Realm Mission 11, Zerg Attack. Resist the 6 attacks of the Void Zerg. Completed. Task Reward. The space diameter is expanded by 2 kilometers. Advanced Lightning Tower Blueprint. Release Secret Realm Mission 16, Zerg Attack. Resist the 7 attacks of the Void Zerg. Attack time, within 6 months, can be started in advance at any time. Attacking Zerg, Nematode. Task Reward. The space diameter is expanded by 2 kilometers. All attribute Super Defense Tower Blueprint. Do you want to start the mission in advance? Chen Fan chose yes without hesitation. After seeing the attack power of the defense tower once, Chen Fan had enough confidence in the strength of these big guys. A few minutes later, a strange worm with a white body and eyes appeared in the attack range of the Frost defense tower. Under the double attack of Frost and Thunder, the nematode struggled to within 10 meters of the Frost defense tower, and its body was completely motionless. Killing nematode, level 39 purple. Gain experience points x2 10 million. Gold coins x 70. A nematode reward 7,000 yuan. Watching the countless nematodes crawling out of the forest, Chen Fan seemed to see rolling gold coins. But when he saw robots replacing magic stones under each defense tower, Chen Fan seemed to see the gold coins rolling back. Not only is energy conserved, but gold coins are also conserved. Another half an hour passed, and the last nematode fell into sparks of lightning. Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction. Let's do it this way. Let's try to expand the space in Taoyuan's secret realm to a diameter of 20,000 meters today. What's going on? Why hasn't the task completed prompt appeared yet? Chen Fan was a little puzzled. Normally, the task completed prompt should have appeared by now. Just as he was puzzled, a sharp roar suddenly came from the distant forest. Then a large nematode with 3 rows of wings and 2 horns on its head rushed out of the forest, crushing the trees. Chen Fan was stunned. Another one? And a big one? Identification. Nematode Queen, pink. Evaluation. The imitation is quite realistic, but the strength is not even close. What the hell is this? The big boss appears in the 7th wave of defense mission? Under Chen Fan's gaze, the winged nematode queen suddenly soared into the sky, flew around in a strange manner at a distance of 4 or 5 meters from the ground, and after a few accelerations, rushed towards the location of Leviathan. There was no way. Leviathan's target was too big. Bang, bang, bang. The sky is not a blind spot. 3 huge ice balls hit the flying nematode queen at the same time. The ice bomb with a cold breath directly smashed the huge nematode queen to the ground at the same time. 4 or 5 electric lights enveloped the nematode queen, and the fire crackled for a while. Chen Fan, a captain, had left the top of Leviathan and came to Mamadou, who was also watching the battle. Why is the attack of this defense tower so fierce suddenly? Are you operating it? Mamadou shook his head. I didn't. I wrote a code in the program that prioritized attacking strong enemies, so there were multiple defense towers attacking one enemy. Why did a single leader appear? This situation has never occurred in the previous waves of defense. Mamadou muttered to himself in confusion. Chen Fan looked at the struggling queen nematode. I don't know either, but it seems to be fine. There is only one of it, and it seems that it can't compete with multiple defense towers at all. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, The abdomen of the giant nematode suddenly contracted. And then, a huge ball of white thread shot out from its mouth, which directly wrapped up a lightning defense tower tightly. The white substance seemed to be insulated. And with just one blow, the lightning defense tower lost its attack ability, and could only make a harsh electric current sound in protest. Ah! This. So it's called a nematode because it can spit out a ball of thread? I thought it was called a nematode because its body was thin and long. As Chen Fan was complaining, the nematode queen had already spit out a ball of thread to wrap up the other two lightning defense towers that were attacking her. Chen Fan took out the breath of the ocean. It seemed that the defense towers could not be relied on. Fortunately, it was only a level 39 boss. If it was a level 59 boss, it would be troublesome. Before Chen Fan could rush over, Leviathan, who was squatting on the side, launched the attack first. It followed closely behind an ice ball. At the moment, the ice ball exploded. The whole dragon pressed the nematode queen under it like a mountain. Then the whole body was covered with lightning. For some unknown reason, when Leviathan was discharging electricity crazily, the three lightning defense towers that were originally wrapped by the ball of wire also went wild at the same time, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. The ball of wire that bound the defense tower was instantly turned into ashes by the strong current. Then it continued to launch a fierce attack on the nematode queen under Leviathan. The whole body of Leviathan was covered with lightning, as if it had turned into a scorching white little sun. Chapter 250 Future Planning of Taoyuan's Secret Realm. Chen Fan was stunned by the gorgeous scene in front of him. What's going on? The defense tower you built also has the ability to explode? Momodwa put on his glasses. This should be the legendary Thunder Element Resonance. Right? If this trick can be used as an attack skill, the power is really indescribable. Leviathan climbed up clumsily, looking at the nematode queen gradually turning into dust under his belly. Leviathan showed Chen Fan a simple smile that wanted to be rewarded. Chen Fan immediately made a cool gesture towards Leviathan. Kill the nematode queen. Level 39, pink. Get experience points x 1.01 billion, gold coins x 500. Secret Realm Mission 16, Zerg Attack. Resist the 7 attacks of the Void Zerg. Completed. Mission Reward. Expand the space diameter by 2 kilometers. All attribute Super Defense Tower Blueprint. Publish Secret Realm Mission 17, Zerg Attack. Resist the 8 attacks of the Void Zerg. Attack time, within 6 months, can be started in advance at any time. Attacking Zerg, Fierce Armored Beetle. Task Reward. Expand the space diameter by 2 kilometers. Special Mature Potion * 100. Give the newly acquired Super Defense Tower Blueprint with all attributes to Momoduo. Because of the appearance of the boss-level monster Nematode Queen, Chen Fan did not rashly start the Secret Realm Mission 17 in advance. After all, he did not know the ability of the last Zerg Queen. If a skill that he could not deal with appeared, the loss would be really unbearable. Momoduo, see if this blueprint has any inspiration for you. It would be best to upgrade these defense towers, and then move them further out to the periphery. Also, I will use the extra space to cultivate farmland, so your machinery and equipment should take up less space. Momoduo looked embarrassed. Boss, it's okay to renovate the defense towers, and it's okay to increase the number of defense towers, but the materials. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. I expanded the diameter of the space by nearly 10,000 meters this time. Don't tell me there is no magic metal under the ground in this nearly 10,000 meter space. And Momoduo rolled his eyes. Yes, there is, but didn't you ask me to upgrade the defense tower? Upgrading the defense tower must add new magic metal. All the original magic metal in this space has been used. Chen Fan was speechless. Even if he could guess that this little green toad was blackmailing him, because of his lack of professional knowledge, he could only suffer in silence. I will get a large amount of rare magic metals in 2 days. I will send some to you then. Any questions? Momoduo smiled. No problem. As long as there are materials. Hee hee. Chen Fan called Leviathan to the river mouth in the secret realm. Remember not to let your arsenal occupy too much land. I have a lot of farmland to reclaim this time. By the way, get a few simple mechas that ordinary people can operate. I will use them. Facing this small matter that can be easily solved. Momoduo had no objection. Okay, boss. Take care. Chen Fan was thinking about how to plant fast wheat seeds on a large scale while walking. The available space in Taoyuan's secret realm is very large now. The land space alone has a diameter of more than 10,000 meters. For such a large area of farmland, the hundreds of pirate captives he originally had would definitely not be enough. Go to the agricultural university to recruit a large number of workers? Chen Fan rejected this idea. Most of the people on Earth would not be willing to come to this place without electricity and internet. Even if they were hired with high salaries, they would definitely leave here in the future. And their secrets might be revealed at that time. So the most suitable candidates are still the natives of the Divine Grace realm, preferably those who live in a precarious situation and have a hard and difficult life. It doesn't matter if they can farm, there is only one crop. Fast wheat, and Chen Shujin can teach them in a few days. But there is still a problem. Where should we go to find those poor people? Or destroy a few more pirate groups? Catch all these bad guys and bring them to the Peach Blossom secret realm to farm. It's feasible. It's a good way to do good deeds. I thought of a solution to the problem. At the same time, I brought Leviathan to the place where the stream enters the river. Looking up, the area less than 100 meters away from the river bank was full of thick white fog. That represents the boundary between the unlocked area and the unlocked area. Leviathan, go to the river and test the depth of the water. Get close to the white fog. Leviathan splashed into the water, creating a large splash of water more than 10 meters high. Chen Fan smiled and controlled the water flow to avoid him. This little guy is really naughty. He could tell from Leviathan's expression that the guy wanted to splash him with water on purpose. Leviathan, who was much more flexible in the water, stood up next to the white fog. His shoulders and head were exposed to the water. Chen Fan pinched his chin and estimated. Well, the body below the shoulders is in the water. Leviathan's current body is about 1/8 or 9th of Poseidon's. It is estimated that the space will be enough to expand by another 3 to 5 kilometers. By then, Poseidon will be able to come to Earth through the transfer station of Taoyuan secret realm. In this way, Shinjo will have sufficient self-protection ability on Earth. Come out. Leviathan, let's have a barbecue. The Principality of Yabulian, Clay City, the new site of the headmaster of Tianmen Divine Religion. In the temporary church, Adams was wearing a full set of God's suit and praying devoutly. Behind him, Saint Taya and the spirit of the evil prison, Bruley, stood side by side. The two women had the same expression, both frowned slightly, looking a little worried. After a long time, Adams opened his eyes, and his eyes were shining with golden light. Bruley walked to Adams' side. How is it, Adams? Did you get God guidance? Adams sighed and shook his head. Alas, still nothing, still those vague whispers and mumblings. Saint Taya's beautiful face revealed a puzzled expression. That shouldn't be the case. Charlemagne gets divine revelation once a month. You are far more righteous and pious than him. How could you not get divine revelation? Adams also fell into deep thought and spoke after a long time. Could it be that what I did was wrong? Charlemagne is right? Looking at Adams, who was somewhat self-doubting, Bree patted his shoulder. Don't think about it. That's impossible. You said, is it possible that Charlemagne heard the same kind of whispers and mumblings that you heard? He was particularly obsessed with foreign languages many years ago. Is it possible that he did it to understand the voice heard during the prayer? Adams's eyes gradually changed. It seems it was like this for a while. Is his room in your place still intact? Let's go and look for it. Beret nodded. Except for the people I released, I didn't move anything. The prison of evil, the 3rd floor, the secret room exclusively for the Pope. Chapter 251 Taking the Blame? Britea, Adams searched the room carefully. Why are there so many books in the language of Jaundice, demon language here? Taya held a book and compared it with other books in the room. Adams pulled out a dusty box from the corner. How do you know the source of these words? Taya was stunned. Yes, why did she know that these words were in the language of demons as soon as she saw them? Okay. It seems I don't know either. Why do I know this is demon language? Could it be? Bruley, it should be the blood memory of the Void clan. Void demons, Void humans, and Void insects are the only 3 intelligent races in the Void. They all use the language of Jaundice. Although this girl has never learned it, she may have seen similar texts when she was old. Her analysis was very close to reality. And even Taya herself felt that she was telling the truth. Is it possible that His Highness Adams heard the devil language? Adams rejected it firmly. Impossible. How could God give divine revelation in the devil language? Seeing Adams's excitement, Taya frowned and hesitated. Bree walked to Adams and opened the locked box with her bare hands. Adams, can't we find someone who can speak the devil language to prove it? Why are you so excited? Can't God be a demon? Good and evil are never distinguished by race. Didn't you say that? Adams took 2 deep breaths. I'm sorry, Bray. You are right. I've been too nervous recently, and Chief Judge Bigel has put too much pressure on me. Teo walked to the box. It will take at least a few months for Bigel to come back, and we only need to get a divine revelation during this period, which won't be difficult. Adams shook his head slightly. I hope so. The vice president of the Anderson Chamber of Commerce is a person with the blood of the Abyss Demon. Right? I can probably repeat some of the mumbling. Let's go find him and give it a try. South China Sea, an unnamed island east of the Ulung Islands. Dozens of large ships are landing on the beach at this moment, and the marks of the sunken ship guild are engraved on the hulls. This is the plain side of the island. Going deeper, there are some forest areas and a freshwater river. It is an island very suitable for human habitation. In a simple wooden house on the beach. All members of the Sea God team gathered in the house. At this time, all the teenagers had heavy expressions. After a few minutes of silence, the fat boy Oh Changha asked with a dark face, Why did Yang Feng and Rong Chung become like this? What did you do behind my back? 2 unconscious teenagers were lying on 2 folding beds in the house. A petite girl sobbed softly. Woo! Let's go to the Tamsui River to find the most suitable area to build a base. Her name is Rong Waner, and she is Rong Cheng's biological sister, who is lying on the folding bed. Oh Changha's forehead was bulging with veins. How could the search for the base hurt them so badly? I can't even feel the most basic plant spirit fluctuations now. In this situation, even if they don't die, they will be useless. You know their family background, right? You all know that each of us is a leader in the plant spirit world, right? How much did the clan spend to train us? How can I explain to the Lord that 2 people were killed just like this? Rongwana looked up at Song Miaomiao and Hua Wuming. Yes, Song Miaomiao and Hua Wuming insisted on going. They also said that they wanted to get things done before the captain and his men came back. It would be a great achievement. It was their greed and recklessness that made my brother like this. The girl's face was tearful, and her tone was very blaming. Song Miaomiao gritted her teeth, her eyes full of unwillingness and worry. Rongwaner, what nonsense are you talking about? Who can prove that we 2 forced you to go? You'd better not say anything without evidence. Our captain is Oh Changha. No matter what happens, he should be the first person responsible. Hua Wuming sighed. Forget it. This matter is indeed my responsibility. I also advocated doing something. I will take the responsibility alone. It has nothing to do with others. Oh Changha glared at Song Miaomiao with hatred. This woman actually wanted to put all the blame on herself. She is really vicious. Hua Wuming, do you really think you have a lot of face? You are just a little stronger in terms of force at this stage. 2 geniuses bound to super-quality plant spirits were abandoned. Do you know how much responsibility you have to bear? Let me remind you. According to the rules of our plant spirit world, not only will you be recalled to the plant spirit world, your family will be implicated, and it is likely that the allocation quota for decades will be reduced or even downgraded. You acted privately in violation of the captain's orders. You are committing an even greater crime. Do you know that? The fat man shouted. And Hua Wuming's originally cold face showed a look of fear. He could suffer by himself. But he definitely didn't want to let the family pay for it because of him. Really? Is it true? Then I can't bear it myself. Meow meow. I'm sorry. I can't make the decision on family matters. Song Miaomiao was so angry that her teeth itched. She didn't want to be a bad guy. And she couldn't be a good guy. If she had known, why would you stand up? You can't bear it. And I can't bear it either. All of us acted privately, and we all have responsibilities. If you don't want to be blamed by the master, just say that our captain Oh Changha took us there. The blatant frame-up, what made Oh Changha even more heartbroken was that no one present spoke out against it, including Rong Water, whose own brother was seriously injured. Haha, what a little calculation, you want me to take the blame for the trouble you caused. I thought I was good to each of you. How come when such a big basin of dirty water was thrown on me, no one stood up to speak for me? Song Miaomiao turned her head away, and the others bowed their heads and said nothing. After a long time, Rong Water's weak voice sounded. Brother Changha, you are the captain. You took this responsibility. It was just a misjudgment. At most you will be removed from the position of captain. Just think of it as helping everyone once. Okay. We promise not to exclude you in the future. Oh Changha sneered 3 or 4 times. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in taking the blame. You want to frame me? Do you really think that I can't record your frame up after the system is updated? Oh Chung-ha said, and took out a square-shaped technological product. This is a technological product of the captain's hometown time. It's called a mobile phone. I just kept it in my hand and recorded everything you said. Everyone. I will report this matter truthfully as soon as the update is over. Take care of yourself. Chapter 252 Lord God High School. Completed. Wall Wuming took a quick step, raised his hand, and tried to grab the phone in Oh Chung-ha's hand. But the phone was instantly put into Oh Chung-ha's backpack. You think I can't guess that you will come to grab it? Oh! What does this look mean? I seem to see murderous intent in your eyes. The blood of the swallowing elephant Hua family is indeed extraordinary. They can even kill their own people. Wall Wuming lowered his head and stepped aside. It was difficult for him to kill outsiders, let alone his own people who lived with him day and night. I didn't. You're overthinking it. Oh Chung-ha smiled sarcastically. Lady Haley was right. Fear is much more useful than admiration. Don't say I'm ruthless. If you want me to not report the truth to my superiors, you can ask Vice Captain Song to talk to me alone. Song Miaomu immediately followed the little fat man's footsteps when she heard this. How can you take the initiative to take this responsibility? Tell me. Hua Wuming frowned and grabbed Song Miaomu's arm. Don't go. Song Miaomu looked at Hua Wuming's handsome face, and a trace of disgust rose in her heart. Brute force alone is really useless. Then tell me if you have any other way. Is there any other way to save us from punishment? Stop saying such childish things about taking the responsibility yourself. Hua Wuming gritted his teeth and thought for a while, then shook his head. He ruined two geniuses. Not only him, but even the old principal can't bear this responsibility. Song Miaomu sighed. Then let me go and talk to him. Hua Wuming had no choice but to let go of his girlfriend's hand, letting her beg another man. Song Miaomu took 2 steps with her long legs, looking back at Hua Wuming. Don't worry, his strength is no threat to me. I won't agree to excessive demands. Arriving in Oh Chung-ha's cabin, Song Miaomu turned around and locked the door from the inside. Speak, fatty. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to help you build prestige in everyone's heart? Oh Chung-ha was lying on the chair. If I take the responsibility, I probably won't be the captain. What do I need the prestige for? Song Miaomu's expression gradually became flustered. Then, what do you want? I tell you, don't go too far. At most, we can all share the responsibility. Oh Chung-ha raised his eyebrows and glanced at his former goddess. Share the responsibility? Miao. If I report to the higher-ups that it was you who insisted on taking everyone on an adventure, do you think they would believe it? Do you think someone would stand up and say it was not your responsibility alone? Song Miaomu couldn't imagine the consequences of doing this, and only felt her legs go weak. You? You are despicable. What do you have to do to let me go? Oh Chung-ha stared at Song Miaomu's curvy body with aggressive eyes. Take off your clothes. You should know what I want for so many years. Right? In the real world. It was early on August 19th. Outside the Huiyan airport in Huiyan City, Annan Province. Lu Duoduo, wearing a tight sun protection suit, got into Chen Fan big Mercedes-Benz with a shout. Ah! Old Chun, it's too hot here in your house. If I walk another 50 meters, I'd be dried up like a dried fish. Chen Fan stepped on the accelerator and started the car. Who told you not to learn teleportation skills? If you had teleportation skills like me, would you have to suffer so much? What are you carrying with all these bags? Did you forget that the backpack function is not locked? You put it in the backpack. Lu Duoduo poked his little head forward. Am I that stupid? I spent a day at my parents' place this time, and brought back a bunch of really cool stuff. My backpack is full. Do you think I'd want to carry so many bags? Chen Fan looked at Lu Duoduo curiously. What cool stuff? Local specialties? Lu Duoduo hugged his shoulders. Hee hee, a secret, I tell you when we get there. Where's Leviathan? How's little Leviathan? Didn't you take it to speed up its awakening? Chen Fan, hey secret. I tell you when we get there. Half an hour later, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class stopped in front of a super large building made entirely of metal. Behind the building was the endlessly flowing yellow river, and in front was a large playground surrounded by unknown transparent materials. There was a high-tech metal door on the east side of the playground, and Chen Fan just drove in through that door. Lu Duoduo opened the car door and jumped out in amazement. Oh my god, old Chun, this? You won't tell me? This is the completed Lord God University? What speed? I thought we would live in the family building in Huiyan City for a while. Chen Fan nodded calmly. It's completed. Are you surprised? Pangu had already prepared these large components. After I chose the location, a group of people came and installed them in a short while. The only thing missing was the name of the plaque. Lu Duoduo looked around. Stop bragging. I don't believe you weren't surprised at all. Chen Fan touched his nose. This president is well informed. I'm not easily surprised. When he said this, he completely forgot that he couldn't close his mouth yesterday when he saw the speed of the college's construction. The 1st to 8th floors are teaching and accommodation areas. The 9th to 10th floors are the board of directors, and they will be our new base in the future. Lu Duoduo walked slowly towards the huge teaching building that exuded a strong metallic smell. Old Chun, if we live in this place, no one will dare to attack us anymore. Right? This sense of security is simply amazing. Chen Fan smiled. Don't worry. I will kill any bastard like Yamaki Ichiro in the future. And I will never give him room to live. Lu Duoduo deliberately showed an admiring look. Old Chen, you look so handsome when you say this. Should I throw myself into your arms now? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Go away. I'm not interested in the airport. I have to go pick someone up. Go to the 9th floor and choose your own room. Lu Duoduo protested. I want to choose a room on the 10th floor. Why let me stay on the 9th floor? Chen Fan pressed the main driver's window. The 10th floor is the territory of me and your sister Mingwei. Why are you going to rebel? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a Mercedes-Benz G and a luxury bus drove into the campus one after the other. In Chen Fan car sat Chen Shui, Shi Yin, Sun Daolong. Chen Shujin accompanied President Fang Mingwei in the bus. In addition to the two of them, the bus also sat Fang Mingwei carefully selected chef team and a complete logistics team. These people did not receive invitations from the beta testers of the main God Space game, so there was no reason to refuse the high salary of Boss Fang. Chen Fan looked at the large number of people under his command with satisfaction and was very happy. It seems that he can finally live a pampered life again. Chapter 253 update completed. Everyone follow me. Chen Fan took the lead and brought all the original team members to the 9th floor. The 9th floor is divided into two areas. Under Fang Mingwei coordination, the logistics staff and the chef team all lived in the left half of the 9th floor. Because the other party were ordinary people, they were specially reminded not to go to other places in the university if they had nothing to do, to avoid accidents. Shi Yin, Qin Shujin, and others lived in the right half of the 9th floor. Each of them had a luxury suite, and the furniture and other things would be completed in the next 2 days. The middle of the 9th floor is a large open hall, naturally, which became the restaurant and meeting room of the Shinjo Union. What Chen Fan couldn't understand was that Fang Mingwei actually arranged Chen Shui on the 10th floor, next to her room. Chen Fan had no objection to this. My woman was open-minded and sensible. What else could I say? Although Chen Shui was just an iron lump in the refrigerator, what if she melted one day? The more difficult the task, the more sense of accomplishment you will have when you overcome it, isn't it? After everyone had chosen their rooms, Chen Fan called everyone to the conference room in the center of the 9th floor. Things are unpredictable. We have been through a lot, and finally found a home that can be called a safe place. Although, this place is given to us by our motherland to cultivate talents. As long as we don't do things that are in conflict with the nation, this place will always be our safe haven. I don't want to say too many big words. I will just announce everyone's positions directly. First, I will divide our Anon Main God University into 5 departments. Everyone sat on the sofa and listened attentively. This was all about their personal future development. First is the sword and weapon department. The students in the department are mainly melee professions. The temporary director is Qin Shujin. Qin Shujin stared with big eyes and pointed at himself with a thick finger. Me? I only know how to farm. Fancy. I won't be a director. Chen Fan waved his hand. Don't worry. The director is just a facade. If you have the ability, you can do more. If you don't have the ability, you can work hard to improve your strength. Other things will be done for you. The temporary deputy director is Zhou Chonglin. With that smart guy here, you don't have to do anything. Qin Shujin sat back down, and the smile on his face could not be hidden. Chen Fan was not a random position. Qin Shujin Titan bloodline was stronger than the real Titans. Even if he was incompetent in management, as long as he grew up, no one would look down on him. Let alone look down on Shinjo Jushin High School because of him. The second one is the arcane department. The students are mainly mages, wizards, illusionists, array masters and other professional students. And the director is Shi Yin. Old Shi, this department is as valuable as a mayor. Don't let me hear the bloody plots between some ministers and female students. Shi Yin waved his hand. Don't worry. Old Chen, I'm reliable. Chen Fan nodded. The third department is the spearman department. There's nothing much to say. The main members are archers, gunners, and other physical long-range professions. I will temporarily take over the position of minister. Sun Dalong is the deputy minister. The fourth department is the auxiliary department. The main students are priests, water mages, amplifiers, and other auxiliary professions. The director is temporarily replaced by Vice President Fang Minghua. As for the fifth department, it is the forging department. Because I don't know whether the director is willing to come. I haven't decided whether to have this department yet. The specific benefits have been sent to your personal Waiwei. If you have any opinions, you can raise them now. If not, just do it. Lu Duoduo jumped up. What about me? Which department am I the head of? Why am I not here? Chen Fan walked to Lu Duoduo and patted her delicate shoulder. At your age, and the special nature of your job, I really don't know what to ask you to do. What do you think of the student union president? When you have been the student union president for 3 years, I will definitely promote you. At that time, I will even open a separate department for you. Lu Duoduo curled her lips and rolled her eyes. Is this a negotiation? Hypocritical old Chun, huh? After the business was over, the invited chef came in handy. At Chen Fan's strong request, the first meeting of the board of directors of Xinzhou Zhuxin University was held behind the teaching building, which is the bank of the Yellow River. Only in this place can Leviathan's freedom and unbridledness be tolerated. Seeing Leviathan become like this, several girls still look sad. There will never be such a cute little dragon again. The men were fine, just happy for Leviathan's recovery. Around 7 in the evening, Chen Fan left the party and returned to his home in Xiuguan village. The game update was completed in an hour. Chen Fan had to tell Chen Lang as much as possible about the things that needed attention, so that he would not be trapped in that world because of the loss of a certain item. System update completed, all functions optimized, new players added, 229874. As the system prompt appeared, Chen Lang in front of Chen Fan fell on the bed with a snap. At the same time, all over the world, all those who clicked on the link of the Lord God Space game were like this. Chen Fan glanced at Chen Lang and clicked on the attribute panel to enter the game. Is this landing? Chen Fan sat up from the bed and took out bread from his backpack to eat, while mumbling to himself. He did not feel the waves under his feet, so he was sure that the Poseidon had landed. At least the octopus's legs were standing on the seabed at this moment. Walking out of the cabin, as expected, a small but beautiful island came into view. Yes, it was the island where Dumbledore's pirates were. The destination had been reached, without deviation. Chen Fan urged the ocean spirit to fly into the air, circling the entire island, and then went to the back of the island in the wind and rain to look for a while. The ingenious cave was still there, without any signs of being occupied by other pirates. The original plan was to build a processing plant for high-tech weapons and ammunition in this hidden cave, but because Imo Madua was a little overwhelmed, the matter of the weapons processing plant could only be postponed for a few days. Flying back to the shallows where the fleet landed, Chen Fan went straight to ship number 4. Others were easy to deal with, but Chen Fan was a little worried about the former prisoners on this ship. No matter how high-sounding his words were, this was also a disguised form of illegal detention. Chen Fan found the Cyclops Amon on the deck, staring at the sea in a trance, and a smile appeared on his face. Miss Amon, you have worked so hard in the past half-month. Did anything unexpected happen? Amon turned around when she heard the voice, and saw the person coming, and smiled as well. There were a few sea creatures who were eager to go home, so I threw them back into the sea. They were all brainless, and there was no need to worry about leaking anything. Apart from this, there was nothing else. Chapter 254. Infrastructure troops are seconded. Chen Fan waved his hand. What's the big deal? You are the captain, you can decide for yourself. How many former prisoners of the evil prison are still on the ship? This place is very close to the Elung Islands. If there are any who want to leave, send a ship to take them there. Eamon tilted his head in confusion, and his only big eyes narrowed slightly. Leave? You didn't mean before. Although Chen Fan didn't say that he wanted to subdue these prisoners before he fell asleep half a month ago, but his intention was already very clear. Chen Fan waved his hand. We were really short of manpower before. It's different now. We have as many manpower as we need, so there's no need to force people who don't want to stay in the fleet to stay here. Eamon nodded. Oh, is that so? Then I call them all out and ask them. I guess there won't be many people left in the fleet. Chin Fan indicated that it was okay, and then a captain came to Fang Mingwei and others on the beach. Why don't you go in? What are you doing here? Lu Duoduo pointed at the little fat man Oh Chungha, who was standing in front of everyone and lowered his head. This little fat man is asking for help, saying that someone in their team seems to be seriously injured. Chin Fan didn't want to be blamed by Tuo Luo, and quickly looked at Oh Chungha. What's the situation? Seriously injured? Who seriously injured him? Oh Chungha didn't dare to look up. Report to the captain, seriously injured by a monster in the river. I led everyone to find the best construction location. 2 team members were injured by the water monster in the river without checking. I was greedy and reckless. Chin Fan, is that so? Take me to see how the person is doing. The little fat man quickly led everyone to the wooden house on the shore. Entering the wooden house, all the members of the Sea God team were depressed, and kept their heads down and kept silent. Chin Fan planted his right hand with spirit, and felt the life situation of the 2 unconscious boys in the house. Why are you like this? The injury is not serious. Besides, you should be more motivated when you encounter some danger. How come you are defeated so easily? Chin Fan took out a pink soul crystal, and used it to heal the 2 seriously injured Poseidon team members. The little fat man immediately raised his head, and his fighting spirit was high. We are not defeated. We will not be defeated. Captain, we must be the sharp knife of the sinking ship fleet. A sharp knife that will not weaken. Everyone. Don't you think so? The young men looked at each other, and followed Oh Chungha and shouted yes. Chin Fan nodded. Well, that's right. Their injuries are fine. They will recover if they eat more delicious food. Well, you 2 are Song Yamyu and Hua Wuming. Right? Why are you the only 2 who don't follow Captain O to shout slogans? Oh Chungha hurried to Chin Fan's side. They were scared. Don't worry, Captain. I will definitely adjust everyone's condition. Chin Fan nodded and patted the little fat man on the shoulder. Come on, little fat man. I believe in you. In the Poseidon team, Chin Fan is indeed the most optimistic about the little fat boy Oh Chungha. Compared with other teenagers, this little fat boy dares to speak and act, is brave and resourceful, and most importantly, never raises his head when he should, which makes him very suitable for survival in this cannibalistic world. After dealing with the affairs of the Poseidon team, everyone walked out of the wooden house. Look at the top of my head. Lu Duo pointed at his head and shouted. Don't fight against the bald Chongxiong heir? Duo. Why are there words on your head? Sun Dao's eyes widened, very puzzled. Fang Mingwei was stunned for a moment, then seemed to remember something. This can't be that nickname function? Lu Duo nodded cutely. Yeah, you can also set your guild, occupation and level on it. It feels like you have really entered a virtual world. As she spoke, the Chinese characters above her head changed to the Sunken Boat Guild, the Sailing Pirates, the Xiong heir who doesn't fight the Bald Chong, level 48, the Heroic Pirate. Chin Fan opened his friend list. As expected, the friend named Lu Duo disappeared, replaced by Xiong heir who doesn't fight the Bald Chong. What kind of nickname is this? What kind of nickname is this? Can you change it at will? Lu Duo nodded. You can change it, but you can only change it 3 times. Chin Fan rolled his eyes. Change it back. What nickname? A nickname is used to hide your identity when you are weak. It is no longer useful to us. Instead, it is a loss of face. Lu Duo pouted. Okay, I am not a high-ranking official, but I have a lot of things to do. Chin Fan ignored Lu Duo and spoke to everyone. We will form groups and go in different directions to clear the monsters on this island. Those below level 10 can be kept and used to help new students level up. Mingwei, why don't you go back and negotiate with Pengu to borrow the infrastructure team that built the teaching building for us? If we can build a building like that on this island, it will be better than spending several months on it. Fang Mingwei thought about it and nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. I go ask about the price and the start date of the school. Chin Fan came to Fang Mingwei and naturally took her soft hand. By the way, please ask if we can second Zhao Mengdi, the team leader, to help us for a while. Fang Mingwei's face was slightly red, and her eyes were somewhat dissatisfied. Zhao Mengdi? Is she a beauty? Chin Fan waved his hand. You think too much. She is a doctor and a famous biologist. I have a batch of baby animal eggs that need his help to hatch. In the sea area of the Black Gold Empire, on a small rocky island in a dangerous sea area, a little girl in a white hospital gown suddenly appeared on a flat rock. Welcome player number 10001 to log into the Lord God space successfully. Please set a nickname. The little girl Hiaya was a little confused. Player? Lord God space? Am I dead? The little girl looked around and found herself on an isolated island in the vast ocean. Raising her hand, a blue water ball the size of a palm was still in her hand. In the other hand, there was a somewhat worn-out zombie doll. A happy smile appeared on the little girl's face. "Ah, little monster. You are here with me too? That's great, my good friend. Please set a nickname." After 3 minutes, Hiaya will be the default nickname. Hiaya raised her hand and somewhat clumsily typed the 3 words little monster. Nickname set successfully. Prerequisites have been met. Newbie Task 1 is released. Find food. Difficulty, intermediate. Task requirements. There is a wealth of food given by the sea under the rocks by the sea. Find it, cook it, eat it. Completion reward. Zombie doll level +1, 1 draw of the Hades compass. All basic functions in the game are open. Official player permissions. Failure penalty. Immediate deprivation of 1 emotion. Evaluation. You are not you, but you will become you again one day. Chapter 255 Purple Gold City and Night Demon Swamp. The little girl jumped off the huge rock and walked slowly towards the sea. Little monster, someone asked me to find food to eat. Can you tell me which rock has food under it? The little octopus in the water ball blinked. Compared to the size of a fingernail at the beginning, for some reason, the mechanical octopus is now the size of a ping-pong ball. Counting the 8 tentacles, the water ball can no longer hold it. With a puff, the girl lost her grip and the water ball fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. As soon as the little octopus inside touched the ground, it struggled desperately, as if it had lost oxygen. The little girl hurriedly picked up the little octopus and put it in a small puddle. The metallic octopus swam happily in the water, then returned to the surface, looking at Hiaya, with one of its tentacles pointing at a small stone on the side. Hiaya smiled happily. "Are you telling me that there is food under this stone?" The octopus's tentacles made a circle gesture. The little girl looked at another stone next to her that was much larger. "But that stone is so small, I think there is food under the stone." The little octopus shook his head quickly, and at the same time made a very big circle with his tentacles. "You mean, there is something very big there that cannot be opened? Little monster, you are so awesome." The little girl struggled to turn over the small stone. Under the stone lay a large seashell as big as an adult's palm. A few minutes later, the little girl held the zombie doll. The doll had fire spitting out of its mouth, and the fire burned the plump seashell. Black Gold Empire, Purple Gold City, Depression Area, Heavily Polluted Area, next to a ditch flowing with pitch-black industrial sewage. A deformed man with 4 arms, blue skin, and a thin and long tail suddenly appeared. Yamlei shook his head, trying to shake off the uncomfortable dizziness in his head. Welcome player number 200354 to log into the main god space successfully. Please set a nickname. Yamlei entered the nickname he had thought of a long time ago. Yang family young general Why does my arm feel uncomfortable? Yamlei looked down at his body. Fuck. What am I? After a minute of shock, Yamlei stretched out his 4 hands and saw the player's exclusive mechanical wristband on his left upper arm. Open your own attribute panel. Young general of the Yang family, mild deformed level 1. Evaluation. The lifespan of deformed people is generally not high. You can live beyond the age of 25. You are already 24 years old. Yamlei. Why? I just played a game. And I lost my life? Brother Feiner. Help. Prerequisites have been met. Newbie Task 1 is released. Go to the garbage truck terminal. Difficulty, intermediate. Task requirements. In this polluted land, the food on the garbage truck is your only source of food. Completion reward. Low concentration Yiksha bloodline potion *1. Nether compass rotation times *1. Failure penalty. Immediate deprivation of 1 emotion. Evaluation. It really depends on your luck where you are placed. At least this place is safer than the abyss, isn't it? Alas. After closing the mission message, Yamlei turned around and looked for something. Where is my companion treasure? Why can't I find my companion treasure? After searching for a long time without any results, Yamlei put his extra 2 hands in front of his eyes. No way. This is my companion treasure. Right? Most likely. Yang Lei gave up the search and began to follow the markings on the map, carefully heading to the mission location in the wasteland. Abyss, east of the 9th main city. Night Demon Swamp. A large group of purple tumbleweeds rolled out from the bushes. A few minutes later, a big boy in sportswear crawled out of the tumbleweeds. After Qinlang crawled out, he used an identification spell. Underworld Wind Grass, pink. Features: strong flexibility, immune perception, strong regeneration ability, and strong neutralization. Evaluation: a high-level plant that is almost extinct in the abyss. So, this is my companion treasure? It doesn't look strong at all. Prerequisites have been met. Newbie Mission 1 released. Persevere to the end. Difficulty: advanced. Mission requirements: survive 1 night in the Night Demon Swamp. Completion rewards: Nether Wind Grass promotion, Nether Compass lottery once. All basic functions in the game are open. Formal player permissions. Failure penalty: immediately deprive of 1 emotion. Evaluation: I advise you not to run around. The most worthless thing in the abyss is human life. Qinlang thought for a while, turned around and went back into the purple tumbleweed. There is no other way, just stay alive first. The next day, in the real world, Annenming God High School. Chen Fan hugged Fang Minghua and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 10th floor, looking calmly at the wide playground where new players were gradually increasing. The amount of calculations of Jingwei is really terrible. It has completed independently in just a few years what the top management has failed to accomplish in decades. Fang Minghua gently supported Chen Fan's big hand. What are you talking about? Chen Fan's eyes did not change. Big data monitoring. It's only been 1 night, and all the new players have received the notification to report to the school. Isn't this terrible? It is no exaggeration to say that we may not know what is in our mobile phones. But Jingwei must know. Fang Minghua pointed to the door outside the window. Look! Is that your brother? What's the big deal? We are not doing anything wrong. If we know, we will know. Chen Fan also noticed Qinlang, who was walking in from the door. It's him. This kid stayed up all night to complete the task last night. It's a bit strange. His novice task reward is the Hades Compass, not the main compass of our time. I have some doubts that the rewards for this group of players are all Hades Compass. Fang Minghua frowned. Minglupan? The one where all the items you get have different prices. Why? Chen Fan said thoughtfully. I suspect that either there are not enough items in Minglupan, or the difficulty of the 3.0 beta version has increased. Alas. Fang Minghua sighed. Even so, we don't have the ability to change anything. Can these players find their classrooms and dormitories? Will there be conflicts? We just stand here and do nothing? Chen Fan shrugged. With Jingwei guidance and arrangements, they should have no problem finding their dormitories, but I can't guarantee whether there will be conflicts. Chapter 256. Are you Luduo? But I transferred more than a dozen mechanical guards from Amaduo, each equipped with a high-power electric shock gun, although a bit rough, but at this time, we can only win people over with virtue. By the way, Minghua, how is the negotiation I asked you to have with Panga going? Did you borrow the people and infrastructure troops? Fang Minghua nodded obediently. Well, the infrastructure troops replied that it would take a few days to send them over, because the 12 main god colleges have not been fully built yet. As for Minister Xiaomingdi, she said she will come tomorrow. Chen Fan was surprised. So easy to invite? It must cost a lot of money. Right? Fang Minghua shook her head. It's just that the asking price is a bit high. But I don't have much bargaining power. It's already within the acceptable range. Good guy. Chen Fan felt that he really didn't deserve to do business. The admission time is within 48 hours. It's useless for us to watch here so early. Are you tired of negotiating for so long? Come on, I take you to my room to rest. Fang Minghua pretty face flushed. What are you doing, so early in the morning? I'm not tired. Chen Fan, don't be like this, can't we do it at night? Annenming God High School, the west side of the teaching building, the 3rd floor of the girls' dormitory, dorm 301. Sister Dongdong, are you really an old player before the update? What level are you? In the dormitory, a girl in her 20s looked at a tall girl of the same age with envy. Su Dongdong nodded, looking a little proud. Yes, I got a spot in the internal test a year ago. And now I'm level 27. If the government hadn't forced me to come here, I wouldn't have come here. The girl couldn't understand. Why? Here you have protection, food and accommodation. And all the gains in the game belong to you. Why don't you want to come here? Su Dongdong looked at a fool. You are short-sighted. You only see the side that others want you to see. You have gained a lot. But what about the loss? This place is called a college. But what's the difference between it and a prison? The long-haired girl widened her eyes. Ah? Is that so? It's written in the rules that you can go home for 5 days a month. Another short-haired girl, who hadn't spoken, raised her head. If you don't even get 5 days off. It's really a prison. But there's no need for us to dwell on this. There are more than 200,000 players in this world all of a sudden. The higher-ups must be afraid of something going wrong. When things stabilize after a while, and new industries suitable for players emerge, we have other options. Su Dongdong made her bed and lay down on it. I hope so. Let's hear what the principal says at the opening ceremony tomorrow. It is said that the principal of our Annan province's main divine college is a handsome young man. The short-haired girl Huang Qi's eyes lit up. Really? I thought he would be an old antique in his 60s. Why hasn't the fourth person in our dormitory come yet? But whether she comes or not, you have to be our dormitory head, Sister Dongdong. Without waiting for Su Dongdong to speak, the long-haired girl took over. Not necessarily. I saw that the bed of the roommate who didn't come was stuck. The one called Lu Duo seems to be an old player. Su Dongdong sneered and closed his eyes. Old player? Do you think that being an old player means you are doing well? You know, it is a problem for a large number of players to survive. Even if they are stable in the world of God grace, and don't have to worry every day. They may not be combat professions like themselves. Tailors, blacksmiths, farmers, etc. are everywhere. A few minutes later, the dormitory door creaked open, and a beautiful girl wearing a short-sleeved minion shirt, hot pants, and knee-high white socks walked in. Really? You have a room, but you don't let me stay there. But you have to drive me to this place. You fool Chen Fan. The beautiful girl muttered as she walked into the room. Su Dongdong opened his eyes, stood up from his bed, and at the same time, several rows of Chinese characters that only players can see floated above his head. 3 Sheep Guild Winter Elf Level 27 Archer Su Dongdong walked up to Lu Duo with his head held high. You are Lu Duo? Lu Duo looked at the plump young woman who walked in front of her in confusion. Shinzhou Guild. Yanfan Pirates. Lu Duo. Level 48, Heroic Pirate. I am Lu Duo, what's up? Following Chen Fan. Lu Duo has seen many big scenes. When he gets serious, his momentum is still very strong. At least these rookies in front of him can't bear it. Su Dongdong stepped back in shock. I just want to tell you, we want you to be the dormitory head of 301. Lu Duo rolled his eyes and waved his hand. Oh, dormitory head? I'm not interested. From now on, call me Chairman Lu. Tying Island, at the entrance of the underground palace. The Black Rose Pirates led by Selvina, and the Blonde Beauty Fleet led by Micah Penniman were all ready to go. Behind Selvina were only Shi Yin and Shapepe. Because the other mermaids were not very good at long-term land combat, Selvina did not bring them out. There were more people behind Micah Penniman, captains of more than a dozen large warships, high-level combatants, nearly 20 people in total. Half of them were above level 50, that is, first-level awakeners, who had completed the first-level awakening mission. Mr. Micah, are all your people here? Are we sure that our operation can be carried out this time? Micah Penniman smiled apologetically. Captain Selvina, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, but you can also see from your boyfriend that the reason we couldn't come earlier is all due to the same force majeure. This point cannot be refuted. Because Shi Yin did wake up yesterday. Selvina did not complain anymore. Then, Captain Mika, we can start digging for treasure. Mika Pennyman kept a friendly smile on his face. I have a lot more work in my hometown. So I also want to dig out all the treasures on this island as soon as possible. But as for how to distribute the harvest, shouldn't we make it clear in advance? Selvina looked at Mika Pennyman and his men behind him, and was silent for a few seconds. Distribution of the harvest? Didn't we agree before, 60% and 40%? I am the discoverer of the treasure, and you are just collaborators. Behind Micah Penniman, a middle-aged man took 2 steps forward. There are so many of us, and we have contributed so much, so we can only get 40%? Boss of the Black Rose, you are too greedy. Aren't you? Chapter 257 What kind of subordinates are these? Selvina looked at Micah Penniman and his men in silence for a few seconds. So Captain Micah means? Micah Penniman showed a disgusting greedy smile. 7 to 3, we have 7, you have 3 after all. You have very few people to support, and I have many more people to support than you. Hee hee. Sure Yin sneered and stood up from behind Selvina. 7-3 is not bad, but it has to be 7 for us, you have 3. Hey, don't make such an expression that you want to eat people. Everyone, you and I are not fools. Don't you think it's ridiculous that there are so many people in this world? Our captain can kill a group of you by himself. Do you believe it? Ha, one person killed a group of us? Isn't it just a level 59 boss monster? We have hunted deep-sea monsters above level 60, and second transformation. Selvina sneered. Although I don't understand what you are saying, I feel offended. Bang! Boom! Selvina rose from the ground, and then fell like a meteorite behind Micah Penniman, in the middle of the crowd. Minus 54.22, minus 43.33, minus 54.33. A string of blood-red numbers appeared above the heads of the players, and everyone's health bar was visibly reduced by more than half. Fuck. What the hell? What kind of damage is this? Are you sure it's not a big move? Ouch, my leg. Hellfire bomb. Damn, all the skills are broken? The place where Serbia bombarded was in a mess, which directly destroyed the spirit of Mika Pennyman's side. Mika Pennyman held a small metal shield in his hand, and his eyes were shocked. Such speed and power. Level is really just a number, and it can't be used to measure true genius. Orange potential, it's really terrible. Selvina, orange level 65. Evaluation, her power has touched the god of power Yin. A new mythical era is coming. Micah Penniman closed the attribute panel obscurely. The strength of this female mermaid has broken through so much. Is it also because of the update? Captain Selvina, I have no objection to your man's proposal. Your strength is respectable, and you deserve that 70%. Amidst the wailing, Selvina strode away from the messy location. Let your subordinates rest, and after resting, act immediately. On the deck of the Poseidon, Chen Fan and Master He Lin sat opposite each other. There were 2 empty wine glasses on the small wooden table between them. Master He Lin, how is this wine? Master He Lin smacked his lips. It smells like expired alchemical potion, not strong in alcohol, like drinking the sewage from the refinery. Chen Fan clapped his hands. Sure enough. You taste the same. Right? I used to think it tasted good, but now it tastes so bad no matter how I drink it. I thought it was my problem. Master He Lin was puzzled. Chairman Chen, is this wine very famous? Chen Fan took out a large jar of rice wine from his backpack. Yes, in our small world, this Maltai and Kilianji are good wines that only the upper class can afford. Ordinary people would break their bones if they drink a bottle, but in fact, it's all vanity. To put it bluntly, that crap is all mixed with industrial alcohol, and it's not as comfortable as this rice wine. Master He Lin saw Chen Fan took out another jar of good rice wine, and his mouth was watering, and he filled a glass for himself. Smells good? Smells really good. Xiao Chen, take off all your equipment, and ask Aqiang to write the function of tidal wave imaging. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to see you changing all the time. Chen Fan had this idea a long time ago, but there was no one around who was proficient in equipment repair. Now that there is one, he must make good use of it. Then I trouble your beloved disciple. I send all the equipment to him in a while. It just so happens that I'm relatively free recently. Master Helen raised his head and drank a glass of rice wine, his expression full of enjoyment. This brat spends every day in the farmland of the Titan. He should be given some work to do. He doesn't learn forging, but likes farming. It's just nonsense. Anand High School. 9th floor. School board meeting room. In a luxurious room full of futuristic feeling. Chen Fan and other school executives gathered here. Chen Fan sat at the end of the square table in a decent black suit, and he could see the door when he looked up. On the left is Fang Mingwei, the vice president of Anand University. On the right is Zhao Mingdi in a white coat. Because of the initiative to transfer, Zheng Yuanzhou directly placed her in the position of vice president of Anand University. According to regulations, each God University must have a vice president specially appointed by Pengdu headquarters. Zhao Mingdi's subordinates are Shi Yin and Sun Daolong. Fang Mingwei's subordinates are Chen Shujin, Chen Shui, and Lu Duoduo. The player students had arrived a day ago, and there were still 3 hours before the opening ceremony. The reason for the meeting was some short videos Chen Fan saw online. Ahem. Chen Fan coughed twice, as if he was doing homework. Are all the people here? No one responded. 10 seconds later, Lu Duoduo stood up in a student uniform. Old Chun, you are so pretentious. Can you tell at a glance whether everyone is here or not? This girl still resented the fact that she was a student. President Chen, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't delay my research. Okay? The meeting is not included in the fee. If it takes too long, I will charge you. Vice Principal Zhao Mingdi crossed his shoulders and said bluntly. Chen Fan felt a little embarrassed. What kind of subordinate is this? Okay. Can't I just make it short? First of all, at the request of the headquarters, the province sent a group of educators here. That is, a formal team of teachers, responsible for the compulsory education of underage students in our school. Because it is a sudden increase in work, we have to find a person in charge to maintain the work. Others have their own areas. Why don't you take charge of this matter? Minister Zhao? Zhao Mingdi crossed her shoulders and glanced at Chen Fan. Are there any gold coins? Chen Fan grinned. Why is this guy so rude? How many gold coins did Mingwei cut from her? There is a salary, issued by the state, 8,000 a month. Zhao Mingdi rolled her eyes. No. Chen Fan's eyes widened, looking angry. Zhao Mingdi knocked on the table. If you really have to, I can do it, but helping someone hatch a monster, I have to wait. Chen Fan immediately turned to look at Fang Mingwei. I thought about it. I feel relieved if Principal Fang handles this matter, so let Vice Principal Fang Mingwei take charge for the time being. Chapter 258 Doomsday Ceremony. Fang Mingwei glanced at Chen Fan unhappily. This guy can't be bullied by others, so he bullies me for my ability, enemy. Got it, President Chen. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. She will always be his woman. Okay, I tell you the second thing, about the first opening ceremony of our Anon Lord God University. Fang Mingwei sat up straight, revealing her beautiful curves. Hasn't the ceremony been planned? The provincial leaders and the school board took turns to speak. And finally, there was a flag-raising ceremony. Chen Fan pursed his lips and shook his head. I originally thought it was just such a simple thing. But after watching a short video last night, my mind changed. Look at the matrix screen. I will share what I see with you. In the center of the conference table, a high-tech virtual screen with a rectangular shape and screens on all four sides appeared. The virtual screen lit up, and the picture on the screen was a huge playground full of students. Is this another Godmaster High School? Lu Duoduo asked doubtfully. Chen Fan nodded as he looked at the yellow-haired students in the video. Yes, this is the opening ceremony of Godmaster High School in Washington, USA. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, the playground in the picture suddenly turned into a vast blue ocean, with strong winds, dark clouds, and continuous white waves. In the endless sea, a black giant python with a body length of nearly 100 meters suddenly rushed out of the sea, roaring to the sky. And the students in the picture screamed, ran away, and it became a mess. But no one paid any attention. Bang, 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 bang. Countless shells, so many that they covered the sky, appeared from all directions and enveloped the giant python with black scales with a breath of destruction. All around, a solemn and murderous steel warships appeared, like steel monsters, and surrounded and killed the giant python that was as big as a mountain with spells and arrows all over the sky. The epic battle scene lasted for nearly 20 minutes, until the black giant python fell on the sea, and the almost real projection on the playground ended. Then, under the gaze of many students who were scared to death, a blond man wearing golden armor appeared in the air, speaking passionately. Is this Micah Penniman, the captain of the mermaid? Lu Duoduo recognized the identity of the man in golden armor in the picture. Chen Fan switched the picture. It's him. He is a senior member of the temple, and the president of Washington God High School. The picture switched, and this time the picture was all of the black-skinned third brother. A third brother riding a three-headed dog of flaming flames emerged from the flames, and then spewed out a dark blue flame, burning a huge steel elephant into molten iron. This is the opening ceremony of the Indonesian Biling God High School. Chen Fan switched to several opening ceremonies of God High Schools. The styles were all extremely exaggerated, shocking, the kind that shocked the students to death. After playing all the materials, Chen Fan closed the virtual screen. See, they are playing so big. Do we still have to continue the ordinary ceremony before? Shi Yin half opened his mouth in ignorance. Isn't this too much? Is it necessary to make such a big deal? Sun Dalong looked around, smiled at Chen Fan, and then spoke. Think about it carefully. It is actually necessary. First of all, we are not teaching ordinary students. but players with various superpowers. It's okay now. They generally have no strength and are all rookies within level 10. But what about half a year later? Among these 10,000 students, there will definitely be some with good luck. What if they become strong, disobey discipline, and lawless? So if we show the powerful strength of the school board at the opening ceremony, it will actually be convenient for future management. At least it will let them know that they are not the luckiest ones. Lu Duoduo raised his hands. I agree with Uncle Daolong. The original plan is too boring. I like exciting things. Fong Mingwa smiled charmingly. Well, I also think the new plan is more interesting. Qin Shujian, me too. Annan God High School, playground, 10 minutes left before the opening ceremony. Because of her tall stature, Su Dongnong stands out among the girls. The short-haired girl and the long-haired girl in the same dormitory look a little petite next to her, like little followers. Where's the dormitory head? Where did Sister Duoduo go? Did you two see her? The long-haired girl shook her head. No. She was with us when the announcement was made to line up. How come she disappeared the moment we turned around? Did she leave something in the dormitory and go back to get it? Su Dongnong grinned. How dare you go back to get something at this time? If you're late, you be electrocuted by those perverted robots again. It's terrible. Outside the chaotic square formation of nearly 10,000 students, dozens of all-round mechanical guards stood there woodenly, with red light flashing in her eyes. She kept repeating the same words. The opening ceremony is about to begin. Please line up in a neat square. The opening ceremony is about to begin. Please line up in a neat square. The short-haired girl pointed at a boy at the edge of the square. I just saw the dormitory head talking to that boy. Su Dongnong frowned and thought for a while. Let's go! Let's go ask. The four of us came out together. We can't lose the dormitory head. If the dormitory head misunderstands that we don't care about her, our future life will be difficult. The long-haired girl nodded in agreement. Yes. Yes, let's go ask them. The dark-skinned Chen Lang was staring blankly at the transparent wall in the distance. His face was a little red. I don't know what he was thinking. Classmate, what's your name? A crisp voice pulled Chen Lang out of his fantasy. Looking up, it was a cute short-haired girl, with two students who were much older than her. My name is Chen Lang. What can I do for you? Su Dongnong walked up to Chen Lang. Student Chen Lang, do you know where Lu Duoduo went? She is a thin, pretty and cute girl, about your age. Chen Lang nodded. Oh, you are talking about Duoduo. She is my brother's subordinate, and she should be going to my brother and his friends now. Su Dongnong was puzzled. Your brother's subordinate? Oh my god, is there a boss among the students who is more terrifying than the dormitory head? But even if you are a big shot, you still have to stand in line and wait for the opening ceremony. Otherwise you will be punished. Chen Lang was about to explain, but he heard the broadcast from the direction of the teaching building. Students, please return to your seats and stand well. The first opening ceremony of Annan Lord God University is about to begin. Students, please. Zizi. Ka. Zizi. The male voice in the broadcast stopped abruptly. And then, noisy blind sound began to sound in the speakers. And finally, a faint scream came from the speakers. Chapter 259 in the Doomsday Ceremony. The originally noisy square formation of 10,000 students suddenly became much quieter. A trace of panic began to spread. Just now, something sounded from the loudspeaker. Did you hear screams? It shouldn't be screams, just the noise of a broken loudspeaker, right? Bang, bang, bang. Hiss. Da-da-da, pa-ta-ta. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Noisy and weird sounds came from all directions. Bang. The next moment, a huge black hole that covered the sky and the sun suddenly appeared above the teaching building and directly sucked the defenseless metal teaching building into the black hole. Afterwards, countless monsters with exaggerated and terrifying shapes crawled out of the black hole and roared towards the students lined up in a square. There were colorful, huge centipedes with sharp tails, black giant bees as big as human heads, with cold stings on their tails, black ants as big as mastiffs, and terrifying white earthworms with eyes all over them. All the monsters were drooling, running desperately towards their food. Mom, oh my god. 3. A level 39 purple monster. Run! Monsters from the second world are invading the Earth. Run! The board of directors has been sucked into the black hole. We are done. Someone come to save me. My dad is a high-ranking official. The scene was chaotic, and screams were heard one after another. Some students who were nimble ran to the main entrance of the college or tried to escape by climbing over the wall. Run! Run! We can be saved as long as we run out of this school. Really? Can we outrun those monsters? Bullshit! How can we outrun the poisonous bees? But we just need to outrun most people, the boy said as he climbed over the fence. Just as he was about to smile triumphantly, everything in front of him made him feel cold in his heart. He saw black holes all around the fence. The number of monsters was even more terrifying. Doomsday had surrounded the school. Some monsters were already feasting on human corpses. Don't come up. There are monsters outside. It's the end of the world. It's over. We're done. Among the crowd on the playground, some took advantage of the chaos to attack their classmates. Some snatched equipment, but they were all stopped by the mechanical guards from such immoral behavior. A student who was knocked to the ground by the electric shock shouted angrily, "Damn it! At this time, you guys are not attacking the enemy, but are still maintaining order. A bunch of idiots." Just when the first poisonous bee was about to bite a student who fell to the ground. Bang! A baseball bat the size of a street lamp smashed the poisonous bee to pieces. The female student, who was frightened to the point of incontinence, looked back and saw a giant over 6 meters tall swinging a baseball bat. Yes, it's the director of the weapon department of the school board, Director Chinshu Jin. So handsome. There were posters of the top leaders of the Shinjo Union at the entrance of the teaching building, so the students still knew the top leaders of their school. Chinshu Jin waved his hand, and the giant mechanical dog Chi Feng came running, carrying Chinshu Jin all the way, saving thousands of students from fire and water. On the other side, Shi Yin, dressed in a gorgeous wizard robe, walked out of the crowd, chanting a spell, and the fire element exploded. Meteorites rained down from the sky, and the ground turned into a magma hell. It's the head of the arcane department, Minister Shi. What level of fire wizard is this? The god of fire is just like this. Fang Mingwei appeared in a blue wizard robe, and dozens of water dragons smashed the monster camp into pieces. Ice cones rained down from the sky, and all the monsters touched by the water element were as slow as turtles. It's Vice Principal Fang Mingwei. So beautiful. Sun Dalong, wearing exquisite leather armor, jumped into the air, his strong bow hummed, and the arrows rained down like raindrops, piercing the monster with thousands of holes. Sun Dalong, Vice Minister of the Spear Department. So accurate. How did you practice this archery skill? I want to change my job to an archer too. Lu Duo changed into a starry dress. Ocean singer Daichi C. Captain Jack. Penguin sailor. I need your help. Clatter. A giant penguin with a blue scarf and a height of more than 5 meters rushed out of the waves and steadily held Lu Duo on his head. The penguin sailor spit out ice balls, and endless wind blades blew around Daichi C. Captain Jack waved his hand, and dozens of shells with amazing energy were fired. The number of monsters in the black hole was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Where is the dormitory head? She. Oh my god. The dormitory head's strength is too terrifying. I envy him so much. It's saved. It's saved. The students who were originally desperate seemed to see hope, and they gathered together to enjoy the protection from the strong. 10 minutes later, the last centipede was crushed by Chinshu Jin under the baseball bat. The huge black hole in the sky also began to shrink slowly and faded gradually. The students stood up and cheered excitedly, and the excitement of surviving the disaster stimulated their hormones. Great. No need to die. I knew it. The school leaders will protect us. Is it over? Is it finally over? I don't want to go to school here anymore. I want to go home. Woo 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 woo. Just when all the students were celebrating, a terrifying huge dragon head suddenly emerged from the fading black hole in space. Then, 2 dragon claws also stubbornly stretched out from the black hole. A terrifying breath emanated. The black hole was actually torn apart by it, turned into a huge space crack. A blue dragon as big as a teaching building walked out of the space crack towards the 10,000-strong team. A dragon roar shook the heavens and the earth. All the students on the playground were terrified. Their ears were buzzing, and many more people were pissing and pissing. Screams and cries resounded throughout the campus again. Help! Help! The pure-blooded blue dragon has escaped. There's no way to survive. There's no way to survive. Mom! I miss my mom, woo woo woo. I don't want to die, let me get out, I'm still a virgin. Get out of my way. Just when the situation was about to get out of control, Chen Shujian raised the huge baseball bat in his hand. Students, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Qi Feng. Charge. With the charge led by Chen Shujian, the Minister of Swords, Principal Fan of Water Mage, Minister Sure of Fire Mage, heroic pirate Lu Duoduo, and other strong men launched a shocking attack on the huge blue dragon. Bang! Bang! Dang! 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 Countless energy-horrifying attacks hit the blue dragon's body, and smoke rose. Just as everyone was holding their breath and waiting for the result, an even louder dragon roar came from the smoke. Roar! Crack! 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 The blue lightning spread from the smoke. Chen Shujian and others who were close to it could not dodge in time, and were scorched black by the terrifying lightning, and flew backwards more than 10 meters away, trying to struggle to stand up, but failed after several attempts. It's over. This dragon is too strong. We are all going to die. The school board has been wiped out. Help, does anyone have healing skills? Go and help the school leaders. If anything happens to them, we won't be able to survive. Chapter 260 Doomsday Ceremony. Among the tens of thousands of students, there are still a few healing professions. Some sober and brave ones have already tried to get close to Chen Shujian and others. Minister. Hold on. We are here to help you. Hold on. Minister, my water healing technique has a strong recovery effect. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, the ground shook violently. Several healing students were shaken by the sudden earthquake before they came to the vicinity of the school board, as if their internal organs were shaken out of place. The smoke dissipated, and the huge and terrifying blue dragon stomped its feet and walked towards the crowd step by step. The blue dragon was surrounded by electric light that distorted the air, and its eyes were evil and vicious. Every step seemed to step on the hearts of everyone present. Despair spread among the students. There were those who gave up on themselves, those who cried sadly, and those who died peacefully. Reptile! How dare you hurt my students? In the sky, an extremely angry shout attracted everyone's attention. Looking up, I saw a man in a black cloak with blue stripes rushing towards the blue dragon at a terrifying speed. The difference in size between the two was huge. The man was as small as a mosquito flying towards the sun, but the terrifying and powerful aura around him seemed to be no less than that of the blue dragon. Who? Bang! A thunder ball with lightning spreading all around was ejected from the blue dragon's mouth, and it rushed towards the man with a destructive momentum. The wrath of the sea god! The figure in the air shouted. Then two blue, huge arms condensed from seawater appeared out of thin air, two fists not much smaller than the blue dragon's. One after the other, fiercely smashed the huge blue dragon. Snap! The lightning dragon breath was disintegrated by the water fist. Bang! Bang! The blue dragon was hit hard by the two terrifying fists, and then his whole body trembled and shook uncontrollably. The figure in the air disappeared, and the next moment he appeared directly above the blue dragon's head, holding a pistol with a terrifying aura, pointing it at the blue dragon's head as big as a house. The end of the world. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, a line of bright red numbers appeared above the blue dragon's head. -180,000,000,000. Boom! The blue dragon, as big as a mountain, had white eyes, and fell to the ground with a bang, only a few dozen meters away from the students. The man who defeated the blue dragon stood on the shoulders of the fallen blue dragon, his black cloak with blue stripes fluttering, and the action of retracting the pistol was indescribably chic and charming. After a short silence, the ground erupted with deafening cheers. Ah! Great! We don't have to die. The blue dragon fell. Fell? Did you see that? The monster fell. Oh my God! God helps those who work hard. I actually recorded from the beginning to the end. I'm going to be famous. Look, does the hero who defeated the monster look like our principal, Principal Chen Fan? What do you mean by look like? Didn't you hear what he just shouted? We are his students, and that's our principal. It's really fucking strong. One shot for 1.8 billion. I can't take it anymore. I will never marry anyone but Principal Chen in this life. On the playground, the bodies of monsters and humans were scattered. The ground was full of blood. The students who survived the disaster were as noisy as 10,000 ducks. Chen Fan took out a shouting conch. Quiet! The deafening two words successfully made the students shut their mouths temporarily, and at the same time, all of them looked at Principal Chen Fan standing on the monster's shoulder. Chen Fan smiled and nodded, snapped his fingers, and pulled the teaching building out of the black space crack. returning it to its original position. This action attracted countless cheers and applause. When the cheers ended, Chen Fan snapped his fingers again, and the countless corpses and blood on the ground disappeared, and the ground returned to its original artificial turf. This time, there were fewer cheers and applause, and most of the students' eyes had begun to be confused. Chen Fan smiled and snapped his fingers for the third time. The space crack disappeared. Chen Shujin, Fang Mingwe, and other seriously injured and dying members of the school board appeared behind him intact. The scene was extremely silent. The faces of the new players were full of confusion and bewilderment, as if they didn't know the meaning of their existence. What's going on? Why did the corpses and bloodstains disappear? Aren't the strong men of the school board unable to move? Why does all this feel a bit? Chen Fan put the shouting conch to his lips, and his smile gradually widened. Are you new students at Anningdod High School? A doomsday-themed opening ceremony without special effects has ended. I am your future principal. My name is Chen Fan. Thank you all for your active participation and cooperation just now. You could hear a pin drop on the playground. After a short silence, the place where the new players gathered seemed to be suddenly thrown into a noisy place like 10,000 ducks. Damn! Opening ceremony? Fake. So what happened just now was fake. Is this principal surname Chen sick? What a bad taste. What a doomsday theme. My pants got wet twice. You only got wet twice. Brother. I got wet 5 times. What a lousy school. What a lousy principal. What the hell? Luckily I didn't turn off the camera. It's going to go viral. Will this Chen be condemned? But even if it's fake, it's still pretty explosive. Okay? And didn't you notice that the most powerful dragon didn't disappear? A silver metal podium with a row of chairs slowly rose from the ground. Chen Fan and others calmly stepped onto the podium under the angry gazes of the students, and sat down in their respective seats. Leviathan also finished his performance, struggling to prop up his bloated body, and then sat down on the side of the podium. The Doomsday theme opening ceremony was over, and it was time for the board of directors to give a speech. The idea of the Doomsday theme opening ceremony was proposed by Lu Duoduo, and the proposal was passed by Chen Fan with 1 vote against all the opposition. Except for Chen Shui. Chen Fan forced everyone to complete the performance together. The Zerg with some monster abilities at the beginning were all created by Chen Fan using memory projection. But most of the Zerg, including the ones outside the school, were created by the boys of the Phantom Clan using illusions, which were 100% realistic. The black hole sucking away the main teaching building was not an illusion, but it really temporarily sent the main teaching building to the Peach Blossom secret realm, and then sent it back. Lu Duoduo, who was standing in front of all the players, was full of excitement. It's so fun! It's so fun! The only flaw is that they didn't feel the pain of being bitten by monsters. Alas! Science still needs to improve. Fortunately, her fierce words were drowned out by the dissatisfied voices of the new players. Otherwise, I don't know how many people would be angry to death. Chapter 261 Learn to Bow Your Head. Soul Secret Realm, Spiritual Realm, Alice Castle, in the Castle Hall. A delicate girl in a cute princess dress sat alone at one side of the dining table, looking at the green parrot eating fruit on the table with a dull look. After a long time, Alice came back to her senses. Hey! Little bird, what happened after being teleported to Audrey Lake? Why don't you continue to talk? The 8th master struggled to swallow a whole grape into the bird's stomach. Ah! That place has too many dangerous atmospheres. I took advantage of Chen Fan inattention and sneaked away. I flew to your place again. Alice pouted. Coward, there are so many interesting things to do with him. How can you always run away? It's so boring. There are less than 5 invitations left, and we can't even form a team. Really, so many invitations have been sent out, and the utilization rate is less than 50%. What's the big deal? Won't it just be a little punishment? Boring. 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 Little bird, come here again, let me touch you again. The 8th master looked at the table of high-quality fruits reluctantly, and then walked towards Alice, looking back every few steps. Alice carefully touched the feathers of the 8th master, with a look of yearning, and I don't know what she was thinking. Little bird, what race are you? Why can only you bring your real body to the spirit world? The world outside must be very real. Right? I really want to know who I was before I became a spirit. Will I really be a princess? Or is it just a little girl who was unlucky and failed to grow up successfully? Player 009. Please note that the update of the main God Space 3.0 has been completed. The statistics of new players have been completed, and the invitation to Alice Castle has been issued *3100. Pa! The green-haired parrot Master Ba was slapped by Alice and flew several meters away. He rolled on the table for more than 10 times before stopping. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Alice danced with a flushed face. My favorite show can start again. So happy. So happy. So happy. This time, we must hold a high-end event to satisfy our cravings. Special invitations are issued. 18 in number. Specified players: Lizwa, Lu Duo, Chen Fan Lan, Canoe. The rest are issued randomly. Come on, let's start. I have spent a long time making the most fun game in the real world and in Lord God High School. On the silver podium in front of the teaching building, Chen Fan sat with his legs crossed in the center of a sinking ship. Seeing the discontent from the audience getting louder and louder, Chen Fan shrugged and could only snap his fingers again. Snap. Roar. With Leviathan's earth-shaking roar, the playground returned to silence again. Although Leviathan is fat, he also has the power of a dragon. Chen Fan placed the shouting conch on the conch holder in front of him that was just the right size. I'm going to start speaking. I hope everyone can find their own position and stand in 5 minutes, and line up as neatly as possible. I don't like to use force, but our time is really precious. Students who don't cooperate will be called in for a private chat by the robot teacher. A few seconds later, some people under the podium began to find their positions according to the information provided by Jingwei. There were markings of different colors and marks on the grass, which were not difficult to find. The first batch of obedient people were mostly older young people who had worked for some years. These people were sensible people, and knew that a momentary anger and resistance would not bring any benefits. Under their leadership, most people started to move. 5 minutes later, except for a few dozen stubborn boys and girls, everyone stood in their positions. Chen Fan smiled and nodded. Thanks to the cooperation of most students, and the dedication of a few students who are willing to serve as teaching materials. Are those students really unwilling to go to their positions? Teaching materials? What do you mean? And the troublemakers gathered together, believing in the rule that the law does not punish the masses, which has never been included in the criminal law, enjoying the excitement of being the center of attention, and proudly holding their heads high, expressing their great spirit of never bowing to power. Very good. As Chen Fan waved his hand, a huge water ball exploded above the heads of these teenagers. Then, an omnipotent mechanical guard placed the electric shock gun on the wet grass. Crack! Crack! 2 minutes of electric current sound passed. The teenagers who had quietly finished the zombie dance fell to the ground with convulsions. Fong Mingwei took out the staff, and a large area of water healing restored the twitching teenager's ability to speak. Chen Fan stood up calmly. Now, who else wants to stay in that smelly puddle? As Chen Fan finished speaking, the mechanical guard's electric shock gun began to slowly approach the grass. Electric shock is called one of the most painful punishments, and it is not an empty talk. After seeing that Chen Fan did not abide by the rule of not punishing the masses, the troublemakers staggered to their feet and looked for their own positions like stray dogs. Chen Fan smiled. My name is Chen Fan. I used to be a hairdresser, but I was lucky. Along the way, I became one of the top strongmen in the world. Because of the spirit of family and country in my heart, I chose to become your principal. Actually, I don't know how to teach, but I don't think this is important, because the purpose of the Lord God University is not to teach, but to help you survive in that dangerous world. Very good. I see that the students who just showed dedication have returned to their positions. What they are doing now is the first lesson I want to teach, and it is also the most important lesson. The name of this lesson is called Bowing Your Head. I forced you to attend my wicked doomsday-themed opening ceremony without informing you. Are there any students who majored in law? If so, you have the right to sue me, because I violated everyone's personal freedom. When someone opposed and protested my order, I even used electric shock on them privately. I know very well that here, my behavior is unjust, and it is a trampling and insult to personality and dignity. It is illegal. You will be arrested and tried. The scene was silent. The new players in the audience did not understand why Chen Fan suddenly criticized what they were doing. After a pause, Chen Fan continued, but will I be arrested and tried? No. You don't even have the qualifications to sue. And this is in our society, with a sound rule of law and equality for all. What if the same thing happened in a world without personal freedom, and where the weak have no personality and dignity? I can tell you for sure that when something like that happens that goes against the strong, it is difficult for the weak to have a chance to survive. Chapter 262, Present and Future. Our world is too comfortable. So comfortable that you can't imagine how dangerous that world is. And how insignificant human life is. So, rookies, whether you want revenge, want to be a great revolutionary, or want to stand at the top of the main world, no matter how great your ambitions are, when you are only level 1, you must learn to bow your head, because only by surviving can you have a future. The eyes of everyone present changed, and they began to listen to Chen Fan's words seriously, because what he said was right, and everyone present wanted to survive. Now there must be people who think that what I said is alarmist, that the world is not as dangerous as I said, and that the novice mission is obviously very simple. In order to eliminate such ignorant thoughts, let me reveal a data to everyone. Before the 3.0 version of the Lord God space game, the total number of global players was 10,000. But according to Pangu's statistics, the number of people who have become players in the world exceeds 2 million. The quotas in our world can only appear in our world in a cycle. That is to say, if you want to get a player quota, you must wait for the quotas of 10,000 players to become vacant. And if you want to make the player quota vacant, there is only one way, which is death. The player survival rate according to Pangu's statistics is 0.5%. There was a slight uproar among the students in the audience. Only half of 100 people can survive? Is that so exaggerated? What kind of death rate is this? It's higher than my death rate as a water ghost? I want to quit. What the hell? Quit the game. Do you think you're playing a pay-to-win online game? Have you read the official popular science? A dead body cannot accept consciousness. So no matter which world our body is in, we will die. It's not that scary. Right? Previous players were pulled into the game without knowing it. We are prepared, we have official popular science and the country's help. There's no way the survival rate is 0.5%, right? The discussion in the audience was getting louder and louder. Almost every young face was filled with worry. The effect Chen Fan wanted was achieved. Duh. The sound of fingers tapping the microphone rang out, and the students in the audience fell silent in a few seconds. Compared to us Pathfinders, you are undoubtedly lucky. At least you know where you are going, you know to hide your body before going offline, and at least you know who to ask for help when your life is in danger. But even so, your group of players has lost more than 3,000 people. One of them should have been sitting among you. But he collapsed in the car that came here just for a moment after entering the game. This world has been different since the moment the system appeared. The worm disaster in Qingzhou City. The super strong wind in Ningxia City. The blood ancestor genocide in Rizhao. And so on. Even if you are not a player, but just an ordinary earthling, it does not mean that you are safe. Disaster will come sooner or later. Sooner or later. I won't say anything big about training you to be the strongest in the world. But I hope that before that day comes, each of us can have the ability to protect ourselves, instead of curling up together like you are now, with no control over life and death. Those who took photos and videos, hand in your phones. Delete what you shouldn't record and take it back. Don't even think about syncing it to the internet. I have the final say here. Chen Fan knew that his remarks would have a great impact, so he didn't plan to let it appear on the internet. But the Doomsday theme opening ceremony above was really good, and he could post the edited version. Fong Mingwei stood up gracefully and took the shouting conch from Chen Fan. It seemed that because of Chen Fan's catastrophic remarks, the atmosphere in the audience was a little depressing. Most people were silent and thinking. Principal Chen is a person who likes to plan ahead. What he said is right. There is a high probability that disasters will come in the future. But this is definitely not an excuse for us Chinese people to fall. In that world, we have the most protective backers, the most tolerant blood, and the most tenacious perseverance. If there is a race that wants to stand at the top of the main world, then I think, as long as we are given time, we will definitely have a chance to stand there. My name is Fong Mingwei, the Vice President of the Xinzhou Union, the Vice President of Anan Lord God University. Let us work together to overcome all difficulties, and fight for every minute of breathing time for our common hometown. Fong Mingwei pulled back the depressed mood suppressed by Chen Fan. Since there will definitely be a hero, why can't that person be me? Even if the mortality rate is high, can't I be the one who survives? Investment still has risks. Controlling extraordinary power, it is impossible not to pay any price. Right. Cut through the thorns. Defend the hometown. Cut through the thorns. Defend the hometown. Under someone's lead, the student shouted excitedly. After more than 10 minutes, the passionate voice gradually weakened. A filed book appeared in Fong Minghua hand. Very good, I see everyone's determination to defend their homeland. Next, I will talk about some serious matters. Please listen carefully. First of all, for various reasons, there are currently no instructors for various matters in the game in the Lord God High School. For the time being, there may be problems, and you don't know who to ask. But please don't worry, we will assign players from the same nascent land to the same class based on the information you submit, and find 2 capable students as the responsible persons. The person in charge is responsible for contacting the school board. So if you encounter an unsolvable life-threatening situation, you must find a way to protect yourself as soon as possible, and then report it immediately. This is one of the most important reasons for establishing the Lord God University. At the same time, in order to prevent some short-sighted people from having some shameful intentions, we established a student union with Lu Duo as the chairman. In layman's terms, it is the regulatory department of this school. God Grace Realm, Haiti Delta, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Shadow Department, in the office of the director. A young man in a military uniform sat opposite Zheng Yuanzhou with some restraint. Report to the director. Li, Captain Li sent me back to report the news. Lying on a chair, the sturdy Zheng Yuanzhou was reading a newspaper. Oh, go ahead. How is the root digging operation going? The really important news had already been privately sent to him by his eldest niece, Li Shaoqian. The report of this signalman was actually to give face to the high-level officials of the Revolutionary Army, just as a formality. The young man cleared his throat gently. It's like this. We have cleared a group of evil organizations that specialize in stealing corpses in the southern part of the Delta, and we have also received news of 2 other evil organizations that have done the same thing. Chapter 263 Patch Diary. Zheng Yuanzhou nodded to the young man. Well done. To the Titans and Dragons, we are all outsiders, all Hidden Clan. We cannot ignore their lives just because we are strangers to the current generation of Hidden Clan. Within the scope of our Revolutionary Army, any villain who does business with the human race itself must be rooted out. The young man saluted vigorously. Yes. Minister, for fairness and justice. Zheng Yuanzhou nodded. For fairness and justice. The young man walked out of the room with a determined look. Zheng Yuanzhou put down the newspaper. Oh, where does fairness and justice come from? That kind of spirit is just a luxury in the prosperous times. And it's been 8 years, Randall. Where are you hiding? August 29th, sunny weather. It is indeed a very lucky thing to choose to become a player. Finally, I can get rid of those complicated and useless cultural courses. I wish the world was only science. But why is my birth point in the abyss? Everyone told me not to move, wait for rescue. I have been a player for 5 days, and my roommate Lu Pei has completed 2 novice tasks. If he completes 1 more, he can choose a career. And I am still hiding in the tumbleweeds, and my experience points have not moved at all. Oh my god, if this goes on, how can I win the favor of my goddess? Chen Lang wrote today's diary in a hurry. After finishing writing, Chen Lang immediately read his diary carefully. Fortunately, I didn't write anything that I can't show to others. Chen Lang breathed a sigh of relief, raised his hand, and stuffed the diary into his arms. Yes, he couldn't control what he would write in the diary, because this was a treasure he turned out from the Hades Compass. Patch Diary, produced by the Hades Compass. Sole effect, complete the missing information. It thinks it is complete. Price, the Patch Diary will randomly record what you do and think every day, and will show it to the person you least want to see in an unexpected way. Evaluation, if you are a star whose privacy is valuable, then the Patch Diary will become particularly valuable. 5 minutes later, Lu Pei, who was in the lower bunk, handed Chen Lang's diary up. Xiao Lang, don't be anxious. Early growth cannot determine the future. The official website said that potential is the most important. Just keep going. The school will always find a way to get you out of the abyss. By the way, would you mind telling me who your goddess is? Chen Lang was stunned, and then took his diary with no hope in life. Brother Lu Pei, you peeked at my diary again. Lu Pei scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. It fell in front of my eyes, and it happened to be today's page. No one can resist this. Sorry. This broken diary. This damn price. God's Grace Realm, Alung Island Sea Area, Liangyi Island. Liangyi Island is the small island originally occupied by Dumbledore's pirates. One side is sunny, and the other side is stormy. So Chen Fan named this island Liangyi Island. Old Zhao, the top plate of my base must be made of the highest resolution tempered glass screen, so that I can change the scene according to the changes on the island ground. Beside the stream, a middle-aged man, with a cigar in his mouth, gave Chen Fan a big okay. No problem. Don't worry, Fan. I have configured your base according to the air raid shelter. Even if an intercontinental missile comes, there will be room for you. Chen Fan grinned. That's for sure. The old blacksmith He Lin went to the sea and caught several fresh treasure fish, each weighing more than 10 kilograms. I asked you to drink. 5 o'clock sharp. You can't be late. Lao Zhao was happy when he heard the word wine, and his eyebrows were raised. Don't worry. I will be there before 4:30. The person in charge of the engineering department is called Zhao Dehai. He is an ordinary person. The reason why he can work for Pangu is because he has an amazing daughter. Hidden profession, the successor of the bee's sacrifice, Zhao Mingdi, the head of Pangu's treatment department. Although he is an ordinary person, this old Zhao has a very unusual alcohol tolerance, especially for Master He Lin's appetite. Now the two of them feel uncomfortable if they don't drink for a day. With a flash of his figure, Chen Fan returned to the deck of Poseidon. Hailey was occupying his recliner, showing off her attractive curves and basking in the sun. Chen Fan touched her snow-white calves vigorously. You bask in the sun like this every day, aren't you afraid of being dried into a dried fish? Hailey took off her sunglasses and gave Chen Fan a contemptuous look. Boring, stay away from me. Seeing that there was no hope of taking back the recliner, Chen Fan touched his nose and came to Lu Duo, who was pestering Fang Mingwei. Duo, you haven't paid for the funds for summoning heroes yet? Just in the morning. Chen Fan took another shot for Lu Duo professional slot machine on a whim. A miracle happened again. This time, 3 Ocean Singer Daisy's heroic spirit cards appeared at the same time, including Lu Duo original 6 cards. She could directly upgrade Daisy to 3 stars by buying these 3 cards. Not only will her strength be greatly enhanced, but she can also complete her professional awakening mission and directly advance to the first level awakened heroic spirit captain. Yes. Brother Chen Fan, please take care of my good sister-in-law. It's just a few gold coins. Please ask her to give them to me. Fang Mingwei, who was flipping through the newspaper, slapped Lu Duo head unhappily. Miser, I promised to share one for you. You are still greedy? Do you really think I don't know how big your little treasury is? Treasure? Chen Fan widened his eyes and looked at Lu Duo with anger. Okay, Duo, you are not only a miser, but you are also complaining to me first. Right? I won't give it to you. Not a cent. Lu Duo quickly hugged Fang Mingwei's arm tightly. Don't. One I agreed to. Isn't that enough? Sister Mingwei? Fang Mingwei's bones were numb from Lu Duo's coquettish voice, and she couldn't resist. Yes. 1. Isn't that enough to give you 1 subsidy? Lu Duo let go of Fang Mingwei's white and tender arm, and jumped up happily. Chen Fan sat next to Fang Mingwei, and his big hand was dishonestly placed on Vice President Fang's slender thigh. Is there any explosive news recently? Fang Mingwei held down Chen Fan's dishonest hand. Yes, there is indeed a big thing. The Black Gold Empire has officially sided with the Saint Rhone Empire. The 2 countries have completed the first step of the alliance plan. It is said that the Holy Light Church of Saint Rhone is ready to establish a branch in the capital of the Black Gold Empire, Mo City. Chen Fan's eyes fixed, and he thought for a while. Why did the Black Gold Empire express its position so quickly? Logically speaking, shouldn't it be easiest to maximize its interests when it is in a position that is needed by both sides? Chapter 264 Special Invitation to Alice Castle. Fang Mingwei nodded in agreement. It should be like this. There is a rumor that it may be related to the conflict with the neutral Elf Kingdom. Lu Duo jumped over excitedly. Elf Kingdom? That is not impossible. After all, the Black Gold Empire has the largest number of elf slave hunting teams. If I were the Queen of the Elf, I would not tolerate my people being bullied all the time. Chen Fan looked at Lu Duo in surprise. I didn't realize that you know a lot about the feud between the Elf Kingdom and the Black Gold Empire. Lu Duo's pretty face turned red. Then you see, it's all Sister Mingwei teaching. Businessmen should do more homework on buyers. Chen Fan pulled back his mischievous hand. So, Will the change in the situation in the Black Gold Empire have any negative impact on our business? Fong Mingwei shook her head slightly. The Werewolf City Lord is not from the upper class of the Black Gold Empire. It doesn't matter who he cooperates with. For him, we are the only partners with the greatest benefits. Unless he can't continue to be the city lord, our business should not be affected. By the way, how is the construction of the weapons processing plant on the storm side going? We must turn the materials in our hands into weapons, and then into gold coins. The faster this cycle is done, the better. The storm side is the name given by the Shinjo Guild to the underground cave of Liangyi Dao, and the place where they are building the base is called the Manor Side. I just pulled Mamadou out of Taoyuan's secret realm yesterday. It will take at least 10 days to complete the construction. Let's wait a little longer. Chen Fan increasingly felt that one mechanic was not enough. In this world where technology is rising rapidly, it seems that everything cannot be done without mechanics. The defense tower array of Taoyuan's secret realm has not been fully completed. Ding! Player Chen Fan received a special invitation letter from Alice Castle *1. Just thinking about how to split Mamoto, suddenly received a system prompt. Alice invitation letter? Special? That crazy guy sent it to me specially? Chen Fan took out Alice's special invitation letter from his backpack. Special invitation letter from Alice Castle, orange. Unique effect. This is a special competition designed by Her Highness Alice herself for a long time. The top-ranked players have the opportunity to obtain high-strength equipment with spiritual attributes. This invitation will open a passage to the spirit world at a specific time. The passage is not accessible to anyone other than the giver. Time remaining to open the passage, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Comment, don't be a coward. You won't really die. Alice Chen Fan silently took out the badge from his backpack. Double happiness badge. Unique attribute, after wearing it, you will get double rewards in the game designed by Alice. Comment, a little gift from someone else, I hope you like it. So, if you participate in the competition created by the Yandra girl, you will have a bigger advantage, right? Lu Duoduo looked at Chen Fan holding a letter in surprise. Old Chun, you are not holding a special invitation letter to Alice Castle. Are you? Chen Fan looked up at Lu Duoduo in astonishment. You mean you were also given this thing? Lu Duoduo showed two fangs. Yeah. We both should have received invitations to the same game, and the referee of the game doesn't know that we know each other, so can we cheat? Chen Fan put away the invitation in his hand. Cheating? I haven't decided whether to go or not. I feel that going won't improve me much. Lu Duoduo anxiously grabbed Chen Fan's sleeve. Go. Why not? We don't have anything to do. At least we can get some materials to promote the spirit servants. Chen Fan was helpless. That's why I think it's unnecessary. I feel that I have developed my two spirit servants to the limit. They have almost no combat ability. Why should I improve them? Lu Duoduo was afraid that he would lose this cheating opportunity. Oh, isn't there still a chance to get spiritual world attribute equipment? I heard that spiritual world attribute equipment is very powerful. The ring on Selvina hand is full of spiritual world aura, and it can even defend against Poseidon's ultimate move. Chen Fan hesitated for a few seconds. Okay, I play with you, but the game that the Yandra is researching is very tricky. It's okay if you fail, but the main reason is that the spiritual world is too exclusive, and the soul is like going to hell. Although Chen Fan didn't feel that kind of pain. He had seen others suffer. Fong Mingwei covered her chest with the newspaper. What are you two talking about? Playing games? Where are you going to play games? Lu Duoduo explained to Fong Mingwei, like pouring beans. Fong Mingwei pouted her red lips after hearing this. So, you two are going to participate in the Alice Castle game together this time? Really? I also want you to take me to the Ulung Islands to purchase some materials. Chen Fan scratched his head guiltily. Next time, I will definitely take you there next time. This time, let Shujin Hailey and the others accompany you. Be good, Chen Fan said as he held up Fong Mingwei's small face. Lu Duoduo covered her face. Oh, you two are so disgusting. I'm not here anymore. I'm going back to make preparations. After Lu Duoduo disappeared, Chen Fan smiled evilly and picked up Fong Mingwei's delicate body, put on his cloak, and flew to his cabin. Plant Spirit Realm, Plant Half Realm, Central Green Sea, Ancient Tree Area. Wearing a pink dress, Tuolua walked alone in a forest full of towering trees. Elders, more than 8,000 new players have been added to the beta test. Should we continue with the conservative policy, or should we start the elite plan in this update? The breeze blew, and the dense branches and leaves rustled. The voices of many people echoed into Luo's mind. It's time to start the elite plan. Spirit planters are not flowers in a greenhouse. Xiao Jiuyu, don't listen to him. Continue the rescue plan. Mobilize all relationships to bring back the tribe members who were teleported to the main world. The tribe is still weak, and we can't take risks. Yes, you can still reach the pinnacle by cultivating spiritual power when you come back. God knows what evil intentions that damn system has. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Cultivate spiritual power. And drive the most talented people to this island to be a big tree that is difficult to move. Yes. The era of science and technology has arrived. It is no longer advisable to stick to the old ways. The seedlings in the flower pots will not grow strong. Luo leaned against the tree, closed his eyes, and waited for a long time. Elders, since everyone has their own opinions, why don't you let me, the master of the contemporary spiritual world, decide for myself? The chirping of insects and birds disappeared in the quiet forest. The breeze blew to Luo's pink skirt, and the scenery was picturesque. Chapter 265 Necromancer, the Gear of Fate. In the sea area of Nangang City, an unnamed deserted island covered with rocks. Big monster, hit it! Kill this ugly thing! On the rocky beach, a little girl in a hospital gown shouted to cheer for her zombie, which was already 1.5 meters tall. A red-eyed, millstone-sized crab kept using its hammer-like claws to hit the fat zombie that kept spitting fire at it. If it could think, it really wanted to ask, who of us is uglier? The fat zombie was wearing a black coat, with several wounds on his face that were stitched up like a centipede. He was fat and pale. Bang! 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 Although the fat zombie was fat, he was very agile. Although he was hit by the pincers occasionally, he would never be pinched by the pincers. Big monster. You are awesome. Left. Left. Curse ball. Hey! Look at me cursing the ball. The little girl threw one black energy ball after another, hitting the big crab and making it scream. Iron crab, green. Evaluation. A sea crab with delicious meat, with a bad temper, suitable for steaming. He closed the attribute panel of the appraisal, and looked at the small octopus in the bottle in her hand. Little monster, do you know what steaming is? Is it placed in the water, or on the water? Okay, it seems that you don't know either. I'd better go ask my parents. Kill iron crab. Level 11, green, obtain experience points x120, gold coins x2, equipment, iron crab's cherished necklace, green. The little girl happily put the necklace she just got on her neck. Little monster, do you think I look good with the necklace on? It looks good, it suits you very well. A cold voice sounded from behind Hiya. The little girl was startled, and hurriedly looked back. At some point, a beautiful sister in a black robe appeared behind her, looking at her with her head tilted. What a beautiful sister, when did you come behind me? I didn't even hear you. The girl stared at the little girl Hiya for a long time. Stitched corpse. Necromancer. Is this the gear of fate? Little sister, do you want to learn magic? The little girl tilted her head and thought for a while. Like me. Throw and shoot magic bullets? I want to learn. A smile appeared on Lan's pretty face like an iceberg. Then from now on, you are my apprentice, and I am your master. Take your stitched monster and follow me. Lan held the hand of the girl in the hospital gown and disappeared behind a weathered boulder. Qingzhou City, Jinan Cancer Hospital, Inpatient Department. Zhou Chonglin looked at the young couple in front of him in confusion. Mr. He, are you sure your 9-year-old daughter has obtained the player qualification and successfully changed her job? The fat man nodded vigorously. Yes. Zhou Chonglin turned around and looked at his subordinate. It's like this, Mr. He. Players are generally between 17 and 30 years old. It doesn't mean that those who sleep longer are players. I understand your desire for change. But, Dad, Mom, where have you been? Yaya has a master, a very beautiful master. The girl's crisp voice came from the ward. Father, he looked at Zhou Chonglin with an anxious look. Captain Zhou, please come with me to take a look. She is only 9 years old, and has never seen anything. I am really afraid that she will be in danger. Zhou Chonglin patted the fat man's shoulder. Mr. He, don't panic. Since we are all here, we will definitely let you take a look. In the ward, Zhou Chonglin stood by the window and made a phone call. Yes, she just turned 9 years old. There's something in her head. It's not in the late stage. Yes, okay. Okay, I got it, don't worry. Minister Lin. Zheng Yuanzhou hung up the phone and walked back to his family. His father clasped his hands together, looking a little nervous. Chizo, what does it mean above? Does my daughter need to go to the Lord God University to study? If she must go, can I go with her as a guardian? Hiya mother also looked nervous. And me? Zhou Chanlin walked to the bed and touched the little girl's head. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really couldn't believe that. A 9-year-old girl actually became a player and successfully changed her job in just a few days and obtained a hidden job of necromancer, which seemed like God gift. It's like this, Mr. He, because of the specialness of your yaya, the headquarters gave you 2 choices. The first is to maintain the status quo. You stay with yaya. As long as you make sure she doesn't use her abilities to affect other people, your lives will not change. The second is, as you said, accompany her to study at the Lord God University in Annan Province. There is also a high-end medical team there, which can stabilize Yaya condition. But no matter which one, we will send someone to check on Yaya condition regularly. Mother, he cried with joy. That's great. Thank you. Chief Zhou. Thank you. The organization. Our family finally doesn't have to be separated. Father, he seemed a little entangled. But Captain Zhou, my husband, and I don't know much about the things in the game world. I heard that it is very dangerous. I am afraid. If he got sick in the real world, as an ordinary person, he could still think of a way, but if he encountered danger in the second world, he, as a father, would not even be qualified to watch. The little girl sat up holding the zombie doll. Dad, the game is not dangerous. There are big monsters and small monsters and beautiful sisters. It's fun. Father, he touched his daughter's hand. Yeah. It's fun. Very fun. Yaya is the best. Zhou Changlin sat on another empty bed. I understand what you mean. In fact, my suggestion is to let you choose the second option, because as you said, you two can't solve the problem in the game for Yaya, but the Lord God High School can. And there is another very important point. Yaya disease is very difficult to cure in this world, but in that world, it is not a big problem, at least not a problem for Chen Fan, the principal of Annan Lord God High School. After a long time, the couple made a decision. Mr. Zhou, we both want to be Yaya guardians together, and we want to donate 5 million to Annan Lord God University in our personal names. Do you think it's appropriate? Zhou Chonglin's eyes lit up. This afternoon doesn't seem to be wasted. He can even get sponsorship for Old Chun, some blow it. That's perfect, but Mr. He, I advise you to go with Yaya yourself. He's father. Why? Zhou Changlin, because Principal Chen is a well-known pervert. Your wife is so beautiful. At this moment, Chen Fan, who was far away in Alice Castle in the spirit world, sneezed loudly. Chapter 266. Another naughty game played by a crazy girl. Aku, who missed me? Beside the huge dining table, Chen Fan sneezed unexpectedly and then muttered softly. Principal Chen has so many confidants, it's not surprising that some of them miss you. Right? But you can't figure out which one misses you, right? Across the dining table, Lizwa, dressed in black, smiled and joked. It's amazing. I met a lot of acquaintances when I participated in Alice Castle game this time. Lizwa, the captain of Pangdu Judge team, Elemental Disaster, including Lu Duo. There are 3 people Chen Fan knows. But it is not surprising. After all, with the strength of the 4 of them, it is not surprising that they were selected by the special invitation letter. In addition to them, there are another 12 strange intelligent races sitting at the table. Seeing that they are not panicked, it is estimated that this is not the first time to participate in Alice game. Captain Lee, please stop teasing me. How can I be as likable as you say? I just want to stop being your opponent now. Hooded girl Lan raised her head and glanced at Chen Fan, without saying anything. Selvina sat next to Lu Duo, crossed her shoulders, and completely ignored Lu Duo's annoying provocation. Perhaps because they were all experienced people, this time Princess Alice did not do anything weird like killing anyone who moved around when she entered the venue. After everyone sat there for only a few minutes, Alice, wearing a gorgeous princess dress, appeared at the head of the table. La. Alice welcomes all the outstanding contestants. You are truly the greatest creatures in the world. Let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 18. Alice clapped her hands with wide eyes. I am so touched. All 18 contestants are here. I promise that if you come to the spirit world in the future, I will arrange for you to live in the center of the spirit world. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said inwardly, Thank you very much. But you should not be so eager for us to die. Lu Duoduo gave up provokingly Zua, and took out a small notebook instead. She didn't want to draw circles to curse the woman who delayed her cheating. She wanted to write down Alice's rules. Based on her last experience, this sickly girl loved to play tricks in the rules. Really? I can still meet someone who knows me and Lao-Chen in his place. I'm so unlucky. Alice maintained her excitement and looked at the expressions of the 18 participating players one by one. Then he suddenly jumped up and flew 2 circles in the air. Since everyone is ready, then the princess of the spirit world, Lady Alice, will announce the rules of the high-end game. Big head fish under the banyan tree. Big head fish under the banyan tree. Scene competition game. Game introduction. In the center of the green realm, there is a huge banyan tree rooted in the ocean. There are 10 fruits on the banyan tree that are about to mature. It is rumored that no matter what kind of creature it is, as long as it eats the banyan fruit, it can evolve its bloodline and become the most promising creature in the green realm. Get rid of the pursuit of the little eagle. Seize the banyan fruit and win your own future with your own hands. Introduction to the rules of big head fish under the banyan tree. Rule 1. The seabed is a very dangerous place. Big head fish should not approach it easily. Rule 2. Banyan fruit is protected by resin, which cannot be dissolved by saliva other than big head fish. The absorption time of banyan fruit is 20 minutes. Rule 3. The maximum diving time of the owl is 10 minutes. Rule 4. When the owl and the big head fish use their abilities at the same time, the big head fish's ability will be invalid. Rule 5. The owl has a variety of strange appearances, so be careful with the big head fish. Rule 6. When the number of big head fish killed is halved, or the group mission fails more than 3 times, the owl camp wins. Rule 7. When the big head fish group obtains more than 6 banyan fruits or the number of owls is halved, the big head fish camp wins. Note: every banyan fruit eaten can make you evolve. The one who eats the most banyan fruits will be the game champion of the big head fish under the banyan tree. La 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 la. I declare. Big head fish under the banyan tree. Game. Begin. Chen Fan closed his eyes helplessly. Can't this girl stop being startled like this? After a brief dizziness, a bitter and salty breath rushed into his mouth and nose. Chen Fan subconsciously opened his mouth to spit out the seawater in his mouth, but as soon as he opened his mouth, more seawater rushed into his mouth, but strangely, there was no suffocating feeling of seawater choking his chest and lungs. Looking at the non-overlapping vision on both sides of his eyes, Chen Fan suddenly realized. So I am a fish now. This Alice is really good at playing. Because of the fish's vision problem, Chen Fan couldn't see his appearance, but there were several big fish that looked exactly the same around him. Chen Fan could guess that they should be contestants like him, because the postures of these fish also looked very clumsy and funny. The eyes are on both sides, the head is huge, and it looks a bit like a carp. This is Chen Fan evaluation of the big head fish. It has no means of attack, and it is simply too ordinary. Big head fish Chen Fan, please don't leave the school of fish. A big head fish alone cannot survive in the sea. Please choose the bloodline you want to awaken. Golden scale big head fish king, giant fin big head fish, sacrificial big head fish, superpower big head fish. There are 5 choices in total, but there is no introduction to each of them. You can only guess based on the name of the bloodline. Chen Fan pondered for a long time, but couldn't decide which one to choose finally. He could only randomly choose one. Sometimes the simplest one may be the most practical. This is it. The giant fin big head fish. An indescribable feeling swept through Chen Fan nerves. In an instant, Chen Fan felt that his hands, which were the position of the fins, became much stronger, and his swimming speed in the seawater increased a lot. It seems that this is a bloodline that increases speed. After choosing his own bloodline, Chen Fan began to be alert around the school of fish. There were 12 big head fish in the school of big head fish, and some of them seemed to have not chosen their own bloodline yet, and were swimming slowly against the current to stabilize their fish bodies. Chen Fan was on guard while watching the changes of his teammates. 2 big head fish with golden scales, it seems that they were chosen as golden scale big head fish. The increase should be defense. 3 big head fish with a much larger body, the muscle lines of the tail are obvious. They should be the big head fish with strange strength. The increase should be strength. 3 big head fish that are 3 or 4 times larger in the same proportion. They should be the blood of the big head king. There is also a big head fish with a very large fin and a slightly moved up position. Chen Fan saw his own appearance from it. The remaining 2 big head fish did not change at all. I don't know if they have finished the selection or not. Just when everyone was confused, a big-head fish with no change in appearance suddenly drew a small circle on the spot. Chapter 267 Big-head fish under the banyan tree. Chen Fan looked at the suspicious-looking big-head fish. Is it attracting our attention? The original fish stopped drawing circles, and a bubble burst next to it with a bang, and then, a big-head fish that looked exactly like it appeared next to him. Avatar. It meant for us to see its ability. In that case, the ability of these two sacrificial big-head fish is the avatar. The bloodline selection of the big-head fish group is completed, and the fish group task 1, food source is released. Task requirements. Go to the sea surface to find energy-floating algae. Energy-floating algae can allow the big-head fish to obtain energy, and allow the big-head fish to use the ability more times. Task reward. Energy *100 so using the ability costs energy? Chen Fan subconsciously thought about opening the attribute panel. It actually opened. Giant fin big-head fish. Evaluation. The only thing you need to think about is the direction you are heading. So that's how it is. So according to the rules, if I can eat the banyan fruit, I can upgrade the giant fin bloodline. Alice is really thoughtful. No wonder she didn't specifically remind me not to cheat this time. With the body of this fish, it's extremely difficult to even tell the identity of the other party, so how can I cheat? I don't know if Lu Duo is in this group of big-head fish. If she is, with her personality, what ability will she choose? I can't figure it out at all. Just as I was thinking about it, a huge big-head fish king began to swim towards the sea surface. It occasionally turned around. The meaning of that action should be, let's follow it. Good guy. Even if you have human wisdom, a fish can only be a fish. A group of stupid big-head fish followed the big-head fish king, and swam towards the sea surface in a funny posture. Abyss, 9th main city, outside the city of greed. A huge square formation of tens of thousands of demon soldiers in black armor stood quietly in place. The red eyes under the armor stared directly at the wall of the 9th main city. The desire for killing, the desire for promotion stimulated their tyrannical souls. The human race expects peace, the demon race loves war. This is the eternal nature. On the flaming skeleton horse Chen Shui, who was dressed in armor, rode to Vladimir standing in the air. Bloodlord, how long do you have to wait? Vladimir's pale face showed an evil smile. Miss Chun, you are anxious again. We are already here. Can we return empty-handed? I have to wait for the evil god to show up. Otherwise, wouldn't I become a person who attacks the ally for no reason? Qin Shui grabbed the reins of the skeleton horse, looking heroic. Are you waiting for the reinforcements from other main cities to arrive? Discovering and immediately suppressing the evil god, the benefits given by the Abyss Demon God are immeasurable. I am right. Right? The Blood City Lord smiled. It seems that you can't hide anything. I promise that no matter how much benefit I get, you will get a share. Qin Shui looked at the Blood City Lord's charming eyes. Or choose to kill me, and take away everything that belongs to me, right? Vladimir looked at the beautiful woman sitting on the horse, with an elusive look, who always had no expression. So, are you really not afraid at all? Qin Shui nodded without hesitation. I won't be afraid. Since you want to wait, why don't you go and capture Dark Forest City first? There is a magic weapon there that can awaken Mary Dalgia's blood. Dark Forest City? Isn't it a deserted dead city? Vladimir recalled the Dark Forest City incident. Qin Shui shook her head. There are still a few boring things there. Black Gold Empire, Purple Gold City, Square Area, Heavily Polluted Area, and a dilapidated iron house. 3 monsters with different degrees of distortion sat together, eating bread and drinking heated purified water. The female distorter with 4 eyes and amazingly long legs looked at the bread in her hand. Xiao Lei. That giant named Mondin is very kind to us. Should we share some of the bread with him? I feel that he is quite pitiful. Xian Xiaoya. The grasshopper blood distorter asked. Yang Lei unskillfully controlled the 2 newly added hands to eat the bread. This? He hesitated, not knowing what to choose. No. Silly girl. You don't understand human nature at all. How can our bread be enough for him? And how do you know if that guy's kindness is fake? Do you know where this is? This is the closed area of the Black Gold Empire. A super hidden map that no player has ever explored. Listen to your brother. Hide yourself. Xian Xiaoya rolled her eyes. I don't know if he is kind or not. But I know you are definitely not kind. Look at you. Right? Like a balloon that has become a spirit. Xian Bufan's swollen head was full of anger. I The bloodline of this damn fart bug is not something I can decide. You little bitch. Are you done yet? Although Qian Xiaoya mocked Qian Bufan, she did not mention the issue of sharing the food. Qian Bufan had short limbs, and his belly and head were as round as they could be, like an asymmetrical gourd. He ate the bread as quickly as possible, and then stuffed the 3 people's water bottles and wrapping paper into his backpack. Xiao Lei, have you mentioned what I told you last time to Principal Chen? Yang Lei nodded. My brother has promised to rescue us as soon as possible, and the drug to alleviate the deformity is already being studied. Qian Bufan opened his mouth wide, revealing a funny smile. That's great. That's great. Principal Chen is willing to help. And the difficulties for the 3 of us are not a big deal. What about the dormitory? Really, I can't stand those 3 people snoring, farting, grinding their teeth, and talking in their sleep. Yang Lei was silent for a while. My brother arranged a 2-bedroom, 1 living room suite for Xiaoya and me. Qian Bufan was very happy. That's perfect, we have 1 room, Xiaoya 1 room. Yang Lei turned his head and looked at the door. My cousin said, I won't let you live there, saying it's inconvenient for 3 people. Qian Xiaoya slapped Yang Lei hard. What inconvenience? What is your brother talking about? Hate it. Qian Bufan's big face showed a funny bitter expression. Oh, I see. Times have changed. Chen Fan no longer has the right to say no. Mountain Dwarf Kingdom. Dwarf King's Court. The contemporary Dwarf King sat on the throne with a serious face. Under the hall were Prince Dwellin, Elder Rupert, and the envoys of the Revolutionary Army and the Elf Kingdom. The reason why the Dwarf King looked serious was because the purpose of these 2 envoys was not ordinary. Chapter 268 Big Head Fish Battle. God of Blacksmiths, 2 envoys, my king has understood your purpose, but the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom is weak, and its vitality has not yet recovered, so it really has no energy to participate in such a large-scale war. Elder Rupert raised his head and rejected the 2 envoys in a tactful way. The envoy of the Elf Kingdom, a tall and pretty female elf, saluted Rupert. Second Elder, I can understand your peace-loving thoughts. As for peace-loving, our Elf Kingdom has not caused any disputes with foreign races for more than 400 years, even though hundreds of our people are captured by the hateful slave-hunting team every year. But we can't always indulge the greed of those evil people. Do you know that in the underground arena of humans, the number of cheap dwarf slaves is the largest, and the number of deaths is also the highest? The second Elder Rupert looked at the ground, expressionless. He knew everything, but for the sake of the kingdom, some sacrifices were unavoidable. Prince Dwellin was full of resentment. The special envoy of the Revolutionary Army, Su Wenba, saw the expressions of the 2. Your Majesty, Second Elder, although what you are worried about is true, I think there is a better way. The Dwarf King sat on the throne. The envoy, please speak up. Su Wenba pointed in the direction of the Black Gold Empire. I agree with the Second Elder that the Dwarf Kingdom needs to recover. The Dwarf Kingdom is all barren mountains and plains. The rich mineral resources have been mined out over the past few hundred years. May I ask, does the Second Elder mean to increase the population, increase trade, and strengthen national strength when he says recover? Rupert nodded. Of course it is. Su Wenbo pointed at the ground. Then how can we recover our vitality with the barren land under our feet? I know that your country has the highest level of magic equipment manufacturing technology. But with the current output, can we really earn enough gold coins to recover our vitality? Even if there is, how long will it take? Prince Dwellin couldn't help asking. Mr. Su, can we definitely get it by joining the alliance? Su Wenba, the special envoy of the Revolutionary Army, smiled confidently. I can guarantee it. As long as the alliance is successfully concluded, the combat weapons and equipment of the entire alliance will only be made by the Dwarf Kingdom. Moreover, after the war is over, the Dwarf Kingdom will be able to obtain a large piece of rich new territory. Isn't this the fastest way to recover? Prince Dwellin's blood boiled when he heard this. There is simply no more suitable method than this. Father, let me lead the troops to join the alliance. Qingjie, on the boundless sea, a patch of dark green seaweed undulated with the ocean current. With a swish, a big-head carp with wide fins rushed out of the water, took a large piece of seaweed and rushed back into the sea. Swish, swish, swish. Afterwards, one after another big-head carp rushed out of the water, quickly devouring the seaweed floating on the sea. Chen Fan could not taste the seaweed, but could only feel the feeling of his stomach gradually filling up. He opened the attribute panel and checked the energy value of the replenishment. 112. After eating such a large piece of energy seaweed, it only increased by 12. In order to be able to use the ability more times, Chen Fan devoured the green algae on the sea's surface one by one. For safety reasons, Chen Fan tried to choose to devour the green algae in the center of the big head carp school, and kept an eye on the movements above the sea surface from time to time, to avoid putting himself in danger. There were a lot of green algae, but the big head carps had a more terrifying appetite. After a while, only a little bit of the original large piece of green algae was left. In the sky, a group of seagull-like birds flew over the heads of the big-head fish. On the sea, a golden-scaled big-head fish rushed towards the last fertile green algae. Chen Fan took a look at his energy value. 297. He could use his ability for almost half an hour. And he felt a little bit at ease. I just don't know how fast the little eagle is. It must be very scary in the air. But it shouldn't be in the water. But isn't it a bit unreasonable for an eagle to be able to dive in the water for 10 minutes? Just as he was thinking about it, he heard a loud splash of water. All the big-head fish turned their heads to look, and saw that the green algae that was being pounced on by the golden-scaled big-head fish suddenly raised its wings, stretched out something like a bird's beak, and caught the golden-scaled big-head fish in its mouth. The golden-scaled big-head fish was full of panic, twisting its body with all its strength. And at the same time, golden light shone all over its body. But it disappeared in an instant. Chen Fan saw the sudden scene, and thought to himself, this should be the triggering of Rule 4. Rule 4. When the little owl and the big-head fish use their abilities at the same time, the big-head fish's ability will be invalid. Just now, the golden-scaled big-head fish must have used its own ability, but it was offset by the little owl's ability. The little owl has grown into the appearance of green algae. Really? Rule 5. The little owls have all kinds of strange appearances. Please be careful of the big-head fish. So I was too careless after all. But if the little owl just used its ability, what was its ability? Chen Fan swam on the sea, staring at the little eagle holding the golden-scaled big-head fish. The golden-scaled big-head fish had stopped struggling at this moment, and lay motionless in the giant bird's mouth. Could it be that the little eagle's ability was something like dizziness? Could it make the big-head fish in its mouth lose consciousness? While the little eagle was still out of the water, the two big-head fish kings had already swung their tails and charged at the little eagle. It currently had a fish in its mouth, so it probably had little fighting power. Chen Fan activated the ability to charge in a straight line, and followed behind a big-headed fish king. It wanted to use its superb speed to assist. Just as Chen Fan was looking for an opportunity, he caught a glimpse of two seagulls returning in the air. Big-headed eagles have all kinds of strange appearances. All kinds of strange appearances. Chen Fan swung his tail, and rushed towards a big-headed fish with super strength. Just when the two seagulls grew bigger and were ready to attack, they knocked the big-headed fish away. With Chen Fan influence, the big-headed fish barely avoided the attack of the two small-headed eagles that looked like seagulls. Seeing that there were two more enemies, all the big-head fish rushed into the sea quickly, rushing towards the bottom of the sea, including the two big-head fish kings that originally planned to attack the seaweed owl. Chen Fan did not hesitate to use his energy, and rushed into the water at the maximum speed, while watching the speed of the two owls in the water from time to time. It felt a little faster than ordinary big-head fish, but it was difficult to encounter big-head fish like himself, who chose the speed ability. Two giant seagulls quickly approached a big-head fish king. Perhaps because of their huge size, several big-head fish kings fell behind. After thinking for a while, Chen Fan turned around and swam from the side in the direction of the return. On the other side, the powerful big-head fish rescued by Chen Fan also turned around and rushed back. Chapter 269, Liani Island under construction. Just when the big-head fish king was surrounded by two seagulls, a big-head fish with huge fins rushed towards a seagull owl like a white line. Swish! The sharp fins drew a bloody line at the corner of the owl's eyes. Then, the big-head fish with strange strength rushed to the owl that had lost its vision, and its muscular tail slammed the owl, making it fall unconsciously to the bottom of the sea. The other seagull owl did not dare to entangle the big-head fish king anymore, and the water flow around it surged, and rushed towards the falling owl at a very fast speed, and then quickly took it away from the dark sea water. Fish School Mission 1, Food Source completed. Get Mission Reward, Energy *100 in a quiet sea. The fish school that had lost a golden-scaled big-head fish was slowly wandering. How can we make the big-head fish group able to communicate? The goal of this game is very clear, that is to find the banyan tree, and then get at least 6 banyan fruits to win. But during this period, The number of bighead fish hunted must be less than 6. Now it is 5. 3 of the 6 unknown little owls have been exposed. They are 2 seagulls and 1 seaweed. There are 3 others whose appearance is unknown. To win the game, you must find the banyan tree in Qingxia. But where is the banyan tree? Damn it, I should have looked for that banyan tree when I was on the sea just now, instead of just eating seaweed. Along Islands, Liang Island. A huge manor across the river on the island has taken shape. Dozens of large engineering machines are operating in an orderly manner, and they must complete the project in the shortest possible time. On the dark side, in the cave on the storm side of Liang Island, Mo Madwa is wearing glasses and concentrating on studying some equipment. Let me, a great mechanic, make simple low-level weapons. Humans are so stupid. No, it's not just humans, it's the whole world that's stupid. I have to hurry up and finish my invention, so that I can change the world as soon as possible, then I will be the great Mamoto. Ha. Bang paw. Paw. Dang. Boom. After a loud noise, the instrument that Mamoto was making collapsed, and flames flew everywhere. A yellow light curtain protected Mamoto's thin body. Ah! Damn it! Why? I've obviously used the most suitable materials. Even the soul is of the highest level. Why? Huh? The great mechanic needs to be calm, don't panic. I always find the reason. 001, don't develop basic weapons for now, help me fix this stupid guy. Outside the cave, a humanoid robot flew over. Yes, Your Majesty the Great Mamoto. In the outer waters of Liang Island, a large sailing ship with an evil skull flag was slowly sailing towards the Ulung Islands. On the deck of the pirate ship, a tall barbarian captain was wantonly playing with 2 human women in his arms. Ha! These merchants are really ignorant of the world. When did the merchants of the Black Gold Empire dare to take their wives out to sea? Are they provoking us? The brave sea warriors? On the edge of the deck, a fat middle-aged man covered in blood was trembling all over. My lord, I will give you all my money and women. Please let me live. Send me to the Ulung Islands. I promise that someone will be willing to pay a large ransom for me. The barbarian crushed the head of a man in his arms. Blood splattered, and screams rose on the deck. Nonsense! How dare you lie to me? You are all stray dogs of the Black Gold Empire. Do you think I don't know? Do you think I have only intercepted your merchant ship during this period? Someone will spend gold coins to redeem you. Ridiculous. My lord, my father is a big businessman in the Ulung Islands. You? Bang, bang, bang. The fat pig had just said half of his words when countless black shells fell from the sky, smashing dozens of holes on the deck. The merchant who just spoke was unlucky, and was flattened by the shells. The barbarian captain threw away the other woman in his hand, looked in the direction of the attack, and roared angrily, "Damn it! Who dares to attack my ship?" Bang, 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 bang. Another burst of gunfire sounded, accompanied by the smoke of cannonballs. A medium-sized steel warship appeared on the sea. On the deck, the little fat man O Changha stood with his hands behind his back. Another wave. Song Miaomi frowned as she looked at the pirate ship in front of her that was riddled with holes, and was beginning to sink. Don't come again, the ship will sink soon. Do you want us to waste those shells in vain? The little fat man ignored Song Miao Miao, but looked at Tung Anbua, who controlled dozens of magic cannons. I said another wave, can't you hear me? Tung Anbua hurriedly lowered his head, controlling the gathering point of countless vines in his hand. I heard it. Bang, bang, bang. The third wave of shells enveloped the precarious pirate ship. O Changha glanced at Song Miao Miao obscurely. This woman still had that cute expression on her face that was not wrong but helpless. On the other side of the deck, Hua Wuming stood away from the group, his eyes fixed on Song Miao Miao and O Changha. The fat boy O Changha seemed to have noticed Hua Wuming's gaze, and he hugged Song Miao Miao's slender waist and held her in his arms. Miao Miao, this boat is not worth much. If the property falls into the water, we can just salvage it. But the barbarian pirate is quite high level. If we don't knock him into the water, I'm afraid you will get hurt. The fat boy's eyes were full of tenderness, and Hua Wuming clenched his fists in the distance. Song Miao Miao twisted her waist to resist twice, and then she let O Changha hug her. For some reason, after seeing O Changha increasing confidence and strength, she found that she didn't hate this little fat guy. Moreover, no matter what, they were already husband and wife. O Changha stared at the barbarian captain on the pirate ship, And when he saw him fall into the water after being injured, the little fat guy waved his hand. Poseidon squad. Fight on the surface of the sea. Tongue on by. Guard the ship. Stay away from the battlefield. Yes. Yes. Thanks to the frequent tricks used during this period, everyone in the Sea God team now has a handle in the hands of the little fat man Ochangha. No one should be reckless. Hold the barbarian in the sea. Don't let him get close to the ship. After all, the barbarian is a land race. There is nowhere to borrow strength in the sea, and his strength will inevitably be halved. Hua Wuming, what are you waiting for? Who else do you think is suitable to hold it back besides you? Hua Wuming gritted his teeth and jumped into the sea, and the sharp and complicated corals around him burst out. Chapter 270 The Desperate Polar Class. Half an hour later, the barbarian captain roared, and was pierced through the chest by the roots of Ochangha. Large streams of blood-colored energy flowed from the roots into the body of the little fat man. Hua Wuming, whose head was robbed, stared at the little fat man with angry eyes. If eyes could kill, Ochangha felt that he was already dead. What are you looking at? Go to the bottom of the sea to salvage supplies. Hua Wuming showed a contemptuous expression. How despicable. What's the point of being able to just sneak attack? Ochangha didn't even look at Hua Wuming, he just focused on absorbing energy. Heh, does it mean that I have to sleep with the enemy, eat the same food with him, and then stab him with a sword each to be fair? Mr. Hua, don't you understand? This is no longer a spiritual plant master's high school. No matter what method, as long as you can win. It's right. Hua Wuming's expression gradually became indifferent, and then he suddenly dived into the sea. Ochangha pulled his roots out of the enemy's dry corpse, and returned to the deck of the steel battleship. At this moment, there were many strangers on the deck. Some were pirate captives who surrendered without a fight, and some were merchants captured by pirates. Ochangha looked at Song Miaomyao. Who are these people? Obviously, he was not asking about the surrendered pirates. Song Miaomyao's face was full of the joy of a winner. These people are all small nobles of the Black Gold Empire. Because the top leaders of the Black Gold Empire completely turned to the Saint Roan Empire. The faction that was originally pro-revolutionary army collapsed rapidly. And those who were convicted were convicted. And those who were executed were executed. Some people who got the news in advance began to try their best to escape from the Black Gold Empire. Ochangha nodded. Is that so? That is to say, they are high-level refugees who escaped from the Black Gold Empire? In that case, then it also meets the needs of the captain. Then Miaomyao, have you found out the base camp of these pirates? Song Miaomyao nodded vigorously. I found it out as soon as I asked. It's on an island in the northwest. We will set off after we salvage all the property. Ochangha put his arm around his girlfriend's waist with good intentions. Miaomyao, you are really my good wife. In the real world, in the main Divine College of Annan Province, the third-floor conference room. On the conference stage, school leaders headed by Vice President Fong Mingwei sat in a row. Under the stage, tens of thousands of students sat quietly. The reason for the silence was not because of the high average quality, but because of the silver mechanical guards around the venue. Fong Mingwei put down the file in her hand, looking at the new players under the stage with a complicated expression. What I just put down was yesterday's joint government statistical report. The public data shows that the number of players with brain death yesterday was 523. It's been less than half a month since the new version was updated, and we have lost nearly 6,000 compatriots on Earth, including 72 people from Annan Main High School alone. What I want to say is that world is really unfriendly to us. Students should be extremely careful. If you sense danger, you should report it in advance. Don't wait until the danger comes to seek help, because it will be too late. Also, if you encounter a particularly dangerous task, and you are not sure you can complete it, if the penalty for giving up the task is to lose your emotions for a short period of time, don't be greedy, and do what you can. We have assigned classes based on the information you filled out. I hope you will try to gather with high-status players near you, to increase your chances of survival. Those who have received Jingwei message now are players in the Elf Kingdom area. You will be members of Class 1 of the Elf Kingdom in the future. The class monitor is tentatively set to be a 29-level veteran player, Zheng Xinqing. Your classroom is on the south side of the first floor of the teaching building, and the dormitory will also be adjusted in the near future. The second batch of students who receive text messages are mostly located in the northern part of the Elf Kingdom. Elf Kingdom Class 2. The last batch of students who receive text messages are all from the Polar class. I'm sorry. Because of your special birthplace, there are almost no compatriots in the same area. In comparison, it is difficult for you to get help. But being special does not necessarily mean a bad thing. I believe you will shine brighter. Chun Lang, who is in the abyss, and Yang Lei, who is trapped in the depression area, all have bitter faces. I don't know whether he will be glorious or not, but it is obvious that he may die at any time. Sun Dalong, deputy director of the Lancer department, stood up. Then this class division meeting is over. Players in the South China Sea region remember to give their positions to the class leaders. The Shenzhou fleet will arrange ships to pick you up as soon as possible. Does anyone have any questions? Under the stage, a white and tender little hand was raised. Sun Dalong slapped his head. Oh, it's yeah. I almost forgot about you. You and your parents should stay with Principal Zhao Mingdi for the time being. Judging from your current situation in the game, you don't need to join a group for warmth for the time being. Qingjia, the sea area east of the banyan tree. The big-head fish that had just completed the task of killing the black-back fish swarm swam dejectedly in the sea. Although the task was successfully completed, 2 big-head fish were lost again in the process. The one that was killed was a big-head fish with strange strength that was ambushed, and a big-head king that escaped too slowly and was too panicked. Chen Fan swam to one side of the big-head fish swarm, thinking. There were a total of 6 small-headed eagles, and 5 of them had already appeared. There is 1 in the shape of green algae, 2 in the shape of seagulls, and 2 in the shape of giant goshawks. To be honest, perhaps because they have not changed their appearance. The goshawk-like little owls are particularly fierce, and their abilities are related to acceleration. Only one of them is unknown. But there is one thing that is very strange. Why are the big-headed fish groups ambushed by the little-headed owl camp every time they go on a mission? Is it the rules telling them? Or is it because of some other reason? Release Fish School Mission 4, Golden Dragon Gate. Mission requirements: go to the sea to find the Golden Dragon Gate. The big-head fish that jumps over the Dragon Gate will evolve their bloodline. Mission reward: Energy * 100. Another mission has been released. The mission location is still on the sea. Chen Fan thinks that if the game continues in this trend, the big-head fish camp will most likely have no chance of winning. But what else should we do if we don't do the mission? That's right. Chen Fan suddenly thought of something. Although this mission has been published, the consequences of failure are not specified. Although there are penalties for mission failure in the rules. Rule 6. When the number of big-head fish killed is halved, or the group mission fails more than 3 times, the small-headed eagle camp wins. But this just shows that the big-head fish have 2 chances to fail the mission. If the small-headed eagle camp relies on the mission to know the location of the big-head fish, then as long as they don't do the mission, wouldn't they just avoid the sneak attack of the small-headed eagle camp? The reward for crossing the Golden Dragon Gate is just to improve the bloodline. But if you find the banyan tree and eat the fruit on the tree, you can win the game directly.